Right now, of course, Inauguration Day. President-elect Joe Biden preparing to be sworn in as the 46th President of the United States.
I'm honored. I'm truly honored to be your next president and commander-in-chief.
Overnight, President Trump issuing last-minute pardons and commutations in his final hours on the job. Trump becoming the first U.S. president in more than a century to skip his successor's inauguration, but bid farewell to the nation in a video address.
This week, we inaugurate a new administration and pray for its success.
This inauguration, unlike any other, taking place in the middle of a pandemic and with security levels at an unprecedented high. All eyes turning now to Washington for one of our nation's most traditioned rituals, the transfer of power. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris poised to take the helm, ushering in a new era in our nation's history. What a day, Joe. I'm happy to be sitting next to you here this morning.
Kick things off. Plenty going on this morning as we lead up to, of course, the big moment at noon Eastern time.
Absolutely. A lot happening this morning. We begin with history in the making. Inauguration Day 2021. After a contentious election, the stage is now set, literally, and in just a matter of hours, Joe Biden will be sworn in as the 46th President of the United States.
You could call it Inauguration Light. Today's events are an abbreviated version of past inauguration. So here's the plan. In less than an hour, the President-elect and Vice President-elect will attend Mass with top lawmakers from both parties in a show of unity. At 10:30, Biden and Harris will arrive at the U.S. Capitol for today's inaugural events. At 11:15, their swearing-in ceremony begins. And at noon, President Biden will give his inaugural address. All of this as tens of thousands of National Guard troops and members of law enforcement stand guard to prevent a repeat of the violence we saw during the deadly insurrection on Capitol Hill 2 weeks ago today. Our team of correspondents has fanned out across the nation's capital with the very latest as we embark on a new chapter in American history. Let's begin with Vaughn Hilliard. So, Vaughn, this was already going to be an inauguration day unlike any other, first because of the pandemic, now this unprecedented level of security. What are you seeing this morning?
You have an inauguration that is not open to the public. You can see the streets. We're just about a block away from Pennsylvania Avenue, where that inaugural parade usually takes place after Joe Biden and Kamala Harris take their oaths. And you can see right behind me over here, this is a souvenir store, and they've got the Joe Biden paraphernalia here ready to go. There's just not quite people here. Usually, you'd see already hundreds of thousands of folks up on these streets getting onto the National Mall hours ahead of this inauguration on the cold morning, yet it's a quiet one here. That is not going to stop this inauguration, though, from taking place in a full cast of events ahead.
I want to bring in Ali Vitale. Ali, President Trump is expected to leave the White House for Mar-a-Lago in about an hour. That's before today's events really get underway. He obviously won't be at the inauguration, as we've been reporting, but we know Vice President Pence will. Who else can we expect to see at today's ceremony?
Well, President Trump is going to be the outlier here because every other living president, with the exception of Jimmy Carter, is going to be physically here in Washington, D.C. Trump's own vice president, as you mentioned, Mike Pence, also going to be in attendance here. This is a really rare event, and it's actually the first in the modern age that we haven't seen both presidents, the one who's incoming and the one who's outgoing, sitting on that dais together. There are a few implications of that, and one of them is when you consider the passing of the nuclear football, that briefcase that military aides carry around in proximity to the president. It's going to be handed off for the first time a little bit differently this time around, because people have told our colleagues Carol Lee that what they're going to do is down at Mar-a-Lago, the military aide who's holding President Trump's nuclear football at 11:59:59 will hand that off, and then here in Washington D.C., the active football will be in the possession of now President Joe Biden. So it's the first time in the nuclear age that we've seen that, and it's another piece of fallout of the fact that Donald Trump is not going to be here in Washington. He's going to be flying out on Air Force One. The title of that plane changes when he's no longer the president. So he's really getting that one in under the wire, I suspect, on purpose.
Now, Vaughn, we know the public was not invited to this year's inauguration, at least in person. Typically, you'd see about 200,000 people there. Still, a lot of special performances are planned. What more can you tell us about that?
I think the ones with the best view are going to be those National Guardsmen and women here. There's more than 25,000 of them, I'm told, here in the area, essentially building a perimeter around this greater area. This is as far as the general public can go, and we're a good many blocks away from the Capitol. But there are other events that are taking place. You know, typically there's that inaugural parade that goes from Pennsylvania Avenue from the Capitol to the White House, but it's going to be a virtual parade. They're calling it a parade across America with several performers performing virtually. The president-elect and the vice president-elect, once they are sworn in and become president and vice president, their first stop is going to be over at Arlington National Cemetery at 2 o'clock. We should note they're going to be joined by the Obamas, the Bushes, as well as the Clintons. And then later on this evening, there's another virtual. Essentially, you know, there's typically more than a dozen balls here around the greater Washington area, and the president typically makes several stops, you know, for that first dance with the First Lady. But this time, it's happening in virtual form, and the likes of John Bon Jovi, as well as John Legend, Katy Perry, are going to be performing at that virtual ball event, and Tom Hanks will be narrating the 90-minute evening event.
It is kind of neat that normally it's who's there, you know what I mean, on the mall, who's going to get to see a lot of that. And now it's being produced in such a way that it means that everyone at home is able to enjoy it. Allie, I want to ask you also about last night. President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris spent the eve of their inauguration at a memorial for the 400,000 Americans who've died from the coronavirus. It was pretty moving. I remember everybody coming out, you know, in New York City, it was 7 p.m. to cheer on healthcare workers. And that togetherness really felt kind of neat. This was the first time that we really had that togetherness around celebrating lives lost. Tell us a little bit about what happened last night.
And this was really important as I was talking to Presidential Inaugural Committee sources. This was the first stop for the president and vice president-elect for a reason. And Joe Biden put it out there when he was speaking on the National Mall yesterday that you cannot move forward without remembering what's been lost. The nearly 400,000, or I'm sorry, over 400,000 Americans who have been lost to the coronavirus, 400 cylinders of light put up yesterday in remembrance of them. And we know that this is a priority that Biden has said in terms of policy, but he's also someone who has led with empathy consistently on the campaign trail. Listen to how they said it last night.
For many months, we have grieved by ourselves. Tonight, we grieve and begin healing together. Though we may be physically separated, we, the American people, are united in spirit.
To heal, we must remember. It's hard sometimes to remember, but that's how we heal. It's important to do that as a nation.
Biden also says that from personal experience. Before he left Delaware, we saw him talking about what Delaware has meant to him, but also remembering his late son, Beau Biden. Biden, of course, no stranger to tragedy, unfortunately, and he has really put that empathy front and center throughout his time, both on the campaign trail and now as the incoming president of the United States at a time when so many in this country are feeling deep personal loss, Savannah.
Absolutely. Allie and Vaughn, thank you so much. It's great to see you both in our nation's capital on this historic day. Thanks for joining us, and we'll talk to you in a bit. Now, with just hours left on the job, President Trump issued nearly 150 pardons and commutations, including his former campaign advisor and chief strategist, Steve Bannon.
NBC News White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now. So, Kelly, let's start with Steve Bannon. That was probably the biggest name on the list. He was indicted last August on wire fraud and money laundering conspiracy charges. Remember that rather dramatic arrest on a yacht. So what do we know about this pardon, and was this surprising?
Well, there was some back and forth based on our understanding of the president being advised that giving this pardon to Steve Bannon could be politically unhelpful to President Trump. But in the end, he decided that relationship with Steve Bannon overweighed any of those considerations. And so that, as our understanding goes, was one of the later decisions in what was expected to be a very large number of pardons in the final hours. That's typical for presidents. What is less typical is that the president has used that authority, which has no check, to help friends and associates and former members of Congress. And often, in the case of President Trump, it has been people with some kind of a personal relationship or personal connection. That could not be more true with Steve Bannon, who at times was very close in the inner circle of the Trump orbit. At times he was on the outside, and now he's certainly back in the fold. If you look at what Bannon could mean for President Trump going forward in a post-presidency, he could be very helpful, especially if the president wants to take out any of his anger toward elected Republicans and those who voted against him in impeachment or may do so in the Senate trial. Bannon could be an ally in something like that. So that could be one way to look at that. Here, of course, we're at Andrews, Joint Base Andrews, where President Trump will be coming here right from the White House, taking Marine One at about 8 o'clock this morning. He will be speaking here to a group that we believe will include staff and members of the military and supporters and so forth. And then he will get on Air Force One for the final time, still technically called Air Force One because the president will be in office until about noon, flying to Palm Beach. And then at that point, it will still be Air Force One, so the president will get to use the plane today in the fullness of his office in the final hours of his time as president. Joe, Savannah?
Yeah, Kelly, I've got more pardon questions for you in just a moment, but just another question about where you are and what we're hearing right now. We've been reporting that there was a potential that the president was going to use this as sort of this celebratory moment, potentially even a 21-gun salute. Just from what we can hear right now, it seems like that's probably just some setup music, but it is sounding like a little bit of a party over there. Can you tell us about what we can expect to see there?
Yes, it's always a challenge for us trying to do television,
Yes.
but this is the playlist that comes from a very long line of Trump rallies. I've been to dozens and dozens of them over the years. And even though it was early, the Billie Jean and now the Elton John is playing here at Joint Base Andrews. So that is classic Trump environment. Celebratory in the sense that they want this to be a happy send-off, a thank you to the president. Again, from the point of view of people who've worked for him, been his supporters. Of course, there are others who will view this and say this is unfair of President Trump to sort of take some of the spotlight on Joe Biden's day. The president, of course, not doing the typical things of having a meeting with the incoming president, not participating in the inaugural. Those are striking breaks from norm and tradition and part of what typically makes this day so special. Instead, this is an all-Trump event here where he wants to get his final message to the public, be in the company of people who are supportive of him, with the trappings of the office, that beautiful plane behind us and the military. His final hours of commander-in-chief, he will use those tools as a way to end his time in office. Savannah?
Kelly, there's no one that fights against music or wind or any type of weather quite like you, and maybe your colleague Kristen Welker's on that list also. All right, now back to pardons and commutations. The former deputy finance chair of the RNC and former Detroit mayor were also on that list. Remind us what they were charged with and what we know about how and why those pardons came about.
Well, some of what happens in this is there are people advocating for these pardons. And in Elliot Brody's case, he was a finance chair for the RNC and was accused of trying to use influence with a Chinese banker, so foreign money, into the campaign system, which is certainly a violation of law. He pleaded guilty to that. And so the president is undoing that. And then with Kwame Kilpatrick in Detroit, who had been mayor and was accused of enriching himself, convicted of that. And so the president, in some cases, is giving these commutations and pardons. In the case of the former Detroit mayor, it is a commutation of his sentence. in the case of Steve Bannon that we talked about a moment ago, he has pleaded innocent to those charges, not guilty, has not gone through the full process. But others, more typically, have been convicted and sentenced, often have completed that sentence in many cases, and the president using that clemency power. So some of this is the advocates who, because President Trump wants to be remembered for criminal justice reform, you get some of that influence in here as well. And some of it is through friends and connections, people who have a lawyer that worked with President Trump, or people who have some person who can be sort of an emissary to the process. And it was a late night in the White House these last few nights with the White House counsel's office and lawyers and others involved in that, trying to determine who should be on the list and who would not. Of that 143 names, there are a number who are not known to the public, who have gone through a more traditional process. But of course, we're focusing on some of the ones that stand out brightly because of questions about the ethics of this and the connections to the president. Savannah, Joe?
Kelly, thank you so much for your reporting. Thanks for pushing through that report for us with everything going on there. We appreciate it.
Soundtrack provided by Elton John and Wind, not to be confused with Earth, Wind, and Fire, who will be performing in the festivities later today. All right, let's bring in Danny Savalas to talk about more about what these pardons could mean moving forward. So, Danny, some might argue the president is looking out for number one here. People like Steve Bannon could be witnesses in other investigations involving a former President Trump. So what does the law say about issuing pardons to people in situations that might be in your best interest?
The law of pardons doesn't say anything. In all likelihood, even a pardon given with underlying criminal conduct, for example, if somebody gave a president a bag of cash in exchange for a pardon, that might be corrupt criminal conduct. But in all likelihood, the underlying pardon would be effective. In fact, it's effective the moment it's given. If President Trump still had a Twitter account, he could technically do it by tweet, and then it would be out there. And there really are no takebacks when it comes to pardons. So the underlying conduct may be criminal, but it's highly unlikely, with the possible exception of a self-pardon, that a court would overturn a pardon, even if it was corruptly given.
And some names were missing on that pardon list, though, including Trump himself, his family, his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani. What's the potential impact of these people not being on the list? And does the president have time to change his mind before noon today? Do you think that this is coming? We just haven't seen it yet?
Yes, he does have time to change his mind. Recall that President Clinton issued over 100 pardons in his final day in office. So right up until the moment of inauguration, President Trump can issue these pardons. But paradoxically, it may be better for President Trump if he doesn't pardon those people close to him, because once he does so, they no longer have a Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. That means they can be forced to testify because there's no chance they could be incriminated. After all, they've been pardoned. So, in a sense, this may be the ultimate act of self-preservation by Trump, not pardoning the people that may have something to say about him. It may be the case that the folks he has pardoned, Michael Flynn, Steve Bannon, he must feel confident that they can't hurt him if they're ever subpoenaed to testify or find themselves taking an oath and telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Danny, we know Trump's legal battles are not over when he leaves office. If New York, for example, wanted to pursue any criminal charges, how quickly could they move forward with that once the president is out of office?
They could do it 30 seconds after Joe Biden becomes the president, because the bar to prosecuting a sitting president is only really a sitting president. And even if the president were to pardon himself, and even if that pardon were effective, it would have zero effect on state crimes in New York or any of the other states or territories. So those governmental entities could prosecute him. They could sue him civilly. They can do all kinds of things. And I expect you're going to see a spike in at least civil lawsuits once the president leaves office by potential plaintiffs who have been waiting for him to get out of the office so that they're not barred by, say, the Clinton bar, so to speak, the Supreme Court set up so that sitting presidents can't be sued civilly, generally speaking.
All right, Danny, thank you so much.
Now, while D.C. remains on high alert, there's news this morning from the Pentagon that 12 National Guard members were removed from inauguration duty.
The decision came after the FBI vetted service members out of concerns over the potential for an insider attack. The chief of the National Guard Bureau issued this condemnation.
With respect to comments about extremism, let me be clear. Extremism is not tolerated in any branch of the United States military.
NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian joins us now. Ken, good morning. So first, just what do we know about these 12 service members? Why were they removed? What was it that was a red flag here?
Ties to extremism. In both cases, based on a tip, one an anonymous
tip. Hey, Ken, so sorry, we couldn't hear you at the top of that answer. Do you mind just starting over again? What were the red flags here?
Sure, not at all, Savannah. The Pentagon is not giving details on this other than to say that 2 of the service members, 2 of the 12, were removed for possible ties to extremist groups based on tips from members of their own unit. But they're not saying the nature of these ties or what these people may have said. In one case, there were some controversial texts. And they're not really giving any details about the overall vetting process that they are conducting on these 28,000 National Guard members. But look, we know that there is a problem with extremism in the military. We know that at least 6 people who have been arrested for their presence at the Capitol riots had ties to the military. This has been a long-standing problem, and now the FBI and the National Guard are trying to make sure that at least in the area of the Capitol, there are no extremists, but they've got a really tough challenge ahead of them.
Danny, General Hokanson said this was done out of an abundance of caution. What are the normal vetting procedures for these service members, and is it surprising they were flagged after vetting from the FBI?
Joe, the reality is there really aren't very good vetting procedures for service members or even for people who hold security clearances. How do we know that? Because one person arrested at the Capitol, who is an avowed Nazi, had a secret clearance and was working on a military base. Look, this goes back to, remember Nidal Hassan, who killed 13 people at Fort Hood. He was radicalized by the cleric Anwar al-Awlaki, and the FBI had texts from him to al-Awlaki, and they missed the radicalization, and they didn't stop him. That's in the international terrorist context. Imagine now with greater First Amendment protections to people who have extremist political views. It's really difficult for the government to get a handle on the extremists in its midst. They're grappling with that problem now. What can they look at in terms of people's social media and emails and texts when they have a privileged position like a member of the military or a security clearance? That is still sort of in flux right now. But one thing is clear, they don't have a good handle on it, Joe.
Ken, one of the other things that was sort of surprising to me from this reporting was the fact that some of this was even brought up by fellow troops, flagging the fact that they had seen a comment, they had seen something on social media. It's not in those usual background checks. So what does this mean going forward? What do we know about how and if the FBI is going to continue this type of vetting after the inauguration?
They have not said, Savannah, but it's really unlikely that the FBI, which has a huge mission, is going to have the time or the personnel to sort of try to vet the hundreds and thousands of members of the U.S. military. The Pentagon's going to have to try to do that. But look, even, as I said, even among people who hold top secret security clearances, the U.S. government is still grappling with how to do this. They only a few years ago started looking at people's social media as part of the renewal of their security clearance process. And that's an imperfect method. You don't catch everything. And, they really have not come to grips with the challenge of trying to figure out who has extremist beliefs in these privileged positions, members of the military or holders of security clearances. And it's been something that's debated. There's pending legislation. No answers yet, guys.
All right, Ken, thank you so much.
Now, Joe Biden will be sworn in as president without any of his cabinet members in place.
5 of his cabinet picks have already testified before the Senate, including those for Homeland Security, Treasury, and State Department. But some may face some hurdles getting confirmed. NBC News correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now. Garrett, good morning. We're happy to have you with us on this day. Now, Biden is urging Republicans to confirm his national security picks today, but that may not happen with his pick for Homeland Security. Tell us more about the latest there.
Yeah, there's a possibility we could see votes in the Senate late this afternoon or this evening to try to get some of these Biden cabinet picks in place, but that list won't include Alejandro Mayorkas, who's Biden's pick to be the Department of Homeland Security chief. That's because of a now familiar name to our viewers, Josh Hawley, the Republican senator from Missouri, who said after Mayorkas' confirmation hearing yesterday that he still has unanswered questions about the Biden immigration agenda, and as such, he's not going to consent to the speedy consideration of Mayorkas on the Senate floor anytime soon. You know, in the Senate, any one senator doesn't have the power to do much except slow things down, and that's a power Hawley is using here. I think it tells you a little something about his strategy to reconcile himself to the rest of the country and to Democrats after January 6th, that he's picking a fight with the Biden administration this early.
Garrett, today, Democrats not only get the White House, but they also officially get some more Senate seats. Incoming Georgia Senators Raphael Warnock and Jon Ossoff will be sworn in this afternoon, along with Alex Padilla, who's taking the VP's seat in California. So what are you learning about that? How could this help the Biden administration right off the bat?
Yeah, this is the big switch today. It'll still be a 50-50 Senate, but it'll be Democrats holding the gavels. They'll be chairing committees. They'll be in charge of what comes to the floor, and they'll have Kamala Harris as the tie-breaking vote for when 50-50 votes do come to the floor. And while there's still some details to be worked out, there's a power-sharing agreement that essentially has to happen for things like control of committees. It's that ability to start moving things to the floor that really gives Democrats the opportunity to move quickly on simple things like confirmation of non-controversial nominees, confirmation of judges, just like we saw during the Trump administration. So late this afternoon, it remains possible we'll see votes on some of these things as soon as the power shifts. Although, interestingly enough, the majority and minority leaders said they're not even going to switch offices this time around. They're going to stay where they are. They want to get right to work.
Garrett, quickly, we can't let you go without asking about the other big piece of work for them, impeachment trial. What's the latest on the timeline? What's it going to look like now that there's a 50-50 split in the Senate?
Yeah, well, look, it won't start today. We know that. They didn't send the article over last night. It takes a day to process that, and things are set to start the next day. There's a pretty widespread agreement among senators that they would rather work on the start of a Biden administration. They would rather get some of these nominees confirmed than essentially get locked into doing impeachment business. Republicans, in many cases, don't want to have the trial at all. But Chuck Schumer said yesterday there will be a trial. It's just a question of when. That's one of the things they're trying to work out. Is it possible to even split their day so they could do some other work in the morning, the trial in the afternoon? Nobody really wants to see the Senate bogged down in trials for days and days at a time. So that's up in the air. Not today, maybe tomorrow.
We'll see. Garrett, thank you so much.
Maybe tomorrow, what we often say about the Senate. Thanks, Garrett.
You bet.
And we are just hours away from the inauguration of Joseph R. Biden.
Continuing coverage of this historic event after the break.
Everybody, welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
I'll tell you what the American people's mandate is. Heal the nation. It's why he ran. That is why he won. How close to the breaking point is our hospital system? Why should we feel confident that vaccine distribution will go smoothly? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus exploding to staggering
President-elect
new records.
Biden moves forward with his transition. What are your priorities going to be on those first days? With vaccinations ramping up.
How are you feeling?
Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
Are you ready?
Monday boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children. I can't calm down.
Do No Harm. All 6 episodes, plus a special bonus episode, are available now. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
We have been living in perpetual grief. The incomprehensible loss of life, shuttered businesses, the fabric of civility ripped apart. We found solace in our heroes. And now finally, we see what hope looks like. Our worst year is over. Thanks to science, defeating the virus appears to be in reach. How we heal the wounds left behind will define how history remembers not just the virus, but us.
Mr. Vice President, hey, how you doing? Come on, come on. Whoa. They won't let you. Are you? That's it. Yes.
Wow.
A mic drop there and an inauguration throwback courtesy of our friend Al Roker from President Obama's second inauguration 8 years ago today. And I love when we get some Al news in our show.
I remember that moment. I can't believe it's been 8 years. Now, President-elect Biden's journey to the White House, part of what you saw there, began in Delaware, where he served as U.S. Senator for 36 years.
Before leaving for Washington, he made an emotional farewell address as he remembered his late son, Beau.
Well, excuse the emotion, but when I die, Delaware will be written on my heart. And the hearts of all of us, all the Bidens. I am proud to be a son of Delaware. And I am even more proud to be standing here doing this from the Major Beau Biden facility. Ladies and gentlemen, I only have one regret. He's not here, because we should be introducing him as president.
Let's go back now to our NBC News political reporters, Ali Vitale and Vaughn Hilliard, both in Washington. Ali, first I'll go to you. Actually, you're the only one we're seeing right now, so you might be who's with us. We go from Biden's last, for now anyway, address in Delaware to his first address as president today in just a few hours. We've been reporting that the theme here is unity, uniting America. This is obviously a trying time for the country. What else do we know about the message he's expected to send today?
Savannah, unsurprisingly, the Biden team is keeping the content of these remarks, or at least anything specific about them, pretty close to the vest. We do know, though, that the president-elect has been working on these remarks since sometime in December. I know that over the weekend in Wilmington, he was huddled with family as well as top advisors, including Mike Donilon, who has worked for him for many years, who were prepping and honing the themes of this speech. Unity is going to be the top thing that we hear about today, though. It's something that Biden on the campaign trail repeatedly pressed the need for. In fact, unity in the sense of both coming together as a country right now in the face of such division, but also coming together in a bipartisan fashion to pass legislation and get Washington back to work. It's something that during the primary, some of his rivals called him naive for thinking about. But certainly as I've been on the campaign trail and talking to voters, it's something that they're really passionate about seeing. They want to see Biden start building those bridges and actually getting things done here. You also have to consider, as I've been talking to advisors, some of them have been with Biden for decades. This is something, you talk about his 36 years of public service in Delaware, but he's run for president 3 times. Politico Playbook has a really great stat that the first time he ran was over 12,000 days ago. This third presidential run obviously was the one that succeeded, but for so many advisors, and certainly for Biden himself, this is a decades in the making moment. They're the first to admit to you that there's nothing traditional about the way that this has played out, from the campaign to the very way that Biden is going to be inaugurated, but it's really special for them nonetheless.
Allie, first of all, I have to say, no offense to the beautiful Wilmington skyline, but it's nice to see the White House behind you there.
I agree. I'm happy you're home.
Looking forward to this speech. I mean, we'll be playing sound bites all morning from inaugural addresses passed, and clearly they're remembered for certain lines, for soaring rhetoric. But really, based on the reporting you guys have done there, that may not necessarily be the goal for Biden this time around, right?
Yeah, and the way that he feels that he is most effective in connecting with voters is speaking directly to them. So they're shying away from soaring rhetoric here. The wind is probably doing enough soaring for all of us today. It's supposed to get really gusty out here. But really what they're trying to do, they're up against the backdrop of history in a way that I think everyone working on this speech is aware of. But what they're really resisting is trying to do something that's too broad, that's too lofty. Instead, simply tackling the crisis that Biden is going to be tackling is lofty enough, and his rhetoric is going to be pretty plain spoken today. That's the way that he felt he connected best on the campaign trail, and it's the way that we expect to hear him now in these roughly 20 to 30-minute remarks.
Allie, I wonder what Biden himself thinks, hearing that was 12,000 days ago when he ran for president the first time, right? Vaughn, now to you, it does look like we have you and you can hear us, hopefully. This inauguration has been scaled down drastically, of course, due to the pandemic and the Capitol Hill riots. I know when we last saw you, and it looks like you might still be in an area where the public can get to that is blocks away from the Capitol. So have you talked to anyone this morning? Where are you? What's the mood like?
It's silent here on the streets as the sun comes up here, Savannah. This is essentially as far as the general public can go, and it's not that close, Savannah. You can see, these are some of the more than 25,000 National Guardsmen here in Washington, D.C. right now. You can see the building just on the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue over there. That's the Trump Hotel, which is also in the secure perimeter zone. There are no demonstrations, no protests that are going to be happening in the secure perimeter. There were 3 different groups that originally applied for permits, but for various reasons, none of those groups are going to be going inside. So essentially, this is where the general public can go. We should note again, 25,000 National Guardsmen. Just yesterday, the National Guard and the Department of Defense announced that 12 of those guardsmen were removed from their duties. There will be a review of those individuals here in the coming days, but they were removed out of precaution over, quote, inappropriate comments. The chief of the National Guard made a note that extremism is not tolerated within the military without directly implicating any of those individuals for extremist or radical beliefs. Again, though, Washington, D.C. on Inauguration Day, usually there's hundreds of thousands of folks, but hey, this is it, January 20th, 2021.
Allie, let's talk about President Trump. We expect he could leave the White House for good anytime now in just a matter of minutes. He's not going to be going quietly. Tell us about what's next for him this morning.
Well, Joe, we'll be watching behind us as we see Marine One lift off, probably closer to around 8 a.m. But he's going off with the pomp and circumstance send-off that we have seen from him throughout the presidency. Actually, as I think about the way that he's leaving, he's going to Joint Base Andrews. There's going to be sort of a rally-type setting there, sending him off, almost as if he's a head of state visiting. It's the thing that I've seen from him over the course of the last few years. And when I even think about the early days of covering this administration on trips to Saudi Arabia, countries throughout Asia, leaders knew that the way to curry favor with Trump was to receive him grandly. And so I remember literal red carpets rolled out in places like Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, because that was the thing that Trump cared about. He's someone who is so into the visuals and the optics. And so it makes sense that he's going out this way, still flying on Air Force One, as we were talking about earlier. The name of that plane is not Air Force One once he stops being the president. So he's getting this flight in right under the wire so that he can leave on Air Force One. And we saw in the message that he released last night, he offered some words of luck for the next administration. It's not something that we've heard from him. But for the most part, this is just not the way that the transfer of power is supposed to go. He's not going to be here. He has not technically conceded to his opponent. It really just is. We throw this word around so much, but it's unprecedented. And again, it caps off the way that we've seen this entire transition, split screen moment after split screen moment. even just from the way that the Trump administration started. Remember, we were in the briefing room with Sean Spicer lying to our faces about this being the biggest inauguration crowd ever. If you want to bookend it, theoretically, Jen Psaki in her first briefing could factfully brag about the fact that they had the smallest inauguration crowd ever.
Unprecedented, Ali, you said it. We use it a lot, but it's a great word when it's the right word, and here it certainly is. And Ali, we will be keeping an eye there as we see if Marine One lifts off any minute now, so we will bring that to you as we see it. But Vaughn, I just want to ask you before we let you guys go, today's inauguration is set to be this all-day affair, so tell us what we can expect to see after the swearing-in ceremony.
After the swearing-in ceremony, Savannah, as is tradition, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will move to the east front of the Capitol. That's typically where they send off the outgoing president. Of course, President Trump is going to be in Florida at that point, but Vice President Pence will be at the ceremony here today and will be seen off. At that point, the incoming administration will be joined by the Obamas, the Bushes, and the Clintons over at National Cemetery over in Arlington, where they will lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. And at that point, they will also then there will be a presidential escort in which there will be a motorcade in which Joe Biden will head toward the White House. Accompanying them will be every branch of the military, as well as the drum lines from the president and the vice president's alma maters, the University of Delaware and Howard University here in Washington, D.C. And then at that point, Joe Biden will step out of that motorcade at 15th Street and he will walk over to the White House. From there, there's going to be a virtual parade in which multiple individuals will be performing. And then it's going to be at 8:30 tonight. There's a more formal 90-minute ceremony in which Tom Hanks will be narrating, and there will be performances by the likes of Tim McGraw and Katy Perry and John Legend to wrap the day. Joe and Savannah?
Things might be scaled down this year, but they can still fill an entire day with stuff. All right, Vaughn and Ali, thank you both so much.
Now, as the Capitol prepares for an inauguration unlike any other, another way of saying unprecedented, Joe.
But not unique. Or maybe it is. I don't know. Anyway.
President Trump is breaking tradition one last time and leaving D.C. before his successor is sworn in.
NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba now joins us from West Palm Beach, Florida. Monica, that is the president's destination later today. What's going on where you are right now?
That's right, Joe and Savannah. Good morning. The president and first lady will be departing the White House in the next hour, where they will then head to Joint Base Andrews to do a ceremonial send-off before boarding Air Force One for a final time and landing here in West Palm Beach, Florida, where they have a home, the Mar-a-Lago estate, which they purchased years ago and which now Florida has become their official residence. So this is where they are expected to live as they go back to being private citizens. But what's so notable about the timing is that they will both be landing here while the president is still technically the commander-in-chief before noon. So he actually will have to travel with the nuclear football until then. And then when President-elect Joe Biden is sworn in and takes that oath of office, he will have his own nuclear football. And at that time, what is so significant here is that President Trump, then he will become a former president, is expected to be completely out of sight, not in front of any television cameras. And he will just resort to his private life here in Florida as he now faces a Senate impeachment trial over the next days and weeks to come. But he really doesn't have much of a way of communicating with the American public starting this afternoon, since, of course, he's been suspended from many of his social media accounts. So it will be very interesting to see how he tries to get his message out. We know he doesn't even have a formal impeachment defense team set up at this point, Joe.
Hey, Monica, even though he's been taken off many of these social media platforms, he was able to post something to YouTube, this farewell address. Let's get into that. It wasn't the typical primetime message that other outgoing presidents have delivered because of the fact that it was posted to YouTube. Notably, though, he never actually said Joe Biden's name. He did wish the new administration some luck, though, which is a little bit of a different message than we've heard. Tell us about what he said to the incoming administration.
That's right, Savannah. The president and the White House released this video through official channels. It was about 20 minutes in length. The First Lady did about a 6-minute version on Monday. And really, it was a look back at what their perceived accomplishments are from the last 4 years. But the president did have some words of encouragement, even though he never explicitly talked about Joe Biden or Kamala Harris by name. Take a listen to a portion of that farewell address.
This week, we inaugurate a new administration and pray for its success in keeping America safe and prosperous. We extend our best wishes, and we also want them to have luck, a very important word.
The president may echo that sentiment when he speaks at Joint Base Andrews in the next hour or so. Notably absent from that event will be Vice President Mike Pence, who instead is attending the inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. But Donald Trump is somebody who has shattered norms and traditions for 5 years, but perhaps never as much on display as we'll see today, when we're not expected to see any kind of interaction between the outgoing president and his successor. I'm told aides and allies encouraged him to leave a final personal note for Joe Biden in the Oval Office, but as of now, we're told we shouldn't expect that to happen. Joe and Savannah.
Monica, I think you just got through that report without using the word unprecedented, though much of what you said is exactly that. Thanks, Monica. We'll see you soon. Now, when Biden takes the oath, he's going to face some big foreign policy challenges from Russia to China and North Korea.
NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter is in London following the international reaction to today's inauguration. So, Molly, let's start with your reaction across the UK and Europe. A new poll before the Capitol riot showed 1 in 3 Europeans thought America can't be trusted. Is there a feeling in Europe that Biden can change that?
Hey, guys, good morning. Absolutely. And we saw the optimism back in November, look, pouring in congratulations from leaders. The resounding kind of message here in Europe was welcome back, America. But take a look at this poll. It does say 1 in 3 Europeans from 11 countries say the U.S. can't be trusted. More than 60% say the political system is completely or somewhat broken. And nearly 60% say they still need American military might. Now, guys, what's interesting, though, this poll very much about America, about the political system as a whole. Now, there's another poll from the Pew Research Center that talks a little bit more about Biden as a leader, as a person. Take a look at this. Large majorities in Germany, 79%, France, 72%, and the UK, 65% say they have confidence in Biden to do the right thing in world affairs. And I think that's the message we'll be hearing, especially over here in Europe, from leaders, on social media throughout the day. Guys.
Now, Molly, we talked quite a bit about Trump's relationship with Russia's Vladimir Putin throughout his presidency. The Biden administration now is promising a strong response to the massive suspected Russian hack of federal agencies that we've seen recently. What kind of impact could a different relationship between the U.S. and Russia have on the world stage?
Savannah, you're right. Expect a reset. President-elect Biden was very clear throughout his campaign. He's going to be tough on Russia. He's going to hold the Kremlin and President Putin to account. Now, specifically on the hack, he's on the record saying our adversaries should know that as president, I will not stand idly by in the face of cyber assaults on our nation, adding that it is a top priority at every level of the government. You guys, he's also on the record saying he wants to impose financial repercussions both on individuals and entities. So what we're looking for in the coming days, in coming weeks, stepped up sanctions, stepped up counter cyber espionage efforts, and also just kind of leading an outspoken condemnation. We already heard from his national security team this week. They were out in front condemning the arrest and detention of Alexei Navalny, of course, Putin's biggest critic. But you guys, Putin and the Kremlin know that this is coming. They know Joe Biden very well, of course. Check out this statement from today. Dmitry Peskov has put out a statement saying the Kremlin does not prepare for the inauguration, but they are looking for good relations with the U.S. Whether there's a reciprocal political will from Washington will depend on Mr. Biden. Guys.
All right, Molly, thank you so much.
Let's get a check at your inaugural forecast.
Bill Cairns joins us now. And Bill, I've been to a couple inaugurations, and I got to say it was colder midday than it was getting here at 4:30 or so this morning. What do we got?
Today's going to be known as like the Winds of Change inauguration. It'll be almost guaranteed the windiest inaugural forecast we've ever had. So we actually had a little bit of rain that moved through early. So if you notice behind some of our reporters, the streets were a little wet. That rain has exited. There may be a snow flurry or two this morning, but it's not going to last. So let's look back. 1985, the coldest ever was Ronald Reagan's second inauguration. It was so cold that they actually held the ceremony indoors, of course, with a temperature like that. Now, as far as the most snow, you have to go all the way back to 1909 when there was almost 10 inches of snow for William William Howard Taft. And as far as the warmest, it's amazing. Reagan actually had the warmest and the coldest for his first inauguration. It was 55 degrees for President Reagan. And then the most rain, that was in 1937. That's a deluge, almost 2 inches of rain for Franklin Delano Roosevelt. So what do we have today? I led to it, and it was the big story of starting this, was the gusty winds. So we start off cloudy with a few flurries, and then the winds are going to howl this afternoon. Right during the actual swearing-in ceremony at noon, we could see wind gusts of 40 miles per hour. So, you picture hair blowing all over the place, papers if they're loose, or whatever's not tied down could be blowing around. And then by 3 p.m., the winds begin to die off a little bit, and then it'll be sunny skies, and it'll be clear the rest of the day. So it should be interesting to keep an eye on the wind and how it affects things on TV.
Yeah, Bill Cairns, winds of change might be the line of the morning. Thanks so much. Tens of thousands of National Guard troops are standing guard in the nation's capital.
The latest security measures meant to ensure the smoothest of transitions of power. Next.
Everybody, welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
I'll tell you what the American people's mandate is. Heal the nation. It's why he ran. That is why he won. How close to the breaking point is our hospital system? Why should we feel confident that vaccine distribution will go smoothly? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus exploding to staggering. President-elect Biden moves forward with his transition. What are your priorities going to be on those first days? With vaccinations ramping up.
How are you feeling?
Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
Are you ready?
Monday boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, and she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children. I can't calm down.
Do No Harm. All 6 episodes, plus a special bonus episode, are available now. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
We have been living in perpetual grief. The incomprehensible loss of life, shuttered businesses, the fabric of civility ripped apart. We found solace in our heroes. And now finally, we see what hope looks like. Our worst year is over. Thanks to science, defeating the virus appears to be in reach. How we heal the wounds left behind will define how history remembers not just the virus, but us.
You're looking live right now in Washington, D.C., where we anticipate President Trump in the next few moments will be boarding Marine One and leaving the White House en route to Joint Base Andrews, where there'll be a ceremony. He'll say his goodbye and then get on Air Force One and fly to Florida in advance of the inauguration of Joe Biden later on this morning. In 2021, Wednesday has been the day that repeatedly brings us seismic news. 2 Wednesdays ago, rioters ransacked the Capitol building. Exactly 1 week later, the House impeached the president, saying that he incited an insurrection.
Now, today, I don't think we need to tell you what's going on. This Wednesday, the nation prepares for inauguration, of course, coming up in just a few hours. Now, here to draw a line from the siege to today is MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vossoughian, who was on the ground
Let me tell you, you were talking to Bill Cairns a little bit earlier about the winds of change. There certainly is a wind of change afoot in this city, guys. I mean, I got to tell you, it is completely surreal. And I want kind of Paul, my cameraman, to push out because we have the Library of Congress right in front of me. To my right, we have the Supreme Court building. If you look all the way through this gate, this 7-foot non-scalable fence that they have put up as security measures in place with that barbed wire fencing on top so nobody can actually get over this thing. You can see the Washington Monument. And just to the right of that is the Capitol building where Joe Biden will be sworn in at 12 noon today as the 46th president of the United States. It's a really surreal moment, right? I've covered inaugurations in this city before. I covered Obama's inauguration as well. And normally, guys, even at this time in the morning, right, about 7:45 at this point, 10 minutes or so to 8, you would see thousands of people in the street. You would see vendors afoot. You'd see people selling merchandise, hats, scarves, whatever, because it's usually super cold on Inauguration Day, as we well know. Today, thankfully, it's a little bit warmer for now and some sun peeking through. But nonetheless, none of that is here. I mean, look at it. You have 3 people here, some stragglers in the street here. I'm having a conversation. You know, someone walking their dog early this morning. And you have, look at this, Bank of America right here boarded up. And this is just one of the many businesses throughout this city right now in which is boarded up because of the potential of violence happening. Of course, all of us remember what happened on January 6th. I was here on the foot of the Capitol, on the steps of the Capitol, as they raided the Capitol. The rioters stormed into the Capitol. And this security, it is just beyond measure to explain how this city is on complete and total lockdown, an unprecedented inauguration like we have never seen before. Really now just a few minutes away from Donald Trump leaving Washington, D.C. 4 hours before Joe Biden will be inaugurated as the next president of the United States. But the atmosphere much different than we have ever seen in this city on Inauguration Day, guys.
Yasmin Vossoughian, thank you for that look around, and a true pro who was able to walk us through that without even being able to hear us. So thank you so much. I believe now we have a shot of Marine One, which should now be, yep, there it is. President Trump will be boarding Marine One shortly, headed to Joint Base Andrews, where he will then board Air Force One, headed for Florida. Of course, we know this morning before any of the inauguration festivities really get underway. Notably, it will be just about the last time in the last few hours that what he will be boarding at Joint Base Andrews is called Air Force One. It will no longer be Air Force One once he is no longer the president.
What we're about to witness is unconventional, to say the least. We are used to watching outgoing presidents board Marine One and leave the White House, but usually it happens after the next president is inaugurated. This time, a different situation. President Trump will not be attending the inauguration today. Of course, based on our reporting, we don't believe he has had any contact with Joe Biden whatsoever. The big questions is, did he leave a note for Joe Biden at all? You might remember President Trump is the first one-term president in 28 years since George H.W. Bush. And it was that Bush, Bush 41, who sort of started this tradition of writing a note for their successor, wishing them the best, even in defeat. So a lot of people have been wondering if that is something that's going to happen in this situation.
Absolutely. We usually also see a ride with the former president and incoming president together to the Capitol building, something else we're, of course, not going to see today, given that the president is leaving the district before any of those festivities actually get underway today.
As we wait for history to unfold, we do want to bring in a panel to try and share some perspective on the significance of today. We have NBC News national security contributor Jeremy Bash, who is with us right now, along with the Wall Street Journal's Catherine Lucy and NBC News political contributor and presidential historian Jonathan Alter, all with us now. Thank you for being with us. Catherine, I want to start with you. Let's talk about the Trump presidency with the backdrop of impeachment, the aftermath of the insurrection on Capitol Hill. We know President Trump laid out in his farewell address that this movement he started is, quote, only just beginning. So at this moment right now, what is his legacy?
I think it's hard to talk about the president's legacy without really talking about the past few weeks. Everything that he has done in office is going to be overshadowed by the riot at the Capitol and the fact that he, encouraged his supporters to go down there and show strength, and that a week later he was impeached for his role in encouraging this violence. So he is leaving as a president, shadowed by that in a way that no president ever has been. It's hard to even put that in historical perspective. He is also, of course, a president who's been impeached twice. He is a president whose legacy is one of chaos and tumult. And he is leaving office diminished by the past few weeks because, if we went back to November after the elections, while he had lost to Joe Biden, Republicans had done better than expected in down ticket races. He had shown a lot of strength in key states, and there was a view that he would still play a leading role in his party and have a lot of influence in the party. And now, after this violence at the Capitol, a second impeachment, and a looming Senate trial, all of that is in a lot of question. Just what kind of role he certainly and people around him still want to play a role. They argue he can still be an influential presence, that he still has strong support. But all of that really is in question now as he leaves the White House for the last time.
And we need to interrupt you guys right now. We want to go straight to an NBC News special report.
Morning, everybody. It's 8 a.m. in the east, 5 a.m. out west. We've got breaking news out of Washington this morning. Take a look. The president, Donald Trump, about to depart the White House. You're looking at the south lawn of the White House. This will be his final time as president to board Marine One, the president's helicopter, where he will go to Joint Base Andrews and take a final flight in Air Force One to his home in Florida. The president expected to walk out those doors any moments now, so we will keep our eye on this picture. Hoda, this is the first president in 150 years who will not be attending his successor's inauguration, but instead will get out of town early in the morning.
Yeah, normally what we have seen in past administrations is this moment would happen after the inauguration, after the handoff is complete, and instead President Trump will be heading to Florida in just a little bit. Let's turn to Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, we usually know what President Trump is thinking and feeling because he usually is tweeting about it. Now we don't have that. Just tell us what you're hearing at the White House.
Well, as we live in these live pictures right now on the South Lawn, you can see that there is not a crowd assembled there. Often when the president departs the White House, he'll have many of his supporters, even staffers there to cheer him on. Instead, that sort of celebration of self will take place at Joint Base Andrews this morning. We're told that the president, over the course of the last several days, is really pushing for a big celebratory farewell to take place at Andrews, including requests for a red carpet, a color guard, a military band, even perhaps a 21-gun salute. No indication exactly what it'll look like, but we do expect to hear from the president again. Notably, this will be the first time we have seen President Trump, Hoda and Savannah, in more than a week. He's effectively been secluded inside the White House for the last week plus. Overnight, frankly, just before 1 o'clock in the morning, a matter of hours ago, the president delivering one of his final acts as president of the United States. Those pardons and commutations, 140 or so total, including one to his former chief strategist, Steve Bannon. Notably, the president did not pardon any members of his family or pardon himself, which is something we had been watching. We were told that the president had been warned by advisors against a self-pardon for, among other reasons, the appearance of guilt, the idea that they communicated to him that it wouldn't protect him against any potential cases to take place in state courts. And also, frankly, they weren't sure that it would hold up in court. So again, a president who arrived here at the White House defiant and unapologetic, prepares to leave after 4 turbulent years. A lot of folks asked how his term would end. We now know the answer. In the middle of a once-in-a-century pandemic, the president becoming the first president ever impeached twice, with a really divided nation. Hoda and Savannah.
All right, Peter Alexander. Peter, thanks.
So that helicopter, Marine One, is headed to Joint Base Andrews, where Air Force One is in position, ready to take the president down to Florida, Mar-a-Lago, which will be his home for the foreseeable future. And Kelly, tell us the scene that you are observing there, and what are the logistics now? Because until just a few minutes after noon today, President Trump is president of the United States.
and he is harnessing all the trappings of his office for these final hours. Here we are at Joint Base Andrews. It's sort of a mix of the pomp and ceremony of the presidency with a rally atmosphere. If you hear that music behind me, that is a part of the playlist that we've come to know for years of Trump rallies. It's an eclectic mix of music, always much louder than it needs to be. And here the president will be received by some of his friends and supporters, invited guests who had to, of course, be cleared onto a military base. So it's a smaller group than normal. And you'll have the large version of Air Force One with the tail number 29,000 taking Donald Trump to Florida. With him will be a military aide with the nuclear codes. He will have all of that power at his disposal until he passes that power about noontime when Joe Biden takes the oath. Part of the timing of this day, as we understand it, is President Trump wanted to fly home while it is still Air Force One. For former presidents, it's known as Special Air Mission and not Air Force One, reserved only for the president. So on the remainder of his time here, the flight on Marine One coming to Joint Base Andrews, the couple of hours in the air heading to South Florida, and then one more Marine One getting him to the Mar-a-Lago landing pad, which Palm Beach County had made available to him, permitting that just for his time in office. That's supposed to be dug up and removed from the Mar-a-Lago property after his time. We've already heard a military band rehearsing. I can tell you it's cold and windy here. We even had snow in the skies before the sun came up. And so that'll be a challenge for those who are on the horn section today for the Hail to the Chief that we heard them rehearsing. We expect the president to make remarks here, some thank yous, and a little reflection on his time in office. But as we've all been pointing out, this is an exit unlike any of his predecessors in the modern era. He sort of bookends it with the escalator ride at Trump Tower in New York when he launched his candidacy, and he will leave on a red carpet and Air Force One, leaving Washington, but leaving behind his shadow, because as Peter mentioned, of course, the Senate impeachment trial is still to come, and the unknowns of what is a private citizen Donald Trump going to be like in terms of his attempts to have a voice in modern politics and preparing for whatever may come next. There's been talk, would he ever run again? Would he try to be a force in conservative politics? Those are real question marks. But by noon today, he will again be a private citizen with still some of the trappings of power, a Secret Service detail, an office at his disposal, but some of the toys that many former presidents say they miss most, Marine One, Air Force One, that will be coming to an end. Savannah, Hoda?
All right, Kelly, thank you for setting the scene with some action behind you. So there is a movement afoot. We continue to watch the White House South Lawn, where the president is expected to depart any moment now with the First Lady as they start their journey home to Florida. We're told that the Trump family members, the children, Don Jr., Tiffany, Ivanka, all assembled already at Andrews Air Force Base awaiting this celebration that he has planned for his departure. Let's bring in Chuck Todd, NBC's White House correspondent, NBC's political director. Chuck, I was going old school. You and I used to be White House correspondents.
Well, Biden, Obama, Biden, it's all back, right? Everything old is new again.
Once a White House correspondent, always a White House correspondent. Right. But Chuck, let me call on your many years of expertise here, because you and I have watched many inaugurations together. And this one is different. We are not going to see all those kind of grace notes between an outgoing administration and an incoming administration, the shaking of the hands on the North Portico steps. We won't see the changing of the guard.
No, we won't. And, it's interesting, Savannah, 2 months ago, when we called the election for Joe Biden, in that moment, we were talking about, hey, Joe Biden won, but Donald Trump proved to be more resilient than anybody thought. This is, he lost the presidency, but he leaves with a very strong political movement. That would have been the potential lead today for him. Instead, if you think about what he did to his own self, in some ways humiliating himself over these last 2 months with this desperate attempt to prove that he won an election that he didn't, he's now leaving in this. I am just flabbergasted at how few people are at the White House right now seeing him off, how nobody is interested. He really is now leaving office kind of a pariah in his own party. Where, sure, there are rank and file people that are going to be with him, and we'll see how long they stick by him. but it's almost as if Washington can't wait for him to leave. And the lack of people, and had he just handled himself differently today, there would have been throngs of people at that White House right now. He maybe sticks around. He maybe has a going away celebration this afternoon that was kind of like Bill Clinton's in 2001, where the entire cabinet shows up and Mike Pence is there, and he could have walked away sort of the leader of the Republican Party that just happened to lose an election. But he literally blew himself up. And now we're watching him essentially in a very, for him, there's no doubt in my mind he can't stand how all of this looks right now. He knows he is leaving a pariah and nobody wants to be seen with him. And that is not something that sits well with Donald Trump, the individual.
Well, let's pick up that piece of the conversation and go over to Hallie Jackson, because the question of where the Republican Party stands right now is a fascinating one. And it's going to come to a head pretty soon in Congress, in the Senate, where an impeachment trial is about to be held as well. Talk about, first of all, Vice President Mike Pence, who had been the staunchest and most loyal to the very end with President Trump until the Capitol insurrection, where his own life was threatened. And now you see that distance, and it's so notable today, Hallie, that Vice President Pence is going to attend the inauguration and not President Trump's goodbye party at Andrews Air Force Base, Joint Base Andrews. So talk about where the Republican Party is, or where it goes from here.
So, Savannah, that's exactly the thread that I was thinking about as you and Chuck were having that conversation about Vice President Pence. Typically, right, at any of the other moments in the 4 years that I've been covering President Donald Trump, you would see the vice president at his side. He is not going to be. In fact, it's Mike Pence who's going to be conducting what we often think of as the trappings of the presidency as it relates to what you described as the changing of the guard, is the handoff there. It is the vice president who will be attending the inauguration. It is the vice president who has been stepping into that role in the absence, frankly, of President Trump's desire to do that. So that is one of the things that we're going to be watching today, those dynamics and how it plays out. The relationship between those two leaders, Savannah, between the president and vice president, according to my sources, is just broken. It is not like it was. It is not ever going to be like it was again. As the vice president departs, the White House staffers depart as well. As we take a look at the South Lawn here, and just to give folks a perspective, we have seen President Trump do this walk about 1 billion times through the course of his presidency from a different vantage point. This is often where he stops and talks to reporters before getting on Marine One. You hear that chopper noise in the background. It's unlikely he'll stop and talk today. He might. You can see the people on the left side of your screen. Those are members of the pool, other reporters waiting to hear from the president. But you look ahead at what's next. He will be in Mar-a-Lago, but this impeachment trial that you referenced will be happening in the Senate. And this is going to be a test for many Republicans. It's going to take 17 Republicans to basically cross the aisle and vote with Democrats to convict President Trump. Mitch McConnell, the Senate leader, the Senate Republican leader, has all but given permission tacitly for Republicans to do that by saying he himself, and publicly saying in ways that have been communicated to the media, that he is open one way or the other. He is not ruling out a potential conviction. We're not just talking about people like, Senator Mitt Romney, right? Senator Susan Collins, people who have been considered in kind of that never Trump camp or Trump skeptical camp that have often come out and expressed their concern or disappointment with the president. We're talking about the potential for many more Republicans, perhaps 10, 15 Republicans, to come out if, in fact, Mitch McConnell is the one who is able to open the door for that once this trial begins. And the state of the Republican Party, that's the short-term piece of it, right? But you look at the medium and the longer-term piece. There is a reckoning that is already happening about how this party either comes together or doesn't in the post-Trump era, which is beginning in just about 4 hours from now. Because you have to remember, while President Trump has dismayed, disappointed, infuriated some conservatives here in Washington and many Republicans around the country, particularly with the way he incited that insurrection at the Capitol just here a couple of weeks ago, he still does have a hardcore base of loyal supporters. And there will be, and there are right now, some Republicans who are hoping to tap into that. You look at the actions of, for example, Senator Josh Hawley over the last couple of weeks, the things that he has done, the things he has previewed that he will do as it relates to this impeachment trial, somebody who seems to be looking to take the mantle of the Trump presidency, Savannah, as we see the president walk out.
Let's watch these pictures. The president and First Lady in their final steps outside the White House residence, walking over to the assembled. And we may perhaps hear from him, but that will be something we'll have to play back. We don't have a live picture of that. And I bring Peter Alexander into this conversation. I know you're watching with me, and you, as White House correspondent, have seen many, many of these departures from the South Lawn. And they, even though it's somewhat routine, it usually does draw a crowd. We don't see that huge crowd of staff today. But let's just take a moment and watch these final moments of President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump as they board Marine One, headed home to Florida. We do know now what the president just said to the crowd. He said it has been a great honor and an amazing 4 years. Those were his words just a moment ago to the crowd. We do have a camera there, and we'll turn that tape around as soon as we can get it. But right now, we will watch Marine One as it departs. It's a short ride to Joint Base Andrews, just outside of Washington, and that's where Air Force One is pre-positioned, ready to take the president and the First Lady to Mar-a-Lago, where the president will live for the foreseeable future. And there it is, shot of Air Force One. The final time that the president will ride in Air Force One in his 4-year term.
Yeah, and at the air base, we do see some well-wishers and fans. We know that Vice President Pence will not be there. He said he could not do the inauguration as well as this farewell event. So it'll be interesting to see who is there when President Trump arrives. Again, he's president until noon today. It is not as if this moment marks the end of anything. It is after the inauguration at noontime that President Trump will no longer be president of the United States.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, this is a scene we have seen many times before, but not at this moment, not in the morning. And here's some of the tape playback of the president giving that final wave just into our newsroom. So we're showing that final wave from a different vantage point, but he is now, the picture on your left is a live picture where Marine One is about to depart. But normally this all would take place after the inauguration, after a shaking of hands, after a tea, after a ceremonial walk. None of that is happening today. The president has chosen to leave town early, head to this celebration at Joint Base Andrews, and then head off to Florida. Peter, let me bring you into this because, you know, these final days at the White House, I know have been extraordinary. They always are. But there's been a real emptying out. We've seen resignations of cabinet secretaries, as Marine One rotors up here. Just a different feel in the closing days of this administration.
Yeah, Savannah, that's exactly right. I was in the West Wing briefly yesterday as members of the president's staff were clearing out their desks, some of them leaving notes behind for those that would succeed them. But notably, what we're looking at right now is something that would happen on the east front of the Capitol. This is something that would happen after the inauguration of a new president. This president, the first in 152 years, the first living president in 152 years, not to participate in that peaceful transfer of power at the Capitol, the inauguration process. Instead, the peaceful transfer of power this day, of course, is being guaranteed, secured by 25,000 National Guard troops who have secured just a massive perimeter around Washington. This is a stunning shot to see, a shot that we only have on extraordinary days like this, a live picture of the President of the United States boarding Marine One for a short trip to Joint Base Andrews. The president who has been photographed so many times, spoken to the cameras so many times from that position where the red carpet exits the South Portico at the White House, doing it for the final time on this day. And as we've been discussing, this president who had been eyeing 2024 with conversations early on that it might be on this day that he announced a 2024 presidential bid in some way to try to overshadow Joe Biden's victory, has in many ways been diminished by the events of the last several weeks, those Capitol riots, the president's incitement of many of his supporters to head there. As you watch Marine One pick up.
As we watch this, I'm struck because we have this wide vantage point of the White House and the whole complex that if you look to the top left of your screen and if you were to see the street right across is Blair House. And Blair House is where the president-elect Joe Biden spent the evening and is right now. And that is as close as the outgoing president and the incoming president will come today. This picture you see right there. The outgoing President Trump aboard Marine One, it's taking off, about to lift up over the White House. We'll pass over Blair House, where the incoming president waits to take the oath of office after noon today.
Yes, and
Savannah, for clarity, early today we heard from members of Joe Biden's team that there has been no direct contact between President Trump and President-elect Biden. Of course, none, as you note, will happen face-to-face, and there has been no call of any kind, in spite, as we were told, allies and advisors of the president urging him to do just that.
How long is this ride, Savannah?
It's just a few minutes, 5-10 minutes. Yeah, it's the Joint Base Andrews is just a few minutes outside of Washington, and that's the quickest way to get there. Yeah. Marine One, and it also affords that ride affords an incredible and beautiful view of the nation's capital and all of its monuments. The United States Capitol, the Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson, the White House, the Washington Monument. He is flying over a city in lockdown whose mall is closed. Spectators, other than a handful, not allowed because of the security concerns and the attempted insurrection of 2 weeks ago. So you can imagine that's a beautiful shot, and what a view that really only a president gets.
And I'm sure a lot of people are wondering, what are Trump's final words going to be as president of the United States? And when he gets there, he will make some brief remarks, and we'll be curious to see what he says. Kelly O'Donnell is actually there. And Kelly, we were talking about some of the people who will not be in attendance, Vice President Pence, Mitch McConnell, and the rest. Have you seen some who are in attendance who we may know the names of?
Well, there's certainly a few of the staffers who have been a part of our White House experience, not necessarily well known to the public. One of them that may be known to the audience, Hogan Gidley, who has served as a spokesperson for President Trump both at the White House and the campaign. They have filled in behind us here at Joint Base Andrews, and the invitation was extended to people in the orbit of the president, and it allowed a +5. So you have some children, some family members, and for people who have been allies of the president, this is an important way to say goodbye. Now, the ride from Marine One is about 10 minutes, and notably today, as you can see, there's a decoy. There's always 3 of these Marine choppers. Only one is known as Marine One. That's, of course, for security. That's about a 10-minute flight to get here to Joint Base Andrews. And I would not be at all surprised if President Trump asked for the touring version, where he could see some of the monuments and sites that occasionally that's done by presidents. And notably today, he would be able to see the National Mall that has been filled in with flags for the Biden-Harris inauguration, a stunning display and something that will clearly make President Trump aware that his time in Washington is ending, and this is a day of celebration for his successor. But here at Joint Base Andrews, we do expect some thank yous. Now, the fact that the vice president is not attending today, and it is fair to say he is going to the inaugural and he has time commitments there, but he still possesses the ability to take a motorcade and to travel quickly. So it certainly seems to be about more than logistics that Vice President Pence will not be here today. He will be the representative of this administration to the next administration and will participate in those ceremonial important markers today. So there'll be that small bit of the peaceful connection. Other than that, we expect this to be a very Trump-centric experience, with the president talking about his time in office, feeling the support of those who've gathered here, and saying goodbye. Savannah, Hoda?
All right, Kelly, we continue to watch Marine One, and there's a little bit of a disconnect there. You see the majesty of that image, and then we hear the music that's playing at the rally, a little Billie Jean, which is makes for a stark picture and a stark combination. Let's bring Andrea Mitchell into this conversation. Andrea, get your perspective. You certainly have covered a lot of inaugurations. We're going to be seeing a different one for a variety of reasons. We've obviously mentioned that the president has chosen not to attend, but we're also in the midst of a pandemic. So where we would have seen tens of thousands perhaps on the mall, was only about 1,000 tickets that were handed out because of social distancing and because of health requirements.
No, absolutely. And it occurs to me that that is the closest flying over it that this outgoing president is going to get, not only to those flags, which of course represent the people that cannot be there on the mall, and he came into the White House exaggerating the numbers of people that had been there for his inauguration, the crowd most notably, but also the closest he'll come to those extraordinary lights that were there along the reflecting pond for the first memorial that this nation has had yesterday evening at sunset, which was so remarkable for all of the 400,000 people, more than 400,000 people who have died. I'm thinking also of COVID and the deep cleaning that has been going on in the White House, and now the extraordinary activity inside that White House. Now, usually there is very little time because the incoming president and the president-elect and new First Lady are coming in to the White House for that ceremonial coffee. There are other people there being greeted. There's an exchange of gifts. We've seen that every time in modern history, but this time that's not happening. So there's a little bit more time for the White House staff, the extraordinary staff reporting to the chief usher, and the chief usher is for now staying. And interestingly, he was recruited from the Trump Hotel here in Washington. So he was a Trump employee, the first time that a political appointee was brought into the usher's office, and he's been there for the last 4 years, and he is staying temporarily, at least. We don't know for how long. That's a decision for the incoming first family. But right now, it is a madhouse of taking down pictures, putting up new pictures, cleaning because of COVID, most notably, but also moving in the Biden furniture, which has some of it, at least from Wilmington, has been in storage. The moving vans went out from Wilmington, and they've been in storage in a storage facility in nearby Maryland, right across the D.C. border, and all of that being brought in, and they do a remarkable job. What we don't know yet is whether in the Oval Office desk, the Resolute desk, whether there is a note from Donald Trump to Joe Biden. And that has been traditional. We've seen those notes. We've seen through the eyes of Pete Souza, most notably leaving the Obama White House, all of the extraordinary pictures of those encounters. And that is not happening today, but it'll all be completely recreated by the time the Bidens come in.
Pete Souza, of course, is the former White House photographer under the Obama administration. But yeah, it's astonishing to think about it. Here's this White House. It is, after all, the people's house. It doesn't belong to anybody. Anyone there is a temporary occupant. But just the logistics, as Andrea points out, I mean, the White House staff, they don't change with the administration. Generally, they work through multiple administrations, and some of them have been there decades. Can you imagine? But today, just think about it for a moment. There you're looking at the White House. Last night, Donald Trump spent the night there. Tonight, Joe Biden and Dr. Jill Biden will spend the night there. And in between is this extraordinary moment in American democracy where there is a peaceful transfer of power. And, it's easy to take it for granted, but perhaps not this year.
Yeah, I think that's good to underscore, because I think everyone keeps talking about all the things that are not right about this moment, but we do, in fact, have that peaceful transfer of power.
Yeah, and we mentioned that the president had made very brief remarks before he departed and got on the helicopter. We've got them now. We can play them back for you. So we want to roll that tape. Just a few.
Mr. President. A great honor, an honor of a lifetime. The greatest people in the world, and the greatest home in the world. They call it a home. We've had an amazing 4 years. We've accomplished a lot. We love the American people, and again, it has been something very special. And I just want to say goodbye, but hopefully it's not a long-term goodbye. We'll see each other again. Thank you all very much. Mr. President, do you have any regrets about your presidency? Mr. President.
So the president said his goodbye, but he hopes it's not a long-term goodbye. So I think we've got a little preview of what we might hear in a few moments. He does have longer remarks prepared for his ceremony. And now we're seeing Marine One as it closes in on Joint Base Andrews. And that's where the president's farewell ceremony will take place in just a few moments. He's got his family members there and a handful of folks. We don't have a head count yet, but as we understand, they sent a lot of invitations for people who wanted to come and bid farewell to the president. Here he is arriving.
Yeah, I think Kristen Welker is with us just for a second. Kristen, what did you make of those remarks? He said it was a goodbye, but not a long-term goodbye.
Well, and I anticipate we will hear him echo that when he does make remarks, and it's a sign that he is not ruling out another run for the presidency. And I want to pick up on one of the key issues that you have been talking about, this remarkable split screen, the fact that President Trump is not going to be attending Joe Biden's inauguration, and how President-elect Biden attempts to bridge that gap. He has said time and time again, his first and biggest challenge is going to be to try to unify this country. So I am told that in his inaugural address, he is going to call for unity, and he's going to call for healing this country. But how does he actually put that to work? Well, his advisors say he's going to try to reach across the aisle. He is going to start with a bipartisan trip to church. He personally invited top Republicans to attend that church service with him. He's hoping that that will start by setting the tone with a show of solidarity, but then he's going to get down to work with a series of 15 executive orders after he is sworn into office. And it gets more complicated when he tries to pass big pieces of legislation, like a stimulus package, for example. But his goal is going to be to try to reach across the aisle. He is facing crises not seen in generations, and of course, COVID at the top of that list. So as we watch this really remarkable split screen, President-elect Biden set to leave Blair House, President Trump arriving at Joint Base Andrews, it underscores everything that is at stake. Savannah and Hoda.
And we will watch Marine One taxi there to its position. The president and first lady will depart. If you're wondering where is Barron Trump, the youngest Trump child, we understand is already on Air Force One and in position and ready for the flight back to Florida. And the president expected to address the crowd, which includes his adult children, his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and several top advisors present this morning.
Let's go back to Kelly O'Donnell, who's there. Kelly, it's hard for us to tell from our perspective, but how many people are there awaiting the president?
I would think there are several hundred people, and there was sort of a wave of them running to get into position. Many wanted to get up close at the front of the line to see the president as close as possible. So several hundred are here. Now, President Trump loves to measure his popularity based in crowds. Today is not the day for that. You had to go through some extra steps to get access to this military base. And certainly, in the next few minutes, we'll hear the sound of the Marine One chopper lowering. I've been competing all morning with this Trump rally soundtrack, which clearly did not take into account sort of the solemnity of the day. These are the raucous rock and roll tunes that have been a part of rally life for Donald Trump. I think we'll have more patriotic music when the military band plays. But as you can see, his adult children are here. Some friends are here. Notably, it is not the kind of send-off with lots of elected officials and so forth. This may be more about donors and friends than those who have been a part of the president's public life. Certainly, his adult children have been a big part of this time, with the unusual nature of having two of them, his daughter and son-in-law, as advisors in the White House, something that will not be continuing in the Biden era, and it's highly unusual and something we've talked about over the years. And then, of course, his younger daughter, Tiffany, is joined by her new fiancé, having just gotten engaged at the White House earlier. And each of the adult children has sort of done their own social media farewell to this time in their lives, posting lots of photos of their experiences as members
Kelly,
of the first family.
Yeah, Kelly, just to jump in here, because I'm not sure you can see it, but we actually have a split screen going where we can see some of the Trump family members, Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, both who the president made top advisors at the White House with one of their children. They're in the front row, Eric Trump and his wife. So that's who's got the front row seat. And now we just saw the stairs open, and we will await the president's final emergence from Marine One as president of the United States.
And Savannah, he may be saying farewell to this crew. It's been a big part of his life over these years as well. Typically, the agents exit first and then the president, so it might be another moment or two here. But Marine One is one of the most unique experiences a president can enjoy. There are some of the agents before the president deplanes. And life for a former president has many trappings, but it does not have Marine One.
bring Hallie Jackson into the conversation. Hallie, it's not just cosmetics. I think it's interesting that Kelly mentions the music that we're hearing because it is that campaign feel.
That's right.
Those of us who've covered the campaign, we recognize this playlist.
It's seared into our heads.
Yes,
You're right.
but I think that sets the tone, the president,
it does.
His state of mind. And I think we got a hint of that, too, with his final words from the White House South Lawn, where he said it's a goodbye, but maybe not a long-term goodbye. Many have wondered if this final day as in his presidency might be the first day of a new campaign. Do you expect to hear words like that from the president today?
An allusion to that, Savannah, certainly, and it's not insignificant as we watch the president now depart Marine One for the last time as president of the United States with First Lady Melania Trump behind him. It is not insignificant that he has now alluded to the idea that it's not a long-term goodbye to the White House. The campaign rally music is no surprise. It is no secret. It is a signal that this is still a president who is intent on campaigning. He will continue, by all accounts, to hold rallies. He will continue to work his base, if you will, and look at what his political future holds. There are those around the president, Savannah, who question whether he will actually run or whether he will perhaps just talk about running. But let's listen in here in case the president does make some remarks before stepping up to the mics.
Well, and the other big question, of course, Hallie, is what happens in this impeachment trial. If he were to be convicted, would there be then a next vote requiring only a majority of the Senate to ban him from holding office in the future? There's the 21-gun salute. Let's listen.
Thank you very much. And we love you, and I can tell you that from the bottom of my heart. This has been an incredible 4 years. We've accomplished so much together. I want to thank all of my family and my friends and my staff and so many other people for being here. I want to thank you for your effort, your hard work. People have no idea how hard this family worked. They worked, and they worked for you. They could have had a much easier life, but they did a fantastic job. I just want to thank all of you, everyone. I want to thank Mark Meadows, who's here, someplace right there. I want to thank Mark. But it's been something very special. We've accomplished a lot. Our First Lady has been a woman of great grace and beauty and dignity. And so popular with the people, so popular with the people. In fact, honey, would you like to say a few words, please?
Being your First Lady was my greatest honor. Thank you for your love and your support. You will be in my thoughts and prayers. God bless you all. God bless your families. And God bless this beautiful nation. Thank you.
What else has to be said, right? But what we've done, that's true, honey, great job. What we've done has been amazing by any standard. We rebuilt the United States military. We created a new force called Space Force. That in itself would be a major achievement for a regular administration. We were not a regular administration. We took care of the vets, 91% approval rating. They've never had that before. The vets have given us, the VA, the vets have given us an approval rating like has never been before. We took care of our vets and our beautiful vets. They were very badly treated before we came along. And as you know, we get them great service, and we pick up the bill, and they can go out and they can see a doctor if they have to wait long periods of time. We got it so that we can sadly get rid of people that don't treat our vets properly. We didn't have any of those rights before when I came on, so our vets are happy, our people are happy. Our military is thrilled. We also got tax cuts, the largest tax cut and reform in the history of our country by far. I hope they don't raise your taxes. But if they do, I told you so. And if you look at the regulations, which I consider the regulation cuts to be maybe even more important, that's why we have such good and have had such good job numbers. The job numbers have been absolutely incredible. When we started, had we not been hit by the pandemic, we would have had numbers that would never have been seen. Already our numbers are the best ever. If you look at what happened until February a year ago, our numbers were at a level that nobody had ever seen before. And even now, we really built it twice. We got hit. Nobody blames us for that. The whole world got hit, and then we built it again. And now the stock market is actually substantially higher than it was at its higher point prior to the pandemic. So it's really, you could say we built it twice. And you're going to see incredible numbers start coming in if everything is sort of left alone. Be careful. Very complex. Be careful. But you're going to see some incredible things happening. And remember us when you see these things happening, if you would. Remember us, because I'm looking at elements of our economy that are set to be a rocket ship up. It's a rocket ship up. We have the greatest country in the world. We have the greatest economy in the world. And as bad as the pandemic was, we were hit so hard, just like the entire world was hit so hard. Places that thought they got away with it didn't get away with it. They're suffering right now. We did something that is really considered a medical miracle. They're calling it a miracle, and that was the vaccine. We got the vaccine developed in 9 months instead of 9 years or 5 years or 10 years or a long time. It was supposed to take a long time, many, many years to develop a vaccine. We have 2 out. We have another one coming almost immediately. And it really is a great achievement. So you should start to see really good numbers over the next few months. I think you're going to see those numbers really skyrocket downward. And I can only say this, we have worked hard. We've left it all, as the athletes would say, we've left it all in the field. We don't have to come and say, we'll never say in a month when we're sitting in Florida, we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, you know, if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder. And we had a lot of obstacles, and we went through the obstacles. And we just got 75 million votes, and that's a record in the history of sitting presidents. That's an all-time record by a lot, by many millions. In the history of sitting presidents, it's been really just an honor. One of the things we're very, very proud of is the selection of almost 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. That's a very big number. That's a record-setting number. And so we've done a lot, and there's still things to do. The first thing we have to do is pay our respects and our love to the incredible people and families who suffered so gravely from the China virus. It's a horrible thing that was put onto the world. We all know where it came from, but it's a horrible, horrible thing. So be very careful. Be very, very careful. But we want to pay great love to all of the people that have suffered, including families who have suffered so gravely. So with that, I just want to say you are amazing people. This is a great, great country. It is my greatest honor and privilege to have been your president. I will always fight for you. I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will tell you that the future of this country has never been better. I wish the new administration great luck and great success. I think they'll have great success. They have the foundation to do something really spectacular. And again, we put it in a position like it's never been before, despite the worst plague to hit since, I guess you'd say 1917, over 100 years ago. And despite that, the things that we've done have been just incredible. And I couldn't have done it without you. So just a goodbye. We love you. We will be back in some form. And again, I want to just, in leaving, I want to thank our Vice President, Mike Pence, and Karen. I want to thank Congress, because we really worked well with Congress. At least certain elements of Congress. But we really did. We've gotten so much done that nobody thought would be possible. But I do want to thank Congress. And I want to thank all of the great people of Washington, D.C., all of the people that we worked with to put this miracle together. So have a good life. We will see you soon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
President Trump and his final remarks to the nation, to some supporters who were gathered at Joint Base Andrews, saying, have a nice life, and he will be back in some form. He did wish success to the new administration. That is the first time we've heard words like that. He went through the accomplishments of his administration. He did thank Vice President Mike Pence. Hoda, we were given remarks that the president was supposed to read a speech. One of his staffers actually sent these to me, but none of them really got read today. As we turn to Chuck, Chuck, President Trump throwing out the script just like he came in. He's leaving in the exact same way.
You know, though, for him, that was, I don't know what I would call it, subdued, I guess is probably not quite the right word, and I wouldn't use melancholy, but there was sort of an odd acceptance to the moment that we heard from him in a way that we hadn't for the last 2 months. But I'm just sorry, I'm YMCA? I mean, really? I'm sorry, I'm just sort of struck by as Kelly, I thought, really put it well, the music doesn't match the solemnity of the moment. It's probably the understatement that has been said on our air. But I will say this, I think the most fascinating theme of his remarks was he essentially wants to say, I have a feeling the economy is going to get better, I have a feeling vaccines are coming, and I want the credit. And so we probably did get a preview of when we hear from the soon-to-be former president in the next 6 months, if there are good things that are happening under President Biden's watch, he is going to want to take a lot of credit, and obviously anything bad, I'm sure he will try to say that he had nothing to do with that. But in that sense, it was almost sort of a normal way for a president to leave, trying to say, hey, I've handed you something that you should be able to build on. So I go through this entire morning and wonder, imagine had President Trump acted with some humility for the last 2 months, what all of these moments might have looked like today.
Yeah, you talk about the music, Chuck, and that's something that we've been talking about. But it is true, he did say he'd be back. And you did mention that these are songs that he plays at his campaign rallies. Yeah. So, this may be just his way of getting started again.
He also said he'd be watching and listening. Yes. That we can be sure of. But Hallie, he'll be watching and listening without his megaphone that propelled him to office, at least in his own estimation. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, social media. So a lot of people have wondered whether the president would get into the media business, whether he has plans to have his message heard in some new form.
And that's been some of the speculation. Does a president who has used the force of specifically conservative media to amplify his message create his own kind of platform? That's also, Savannah, really expensive. That's a big financial ask. And so there are some questions, I think, from folks that I've talked to in our reporting on whether that could actually happen. But it is something in the air as President Trump claps along to the sounds of the YMCA there and gets ready to make his last wave before boarding what is still Air Force One now for the last time as president. president. He'll step off, of course, in Palm Beach down at his Mar-a-Lago estate. You referenced, both you and Hoda, how the president previewed he's going to be back or he hopes to be back. But I'm struck when we look at that shot of the president's family members, there are multiple people there with the last name Trump who may end up on the political stage ahead of 2024. There has been speculation about, for example, the political futures and ambitions of Ivanka Trump, a senior advisor in the White House, of Donald Trump Jr., the president's son, who has been a surrogate over the last couple of years for his father and who has built his own following in the conservative base. Laura Trump as well, Eric Trump's wife, and the Trump. Go ahead, Savannah. I'm sorry.
Hallie, let me just jump in on you. Sorry, because I want to make note of the split screen now. And it's a split screen both on your television, but also in history, because now as we wait for the Air Force One steps to rise up, we are now watching and just saw a few moments ago emerging from Blair House, Vice President Biden, President-elect Biden, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris departing to begin their day of ceremony. So President Trump leaving the stage and wasting no time. Within a matter of seconds, we now will begin to see the new president. And there it is moments ago. Now you can see this shot, Dr. Jill Biden, the incoming First Lady, and President-elect Joe Biden as they depart Blair House, which, of course, is right across the street from the White House.
Yeah, they're going to a church service, and they have invited members of both parties to go along with them. They've invited Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell, and others. And I think it's just really...
And Kevin McCarthy, a Republican who's been a very close ally, all of whom said yes.
Yeah,
and accepted that invitation.
Clearly making a statement right out of the gate that we are in this together, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Yeah.
Peter, this is going to be one of the storylines that we follow in the new administration. Vice President Biden, President-elect Biden, is somebody who is a creature of Washington, spent decades in the Senate, is someone who's been a believer in making deals, working across party lines, often talks about your political rivals not being your mortal enemies. Will he find common cause with Republicans, or is that a bygone era? That seems to me to be one of the incoming storylines, but also one of the tensions.
Yeah, Savannah, I think you're exactly right. Fundamentally, that really is one of the challenges that President-elect Biden will face when he is sworn in, taking the oath of office in just a matter of hours today. I'm struck by this moment, the incoming First Lady, the incoming President, Joe Biden, waiting respectfully for President Trump to finish his remarks before physically entering the screen. And we have a dramatic split screen here outside the White House where just moments ago, we saw Marine One rise above the residence, and just literally a football field away from there, you could see the Bidens then a short time ago departing as well. You talk about those themes of unity, and he's trying to reinforce those themes, President-elect Biden is, not just in the inaugural address he'll deliver today, where his advisors and aides say it's not going to be about Donald Trump, it's not going to be about Joe Biden, it's going to be about the American people. And those close to Joe Biden tell me that he, in effect, is the perfect president for this moment, a man who, through the course of his life, has experienced so many personal traumas, the loss of one of his children and his wife so many years ago, the loss of his son, Beau, more recently, and now he is in a position to help America grieve and to heal in its own time of trauma with these competing crises. The pandemic, the worst in a century, the economic collapse as well, the challenges surrounding racial injustice, and so many other issues that Americans are dealing with right now. And Joe Biden has made clear that from this moment that he is sworn in as president, he is going to get to work. We will see him parade past the White House, not all the pomp and pageantry that you're used to, but much more focus on the policy today, with a press briefing even scheduled to take place, we believe, this evening here at the White House as they focus on some of those crucial issues, among them immigration, trying to roll back some of the policies of the Trump administration. Among those topics, immigration and, of course, resources toward COVID. Savannah and Hoda.
All right, Peter, let's dip back over to Joint Base Andrews, where we await Air Force One's departure, and Kelly O'Donnell is there with a piece of information about that inaugural tradition of the outgoing president leaving a note for the incoming president. What do you know, Kelly?
Yes, a White House official says that the president did leave a note for Joe Biden, his successor. This is one of the traditions that does bind one president to the next. And so for President Trump, who has broken most norms and discarded most traditions, this one is notable. I remember very vividly, you may as well, Savannah, that President Trump was very taken by the fact Barack Obama had left him a note, almost as if he didn't realize the tradition existed. A handwritten note left in the Resolute desk. President Trump showed that in his early days, talked about it in that first day or so, and so he has carried on that tradition to the 46th president.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. And let's kind of reset the stage here, and we can show you the various shots we have. But here is the Biden family who will be attending church this morning. That is a tradition all over this church, St. Matthew's, the Cathedral of St. Matthew the Apostle, is not the typical church. Most presidents go to what's known as the Church of the Presidents, which is right across the street from the White House. This is our second Catholic president, JFK being the first. Joe Biden will be, when he is sworn in, the second Catholic, and he's attending Mass this morning. And as mentioned, Hoda, he has invited the Republican and Democrat leaders of the House and the Senate who have accepted that invitation.
So between this moment and the moment he gets sworn in, a lot is going to be happening too. So he'll do the church service with this group, and then
starts the procession toward the inauguration. Our Constitution calls for it to happen afternoon on January 20th, and here we are. So we're just a matter of 3 hours from now when then the transfer of power takes place. Let's bring Andrea Mitchell into this. Andrea, I mentioned this is something of a break with tradition in terms of the choice of churches. Why did President-elect Biden choose this church?
Well, he is deeply religious Catholic. It is such an important part of his life. He goes to Mass all of the time, daily Mass. As far as we can tell from pool movements, or almost daily Mass. And he's going to St. Matthew's. Interestingly, it is the church where JFK, the only other Catholic president, did not go on the inauguration day. He went to Holy Trinity, a short walk from his home in Georgetown at the time. But this is exactly where JFK's funeral was held. All of those pictures, it was on the steps of St. Matthew's that we remember little John in his short blue coat, saluting, all of those incredible images. Jackie Kennedy, of course, in the mantilla, Caroline. So that in the horse-drawn carriage, that is St. Matthew's. But St. John's, the Episcopal Church, is right across the street from Blair House, right across Lafayette Square, Jackson Square, actually, from Blair House, which is run by the State Department. That is the guest house, the official guest house, recently redecorated in the last couple of years. And that's where the Bidens did stay. When they lived, they, of course, lived in Wilmington, but he did have a house in Washington for years as well when he was in the Senate, or an abode in Washington. But, of course, they lived at the Naval Observatory for the 4 years of the Obama administration. But St. Matthew's is the church the Catholic Church where he has invited Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer. That's going to be the first bipartisan moment to signal the unity of his administration. But it is not right across the street from the White House where we've seen the walk in the past. And that is going to be a notable difference. And you're going to see a lot of faith and religion in his life, because that has been his life all along.
And here we see it's a tale of two presidents, one incoming, one outgoing, in Air Force One with Donald Trump, Melania Trump, the Trump children aboard, headed to Mar-a-Lago, Florida, and taxiing now on the runway. We'll see it take off. We await Vice President Biden and his family and the congressional leaders who are going to attend church at St. Matthew's, this Catholic parish near the White House. And as mentioned, not the traditional Church of the Presidents where most presidents on their inauguration days attend, but a devout Catholic. He's chosen this. And he spent the night at Blair House. They signed the guest book when they leave. And it's notable because he'll have signed his name, but this will be the last time he signs it without president before it.
Wow, that's interesting. And Peter Alexander, as they fly to Mar-a-Lago on Air Force One, Donald Trump is still technically president for the next several hours. So what does that even mean? So he's still able to conduct business from there if he wants to over the next few hours?
Well, that's exactly right. He still has the trappings of the presidency. Of course, aboard Air Force One, it loses that name, obviously, after his term expires right now. But for the course of the next several hours until the oath of office is taken by Joe Biden today, President Trump remains the president. That's why they refer to this as a peaceful transfer of power and why it's such a crucial process, obviously, when national security officials say that America is at its most vulnerable, why it's so critical that this communication, that this cooperation exists between the outgoing president and his administration and the incoming president and his administration as well. And as we prepare to watch President Trump take off for the last time aboard Air Force One, just a little bit more than 2 hours with press, as there would be, the travel pool, as we describe it, in the back of the plane with him in case he were to come back and to greet the reporters that he sparred with, of course, on and off over the course of the last several years. But when he arrives there and when the time ticks away in his term, he does lose that massive megaphone, not having the bullhorn of Twitter. So, of course, yesterday, for me personally in the West Wing, saying goodbye to many of the White House aides, they lose their White House email, they lose the White House cell phones they shared. And so the question is sort of what he forms post-presidency. President Trump does from Mar-a-Lago as he maintains his position on the political stage. Obviously, so much power that he still wields within the Republican Party and within this country, given that more than 74 million Americans voted for him. Of course, more than 80 million voted for Joe Biden, which is why he won and why today he'll be sworn in. Biden, as we note on the left side of your screen, you see him arriving, having arrived at church today, a man of faith. And it's for that very reason that we saw Joe Biden yesterday with Hallelujah and Amazing Grace being sung at that beautiful ceremony that we were at yesterday at the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool. Wanted to make the pandemic front and center to provide Americans this moment of catharsis, this moment of healing, and really this shared moment of mourning for more than 400,000 Americans who have lost their lives. As on the right side of the screen, we watch Air Force One take off with President Trump aboard it for the last time.
We will watch as Air Force One takes off, and we now have a picture inside the church. And so one president leaves, another prepares to take the solemn oath of office. And we will continue to watch this. And this is a day now which will look more like inaugurations past, where you see the president-elect and the vice president-elect attend church, then the swearing in, an inaugural speech, as a modified parade, Hoda, because of the pandemic and because of security concerns. They're not able to do what past presidents have done with that long walk and the procession and the parade. But here we have the two images. Church about to begin, a new day in Washington, and President Trump departing. And you can see some of the congressional leaders, if we bring that shot up, who've decided to accept the invitation from President-elect Biden to come and attend church with him this morning.
Yeah, it's notable when you think about the last few things that President Trump did before he hopped on this plane. And one, he did mention that he wished the next administration great success. And he also left a note, which are two things that I don't know if a lot of people expected at the end.
He did. We don't yet know what was written in that note. That's the kind of thing that does come to light eventually, sometimes right away, sometimes in years. But it is certainly one of the more graceful traditions as power is exchanged hands. And we will continue to watch this scene as I bring Kristen Welker into this conversation. And Kristen, excuse me, I've got Hallie with us right now. Hallie, we look at the Capitol and are getting ready for the series of events that will mark the transfer of power and the new administration. And it's worth noting that 2 weeks ago, almost at this very hour, that scene that we just saw was filled with people, and among them, insurrectionists who came in and broke into the Capitol. And that has changed everything. Change the climate in Washington.
Yeah. And it's changed the way that President Trump is leaving office, it was on the very risers that I'm standing on, Savannah, here at the west front of the Capitol, that you had those insurrectionists come up and basically take over both this side and the other side, the east front as well, breaking into the building, incited by President Trump, who was just down the mall from where we're standing, delivering a speech at what was billed then as a rally. Of course, those rioters ended up coming over to the Capitol, walking down the National Mall. It did change everything. It changed the way that many Republicans in particular saw the president's actions and viewed the president in his final days as office. You're struck as you look at some of these images, and you can see on the left side of our screen now that shot of the West Front where I'm standing. It looked so different 2 weeks ago, and it was so visceral for those who were here, members of Congress, lawmakers, Republican leaders, Democratic leaders for that matter, and it presented President Trump's biggest challenge by far of his presidency. It is directly what triggered that second impeachment. He is now the only president in history to have been impeached twice. And now, unlike the last impeachment, Savannah, there are real questions about whether he could actually be convicted. If he is, it is then possible, he could be barred from running for office again, which would obviously have serious implications for President Trump, given now several times just this morning he has alluded to coming back to Washington, being back on the field of political play, if you will. There is a sense here at the Capitol of resiliency that, yes, 2 weeks ago it looked so different. Rioters were basically taking over the building, but they prevailed that day. Members of Congress did, the vice president, in getting through that electoral college count. And the peaceful transfer of power prevails today now as this process, this democratic process that is so fundamental to our country, continues.
Hallie, thank you so much. We will be on the air all day. We're going to take a pause right now. Some of you will return to the Today Show. We will continue our coverage, the inauguration of the 46th President of the United States. I'm Savannah Guthrie alongside Hoda Kotb, and we'll see you in a few moments.
Good morning. Our coverage, of course, continuing. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. This is a special edition of Morning News Now. It is the dawn of a new era in America. Inauguration Day. Joseph R. Biden poised to take the reins as the 46th President of the United States.
I'm truly honored to be your next president and commander-in-chief.
Kamala Harris set to make history in her own right, becoming the first woman to ever hold the office of vice president. President Trump, for his part, departing the White House for the final time this morning, becoming the first U.S. president in well over a century to skip his successor's inauguration. His message to the American people in just the last half hour.
The honor of a lifetime, the greatest people in the world, and the greatest home in the world.
All of this while an unprecedented show of force keeps watch over the nation's capital. Armed guards in the thousands descending on the district to ensure the safety of the inaugural ceremony. America now ready to usher in a new era of leadership. All of us this morning, witnesses to history. Glad you could join us for our special coverage continuing. We've already seen sort of the first chapter of this big day. Now comes the next part. Inauguration Day. It's going to be one unlike any other. We are just hours away from Joe Biden swearing in as the 46th President of the United States.
We certainly are. Today's inaugural event's a mix of tradition and innovation. The swearing-in ceremony starts around 11:15 with President Biden making his inaugural address at noon. And at 8:30 tonight, a made-for-TV special celebrating America featuring celebrity guests and musical performances. Now, all of this, of course, as Joe just mentioned, as tens of thousands of troops line the streets surrounding the Capitol in the wake of that deadly insurrection just 2 weeks ago today. Our team of correspondents are standing by to bring us the very latest on this major moment in American history. Good morning to all of you. Allie, I'm going to begin with you. She's in Washington near the White House. Now, the inaugural events have officially begun. Let's start with President-elect Biden attending Mass right now. Talk to us about what else is going on this morning and what we'll see next.
Well, you guys just laid out a really clear TikTok of how this day is going to go. But President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, as well as congressional leaders from both sides of the aisle at Mass right now, St. Matthew's Church here in Washington, D.C., Biden is someone who frequently goes to church. Every weekend when we're in Wilmington, we see the pool reports that he's going to either a late Saturday service or a Sunday morning service. So not entirely surprising that this is how he would start this inauguration day. But it is notable when you see people like Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy standing there with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. Lately, these are folks who haven't been in lockstep on much of anything, but Biden is going to need to bridge those divides. He's someone who has often talked about being able to push bipartisanship ahead of partisanship. In D.C., that's pretty tough these days, but we're going to see him right off the bat sending pretty contentious legislation to Capitol Hill on immigration reform. It's an issue that vexed the Congress and the White House during the Obama years, something that Biden promised he would send over to Capitol Hill on day one. He's making good on that promise of sending it. Now it's going to be interesting to see if he can make good on the promise of pushing it forward in a bipartisan fashion. Then after church, straight over to the inauguration. We expect Biden's remarks after he is inaugurated to be about 20 to 30 minutes. He's going to talk about key themes that we've heard him talk about before: unity, the need to heal this country, but also, if the last few days are any indication, he's going to lead with empathy, infusing parts of his personal story into a country right now that is in deep need of healing, both from the more than 400,000 Americans who have been lost to the coronavirus, but also from the divisions that we've seen only further deepened during the last few days and weeks as Trump has been the outgoing president of the United States.
Allie, you're near the White House, where not long ago we saw President Trump leave there, get on Marine One, and then we just heard from him a few moments ago before departing on Air Force One to Florida. What's been his primary message this morning?
Well, the thing he has not said yet is the name President Joe Biden or Vice President Kamala Harris. All of us were listening for that. He did wish the next administration luck, but listen to what he said over there at Joint Base Andrews for a really atypical send-off for the kind that we have not seen for an outgoing president of the United States. Listen.
This is a great honor, the honor of a lifetime, the greatest people in the world, and the greatest home in the world. We build it a home. We've had an amazing 4 years. We've accomplished a lot. We love the American people, and again, it has been something very special. And I just want to say goodbye, but hopefully it's not a long-term goodbye. We'll see each other again. Thank you all very much.
Mr. President, do you have any regrets about...
And of course, that was the president leaving the White House. That's just from a timing perspective, not something that we would see typically until after the next president is inaugurated. Trump, of course, flipping the logistics of this day on its head, going from the White House on Marine One over to where Air Force One is waiting for him at Joint Base Andrews. There we heard cannons saluting him. He thanked his family, his chief of staff. The people in the crowd there were White House allies, former aides and advisors. They were told that they could bring up to 5 guests with them. And so while the Biden crew is trying to have as few people here as possible celebrating this inauguration in person, clearly the Trump mindset on a completely opposite pole, something that we've seen throughout this transition. But again, beginning as we ended, a total split screen moment between the incoming and outgoing presidents.
Absolutely. Allie, you said it on this program earlier this morning, unprecedented, the fact that we are not seeing this outgoing president and incoming president cross paths at all on the day of the inauguration. Allie, thanks so much.
After Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are sworn in, they'll head to Arlington National Cemetery to lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier.
They'll then return to Washington for their inauguration parade of sorts, but the parade will be largely virtual as crowds are not allowed to watch this year because of the pandemic. NBC News correspondent Morgan Radford joins us now from that parade route. Morgan, good morning. All right, so give us a preview. What are we actually going to see at this parade? Of course, between the pandemic and the security that we're seeing there, there's not crowds. This isn't the normal celebratory vibe that you'd see in the streets of a parade. So tell us what we will see.
You nailed it, Savannah. We are inside a secure perimeter, but the reality of it is those celebratory events of today's procession will happen here just behind me. This is where that parade begins in person, or otherwise known as a presidential escort. And this is where both the newly minted president and vice president will be honored by their alma maters. You're going to hear from the University of Delaware Band, the Howard University Band, where they're going to play a special cadence in honor of Vice President Kamala Harris. But it's also where you're going to see representatives of every single branch of the military. And they're going to begin here and then escort them to the White House for the first time as president and vice president. And then from there, Savannah, everything goes virtual. You're going to hear from Tony Goldwyn, who will be hosting an event. You're going to hear from people like Earth, Wind and Fire, a whole host of celebrities, of events from all 50 states honoring and celebrating this new administration. But the reality of it is, Savannah, as you mentioned, this is an unprecedented inauguration. And some say the intense security is sort of putting a stain on the more celebratory elements of this. We spoke to U.S. Representative Alma Adams from North Carolina yesterday. She was there in the Capitol, hunkered down in a secure location on the day that it was attacked. And we asked her, she's planning to come here in person, one of the few people who will be here at inauguration in person. And we asked her if the security was hampering the celebratory effects for her. Take a listen to what she said.
Well, clearly, all of the fencing and so forth puts us at another time. And we were, I think, comfortable with the fact that COVID and making sure that people were safe and that we were health conscious. But then to have the military reinforcements come in, I think has startled some, but we are still not going to let this dampen the celebratory moment that it is.
So security is top of mind, both for the in-person and for the virtual parade. Savannah, Joe?
Morgan Radford, thank you so much.
Now, as we mentioned earlier, President Trump delivered a final message to the American people this morning.
Let's go right to NBC News. White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now. So, Kelly, let's start with that farewell speech we heard in just the last hour. The president cited some of his accomplishments, notably said, "We will be back in some form." It wasn't the 2024 campaign announcement that some had speculated, but he did leave that out there. What was the main point of his message this morning?
Well, this is a day, Joe, that really feels like it's over. And yet at the same time, President Trump hinted of a life after his White House years, and how that will take shape, we don't yet know. But he clearly made the point that he wants to remain somehow in the national conversation. And that has been one of the things the president has been adept at doing over his time in the political phase of his public life, staying in the conversation. Today, we're at Joint Base Andrews, where the crowd has just been sort of moved to the buses to leave the base. The tearing down of the staging they set up is happening. And there was one sort of final gesture as Air Force One was taxiing and taking off here at Joint Base Andrews. The soundtrack was Frank Sinatra and My Way. No accident in that. That was certainly an end note for President Trump that really described a lot of his time in office. During his remarks, he thanked family, he thanked staff, he thanked some of the Republicans in Congress, the vice president, talked about some of the accomplishments, and in a few instances, sort of urged people to remember his influence, talking about the fact that he believes he has set a good foundation for the next administration. Obviously, they view that quite differently, because over the next 10 days, we'll see Joe Biden as president doing some executive orders and other actions that come with the power of his office to undo and reverse some of the steps taken during the Trump years. But this was, in some ways, a sentimental Donald Trump as far as we're accustomed to seeing him in public life. Not as emotional as other public figures, but you got a sense of that today as he took in the final part of his Washington life. Of course, his shadow will continue even in the next days and weeks, with the expectation of a Senate trial coming at some point, still to be determined, for his second impeachment. So he's in the air now. It is still Air Force One until about noon today, when the oath of office is given to Joe Biden. With that, he's got some of the trappings of the office, like the nuclear codes with the military aid. A duplicate set of that has been made available and is ready to step in to President Joe Biden when he takes the oath of office. And then that military aid will fly back to Washington with the nuclear codes that are deactivated. So those are some of the things that are a little different about today. We understand that President Trump did leave a note for President-elect Joe Biden. Of all of the traditions that he has discarded, he did keep with that one, which is traditional for presidents to offer some kind of a personal note to their successor. The president did not refer to Joe Biden at all, except to refer to the new administration. And at one point, Melania Trump made a few remarks talking about this being an honor for her to serve as First Lady. And when she finished up, the president said, "What's left to be said?" Well, the thing not said was any good wishes for Dr. Jill Biden or the president-elect. So they did not name their successors, but they acknowledged them. And it's sort of a wrap on the Trump administration.
Absolutely. Kelly, you mentioned that soundtrack, which, by the way, is a soundtrack you've valiantly fought against to bring us these reports for the last few years, and also notable YMCA played as he finished off his last address as the President of the United States to the American people. I want to ask you now about news from overnight. President Trump issuing a final round of pardons. One of them was pretty notable. Tell us about that.
Well, Steve Bannon, who had served as a campaign advisor, as strategist inside the White House, at times very much at the heart of the inner circle and at times on the outs, he has been charged in a scheme of collecting money from Trump supporters to try to build the wall, in a scheme that argued that the Congress was making that difficult for President Trump, so supporters would be able to donate directly to the construction of the wall. The allegation is that he skimmed some of that money for personal use. He has not yet gone to trial. He has entered a not guilty plea. But the president wiped out the federal case against him. There may, of course, be state cases that could be a part of any of these pardons or commutations, because the president's power is only about federal crimes. But that's very notable. And it stands out because Steve Bannon could be a part of the president's life in a political sense going forward. He's a populist. He is a tough player who has a voice with a lot of the Trump supporters. So there may be some personal interest in doing that. He was advised against it, we're told, by various officials. And then of the 143 pardons and commutations, there are some people who've come to him through knowing friends and associates or lawyers who brought their case. There are some former members of Congress and a finance chair for the RNC. Public corruption cases that have now been wiped out by the president's use of the pen to pardon those. And then there are others who are more traditional pardons and clemency and commutation that are not names that are well known. But that's part of the closing day of almost any presidency. And certainly President Trump has always liked using that power, and he did so today. Joe,
Kelly
Savannah?
O'Donnell, thank you so much as the stage comes down behind you and the presidency ends. Thanks. We'll see you soon.
But we're going to keep going. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos to help us break down some of President Trump's pardons. So, Danny, as we were just talking about, the big name on the list is Steve Bannon. Why him? How might this pardon help or hurt the president in any future legal battles?
Pardoning Steve Bannon is consistent with the president's recent pardons of those in his close political circle, be it Paul Manafort or Roger Stone. Although with those folks, he let them go through the entire prosecution process. In this case, Steve Bannon's getting the benefit of an earlier pardon. But it may turn around to bite the president if it removes their Fifth Amendment self-incrimination privileges. And all of those folks who may have information on the president can be called to testify.
Now, Danny, it is important to point out that Trump does still have a few hours left to add names to this list of pardons. But as of right now, he's left his own name off the list, along with his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani. Now, what happens if he's criminally charged down the line? Does he have any protection?
Not as a private citizen. He loses completely the power to pardon anyone, including himself. There is no ex-president pardon power. It only exists so long as he is the president. But as the great legal scholar Yogi Berra said, it is not over until it is over, and he can pardon right up until the last second. If he still had Twitter, he could do it by tweet.
All right, Danny Cevallos, thank you so much.
As an unprecedented 25,000 National Guard troops stand at the ready for inauguration, the Pentagon announced that 12 members were taken off security for the event after FBI vetting. NBC News correspondent for investigations, Tom Winter, joins us now. So, Tom, what do we know about why these service members were flagged? What did they do that caused that to be the case?
Well, Savannah, good morning. Anytime you have an event of this size, of this magnitude, and after what we saw happen at the Capitol just 2 weeks ago, you want to approach this with every precaution in mind. You want to make every decision from a standpoint of, can we just alleviate a potential problem? Can we just get rid of a potential concern and err on the side of caution? That's what the Pentagon says they did yesterday. Let's take a listen.
We're not asking questions right now. We're not asking questions of people who are flagged. We're, out of an abundance of caution, taking action and immediately removing them from the line of duty at the Capitol and the events taking place. And then we will address them, whether it's through law enforcement if necessary or through their own chain of command.
So basically, Savannah and Joe, what we had happen here was they took a look at statements that people made either on social media or statements that were overheard by their fellow National Guard members. And they said, you know what, these people don't need to be a part of this. And they're moving on and they're trying to make sure that this is a secure event.
Now, Tom, the FBI did this vetting because of the inauguration, but what level of vetting is normally done for service members?
Well, normally this is and this still is a national special security event. It gets a special designation every 4 years that this happens, and the Secret Service runs the security. So usually they do, in fact, go over a list of everybody that's been credentialed that's close to this stage, what we're looking at right now. That includes journalists, it includes dignitaries, it includes friends and family of whoever's been elected. So that's the normal vetting process. But I think this year, given what we saw happen 2 weeks ago, given the fact that former members of the military were involved in that, law enforcement included, they wanted to take an extra look this week. And again, it just goes back to alleviating any potential concerns.
Tom, thanks so much.
Sure thing.
Now, once he becomes president, Joe Biden will inherit a challenging global environment, some of which has lost some confidence in the U.S. over recent years.
NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons is in London with a look at what's ahead for Biden on the global stage. Good morning, Keir.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. And we're outside 10 Downing Street, home to British Prime Ministers for 275 years, where they will be watching history made across the pond. The President of Europe saying today, after 4 long years, Europe has a friend in the White House.
President-elect Biden will inherit a world where America's reputation is badly bruised. From Moscow,
it's very terrible situation in the United States,
to the Middle East.
More peace and less confrontations. This will be good.
To Munich.
You can't just act like nothing happened just because someone else has been elected, but I think it's going to change for the better.
A new poll says even before the Capitol riots, 1 in 3 Europeans thought Americans can't be trusted. America's new president has a mountain to climb.
We have to fight COVID, administer a vaccine program, rebuild our alliance structure, and try to combat the rise of China and the influence of Russia.
President Putin was famously close to President Trump, but the Biden administration has promised action on a massive suspected Russian hack of federal agencies.
And I promise you, there'll be a response.
This, along with a deadline for a US-Russia arms deal in just 4 weeks. Tensions with China are sky high too, with its expanding military and President Trump's trade war.
For the past 4 years, someone in the United States has poisoned China-US relations, and China-US relations today are the worst ever.
While Biden has had strong words for President Xi.
This is a guy who doesn't have a Democratic with a small d bone in his body. This is a guy who is a thug.
But many U.S. allies have been doing deals with China while feeling sidelined by the U.S.
I think everybody is excited.
Now looking for a renewed focus on U.S. alliances.
You can do things collectively, together in a spirit of cooperation.
He'll need those alliances to tackle Iran, North Korea, Cuba, and his promise to re-enter the Paris Climate Accord on day one. Around the world, many people are hoping President Biden will change their lives.
At the very least, I'd like to see some support to Arabs.
Questioning whether American leadership in the world has changed for good.
And a new Pew poll this morning shows there is huge support here in Europe for President-elect Biden. In Germany, 79%, in France, 72%. Here in the UK, 65%. The challenge for President-elect Biden is not the support for him, it's to change concerns about America. The polls also suggest that people are worried and think even that China could be the most powerful country within 10 years, guys.
Keir, thank you so much.
We're just hours away from the inauguration of Joseph R. Biden.
Continuing coverage of this historic event next after the break.
Everybody, welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
I'll tell you what the American people's mandate is. Heal the nation. It's why he ran. That is why he won. How close to the breaking point is our hospital system? Why should we feel confident that vaccine distribution will go smoothly? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus exploding to staggering
President-elect
new
Biden moves forward with his transition. What are your priorities going to be on those first days? With vaccinations ramping up.
How are you feeling? Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
Are you ready?
Monday boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, and she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children. I can't calm down.
Do No Harm. All 6 episodes, plus a special bonus episode, are available now. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
We have been living in perpetual grief. The incomprehensible loss of life, shuttered businesses, the fabric of civility ripped apart. We found solace in our heroes. And now finally, we see what hope looks like. Our worst year is over. Thanks to science, defeating the virus appears to be in reach. How we heal the wounds left behind will define how history remembers not just the virus, but us.
Welcome back. Inaugural activities are now officially underway.
President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris are currently attending Catholic Mass. They are at Cathedral of St. Matthew of the Apostle, attending Mass. Here you see the doors of the church before going to the Capitol for their swearing in. Let's go back to our political correspondents, Vaughn Hilliard and Ali Vitale. Vaughn, I want to start with you. Normally on a day like today, I'd say you're among the people. This year's a little different. We know the area in and around the Capitol is shut down. What's it like where you are?
Usually there's thousands too many people to talk to, and usually if you try to talk to one person, there's like 20 other people over your shoulder yelling into the camera. But that is the furthest thing from being the case because it is 2021, the 10th inning of 2020. We just saw in the last hour, Marine One, you guys watched that footage live. You saw Marine One, we're looking down E Street right here, take off from the White House, swing around. Peter, our photog, is gonna kind of show you where we are. That is Trump Hotel, just on the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue over there. You saw Marine One pass by. Essentially, not only was Donald Trump having his farewell of Washington, D.C., but there were people on the ground as well. I want to introduce you to Ann and Al, who came here from New York City. This was their first inauguration. It's a heck of a one. Listen to why they came down.
Hope is the biggest draw here to kind of just celebrate, hopefully, our country moving forward and this really to overcome these last horrible 40 years.
And there's not many folks, but Al and Ann said they're going to be here until Joe Biden is sworn in to ensure he is, in fact, this next president. But you have the likes of some pups, some bicyclers. There's another dog down the road. There's as many dogs as there are humans here at this inauguration, at least for the general public out here with us. Joe and Savannah.
Love the dog photo shoot taking place there, Vaughn. And it's nice to see you with Al and Ann. So you were among some people, though not what we are used to.
And canines.
Yeah.
Correct. More friends are coming out to play as the sun comes up.
Yeah, look at that. 2 dogs behind you. All right, Allie, let's bring you in now. We've talked a lot about the TikTok leading up to Joe Biden being sworn in as our next president. But now let's talk about once he is president. He's planning to sign a series of executive actions today. Tell us what he plans.
Yeah, Savannah, this is really the point where the campaign promises meet the policy perspective here in Washington, D.C. Joe Biden, over the course of this very long campaign, made a lot of promises about what he would do on day one. Day one in this case is actually now more like days 1 through 10 because they are splitting up all of these executive orders into different days so that each of them can really have their moment in the sun. And a lot of them are reversing things that the Trump administration did right off the bat. So reversing the Muslim ban, rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement. But there's also a pretty controversial immigration bill that they are sending over to Capitol Hill at some point today. Part of it includes a pathway to citizenship. It's going to be interesting to see the way that that manifests on the Hill, especially because Joe Biden, as we've talked about, has said he can build bipartisanship. But this is an issue that really vexed Obama administration officials and Capitol Hill during the Obama era. It's something that Biden said he promised to do on day one. So he is literally doing it, sending that bill over. But a lot of these things, including protections for DACA recipients, for Dreamers, a lot of those things can only come through legislation on Capitol Hill. So today really is a divide between the things that Biden can do on his own and the things that Biden has to do along with congressional leaders. I would say the thing that's really striking here is covering the Trump administration, there was policy coming from the agencies, but rarely was Trump out there touting the policy achievements of his administration. It's clear now, and I was just talking to a former Obama administration official about this, that this group is going to lead with policy front and center. They've got a lot of crises on the horizon right now that need dealing with as soon as possible, from coronavirus to the economic recession. They're fixing those with policy.
Allie and Vaughn, thank you both so much for your reporting this morning. Today's inauguration parade will be mostly virtual, as we've mentioned, due to the pandemic and security concerns. Biden and Harris will still march with their families, but you won't see any waving fans on the streets.
NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from the parade's starting point at 15th Street in Washington. Now, Shaq, as we just said, there won't be too much of an actual parade there, starting where you are. It's this parade across America with performances from across the country, as Joe mentioned, since it's mostly virtual. But tell us what we will see today.
That's right, Savannah, you'll actually see more of the parade programming than I will see here on the ground. And that's because, as you mentioned, much of it is going to be virtual. We're right here at the starting point of the parade route. So we'll see then President Joe Biden and then Vice President Kamala Harris make their way up 15th Street and be joined back there with bands. So we will see some programming here on the ground, but we will not see what we normally see. And, you know, the lieutenant colonel who's in charge of this entire parade and programming was on the Today Show this morning and explained that it's going to look much different than anything that we have seen in the past. Of course, yes, there are the security concerns that we've been talking about, but there's also the pandemic consideration. So instead of having the 12,000 people that former President Obama had in 2009, or even the 8,000 people parade participants that President Trump had in 2017, there's just a few hundred people when you add the bands and the procession that will take place on 15th Street and then up until Pennsylvania Avenue. Savannah?
Shaq, the parade had to be reimagined in a lot of ways. What went into planning and executing all of this?
Well, we talked about some of the security concerns. I mean, the parade is something that is normally a heavily fortified event anyways. If you look at old video from parades, you see lines of police officers before you even get to the crowds. And of course, the president and the vice president then make their way up the parade route. This will be a much shorter parade. So normally it's a parade that stretches along Pennsylvania Avenue. This one will just be about 3 city blocks. In terms of the planning, because of that virtual element, we'll expect to see different pre-recorded programming, different elements of pre-recorded programming from all 50 states and 6 territories. So all of that, of course, takes a lot of planning. I think if you want to look for a comparison, think back to what we saw during the Democratic National Convention, where you saw each state have somewhat of a moment there in their respective states. That's what it's going to look like once, of course, the president and the vice president make their way down the processional.
Shaq, I know it's hard to compare today's events to the past because, I mean, everything about this year is just so different. But in terms of
everything's different.
I mean, truly, nothing is the same. In terms of other inaugural parades, though, that stand out historically, how's this one compare?
Well, what we will see and what is the same is that walk from, or the escort, the military escort for the president and vice president to the White House. So we will see them, at some point we do expect them to walk, but we will see them walk onto the White House grounds. And that's something that has happened and this was something that the Lieutenant Colonel mentioned this morning, has happened for the past 250 years. So you will see that element. That is something that will be the same. But of course, you will not see that long procession. This was a parade that at one point had floats. At one point had big arches as the president and vice president make their way down Pennsylvania Avenue. It's something that has had a lot of pomp and circumstance, and you will not see that this time around. Again, just 3 weeks, or just 3 blocks as the president and vice president make their way to the White House.
Jax, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now, with just hours to go until the inauguration of Joe Biden, President Trump already departed the White House for the last time in a send-off at Joint Base Andrews. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us now from West Palm Beach, Florida, where the president is currently heading aboard Air Force One. Now, Monica, it's, of course, not typical, as we just said with Shaq. Nothing is the same right now for the sitting president to leave Washington before their successor is sworn in. So what do you know about how this event came together and the speech that President Trump gave there?
You're absolutely right, Savannah. It is really rare for an outgoing president, especially one like Donald Trump, who could have attended Joe Biden's inauguration. He just simply chose not to skip the entirety of the event. So we know that this ceremonial send-off that took place earlier at Andrews was something the president wanted. He wanted to thank some supporters and former aides and officials who had gathered there. But I was particularly struck by who wasn't there. Vice President Mike Pence, for instance, was not in attendance because he is going to be going to the inauguration. But something that we've just learned, and NBC News was first to report, Savannah, is the fact that though the president has busted a lot of norms, one he did continue as a tradition was, we're told he did leave a note for President-elect Biden in the Oval Office. Unclear what the contents of that letter will be, but that is a tradition going back several presidents. So we will be continuing to report out the details of that, which will be a big storyline for today, Savannah and Joe.
Absolutely.
Monica, once President Trump does land in Florida, what's the plan? Do we know what he's going to do?
The timing is actually pretty notable, Joe, because he's in the air now. He may land in the 11 a.m. hour. Of course, his presidency ends at noon, so he will be deplaning with the First Lady and some other family members. They're going to get into their last presidential motorcade and head to Mar-a-Lago, their private club here in South Florida. And then we expect him to be completely out of view, at least not in front of any public or television cameras at the moment the oath of office is given to President-elect Joe Biden. A note that is just so interesting to people and nerds like me and you is that the nuclear football has to travel with President Trump down here to Florida. But then, of course, there's a second nuclear football that gets activated for those codes once Joe Biden takes the oath of office at noon, guys.
Monica, thank you so much.
Since the Capitol riot, people in the conspiracy theory community, QAnon, are becoming increasingly fractured.
These supporters are now sharing inaccurate information about Inauguration Day through lesser-known messaging apps. NBC News found many accounts even believe today is the cult's long-awaited doomsday. NBC News tech reporter Ben Collins joins us now with more on his reporting. So, Ben, I think one of the things we got to start with right there is just what does that mean, this doomsday? And I know that you report QAnon followers falsely expect President Trump to remain the country's leader even after the inauguration. Why are followers holding on to that inaccurate information?
Yeah, well, they're holding on because they have nothing else left. You know, QAnon is a doomsday cult where the very end of it is the roundup and mass execution in public of Democrats. And they believe that today is this elaborate setup. Donald Trump will remain president at the end of it, and the inauguration is a way to round up all the Democrats. I know that sounds nuts, but they actually fully believe this, and they think that noon is going to be their judgment day. They think it's going to be a true doomsday. So right now, they are all working each other into a lather right now on the internet, on their own spaces. They are very excited about today, and they're going to be very disappointed at noon today.
And Ben, some of the messaging about today is pretty violent. I mean, are extremist experts concerned at all about this?
Yeah, they are concerned. I mean, especially after the 6th, a lot of those people in the Capitol were QAnon supporters. They were wearing Q merchandise. They were notable Q people from rallies, from Trump rallies previously in the past. I don't think a lot of people thought they were capable of this, in part because, you know, QAnon is sort of a passive movement. It relies on the government taking over and the government doing all these executions. But recently, it appears as if they think they need to take it into their own hands. And they've been, you know, sort of partnering with militias and people who have a lot of experience in prepping for actual doomsdays, for actual days where they're trying to commit insurrection. That's what gets people worried, is that Q people have started to meld with militias in the last few weeks since Parler shut down.
Now, Ben, I mentioned a minute ago that they've turned to some of these lesser-known apps, and I know that's where you've been finding some of these messages in your reporting. So let's talk about how we got here. Why did this community turn to smaller, unmoderated messaging apps?
So, you know, the big thing is Parler shut down. Parler is that conservative network that was hosting a lot of these violent messages, but they had a little bit of moderation, and there were regular people on there, too. There were regular conservatives on there that sort of steered the ship towards non-militant talk most of the time. Now, since then, they have tried to replicate that feed they had, but they've only found extremists on places like Telegram. Telegram used to be used by terror groups like ISIS. Now it's used by militias, and militias are explicitly recruiting these people who feel adrift after the shutdowns of these services.
All right, Ben, thank you so much. We'll let you get back to keeping an eye on what everyone's saying today. Appreciate your reporting.
Great reporting. New polling from NBC News points to an America that's deeply polarized and pessimistic about its own future as Joe Biden prepares to take his oath of office.
And the data show a whopping 73% of registered voters say that America is headed down the wrong path. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now. So, Mark, that is a daunting number, especially at the very beginning of a new presidency. So how are these voters feeling about Joe Biden? Are they hopeful or are they hopeless?
Yeah, and you have to look at the context of what's occurred in the last 2 months since the election. And of course, it was President Trump contesting the election, trying to overturn the results. The riot, of course, that happened on January 6th, a second impeachment for the president. And normally when you end up getting to this inaugural stage, today's inauguration, it is kind of a rebirth where you put aside the politics of the campaign, but we are still kind of in campaign mode, according to our poll. And Joe, what is interesting, that 73% of voters who think that the country is on the wrong track, not only is that shared by majorities of Democrats, independents, and Republicans, but it's also 13 percentage points higher than it was in our poll right before the election. And it's at the highest mark it's been in the last 4.5 years. And so this is a very big challenge for Joe Biden, and something I'm sure he's going to be addressing in his inaugural address this afternoon.
And now, Mark, we know another large group of voters say the country will remain divided over the next 4 years, with a vast majority of Republicans subscribing to that belief. Tell us about that stat that we've got there and what's contributing to that feeling.
Yeah, and again, I think it's a lot of the same context, and of course, punctuated obviously by the insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th. But Joe Biden ended up really selling himself as a uniter during his presidential bid in the primaries and in the general election. It was often met with some snickering by Democratic folks who were supporting maybe a different side. But that unity is going to be put to the test, and Joe Biden was asked in the last presidential debate by our own Kristen Welker what he would end up saying in his inaugural address to people who didn't vote for him. And Joe Biden's answer was, I'm going to be your president, even if you didn't vote for me. And so I do think that this is one of the reasons to tee up incoming President Joe Biden's inaugural address today, because it allows him to start addressing that unity, which a lot of people don't think is coming.
Absolutely. And these numbers you've shared with us, Mark, lay out just how much work there is to do to get this country, back together, more unity. Mark, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's now bring in our panel to share some political and historical insight into the significance of today.
National politics reporter for Politico, Chris Catalogo, is with us, along with presidential historian Alan Lichtman and NBC News national security contributor Chris Watts, all joining us now. Thank you for being with us. Chris, I want to start with the various crises that soon-to-be President Biden is set to inherit right away. He's announced plans to sign more than a dozen executive actions right after he arrives at the White House. What will be his initial focus and his priority?
Yeah, we have a long list of priorities that Joe Biden has. First among them is clearly the COVID pandemic. I think that they're looking at that, particularly within the first 100 days and the 100 million shots in arms, as really the benchmark by which they will be judged. And so I think that's going to be a top priority for them. There are also a number of others that you talked about, including keeping the freeze on student loan debt, looking at rejoining the Paris Accords, this immigration bill that he's doing, which is really going to be a test of how bipartisan this new administration is going to be and how much Republicans are going to reach across the aisle and work with them. You also have a number of other crises. You have kind of a day of jubilation, which we're looking at, a real sense of relief among Democrats out there, but also kind of this trepidation among the Biden folks, because they don't necessarily know what they're walking into in this White House. The transition with the Trump administration was not smooth. There were a number of hiccups, a number of agencies that didn't work really with the Biden transition in a way that the transition wanted. And so, when they start opening the files, when they start cracking the books, I think this crisis that they're walking into with COVID, with the economy, it could be even deeper when they start really looking into what things look like in the White House.
Alan, I want to bring you in here for some historical context. There's 10,000 questions we could ask you to sort of lay out here just exactly how starkly different this is than any other inauguration. Let's just start with the fact that President Trump did not mention Biden's name in his farewell address. We know, of course, he's not attending the inauguration ceremonies. He's already left the District of Columbia. We did hear that he left a note for incoming President Biden, though we don't know the context of that note. We don't know anything in it quite yet. How does this all reflect upon the strength of our country's lasting institution of a peaceful transfer of power, to not see these two figures cross paths at all today?
Well, Trump has done everything in his power, really throughout his presidency, to subvert fundamental institutions of our democracy. And he did it again during this terribly marred transition. But we've seen difficult transitions before. One of the most difficult was after the election of Franklin Roosevelt in 1932, when you had a much longer transition until March 4th. There was a very frosty relationship between Roosevelt and Herbert Hoover. But the Roosevelt model offers us some hope. After all, he came into office in 1933 at the bottom of the Great Depression, with a nation in distress and despair. And how did he bring us together, not everyone, and really unify the nation and give us hope by delivering concrete, real benefits to the American people? And that's the model that Biden has got to follow. If he improves the lives of ordinary Americans, if he deals effectively with the pandemic, with the economic crisis, with the transition to a clean, renewable economy, then all of this will be forgotten. You know, Abraham Lincoln said, here's why I ignore all of my critics, because if in the end it works out well, none of this will have mattered one bit. And if it doesn't, it won't matter either.
Clinton, very, very quickly here, we're tight on time. Just what, when it comes to the risk of domestic extremism, what's the biggest worry right now for Joe Biden?
I think for today, things look better than they did 2 weeks ago, meaning there's been a massive response, a lot of defenses. But this won't solve the problem. These extremists have already cropped up, and many of them are even more emboldened and motivated based on January 6th. I think the one thing to think about is going into the summer of 2021 is it's going to look a lot like the 1990s. Remember Timothy McVeigh, Eric Rudolph, these sorts of things. And the thing that's been holding them back is targets. Because of the pandemic, there's not mass gatherings often, so this has limited their options. I worry that as the pandemic ends and extremists continue, we could see more mass casualty sorts of attacks in the summer of 2021.
Clint, Chris, Alan, thank you so much for sharing your perspective with us. So important this morning.
Thank you.
We do want to get a check on your Inauguration Day weather.
Which, of course, means we've got Bill Cairns here. Bill, how are those winds?
Yeah, you can see them already, guys. You can see the flags in the background, some of our reporters, the hair blowing. They should double in intensity between now and over the next 2 to 3 hours. So they're really going to be kicking up. The rain and snow is gone from the area. You probably saw if you were watching Air Force One taking off, the skies were clearing and it was looking pretty good. So right now we're at 43 degrees. So the temperature is actually pretty comfortable. The wind chill is only 37. The winds are picking up, though. Right now they're steady at 10. We've had gusts up to 20. We expect that to almost double by the time we get to noon today. Temperatures will remain kind of steady, but those winds could gust up to 40 miles per hour, and that would be one of the highest winds we've ever had for an inauguration. So if you're watching pictures of the parade or even the swearing-in ceremony, it'll be noticeably gusty. And we've had some crazy weather. The warmest ever was 55 degrees for Reagan's first inauguration. The coldest was his second inauguration, and it was so cold that they actually had to do the swearing-in ceremony indoors. The temperature was 7 degrees. And we've had some rainy days, too. Of course, the rainiest of them all was Franklin Delano Roosevelt with 1.7 inches of rain. And, this is January. D.C. can get some snowstorms, and that was the worst, was almost 10 inches of snow back in 1909. There's some other big things going on today, too, guys. We officially become part of the Paris climate deal. So that's a big deal also.
It certainly is. Bill, thank you so much. Still got so much to come this morning as we await the inauguration of Joe Biden.
Continuing coverage of today's procession next.
Everybody, welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
I'll tell you what the American people's mandate is. Heal the nation. It's why he ran. That is why he won. How close to the breaking point is our hospital system? Why should we feel confident that vaccine distribution will go smoothly? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus exploding to staggering
President-elect
new records.
Biden moves forward with his transition. What are your priorities going to be on those first days? With vaccinations ramping up.
How are you feeling? Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
Are you ready?
Monday boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children. I can't calm down.
Do No Harm. All 6 episodes, plus a special bonus episode, are available now. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
We have been living in perpetual grief. The incomprehensible loss of life, shuttered businesses, the fabric of civility ripped apart. We found solace in our heroes. And now finally, we see what hope looks like. Our worst year is over. Thanks to science, defeating the virus appears to be in reach. How we heal the wounds left behind will define how history remembers not just the virus, but us.
We're only 20 days into 2021, and we've already witnessed an insurrection, an impeachment, now an inauguration, a tradition we need perhaps now more than ever. To inaugurate means to commence, to initiate, to make a formal beginning. It is, in essence, a fresh start when a new hand is raised, when new visions come into focus.
Let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
Starting today, we must pick ourselves up, dust ourselves off, and begin again the work of remaking America.
Yet, in so many ways, an inauguration is also a continuation, with each president uttering the same oath dictated by the Constitution, each sworn in on the same day, January 20th, as prescribed by the 20th Amendment when it was ratified in 1933. We are reminded by the presence of presidents past that this day, this ceremony, is perhaps less of a new beginning and more of an extension. Like the torch passed before each Olympics, our presidents are runners in a relay, protecting and relinquishing the lantern of democracy, making sure their successor, whether political friend or foe, inherits a vibrant beacon. This year's inauguration will mark a stunning departure from such ritual. The absence of the outgoing president. Rather than pass the torch, critics say he used it to set the Capitol grounds ablaze, inciting an insurrection just 2 weeks ago in the very place the inauguration will happen. Now, with the smoke still smoldering, President-elect Joe Biden will take the oath, deliver his address, and try to heal an unsteady nation still feeling the aftershocks of an immeasurable political earthquake. Like so many inaugural addresses before, unity will be the priority.
May we know unity without conformity.
We as a society must rise up united.
There is nothing wrong with America that cannot be cured by what is right with America.
Our unity, our union, is the serious work of leaders and citizens in every generation.
For all the novelty, all the change that comes with a new leader, we are reminded each inauguration is really more like a bridge, connecting presidents and leading us forward, torch in hand, democracy's flame still burning. We'll watch that torch burn in just a couple hours this morning.
Joe, a beautiful piece. What an incredible essay there.
Our inauguration coverage continues.
Let's turn now to an NBC News special report.
The inauguration of Joseph R. Biden Jr. Here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our live coverage of the inauguration of Joseph R. Biden Jr. as the 46th President of the United States. The President-elect right now at this moment attending a service at Washington St. Matthew's Cathedral, accompanied by a bipartisan delegation of congressional leaders. But in less than 2 hours, he will take the oath of office at the Capitol, and Kamala Harris will be sworn in as Vice President. Truly a historic day.
Yeah, and we just saw the Capitol all dressed up and ready to go. It's historic because the current president, Donald Trump, chose not to be here. He left town this morning after a ceremony at Joint Base Andrews. He's now flying home aboard Air Force One to Florida. He's the first president not to attend his successor's inauguration since the Civil War. There's a lot of reasons there will be history today. That's one of them.
Yeah, and he did wish the new administration the best and said he would pray for them. There is so much that's different about today's ritual of democracy. No crowd of thousands on the Mall because of the pandemic, which has now claimed more than 400,000 American lives and counting. Extremely tight security throughout Washington because of the assault on the Capitol, of course, 2 weeks ago today by a mob of Trump supporters intent on stopping the electoral vote count. That riot led to the impeachment of Donald Trump just 1 week later. His Senate trial is still pending.
But today is to look forward. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have their day ahead of them, pomp, ceremony, and also a day of great ambition. They say they intend to hit the ground running, eager to put their agenda in place. And obviously some of that will have to do with taking part some of the Trump legacy as well. We want to give you an overview of what the events of the day will look like. As mentioned, the president-elect Joe Biden just finishing up that church service in Washington, D.C.
In just a few moments, the events move just 2 miles to the southeast to the U.S. Capitol. The swearing-in ceremony will get underway at 11:15 Eastern Time on what's known as the West Front of the U.S. Capitol, with Lady Gaga singing the national anthem and performances by Jennifer Lopez and Garth Brooks. And at 12 noon, Joe Biden will officially become the 46th president, taking the oath of office and delivering his inaugural address in the very spot where those rioters stormed the Capitol exactly 2 weeks ago. The contrast couldn't be any more striking.
Yeah, and then this afternoon, just after 2 o'clock, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and their spouses will be joined by former first couples Obama, Bush, and Clinton for a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. Then comes the inaugural parade, which, of course, will be different this year. It will mostly be virtual, a nod to, of course, the pandemic and also security concerns. We will see the new president and vice president being escorted to the White House, but we will not see those usual crowds.
And capping off the day, in place of the usual inaugural balls, tonight a primetime star-studded televised special hosted by Tom Hanks. That will get underway at 8:30 Eastern Time.
So we've got a lot to get to today. Let's get started. Our team is in place. Let's start with NBC's political director, Meet the Press moderator, Chuck Todd, also Chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Not first inauguration for either of them. Chuck, I'll start with you. We saw the president's send-off. What did you make of it?
Well, look, I mean, as we wrote this morning in First Read, 2 months ago, right after we declared Joe Biden the winner, I think you would have said, boy, Donald Trump was a failed one-term president, but a successful leader of a political movement that is here to stay. 2 months later, he imploded in his inability to accept the loss. And here he is sort of in a somewhat having to leave Washington in a bit of a humiliating manner, nobody really wanting to send him off. And he sort of slinks away. And I would argue that might be the biggest favor he's done for the country and for Joe Biden today. You know, we're going to talk a lot about him not being here. I think that is a good thing. It allows Joe Biden, it allows him to start to turn the page. The country clearly wanted to turn the page. I think this town, after what happened 2 weeks ago, desperately wants to see sort of a new tone. And so, look, this is a moment Joe Biden obviously has been thinking about for nearly 50 years. But this really is, I think, a challenge like no incoming president has had. You know, we talk about Barack Obama had a challenge, certainly George W. Bush and the way he won had a challenge. But really, we're looking at FDR, Abraham Lincoln level of challenges facing Joe Biden, the most experienced person that we've ever had elected president of the United States.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. Let's bring in Andrea Mitchell right now. Andrea, what are your thoughts?
Well, the contrast also with the outgoing President Trump having to send these invitations, please bring 5 friends with you to Joint Base Andrews, to try to create this rally for himself with the music playing, blaring music that was more similar to a political rally, and then saying farewell, thank you, have a good life, we'll see you soon. It was awkward and tentative on their last flight on Air Force One, and that was carefully timed because he wants to arrive in Florida while he can still call it Air Force One, which at 11:59, as of 11:59, he will not be able to call it that anymore. It will be Air Force One for, of course, Joe Biden, the new president. Last night, interestingly, in an exclusive interview on MSNBC with Joy Reid, Speaker Pelosi was asked about the noon transition of power, and she said, not noon, 11:59. She has that constitutional moment emblazoned in her mind, and it was very clear that there is no forgiveness, that there will be accountability, and you know that this president is leaving as the only president impeached twice, and also facing a Senate trial with Chuck Schumer now in the majority. But very importantly today, the bipartisan prayer, the Mass at St. Matthew's, the invitation of the incoming president to have both Schumer and Mitch McConnell there. That tells you so much, as well as Mitch McConnell's comments yesterday, not by any means absolving President Trump. And there is the possibility that he's leaving himself open to conviction. The other thing about Donald Trump's departure was a passing thank you to Mike Pence. The awkwardness, the divide between the two was so pronounced after the president did not call his vice president, when Vice President Pence, his wife Karen, and the rest of their family, their children, were in lockdown and were in dire danger, as we know from subsequent videos of that horrible insurrection of people hunting him down.
And we are watching, Andrea, as you've been speaking, these images on the east front of the Capitol, where we're starting to see some of those who are invited today arrive and take their places. Usually there would be tens of thousands here, but in this case, only about 1,000 invited guests, a nod to both security and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. We also have former presidents already in the vicinity. I mentioned earlier, President Bush and Laura Bush are there. The Obamas just arrived moments ago. The Clintons have been seen on the east front of the Capitol, and so we're starting to see the pieces and the people in place for the inaugural ceremony, which will take place in about 2 hours from now. Let's bring in our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. He's in Lafayette Park, which is just outside the White House, of course. Peter, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. You note that the Obamas have now arrived at the Capitol, and perhaps it's only fitting that former President Barack Obama was the first to formally congratulate President Joe Biden on Twitter just moments ago, saying, "Congratulations to my friend, President Joe Biden. This is your time." Those two men from different backgrounds, races, and generations became the best of friends, brothers, as aides have described to me. That relationship formed during their time in office. They said initially, aides did, that it was sort of a relationship of convenience, but they grew so close together, and it will be the Obamas among the other past presidents who helped celebrate this crucial moment in American history as Joe Biden is sworn in as the country's 46th president. In much the same way that Donald Trump was this sort of great disruptor, this insurgent candidate that came to Washington to change Washington, Joe Biden is in many ways a president who knows Washington better than any before him, serving almost 50 years here. The senator from Delaware, just a young man when he first arrived, now in his more senior years as the statesman who will lead this country. His aides suggest through this awful pandemic, of course, and the challenges that it has brought to the economy as well. This morning, it was by design that Biden went to that church service surrounded by the bipartisan congressional leaders. By design that his first act here in Washington during his arrival yesterday was that national moment of mourning and remembrance, the lighting of 400 columns of light to remember the lives of 400,000 Americans lost, a sort of collective catharsis. So while today will be about pomp and pageantry, it will also be about policy. His inaugural address, aides say, focused not on Donald Trump, not on Joe Biden, but on the people of America, the people who Joe Biden has said need healing during this very difficult time. Savannah and Hoda and Lester.
Yeah, beautiful shot of that field of flags on the National Mall. And before that, we saw a little glimpse of the president-elect and Dr. Biden at that church service, the Mass. Jeh Johnson was Secretary of Homeland Security under President Obama and joins us. Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us. You know, I note that the pictures we're seeing right now, we're not seeing that ring of steel and armed troops, but they're there. They won't be a part of the large image we're watching today. But going forward, how does that end? Because nothing that we're going to see today is necessarily going to stop these extremist feelings that overflowed 2 weeks ago.
Lester, that's a good question. For a long time, the U.S. Capitol has been considered the people's house. We resisted the notion of a fence, a barrier around it, like we have at the White House or the Pentagon or other federal buildings or military installations. And in my lifetime, and I have a picture when I was about 8 years old of my family and I parking our car in public parking just steps away from that eastern front of the Capitol that you just showed there in the images. All that's changed now. And every time we enhance security, whether it's at a federal building or an airport by way of screening, we're reluctant to go back. We're reluctant to take it off. I'd like to believe that all of the security we see right now around the Capitol is just a temporary state. It really should be the people's house. You know, as I'm sure you know, there's a visitor center now with a lot of security. But there is something to be said for access by the American people to their representatives in Congress at the U.S. Capitol. And so I'm really hoping this is temporary. It is very, very different from the inauguration of 4 years ago, where I had the responsibility for the overall security of the event. It's because of the situation we're in right now.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
If you bring up a good point, Secretary Johnson, and you're in a unique vantage point here that you actually did oversee the security 4 years ago. And when you compare what was done then to what is happening now, I mean, it's just a huge ramp up by necessity.
This, we like to say peaceful transfer of power. It's a cliche. This was not a peaceful transfer of power as a result of the events of January 6th. And none of us should ever take that for granted again. You know, we have a resilient democracy, but it depends very much upon the maturity and the responsibility of those who lead our government, who exercise power in Washington. And we now know what the dangers are of a threat to our democracy if those with a microphone, those with power, incite violence, encourage people to come to Washington and do what they did 2 weeks ago.
There was a time we could be closer to our presidents. This was not only a threat against the Capitol, this was ultimately a threat against democracy. And you have to ask about Joe Biden. Okay. Will he be behind an even thicker wall of security? Will that separate him more from the American people?
Well, the Secret Service, which protects the president, is, in my judgment, the best protection agency in the world. When I was at DHS, I oversaw the Secret Service. They're part of DHS. I was also a protectee myself of the Secret Service for 3 years. And I know from personal experience that the Secret Service knows how to do this while also granting their protectee, particularly the president, access to the American people. They will adjust and they will do an extraordinary job.
Secretary Jeh Johnson, always good to have you on. Thank you for coming on with us today.
And we've been watching, as we've been having this conversation, some of the arrivals, some of the congressional leaders, saw Senator Klobuchar, saw Senator Schumer, some of the House leaders arriving, and we are starting to see a motorcade. So the things are starting to happen there on the west front of the Capitol where the inauguration will take place. And we turn now in our coverage to Mike Barnicle, a veteran journalist and NBC News contributor, and also a longtime friend of the Bidens. And I think it's fair to call you, Mike, something of a Biden whisperer. I wonder if you've been in touch and if you could share what you feel his mindset is as he takes this office and takes on challenges that perhaps no one could have imagined even a year ago.
Yeah, that's for sure, Savannah. I think one word would describe where his mind is right now: determined. I think he's determined to just change the country, to calm the country down. And I think a lot of it is encapsulated in something he said last night at the Reflecting Pool that might stand out and have more resonance than anything he says in the upcoming inaugural address. When he said last night, to heal is to remember. And as all the pictures have shown us, and as you and Lester have been talking about, I mean, the inauguration is taking place today in a city that's virtually empty. There are no huge crowds. There are no huge numbers on the stand behind the president-elect as he takes the oath of office. But I think he urges us to remember so much that we seem to have forgotten in the most recent past, namely the 400,000 plus victims of the virus who have died in anonymity and loneliness, many of them. To remember what this country is all about, to remember what this country can do when it's determined to do it, to remember that government works efficiently for people and helps lift up people when government is used properly. So I think that's on his mind going forward, and I think the biggest distinction between today and the past literally 48 months, we can now look to the Oval Office and look to the President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, and say with certainty, he is a good man.
Mike, he will make pledges today during his speech and goals. But when it comes to this idea of unity, what's the measure of success?
Boy, that's a good question, Lester. I mean, the measure of success, I think, immediately will be things like, you know, do you get the massive appropriation bill through Congress? You know, the update of the CARES Act. Do you get another $1 trillion or $2 trillion to help people who are desperate for help? I mean, people who have been thrown out of their homes, lost their homes, been evicted from their apartments, to get the logistics down properly for the distribution of the vaccine. Can that be done successfully? Can he begin to deal with the infrastructure problems of this country? I think he's going to find out, we're going to find out very quickly within the first 3 months whether the Congress and the Republicans will balk at everything and try to obstruct everything, or will they be forced, because of the reality around us, to contribute to governance for the first time in 4 years. I think that would be some small measure of success, definition of success.
And to that point, I mean, it's not just what you get done on a bipartisan basis, it's also the tone. And I wonder where you think he'll be in terms of uniting and speaking to those who didn't vote for him. I mean, it's almost, you know, many presidents at their inaugurations or on election night will say, I'll be your president whether you voted for me or not. But one thing President Trump did say this morning that was true is that 70 million plus people voted for him. That's a record. More people voted for Joe Biden. That's a record, too. We had one of the greatest turnout elections we've ever had. But the point is that there are tens of millions who may feel differently about the scene that they'll watch today. And how will he reach out to them?
You know, Savannah, I really believe that Joe Biden is a person who is grounded in the concept of healing. And he's determined to heal the nation. But healing is the key. And he knows what healing is all about. He's learned it from a life of horrific loss that everyone knows he's endured. But he has endured it, and he has healed himself, and he knows the magic of healing. And I think that's going to be part of the component part of him dealing with Congress, with dealing with a Mitch McConnell. The only way this country is going to get better quickly is if both sides talk to one another at the political level. And I think at the citizenry level, you, me, people around this country, the 74 million who voted for Donald Trump, I hate to say his name, but the 74 million who voted for the former president, combined with the 81 plus million who voted for Joe Biden, I think he can address all of them. It's in his nature. He's an understanding guy. He's a genuine human being. He's grounded. He's been grounded for as long as I've known him in the faith that he holds, in the faith in his family, and the faith of the Republic, and in the faith of being able to do his job. So we're going to find out, but I think he's got a PhD in healing, and he's going to bring that to the country.
Mike Barnicle, always good to get your perspective after all these years of knowing the Biden family. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's check in with Kristen Welker right now. She's there on the west front of the Capitol as we see members of Congress gathering, taking their seats. And you'll note the seats are spread out as we've become accustomed to in this age of COVID. Kristen.
Well, Lester, We just watched Senator Ted Cruz arrive, of course, one of the Republican senators that questioned the legitimacy of the election results, which really underscores the task before President-elect Joe Biden as he tries to unify a deeply divided nation. We are talking about all of the ways in which this inauguration is unprecedented. Well, here is one thing that makes it traditional: the fact that Joe Biden will be sworn in on the west front of the U.S. Capitol. And that is so significant. That can't be understated. Why? Because just 2 weeks ago, there was an insurrection against this Capitol, and the very idea of holding these historic events outside was in question. And so we know that Joe Biden was determined to do it. He thought that was important. It was important to show that strength and important to try to set the tone that it is time for the country to move beyond those horrific events of 2 weeks ago. And then, of course, just 1 week ago, last Wednesday, President Trump was impeached. And so it is that incredibly complicated backdrop that Joe Biden will be sworn in against. And his first and most difficult task is going to be to try to unify this nation. His inaugural address will call for unity, will call for themes of healing, as you were just talking about. But then the really hard work begins. And we are told he's going to try to get down to work today, passing 15 executive orders that will aim to address the myriad of crises that he is dealing with, everything from COVID-19 to the economy and racial disparities. So the question is, though, as President-elect Biden tries to work on legislation, it gets more complicated. Will he be able to reach across the aisle? There you have Senator Bernie Sanders, of course, one of Joe Biden's rivals during the Democratic primary, someone now who is staunchly in his corner. Cory Booker as well arriving. And again, it can't be overstated. Just the fact that these lawmakers are here for this inauguration, which will take place on the West Front Capitol, is significant and is one step toward a return to normalcy after that attack on the U.S. Capitol. Savannah and Lester.
All right, Kristen.
Peggy Noonan joins us. She was a principal speechwriter for President Reagan and NBC News political contributor now. And Peggy, as we look at these images, and we do, of course, recall what was going on 2 weeks ago at the United States Capitol. And now we see congressional leaders coming together and being present for the swearing in of a new president. And I just started thinking about how the attack was, yes, an attack on democracy, but also attack on a separate co-equal branch of government. And it does feel in these last few days and weeks since then, you detect a note of defiance on the part of the Congress that goes beyond party. I noticed that Mitch McConnell keeps talking about the Article 1 branch in the Constitution, sort of reasserting the primacy of the United States Congress. And I feel that is one of the threads that we can detect today.
Yeah, I think so, too. I think I have been heartened to see those members of Congress who have come forward and who have spoken bluntly and truthfully about the events of the insurrection. Mitch McConnell was completely right, and others, in saying, look, this was a crowd more or less directed or incited to enter the legislative branch, excited by the executive branch. This was a grave constitutional misstep is the word I'm thinking of, but that's not serious enough. Maybe sin is. And I think, that incident, 1/6, what happened during the insurrection, is not just going to disappear. It's going to linger for a really long time. And I think more members of Congress, I think, have become very sober-minded about the historical moment we're in. And I hope, after every tragedy, if you will, there is always opportunity. Tragedies aren't just sad, they open up new possibilities. So I would hope the president-elect could see that opening, and a bunch of sober and serious and experienced people might come together and have some interesting conversations.
Yeah, not sure if we're looking at the presidential-elect motorcade here. I believe we are making its way to the Capitol. And Peggy, as we watch that, how specific do you think Joe Biden will be in his inaugural address in speaking directly to members of Congress who, up until the end, insisted that his presidency would be illegitimate?
I think they were proven to be on the losing side of that argument, yes. So I would love to see, and Joe Biden well knows that, knew it from the beginning, so I would love to see a long-suffering generosity on his part. As for the words that will be said today, you know, this nation manufactures a lot of words. We are inundated with words every day. We operate under a mountain of them. I think actions will be more eloquent and persuasive in the future. I always say, everybody said Ronald Reagan was such an optimistic guy. He let us feel optimism again. And I say, no, he didn't just smile and make you optimistic. He was confident. He felt he and the American people could move forward and make progress. And as people saw that happening, it made them feel optimistic. So it's all in the actions, Lester. And man, I would love to see Joe Biden tomorrow go up to Congress and sit down, have a cup of coffee with a bunch of people and say, we're turning the page together. What can we accomplish?
Well, attending a church service together is probably a good start toward that end, and we saw that just a short time ago. Peggy Noonan, thanks.
And we've heard a lot this morning, people remarking on the healing that needs to take place in the nation, but anybody who's ever had a wound knows that most wounds don't heal overnight. This is where that work begins, and we will begin to witness it today as this inauguration takes place and the inaugural speech, and we are watching these scenes as the dignitaries arrive at the Capitol.
Kamala Harris there and her husband now exiting the vehicle.
And there's the president-elect also arriving just now onto the steps of the Capitol. And we've got about an hour and a half to go before our Constitution prescribes that the new president will be sworn in.
Yeah, let's go to Craig Melvin, who's on the east front of the Capitol here as we watch the president-elect make his arrival. Craig?
Lester, right now, you see the president-elect there. From our vantage point, we also see the soon-to-be First Lady as well, Dr. Jill Biden. There she is, Dr. Biden, putting on her gloves there. It is quite chilly. In fact, there were some snow flurries here in the nation's capital a short time ago. And Senator Harris, soon-to-be Vice President Harris, and I screwed this up earlier. I want to make sure I get it right this time. The soon-to-be First Gentleman, Doug Emhoff, all of them set to make their way up the steps. We should point out here, as they get ready to proceed up the steps, they are flanked on both sides by members of the Capitol Police. And they are being flanked by members of the Capitol Police because of, obviously, what happened here 2 weeks ago as we see the soon-to-be President and First Lady. Again, it's a little difficult to make out with the masks on, but I believe they are being greeted by members of the two members of the JCCIC, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. We saw Senator Klobuchar as well, who's one of the members of that committee a few minutes ago, sort of inspecting the troops, if you will. But they'll go in. They'll be greeted by members of the leadership as we listen in for just a moment.
It's really stunning to watch the president-elect standing at the foot of those stairs, those very stairs that 2 weeks ago we saw the desecration of our U.S. Capitol.
And perhaps he's pausing there and has that very thing in his mind, or perhaps he's thinking of the day, oh gosh, decades ago when he first came to Congress as a United States Senator, a young man then in grief who had just lost his wife and daughter in a car crash and had two young sons. And now we see all these years later, the president-elect, the soon-to-be First Lady, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, who will make history in more ways than one today, and the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, as they now enter the building where they walk in as President and Vice President-elect, but will walk out as the new President and Vice President of the United States.
Joe Biden spent a lot of time in that building as a member of Congress and of course, as Vice President as well. Andrew Mitchell, I want to get your thoughts, again, juxtaposing what you're looking at now as opposed to what we looked at 2 weeks ago today.
Well, that is the stark contrast. I don't ever recall this happening because usually they come in through the Capitol and come out at the top of the steps there right on the podium. But walking up those steps where the Capitol was breached, that's where the first access to the Capitol took place on January 6th. I think that was a symbolic greeting by Senators Klobuchar and Blunt, who are the two chairs, the leaders, bipartisan, of the Rules Committee, which is traditionally done. And now they're coming into the Capitol together up the steps, both the Bidens and the Harrises. They did not, of course, have the greeting at the White House that would have normally taken place between the president-elect, his spouse, and, of course, the outgoing president.
Andrea,
so that's why this is so different.
I just was told in my ear by our producer that Eugene Goodman, the Capitol Police officer escorting Vice President-elect Harris, is some will recognize from heroic actions that day as the insurrectionists and rioters broke into the Capitol. He was the officer who, in a moment of great poise, led them in a different direction away from an open door to the Senate chamber. And in that moment, many have said perhaps saved untold lives. And who knows what could have happened but for his heroism. And he, of course, is getting a place of honor today.
Well, Savannah, in fact, they are voting to give him the Congressional Gold Medal for that bravery and for the brilliance, really, of his quick decision-making. Recall that he was drawing them up to the top of the second floor, the steps there. And on that landing at the second floor, he quickly spotted that if they had turned to the left, they would have been 100 feet from where Vice President Pence and his family were then being secluded by the Secret Service, having just been taken off the podium of the Senate chamber just minutes before. Instead, he drew them to the right and saved any interaction or confrontation between the Vice President and the Secret Service, of course, and the oncoming mob. So it was just incredibly heroic.
All right, Andrea, thank you. Let's go to Hallie Jackson right now. Hallie, again, putting into perspective all this, your thoughts?
I'm struck by a couple of things, Lester. How many times has Joe Biden walked into this Capitol building over the course of his career, over the course of his many decades in public service? Thousands upon thousands of times, but never like this. And same goes for Vice President-elect Harris, for that matter as well, who served in this chamber. This is a moment for them, and it is a moment for the country to see as they walked up those stairs where 2 weeks ago we all were live on the air here broadcasting the rioters breaching the steps. You notice who's not here? President Trump, as we have talked about, who, of course, remains president until noon today. But look at who is here. We know that Vice President Mike Pence has arrived. We've seen a number of the president's allies here, Republicans, more than 50 of them by our team's count, who voted to object to the Electoral College count certifying President-elect Biden's win, are expected to be in attendance today. One of my producers spotted Congressman Jim Jordan, for example, one of President Trump's closest allies, who is attending today, somebody who's been speculated to potentially be involved in his impeachment trial. That means something, these individuals' attendance here. And while Joe Biden does come into office with many around the country, and frankly here in Washington, hoping for him to be able to make good on that promise of unification, he has some challenges ahead of him. Polling shows that most Americans, many Americans, are concerned about the uphill battle as it relates to unity, as it relates to progress. And the president-elect, we often talk about the first 100 days. He does not have that kind of luxury of time. This country is facing the crisis of public health and the pandemic, the economic crisis. He has two major bills, a $1.9 trillion economic relief bill and a massive immigration bill that will be sent to Congress today by the end of this week. And he is going to need cooperation from the spectrum of people that you see here on stage, from, Senator Bernie Sanders, who we saw a shot of a few moments ago on the left, to Senator Ted Cruz, House Republicans on the right, to be able to get some of what he wants to do through Congress. He's going to do a lot in the next 3 days as far as executive orders, a federal mask mandate, for example. He's going to reverse a series of executive actions that President Trump took in his early days in office and throughout his 4 years. But executive orders can only get you so far. And I believe we're taking a look as we talk about the president's allies at Senator Lindsey Graham here, somebody else who has been with the president even in his final days of office, flying with him on Air Force One, for example, on the president's last trips steps here, Joe Biden is going to need that help to create the kind of change that he wants to create, to get done what he wants to get done, because those actions that he can take just via the power of the presidency only get him so far. As we look at what appears to be Steve Scalise, one of course, the Republican leaders walking through the halls of Congress here. I am also struck, as we take a moment to reflect here, this area that we've seen, and you saw a shot of what's called the crypt, where those big pillars are, packed with those insurrectionists just 2 weeks ago, chanting words like "hang Mike Pence," chanting about wanting to find lawmakers in their offices and bring them, in their words, to justice. It is such a different scene today, and I think it's powerful, and one of the reasons why you saw the Biden team push so hard to make sure that despite all the security measures in place in Washington, and this is my third inauguration, and I'll tell you, it looks very different than all the rest, at least from our perspective, he is able to stand on the West Front and do this. Typically, it's one of the things we get to do is spot people, talk about who we see. It's a lot harder to do when everyone's wearing masks, but that's another big change here. As I look out from the risers of the West Front, social distancing is in place for all of these chairs. Masks are virtually on every single person that I've seen so far. They are all but a requirement here. And that is a significant change to what we've seen. As you both know, typically you're packed like sardines here. It is another sign, as we saw last night with the president-elect's service there at the Lincoln Memorial, another sign that the backdrop to all this is not just the political disunity, the discord, the concern about where this country goes from that perspective. It's the pandemic, and that is the number one priority for President-elect Biden moving forward.
Hallie Jackson,
Savannah.
thank you.
Thank you so much. And we are joined by someone who has a unique perspective on these events, former Vice President Al Gore, who, of course, served in the Clinton administration, was the 2000 Democratic nominee for president. And we all know the rest of the story after there. Mr. Vice President, thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you for inviting me, Savannah. It's a happy day.
What are your thoughts as you see this ritual of democracy, not like any way we've seen it before because of the pandemic, because of what happened at the Capitol, but yet it goes on? What does it mean to you?
It means our republic lives, the center has held, democracy will return in full spirit. It means to me that when Joe Biden walks into the Oval Office not long from now, science will walk in with him. A reverence for truth will walk in with him. A commitment to seeking bipartisan solutions to our country's problems will walk in with him. Empathy will walk in with him. And I'm overcome with the hopefulness that this ceremony brings to us.
What is the significance of the absence of the outgoing president as part of this? Did Donald Trump, in some ways, do Joe Biden a favor by not being here?
Well, I had to chuckle just a little bit, Lester, when Joe Biden was asked about Trump's decision, and he said it was one of the few things he agreed with him on. You could argue it both ways. In some ways, it would be good for him to be there and uphold the traditions of our country. But under all the circumstances, it's just fine that he's not there.
Mr. Vice President, forgive me for getting personal. I know this is not your favorite subject, but we would be remiss if we didn't ask you what it was like. Because 20 years ago, where were you on this day? You were right there, having lost a hard, bitterly fought election, the recount, 534 votes, and you came. And in fact, I believe you presided over the January 6th certification of the electoral votes as the president of the Senate, since you were vice president then. What was that like for you in those moments? What was going through your mind?
Well, thank you for asking, Savannah. And the answer is actually pretty simple, because the importance of the United States of America in all of human history. In Lincoln's phrase, we still are the last best hope of humankind. And the choice between one's own disappointment in your personal career and upholding the noble traditions of America's democracy is a pretty easy choice when it comes down to it.
Mr. Vice President, we're not just facing a division in terms of political terms and policy terms. We're facing division from people who don't think this is going to be a legitimate presidency, who think that the country is somehow under under an assault against freedom. That's a bigger hill to climb than any president has faced in trying to unify a country. How do you think, Joe Biden will go about it?
Well, I think, as others have said, Lester, he is the man for this moment. He is constituted in a way that leads him to reach out to others and build a bipartisan consensus wherever he can. This is hardly the first time, or the second or third or fourth or fifth time, when the side that lost an election feels bitterness and disappointment, but decides after reflection to put the nation first. And I hope very much that those who are still holding on to the lost cause of the outgoing president's reelection, which wasn't to be, will pause and reflect on what's far more important. And what's more important is the United States of America. And I do believe that with the passage of time, we are likely to see the kind of leadership Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are already beginning to provide will bring more toward the recognition that our people have chosen. And all just power is derived from the consent of the governed. The American people made this choice, and their choice is entitled to respect. I believe it will be given that respect in due time by the vast majority of Americans.
And a key question as you talk about how to go forward and whether the two sides can come together and find common ground, we can't ignore the fact that there's been an impeachment in the House, and the Senate will have to take up that matter and conduct a trial. And I wonder where you come down on it. Do you believe President Trump should be impeached by the Senate, and convicted?
Well, I listened with interest when Mitch McConnell spoke yesterday and indicated, in effect, that Donald Trump was responsible for the mob's assault on the Capitol. He said the mob was fed lies and provoked by the president. The mob was not the only group fed lies. One of the reasons why many of Donald Trump's supporters in the campaign still doubt the outcome of the freest and fairest election in our history is that they were fed lies as well. My faith tradition teaches me, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. The truth will eventually carry the day. Now, in the trial in the Senate, the evidence will decide the outcome. I don't mind telling you, if I were still in the Senate, I would vote to convict because I think accountability for this grave crime against the American Republic must be followed by accountability for those who instigated, organized, provoked, and started it. And so we will see if enough Republican senators take the same approach that Mitch McConnell has signaled, to listen to the evidence and make a considered judgment. I think that, we'll see what the outcome is, but I would not bet against conviction.
Former Vice President Al Gore, who on this day 20 years ago was right there in the midst, in the thick of the action. Thank you, sir, for your perspective. It's a unique one, and we're very grateful for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break right now, but we'll be back with much more of our Inauguration Day coverage as we await the swearing in of President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris. We'll be right back.
Are you ready?
Monday boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
We are a country of laws, a democracy built on free and fair elections, where the majority, not the mob, rules, and no rioter, no act of insurrection or domestic terror, no desperate despot can take away all we have built, all that we stand for, and all we hold dear.
Make no mistake, what happened that day was an insurrection against the United States government. Is this the beginning of something or the end of something? Should Donald Trump be ostracized from the Republican Party as you know it?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Looking at the west front of the Capitol, where in about an hour and 15 minutes, Joe Biden will take the oath of office along with Kamala Harris as vice president. The field of flags in the foreground. We would normally expect to see people there, but owing to COVID and then, of course, the restrictions regarding security, there will be no spectators other than the invited ones. And this looks like the Clintons arriving.
Yeah, we're watching that hallway where we've seen the dignitaries. The Clintons, just one of several former first couples who will be there today, including the Bushes and the Obamas. President Carter, who's well into his 90s now, will miss inauguration for the first time. And of course, as mentioned, President Trump has decided not to attend. And in fact, Air Force One carrying President Trump has just arrived in Florida, I'm told, or is arriving. There we go, a shot of Air Force One. Yes, on approach for its final landing carrying President Trump. And he has, as you mentioned, about an hour and a half or so, hour and 20 minutes remaining in his term as the 45th president of the United States. Let's go to Casey Hunt. She's on Capitol Hill for us. And Casey, we've talked a lot about security. We see these dignitaries and everyone looks pretty calm, cool, and collected, but there have to be some jitters given what happened on these very steps 2 weeks ago.
There absolutely are, Savannah, and there are people who have decided not to attend the inauguration today because they're worried about security. Obviously, I'm standing on a lawn here down front of the Capitol that normally would be packed with people, and instead there's plenty of grass between me and the dignitaries that you can see seated behind me, just a few invited here. But even some of those who were extended an invitation decided they didn't want to risk it. And I know at least one Democratic member of Congress came to attend this ceremony wearing body armor, wearing a bulletproof vest. And it's possible there are others. We're working on reports that say as much as that. I also spoke to one member who decided that they didn't want their spouse to come because they were worried about who was going to be with their children in the event something terrible happened. And that anxiety has really been pervading Capitol Hill. I mean, the doors on the east front that were broken open by rioters, one of them is still broken. It hasn't been fixed yet. So this building still bears the physical scars of what happened on January 6th. And those are, of course, scars that our country is dealing with collectively and metaphorically as well. And of course, trying to heal those scars is a major theme for the incoming president-elect Joe Biden today. And I will also say, Savannah, I was thinking about this as you were showing the Air Force One landing in Florida. There was a pretty strong message sent here from Republicans. The vice president, current vice president Mike Pence, Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, Lindsey Graham, a senator from South Carolina, once one of President Trump's staunchest allies. They are all here. They did not attend that farewell ceremony that the president threw for himself at Andrews Air Force Base as he was leaving Washington. Washington here. Instead, they came here. Paul Ryan, the former Speaker of the House, told Pool reporters on his way in that he was here to send a signal that our institutions stand and that the inauguration represents all of that and those continuing traditions that, frankly, President Trump abandoned in large part over the last 4 years. And as I've been watching everything unfold today, especially that visit to church where Joe Biden, the incoming president, reaches out to all four bipartisan elected leaders in Congress and says, please come to church with me, and they say yes. That is radical normalcy, it feels like to me. It is just not something that has been a traditional part of covering Washington under the Trump administration, but it was previously that way for many, many years before, to the point that it would have been unremarkable. And that is, of course, kind of the overarching theme. And I believe we're also hearing George W. Bush and his wife Laura Bush about to come in right now. Again, another signal from a past Republican president that, okay, we are here, we are sending a message to the world, to the people of America. We are going to stand together even after everything we've been through.
And Casey, as you note, there is the President Bush and Laura Bush just introduced and making their way to their seats. And we saw just behind them the Obamas as the former living presidents, except for Jimmy Carter, attending this inauguration.
That's right, Lester. And I think we can't overstate the degree to which, and you were just talking about this as well with the former Vice President Al Gore, about what's going to happen next in this impeachment trial that we know is going to unfold in the Senate. And, you know, Democrats for sure don't want that to be the focus of the day today by any stretch. And I know Jen Psaki spoke with Savannah about this on the Today Show. They didn't want to weigh in on impeachment one way or the other. And I know Democrats I talked to certainly want to keep the focus on the day. But I will say those words from Mitch McConnell yesterday, that the president bears responsibility for what happened here, for the scars this building bears, for the scars we all have as a nation, really struck me in terms of his possible willingness to say, okay, we may go ahead and convict outgoing President Trump. I keep checking my watch to make sure I'm using the right adjectives. It's not yet noon, so Donald Trump's still president of the United States. But obviously, they are making a show of making sure that they demonstrate that it is in fact true that Joe Biden won the election. He is going to be the president of the United States. It is not, as Donald Trump has told the American public, he did not win this election. And that repeated lie from President Trump convinced all of these people to come here and to do terrible, terrible things to the very symbol of our democracy. And now Republicans have a chance to banish him, to say, no more, you are not walking back onto this stage. There is this major question about whether they're actually going to be willing to do that. It seemed to me McConnell perhaps sent that signal.
And Casey, as we watch the Obamas join the other living presidents and greet some of the dignitaries that are there, we're reminded that this is more than just symbolism. This is more than just pomp and circumstance. It stands for something, and that something is democracy and this peaceful transfer of power, something that is at the core of the founding in this country and sets it apart in many ways from other nations around the world. And that is why you see folks like former President Bush, who doesn't necessarily enjoy the limelight anymore as much as he used to. You see some of the former presidents come out and want to have that show of support. And let's turn now to Valerie Jarrett. She was a senior advisor to President Obama, and she joins us now. And Valerie, I mean, you also have been and attended inaugurations before. When you think about, you know what the job is. You were there, I believe, all 8 years of the Obama administration. You're one of the lifers there. When you think about what President-elect Biden has before him, it's so daunting in terms of the agenda, the pandemic, and then just the spirit of where this country is right now.
Well, good morning, Savannah. And I just say my breath was taken away as I watched Chief Justice Roberts come out through that door, because I do remember the feeling of coming out and seeing the crowds that awaited. And this is a very different moment, as you pointed out. But when you think about just 2 weeks ago, people were storming our Capitol, trying to take over our government. And what does it say about our country that in such a short period of time, we see people show up, former presidents of both parties, leaders across the aisle, all to celebrate the smooth transition of power. And I think this is a moment made for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, soon to be President Biden and Vice President Harris. Their combined strength, their experience, their empathy and appreciation for what our country has gone through, and their core competency to lead and never forget that they were elected to serve, I think today sends them off to a really terrific start. So it's overwhelmingly emotional for me, having been there twice and having lived through the last really horrendous 4 years. But I feel very hopeful at this moment, Savannah.
Valerie, as we're watching members of the Supreme Court take their place, I want to ask you about your memories of that last day in the White House. We see the Obamas greeting the Trumps. It's a cordial moment. Was it a difficult moment for President Obama?
I think it was excruciating for us all. In fact, I posted on Instagram this morning a series of photographs that I took that day, watching the flag ceremony where they gave to the Obamas the flag that flew the first day he was in office, and then that last day, greeting then Vice President Biden and Dr. Biden for that last goodbye as they, prior to leaving for the Capitol, and then their gracious embracing of the Trumps as they arrived into the White House. But I will tell you, it was painful and it was hard for everyone, saying goodbye to the folks who worked at the White House, who had been a part of their family for 8 years, and knowing that you're leaving with not the person that you would have wanted to succeed you, but you rise to the occasion. And that's what I saw President Obama and Michelle Obama do that day, and that's what we're seeing today. And when you interviewed former Vice President Gore earlier, he showed up, Hillary Clinton showed up after their election losses, and that's part of what the institution of the democracy depends upon. And so we have to look forward and not back. But I will say that it was a very, very hard day. And the test of your character is not how you behave when things go well, but how you behave when things don't go your way.
Well, Valerie Jarrett, thank you for coming on with us today. We appreciate it.
And we're seeing more
You're
arrivals. If I had to guess, I'd say those were some Biden grandchildren and family members. And there's Hunter, yeah, right at the lead. And then you see behind him some of the grandchildren who we heard from a little earlier today. So we must be close then to be seeing the president-elect and the vice president-elect in just a few moments.
Yeah, they've been
about an hour now.
They've been in a holding room since arriving a short while ago at the Capitol. In case you missed it, they walked up the stairs on the east front of the Capitol and into the Capitol itself, symbolic, making a very powerful statement about reclaiming or defending this democracy and moving forward in a new chapter, as we do every 4 years.
And you have to always pause in just these moments, because you see milling about justices of the Supreme Court. We just saw Justice Kavanaugh. There's Justice Roberts. We see senators right there. We see former presidents. It's not the that's not the normal cocktail party you might have ever encountered. It's always interesting to see, but it's more than that, as we've been remarking. It's also a deeply profound and perhaps more appreciated moment.
Introducing the children of the president-elect right now.
I know. Totally got cut off.
Shared that picture on the Today Show this morning of the family celebrating the moment they found out that Joe Biden would be the next president of the United States.
Well, the Bidens are a very close-knit family. Of course, it's one that has had the test of great personal loss and suffering. We talked about Joe Biden, of course, on the eve of his election and swearing in, losing his first wife and baby daughter, and being sworn into the United States Senate those decades ago at his son's bedside. And now we see Vice President Pence and Karen Pence, who have decided to carry the mantle of tradition and chosen to come and attend this inauguration when President Trump elected not to do so.
And Vice President Pence has assumed many of the duties that we would traditionally expect of a president in the 2 weeks since the assault on the Capitol, greeting members of the police and being visible, being present during all this?
Well, there's probably not been one more loyal ally to President Trump than Vice President Pence. And before 2 weeks ago, any kind of rift, any daylight, any division would have simply been unthinkable. And yet there he was in the Capitol on January 6th, had to be rushed out by Secret Service as this marauding gang of rioters and insurrectionists beat down the door literally. And we now know with some dangerous intent. And that seems to have riven the relationship between Vice President Pence and President Trump. I want to bring Hallie Jackson, if she's with us, into this conversation because it's so stark. I think if you go back, Hallie, and you probably have them all memorized and looked at every speech that Vice President Pence ever gave, I don't know if he ever said and had any speech that did not mention in quite flattering terms President Trump. And yet now he has chosen on this final day to come here for the inauguration of the new president as opposed to attending the going away party at Joint Base Andrews that President Trump had organized.
In speech after speech, Savannah, the vice president didn't just mention his boss, President Trump. He would go out of his way in very lavish terms to give him the credit for whatever the vice president was there to conduct the business of. That's the kind of relationship that they had, loyal every single step of the way until January 6th. And it began when the vice president was back here at the Capitol. He was here for that counting of the Electoral College vote. And throughout the hours that he was in a secure room, according to sources that I've talked to, President Trump did not once reach out to the vice president. And it sounds like he is several leaders getting introduced here at the west front of the Capitol. At no point did President Trump reach out. That angered the vice president. He spoke about that to some of his friends and colleagues about how after all of this, after all the loyalty, this is what happens as the president was then sending out angry tweets about the vice president. It is so significant that he is here today. He actually left a letter, we understand, from a White House official for Vice President-elect Kamala Harris at the White House. We know, of course, based on our team's reporting, that President Trump also left a note for President-elect Biden. That, we're told, was left in the Oval Office by an aide at some point. So that is waiting, of course, for the president-elect when he arrives. And we're watching now this split-screen moment. I'm not sure if we have a shot of Air Force One arriving down in South Florida. That is where President Trump will call home for the foreseeable future. And down at Mar-a-Lago, you have about 100 of the president's supporters who have lined the route. As we see right now, this split screen, he is now going to be disembarking, getting off the plane for the last time as Air Force One. And he will be greeted by some of his supporters who have gathered for him there in Palm Beach. A very different scene than what we're seeing here at the west front of the Capitol, where there have been glimpses of bipartisanship. Congressman Jim Clyburn, for example, taking selfies with Congressman Steve Scalise. You had the Bushes walk immediately over to Clyburn, for example, congregate with them. Supreme Court justices, including Justice Sotomayor here, she, remember, will be the one who will be swearing in Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. A real moment of first, the first Latina Supreme Court justice, and of course the first woman of color to become the vice president. As we see the vice president and his wife now come out onto the balcony to a round of applause as I look behind me here. Everybody's standing and watching Vice President Mike Pence and Karen Pence as he assumes those traditional roles. He was here. He was the one delivering that speech in the moments after the insurrectionists took over at the Capitol. Once the all clear was given, it was Vice President Pence who came out and said democracy must prevail. It was Vice President Pence who returned to the Capitol to thank those National Guard troops that have moved in, not President Trump. It was the Vice President who over the last 4 days has been traveling, thanking the troops, and conducting the duties of the office. Savannah.
And Holly, that is the split screen that no one had exactly expected. Vice President Pence at the inauguration and the open door to Air Force One for the final departure of President Trump and the First Lady as they arrive in Florida.
56 minutes left in the Trump presidency, and it is remarkable. We talk about the transfer of power, and literally at 12 o'clock, 11:59, all the powers, all the weight, all the duties, nuclear codes, things that most of us don't have to think about on a daily basis, suddenly land in your lap.
But it's different in terms of logistics because in every inauguration, except for 152 years ago, the outgoing president and the incoming president were there in the same place, and there was, in a way, a literal handoff. That won't take place here, but the business of government will continue, and arrangements have been made so that there will be continuity of government. And at the moment that the oath is sworn on the old Biden family Bible, in about an hour from now, we will have a new president. And perhaps as we look at this open door, President Trump has taken a long last look around and saying goodbye to some of the staff members who work on Air Force One and who have certainly he's gotten to know over these last 4 years.
It's certainly a journey that Donald Trump has made many times aboard this plane or its twin plane between Washington and Florida, spending a lot of time at Mar-a-Lago. And there is President Trump. A rather elaborate send-off at Joint Base Andrews a few hours ago. We don't know what sort of greeting. We see the armored vehicle there right at the steps, so we don't, well, let's see what happens.
And yes, Melania Trump has changed into her Florida fashions for the occasion. She left Washington, and it's cold for the sunny skies of Florida, and has changed her wardrobe accordingly as they will drive off. But as you mentioned, 60 minutes and counting until we have a new president.
And what was it he said at the end of his remarks today? I'll be back in some form.
He said, I'll be back in some form, absolutely, and definitely did not give any indication he plans to leave the political stage, but in what form that takes, we'll see. And now we see the Trump children descend the staircase. But this is the moment where the split screen goes away and all eyes go on the United States Capitol, because we are about to inaugurate a new president, and the seat of government and those who hold power in our government are ready. We've got 6 of the 9 Supreme Court justices in attendance. The 3 oldest justices are not there because of pandemic concerns. We have congressional leaders, and we have about 1,000 guests, which is about a 20th of what normally would happen if there weren't a pandemic and these grave security concerns. But to our eyes, as you see the vice president there, it's all the trappings and all of the traditions that we would come to expect from an inauguration.
Kind of wondering what his what political future he may be pondering. Again, kept a higher profile, we'll say, over the last couple of weeks as we have struggled with what happened at the Capitol.
His fortunes have changed quite a bit, and again, as mentioned, there was no greater loyal ally to President Trump than Mike Pence, but because supporters of the president were led to believe that there was anything that could be done to change the election. And Vice President Pence did not do that because he did not possess the power to do it. Quickly, that support became chants of hang Mike Pence inside the halls of that building 2 weeks ago. And yes, that's Alex Rodriguez. For those who are wondering, he's also Mr. J-Lo. Jennifer Lopez is going to be performing at this inauguration.
I heard him. I heard him interviewed somewhere yesterday talking about how nervous she is about. This is it's a tough venue.
Well, the Super Bowl is one thing, but this is indeed. And Lady Gaga is going to be performing the national anthem. So again, you can't help but enjoy eavesdropping, at least with your eyes, on what's taking place at the Capitol. Former presidents milling about with congressional leaders and A-list celebrities, and the Biden family has come in now. We've got 3 former presidents, 6 Supreme Court justices, and untold numbers of members of Congress there as well.
Looking at President Obama, we're reminded, he kept his silence for much of the last 4 years, but down the stretch, he became a very powerful advocate and a powerful voice on behalf of Joe Biden.
That's Eugene Goodman, who has been given the honorary designation today of the acting deputy sergeant of arms. And if you're not familiar with his story, then we'll try to do it justice in these few moments we have. He's walking with Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff, and he has that point of honor because he was on duty, Capitol Police officer, on that day, January 6th. And as the mob approached, a camera captured his quick thinking as he led the mob away from what he knew to be an open door right into the Senate chamber. And in doing so, could have perhaps prevented untold harm. And he has been commended for that action, and there's talk of a Congressional Medal of Honor for him. And today he has the honor of escorting Doug Emhoff and soon-to-be Vice President Kamala Harris.
So many images of that day, and so many of them horrifying, but that was certainly one of bravery and quick thinking and all the things that we would hope in a horrible situation like that. And so Kamala Harris, Doug Emhoff will make their way to the door and will be officially announced and presented as they take their place for the inauguration and swearing in.
And perhaps it's a measure of our times and how the news cycle and so much history being made as we speak that we haven't really paused, Lester, to note that we will have the first female vice president in our nation's history in an hour, and a first Black American vice president, first Indian American.
The chief of inaugural
So there will be all kinds of history made today.
The acting Deputy House Sergeant-at-Arms, Kevin Grubbs, and the acting Deputy Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, United States Capitol Police Officer, Private First Class Eugene O. Goodman.
And that earned a rousing applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, Kamala Devi Harris, and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
Joe Biden has a tap of elbows there with President Obama and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris as she and her husband, Doug Emhoff, take up their position. It's worth noting that President-elect Biden has said he wants a relationship, a vice presidential relationship, not unlike the one he enjoyed with Barack Obama, in which he was always the last voice or the last person in the room at a time of grave and important decisions.
Well, you make a good point, because he is going to be president, but he's been vice president. So he knows all the highs and lows of that job. I mean, for a long time, it was always joked that it was the worst job in Washington, that there was really no prescribed duties, but it's become in the last few administrations quite important, quite momentous. We mentioned Joe Biden. You have to mention Dick Cheney under President Bush, a hugely influential vice president. So Kamala Harris certainly will have that opportunity, and just the magnitude of what needs to be done when you're talking about an economic travails that this country is in, the pandemic. There's so much work to be done. It's really a two-person job. So we'll see if they are able to forge that kind of functioning relationship.
A lot of pride will be felt as we noted, the first woman of color will take the oath, and she will take the oath first, we should note. Momentarily, we expect the introduction of the president-elect and Dr. Jill Biden. Their family there, as you can see, enjoying the moment, or trying to stay warm, or both. I'm going to assume they've got heaters up there on the platform.
Well, there's one good thing about masks. They do keep your face warm, so perhaps that's one plus that they otherwise.
Yeah, that's one giving another one.
Yes, I'll give you one, right? The other one is protection, of course. Yeah.
There is that.
Yes, protection from COVID. Let's bring in Chuck Todd and Andrea Mitchell, who are watching these images with us. And for all that has happened, at least these moments right now, Chuck, feel like the inaugurations that we've seen before and that hallmark of American democracy that people in this country have come to count on?
I'll be honest, this has been an elixir of sorts, the last hour, just to see the normalcy of people in both parties participating in this. I mean, look, it's a necessary elixir, and I think it, in many ways, is why Joe Biden won the election. It was sort of this feeling that if anybody can create a moment, a unifying moment, it's him, that he has the right, he just has the right perspective. He almost is, he's been through so much himself, it gives him the right level of empathy the country is desperately looking for here. And I'll just be honest. This is just, it's nice to hear the patriotic music. I mean, we took some of this for granted until 2 weeks ago. I'll be honest. And so I have looked at all of this through a different set of eyes since January 6th today.
Absolutely.
Andrea.
Yeah, I covered Congress for many years and have been up on that podium, and seeing this restores a sense that we're okay. We're going to be okay. The country's going to be okay. It's just extraordinary to see all of these leaders who have worked together. Now you have Mitch McConnell and others coming out. There is a bipartisan note. I saw a note earlier from Marco Rubio that the reason he is not here, and there you see the Bidens, Savannah, coming through. But Marco Rubio just quickly is saying that he's not here only because he is rushing to confirm Avril Haines, who had her confirmation hearing yesterday, and overcome any Republican objections. Savannah?
As we watch the president-elect, soon-to-be president, and soon-to-be first lady approach, and we saw the congressional leaders, I do think, Chuck, to pick up on what you were talking about, there is that almost feeling of defiance, institutional defiance. Congress saying, wait a minute, you attacked us 2 weeks ago, but just as they came in the late hours of the night and completed their business on January 6th, this is a continuation of that thread, their constitutional duty to inaugurate a new president at high noon, January 20th, that is written in our founding documents, and in 45 minutes it will happen. And there does feel like there's that defiance and determination on the part of Republicans and Democrats.
I want to share with you, Savannah, I want to pick up on this. I want to share with you, I talked to somebody who was pretty high up in the Bush administration a couple weeks ago, who said, I know you guys and the press are beating yourselves up, members of Congress are. He says, you know what? The guardrails did work over these last 4 years. They got bruised, they got beaten, and we've seen, but we're, in some ways, and almost today itself is a reminder, as much as we thought, oh my God, look how vulnerable our system is to sort of crumbling, a lot of the institutions, while they were battered and bruised, whether it's ours in the press or Congress or other institutions, they worked, they held up. And this person said to me, you know what, I don't want to share his name because it would just give that person a lot of problems. But he sort of said, you know what, in 20 years, we may look back at this in the same way we look back at the McCarthy years and say, you know what, the system worked, we weeded it out. And this morning, right now, is a reminder, our guardrails did hold up.
The weather may be a different story. We're seeing a few little snow flurries out there, and we're starting to see some of the introductions, more congressional leaders coming in. I'm squinting at the screen to see who we can identify, but any moment now that we know that President-elect Biden and soon-to-be First Lady Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden, are on the move inside the Capitol and about to make their big entrance.
And we're going to hear remarks shortly from Senator Roy Blunt of Missouri on behalf of the Inauguration Committee.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., and Dr. Jill Biden. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Vice President Pence, President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, members of Congress and the judicial branch, former presidents and first ladies, vice presidents, leaders from abroad, and a whole bunch of Bidens. America, welcome to the 59th presidential inauguration, where in just a few moments, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take their solemn oaths. This ceremony is the culmination of 244 years of a democracy. It is the moment when leaders brought to this stage by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish it and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, guardians of our country. Have we become too jaded, too accustomed to the ritual of the passing of the torch of democracy to truly appreciate what a blessing and a privilege it is to witness this moment? I think not. 2 weeks ago, when an angry, violent mob staged an insurrection and desecrated this temple of our democracy, it awakened us to our responsibilities as Americans. This is the day when our democracy picks itself up, brushes off the dust, and does what America always does, goes forward as a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This conveyance of a sacred trust between our leaders and our people takes place in front of this shining Capitol dome for a reason. When Abraham Lincoln gave his first inaugural address in front of this Capitol, the dome was only partially constructed, braced by ropes of steel. He promised he would finish it. He was criticized for spending funds on it during the Civil War. To those critics, he replied, "If the people see the Capitol going on, it is a sign we intend the Union shall go on." And it did, and it will. Generations of Americans gave their lives to preserve our republic in this place. Great legislation to protect civil rights and economic security and lead the world was debated and crafted under this dome. Now it falls on all of us, not just the two leaders we are inaugurating today, to take up the torch of our democracy, not as a weapon of political arson, but as an instrument for good. We pledge today never to take our democracy for granted as we celebrate its remarkable strength. We celebrate its resilience, its grit. We celebrate the ordinary people doing extraordinary things for our nation, the doctors and nurses on the front line of this pandemic, the officers in the Capitol, a new generation never giving up hope for justice. We celebrate a new president, Joe Biden, who vows to restore the soul of America and cross the river of our divides to a higher plane. And we celebrate our first African American, first Asian American, and first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, who stands on the shoulders of so many on this platform who have forged the way to this day. When she takes the oath of office, little girls and boys across the world will know that anything and everything is possible. And in the end, that is America, our democracy, a country of so much good. And today, on these Capitol steps and before this glorious field of flags, we rededicate ourselves to its cause. Thank you. It is now my honor to introduce to you the senator who has worked with me and so many others to make this ceremony possible, my friend and the chair of the inaugural committee, Missouri Senator Roy Blunt.
Well, I should have known when Senator Klobuchar got involved, at least there'd be a touch of snow up here this morning. Of all the things we'd considered, I don't think snow was on my agenda until I walked out the door a moment ago. But thank you, Senator Klobuchar, and thanks to the other members of the Joint Congressional Committee on the inauguration as we officially begin the 59th inaugural ceremony. I also want to thank the Joint Committee staff and our partners, particularly our security partners, for the way they've dealt with unprecedented circumstances. When I chaired the inauguration 4 years ago, I shared President Reagan's 1981 description of this event as commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Miraculous because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Americans have celebrated this moment during war, during depression, and now during pandemic. Once again, all three branches of our government come together as the Constitution envisions. Once again, we renew our commitment to our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union. That theme for this inauguration, our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union, was announced by the Joint Committee before the election with the belief that the United States can only fulfill its promise and set an example for others if we are always working to be better than we have been. The Constitution established that determined democracy with its first three words, declaring the people as the source of the government. The Articles of Confederation hadn't done that. The Magna Carta hadn't done that. Only the Constitution says the government exists because the people are the source of the reason it exists. They immediately followed those first three words with the words to form a more perfect union. The founders did not say to form a perfect union. They did not claim that in our new country nothing would need to be improved. Fortunately, they understood that always working to be better would be the hallmark of a great democracy. The freedoms we have today, the nation we have today, is not here just because it happened, and they aren't complete. A great democracy working through the successes and failures of our history, striving to be better than it had been. And we are more than we have been, and we are less than we hope to be. The assault on our Capitol at this very place just 2 weeks ago reminds us that a government designed to balance and check itself is both fragile and resilient. During the last year, the pandemic challenged our free and open society and called for extraordinary determination and sacrifice, and still challenges us today. Meeting that challenge head on have been and are healthcare workers, scientists, first responders, essential frontline workers, and so many others we depend on in so many ways. Today we come to this moment, people all over the world, as we're here, are watching and will watch what we do here. Our government comes together. The Congress and the courts join the transition of executive responsibility. One political party more pleased today and on every inaugural day than the other. But this is not a moment of division, it's a moment of unification. A new administration begins and brings with it a new beginning. And with that, our great national debate goes forward, and a determined democracy will continue to be essential in pursuit of a more perfect union and a better future for all Americans. What a privilege for me to join you today. Thank you. pleased to call to the podium a longtime friend of the President-elect and his family, Father Leo O'Donovan, to lead us in an invocation. Please stand if you are able and remain standing for the national anthem and the pledge to our flag. Thank you, Senator. I'll have to step for me. Thank you.
Gracious and merciful God, at this sacred time we come before you in need, indeed on our knees. But we come still more with hope and with our eyes raised anew to the vision of a more perfect union in our land, a union of all our citizens to promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We are a people of many races, creeds, and colors, national backgrounds, cultures, and styles, now far more numerous and on land much vaster than when Archbishop John Carroll wrote his prayer for the inauguration of George Washington 232 years ago. Archbishop Carroll prayed that you, O Creator of all, would assist with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude the President of these United States, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness and be eminently useful to your people. Today we confess our past failures to live according to our vision of equality, inclusion, and freedom for all. Yet we resolutely commit still more now to renewing the vision, to caring for one another in word and deed, especially the least fortunate among us, and so becoming a light for the world. There is a power in each and every one of us that lives by turning to every other one of us, a thrust of the Spirit to cherish and care and stand by others, and above all, those most in need. It is called love, and its path is to give ever more of itself. Today, it is called American patriotism, born not of power and privilege, but of care for the common good, with malice toward none and with charity for all. For our new president, we beg of you the wisdom Solomon sought when he knelt before you and prayed for an understanding heart so that I can govern your people and know the difference between right and wrong. We trust in the counsel of the letter of James. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. Pope Francis has reminded us how important it is to dream together. By ourselves, he wrote, we risk seeing mirages, things that are not there. Dreams, on the other hand, are built together. Be with us, holy mystery of love, as we dream together. Help us under our new president to reconcile the people of our land, restore our dream and invest it with peace and justice and the joy that is the overflow of love. To the glory of your name, forever, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of our national colors by the Armed Forces Color Guard, the singing of our national anthem, and for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies and gentlemen, here for the singing of our national anthem, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, please welcome Lady Gaga. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the City of South Fulton, Georgia Fire and Rescue Department, President of the International Association of Firefighters, Local 3920, Fire Captain Andrea M. Hall, for the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What you are all about to be part of, America, is a historic moment of firsts. To administer the oath to our first African American, our first Asian American, and our first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, it is my great privilege to welcome to the inaugural stage the first Latina to ever serve on the Supreme Court of the United States of America, Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear.
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
That I will well and faithfully discharge.
That I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome Jennifer Lopez to perform This Land Is Your Land and America the Beautiful, accompanied by members of the President's own United States Marine Band.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me.
Well, that was great. The sun is shining, and Mr. President-elect, this is the first inauguration in the history of America where J-Lo was the warm-up act for Chief Justice Roberts. With that, it is now my distinct honor to introduce the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Roberts, to administer the presidential oath to the next President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
Office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
My fellow Americans, a moment we have all been waiting for. It is now my great privilege and high honor to be the first person to officially introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
Chief Justice Roberts, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Vice President Pence, and my distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. This is America's day. This is democracy's day, a day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious, democracy is fragile, and at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed. So now, on this hallowed ground where just a few days ago, violence sought to shake the Capitol's very foundation, we come together as one nation, under God, indivisible, to carry out the peaceful transfer of power as we have for more than 2 centuries. As we look ahead in our uniquely American way, restless, bold, optimistic, and set our sights on the nation we know we can be and we must be. I thank my predecessors of both parties for their presence here today. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. And I know the resilience of our Constitution and the strength of our nation, as does President Carter, who I spoke with last night, who cannot be with us today, but whom we salute for his lifetime in service. I've just taken the sacred oath each of those patriots have taken, the oath first sworn by George Washington. But the American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us, on we, the people, who seek a more perfect union. This is a great nation. We are good people. And over the centuries, through storm and strife, in peace and in war, we've come so far, but we still have far to go. We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do in this winter of peril and significant possibilities. Much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, much to build, and much to gain. Few people in our nation's history have been more challenged or found a time more challenging or difficult than the time we're in now. Once-in-a-century virus that silently stalks the country. It's taken as many lives in 1 year as America lost in all of World War II. Millions of jobs have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. A cry for racial justice, some 400 years in the making, moves us. The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. A cry for survival comes from the planet itself, a cry that can't be any more desperate or any more clear. And now, a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism, that we must confront and we will defeat. To overcome these challenges, to restore the soul and secure the future of America, requires so much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy: unity. Unity. In another January, on New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, "If my name ever goes down into history It'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it. My whole soul is in it. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this, bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause. Uniting to fight the foes we face: anger, resentment and hatred, extremism, lawlessness, violence, disease, joblessness, and hopelessness. With unity, we can do great things, important things. We can right wrongs. We can put people to work in good jobs. We can teach our children in safe schools. We can overcome the deadly virus. We can reward work and rebuild the middle class and make health care secure for all. We can deliver racial justice, and we can make America once again the leading force for good in the world. I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days. I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all are created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. And so today, at this time, in this place, let's start afresh, all of us. Let's begin to listen to one another again, hear one another, see one another, show respect to one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured. My fellow Americans, we have to be different than this. America has to be better than this. And I believe America is so much better than this. Just look around. Here we stand in the shadow of the Capitol Dome, as was mentioned earlier, completed amid the Civil War, when the Union itself was literally hanging in the balance. Yet we endured. We prevailed. Here we stand, looking out on the great mall where Dr. King spoke of his dream. Here we stand where 108 years ago, at another inaugural, thousands of protesters tried to block brave women marching for the right to vote. And today, we mark the swearing in of the first woman in American history elected to national office, Vice President Kamala Harris. Don't tell me things can't change. Here we stand across the Potomac from Arlington Cemetery, where heroes who gave the last full measure of devotion rest in eternal peace. And here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Not ever. To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans. All Americans. And I promise you, I will fight as hard for those who did not support me as for those who did. Many centuries ago, St. Augustine, a saint of my church, wrote that a people was a multitude defined by the common objects of their love. Defined by the common objects of their love. What are the common objects we as Americans love that define us as Americans? I think we know. Opportunity, security, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, and yes, the truth. Recent weeks and months have taught us a painful lesson. There is truth and there are lies. Lies told for power and for profit. And each of us has a duty and a responsibility as citizens, as Americans, and especially as leaders. Leaders who have pledged to honor our Constitution and protect our nation, to defend the truth and defeat the lies. Look, I understand that many of my fellow Americans view the future with fear and trepidation. I understand they worry about their jobs. I understand, like my dad, they lay at bed at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering, can I keep my health care? Can I pay my mortgage? Thinking about their families, about what comes next. I promise you, I get it. But the answer is not to turn inward, to retreat into competing factions, distrusting those who don't look like you, or worship the way you do, or don't get their news from the same sources you do. We must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility, and if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes, as my mom would say, just for a moment, stand in their shoes. Because here's the thing about life. There's no accounting for what fate will deal you. Some days, when you need a hand. There are other days when we're called to lend a hand. That's how it has to be. That's what we do for one another. And if we are this way, our country will be stronger, more prosperous, more ready for the future. And we can still disagree. My fellow Americans, in the work ahead of us, we're going to need each other. We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter. We're entering what may be the toughest and deadliest period of the virus. We must set aside politics and finally face this pandemic as one nation. One nation. And I promise you this, as the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. We will get through this together. Together. Look, folks, all my colleagues I serve with in the House and the Senate up here, we all understand the world is watching all of us today. So here's my message to those beyond our borders. America has been tested, and we've come out stronger for it. We will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again, not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's challenges. And we'll lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. We'll be a strong and trusted partner for peace, progress, and security. Look, you all know we've been through so much in this nation. And in my first act as president, I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silent prayer. Remember all those who we lost in this past year to the pandemic, those 400,000 fellow Americans, moms, dads, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. We'll honor them by becoming the people and the nation we know we can and should be. So I ask you, let's say a silent prayer for those who've lost their lives and those left behind, and for our country. Amen. Folks, this is a time of testing. We face an attack on our democracy and on truth, a raging virus, growing inequity, the sting of systemic racism, a climate in crisis, America's role in the world. Any one of these would be enough to challenge us in profound ways. But the fact is, we face them all at once, presenting this nation with one of the gravest responsibilities we've had. Now we're going to be tested. Are we going to step up, all of us? It's time for boldness, for there's so much to do. And this is certain. I promise you, we will be judged, you and I, by how we resolve these cascading crises of our era. We will rise to the occasion is the question. Will we master this rare and difficult hour? Will we meet our obligations and pass along a new and better world to our children? I believe we must. I'm sure you do as well. I believe we will. And when we do, we'll write the next great chapter in the history of the United States of America, the American story. A story that might sound something like a song that means a lot to me. It's called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, at least for me, and it goes like this. The work and prayers of century have brought us to this day. What shall be our legacy? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. Let's us add our own work and prayers to the unfolding story of our great nation. If we do this, then when our days are through, our children and our children's children will say of us, they gave their best, they did their duty, they healed a broken land. My fellow Americans, I close the day where I began, with the sacred oath. Before God and all of you, I give you my word. I will always level with you. I will defend the Constitution. I'll defend our democracy. I'll defend America. And I'll give all of you, keep everything I do in your service, thinking not of power, but of possibilities, not of personal interest, but the public good. And together, we shall write an American story of hope, not fear, of unity, not division, of light, not darkness, a story of decency and dignity, love and healing, greatness and goodness. May this be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, and the story that tells ages yet to come that we answered the call of history. We met the moment. Democracy and hope, truth and justice did not die on our watch but thrived. That America secured liberty at home and stood once again as a beacon to the world. That is what we owe our forebears, one another, and generation to follow. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the country we love with all our hearts. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, America.
Joseph Robinette Biden has been sworn in and assumed the office of the presidency, the 46th president of the United States, the oldest man ever to assume the presidency at 78 years old, delivering a speech with themes of unity, of hope, of rewriting an American history, the new chapter in American history, saying it is time for Americans to come together in common cause.
He says we must end this uncivil war. He noted that democracy has prevailed, noting the attack on the Capitol 2 weeks ago. He says there's been an attack on democracy and the truth. Garth Brooks now will perform.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. If I can ask you to sing this last verse with me, not just the people here, but the people at home, at work, as one, united. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Amen. Garth Brooks performing for the crowd there over the on the west front of the Capitol, where moments ago we heard the inauguration speech by President Biden. We'll get used to saying that now. President
It's
Biden.
a new era and a new day in Washington as the Constitution decreed at 12 noon the term of the prior president ends and the prior vice president, and there is a new president and vice president, President Biden and Vice President Harris.
Not to be reminded of President Obama's singing
listen.
that same song at the Mother Emanuel Church. A song that in our culture is as close to both poetry and prayer as you could possibly come. And we're going to finish with those two things. Let me introduce Amanda Gorman, our nation's first ever National Poet Laureate.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Americans, and the world. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is hours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first, we must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb, if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So, while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens, but one thing is certain: if we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left. With every breath from my bronze-pounded chest, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. We will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the West. We will rise from the wind-swept Northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked South. We will rebuild, reconcile, and recover in every known nook of our nation, in every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge battered and beautiful. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
Her name is Amanda Gorman. She is 22 years old, from Los Angeles. And what a just powerful, beautiful piece of poetry she just delivered.
Well, you'd hate to follow her.
Yeah.
She did, we had prose, and now we've had poetry, and we've had song.
Now for our benediction, I'm pleased to introduce Reverend Dr. Sylvester Beeman, the pastor of the Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Wilmington, Delaware, a friend of President Biden for 30 years.
As a nation and people of faith gathered in this historical moment, let us unite in prayer. God, we gather under the beauty of your holiness and the holiness of your beauty. We seek your face, your smile, your warm embrace. We petition you once more in this celebration. We pray for divine favor upon our President, Joseph R. Biden, and our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and their family. We further ask that you would extend the same favor upon our Vice President, Kamala D. Harris, and our second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and their family. More than ever, they and our nation need you. We need you, for in you we discover our common humanity. In our common humanity, we will seek out the wounded and bind their wounds. We will seek healing for those who are sick and diseased. We will mourn our dead. We will befriend the lonely, the least, and the left out. We will share our abundance with those who are hungry. We will do justly to the oppressed, acknowledge sin, and seek forgiveness, thus grasping reconciliation. In discovering our humanity, we will seek the good in and for all our neighbors. We will love the unlovable, remove the stigma of the so-called untouchables. We will care for our most vulnerable, our children, the elderly, emotionally challenged, and the poor. We will seek rehabilitation beyond correction. We will extend opportunity to those locked out of opportunity. We will make friends of our enemies. We will make friends of our enemies. People, your people, shall no longer raise up weapons against one another. We will rather use our resources for the national good and become a beacon of life and goodwill to the world. And neither shall we learn hatred anymore. We will lie down in peace and not make our neighbors afraid. In you, O God, we discover our humanity. In our humanity, we discover our commonness. Beyond the difference of color, creed, origin, political party, ideology, geography, and personal preferences. We'll become greater stewards of your environment, preserving the land, reaping from it a sustainable harvest, and securing its wonder and miracle-giving power for generations to come. This is our benediction, that from these hallowed grounds, where slaves labored to build this shrine and citadel to liberty and democracy, let us all acknowledge, from the indigenous Native American to those who recently received their citizenship, from the African American to those whose foreparents came from Europe and every corner of the globe, from the wealthy to those struggling to make it, from every human being regardless of their choices, that this is our country. As such, teach us, O God. As such, teach us, O God, to live in it, love in it, be healed in it, and reconcile to one another in it, lest we miss kingdom's goal. To your glory, majesty, dominion, and power forever. Hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. In the strong name of our collective faith, amen.
Please remain standing as the Armed Forces Color Guard retires our national colors.
And that concludes the inauguration ceremony at the Capitol. It looked different than any other, and as we expected, the empty spaces, the social distancing. What we didn't see, except in a few cutaways, I suppose, the soldiers, that ring of steel around this general area owing to what happened 2 weeks ago. I want to bring in NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Michael, give me your first early reaction to the inauguration speech.
Please be seated.
Terrific speech, and I think, Lester, it'll be known for 3 words. Democracy has prevailed. The new president is talking about the last 4 years as a period where there were attacks on democracy, attacks on truth, attacks on humanity, looking at it sort of a 4-year aberration from the general course of American history. I thought the speech was modest, austere, grave, cleansing, calming, and inspirational. And that's what you'd want today. In contrast to Donald Trump 4 years ago, who was talking about American carnage with groups pitted against group, Joe Biden was talking today about a country that needs to be united and also needs to mourn more than 400,000 Americans who have died of a terrible virus, more than died in the military in World War II.
And Michael, there's no question that the president is looking to turn the page, saying we must end this uncivil war. And on the steps of the Capitol and with allusions to Abraham Lincoln, that is not a throwaway line, especially when you think about what happened 2 weeks ago when there was an insurrection attempted at the United States Capitol to subvert democracy itself. As you mentioned, he said this is America's day, this is democracy's day, and democracy has prevailed. He clearly feels that above all, unity is the business and the mission of this presidency.
You were so right, Savannah. And he's saying something, you know, at all these inaugurations, every new president lauds democracy and the peaceful transfer of power so much that we take it for granted. President Biden, 2 weeks after the attack on the Capitol and the Congress of January 6th, is speaking to us at a moment in which we have just had a very close call. Under a few scenarios, we might have lost our democracy. What might we be talking today? And at the same time, he recognizes that he has to deal with more crises at once than almost any president in American history. The pandemic, the economic crisis, people are starving and out of jobs, a crisis of racial justice that's gone on for 400 years with systemic racism, a crisis of climate change, and others. These are not things that he could just afford to say, maybe I'll do that after the midterm election, or maybe I'll do it if I'm reelected to a second term. He knows he has to do all these things right now. Very tough for a new president.
The new president and new first lady making their way now up from the platform. We'll see them again a bit later at the laying of the wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier at Arlington National Cemetery. Let me bring in Mike Barnicle into our conversation, a veteran journalist, an NBC News contributor, also a longtime family friend of the Bidens. Michael, he spoke of unity as we thought. He acknowledged that some may see it as words. What are the deeds that will have to follow to fully deliver this message?
Well, I think the deeds are obvious to all, Lester. He has got to attack the virus with a vaccine, apply it to hundreds of millions of Americans in order to get the rest of the ball rolling and get the job done. The speech itself, I thought, though, had elements, deeply personal elements. At one point, the president said, there is no accounting for what fate will do to you. And God knows that's true for Joe Biden. He has carried his own cross for 50 years of loss and suffering, but also of resilience. And his very presence on the stage today was a form of resilience in full flower. We saw him as President of the United States, and he spoke to elements of his own character, his own personality, that he thinks should apply to the United States of America. Elements of humility, tolerance, generosity, and optimism. And as Savannah just mentioned, he said, you know, we've got to end this uncivil war. That's in his nature to do that. The speech, while personal, it was also political, and it was about joining together as a country and reestablishing the component part of truth in government, truth in the Oval Office, something that's been sorely missing for 4 years.
I thought it was interesting, Mike, as well. It was very much a Joe Biden speech, and he spoke and addressed those who aren't his supporters and said, as many presidents have said, I'll work as hard for you as I do for those who did support me. But then he said something else. He said, if you didn't support me, all I ask is hear me out. Hear me out, take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree, well, that's democracy.
Yeah, you know, Savannah, that's really interesting because he did say that, and you can hear him say that across the table to a Mitch McConnell. And Mitch McConnell has listened to Joe Biden in the past and would certainly, we all hope as Americans, would listen to him now. because he knows that Joe Biden means what he says, that I know you might not agree with me on the total package, the cost of it or whatever, but hear me out. And Mitch McConnell knows something else, that in looking across the table at Joseph R. Biden, the 46th President of the United States, he is looking at an honest man, a good man, someone not out to get the better of him just for the sport of getting the better of someone else, an opponent, someone intent on doing what he can to do for the greater good of all of us as Americans.
Mike, you know the man. He's 78 years old, but I like to think that we all continue to grow. How has he grown from when he threw his hat in the ring as a candidate, when we had never heard of a thing called COVID, where people weren't trying to, tear down the Capitol? How has he changed? How has he grown into this job that he just took on?
I think over the years, especially over the last few years, he has become calmer, more accepting of fate. He is not bitter about any of the elements of fate that have cost him and his family so much. And I think that has helped him as a public person. I can remember the morning of the New Hampshire primary, backstage off the set of Morning Joe and talking to him, and he knew what the result was going to be. And he knew that he was going to get crushed in New Hampshire, having already been crushed in Iowa. But again, I get back to resilience, that word, that's in his character. He's a resilient person. And he wasn't meeting the results of both states, either Iowa or New Hampshire, with any bitterness. His innate sense of optimism still flourished, still grew, and he couldn't wait to get to South Carolina. And he got to South Carolina with a calmness and a commitment and a sense of purpose, all things that have driven him for all of his life. And look where we are today.
It's interesting, Mike, because you talking about New Hampshire reminds me of, I interviewed him in Iowa where he was coming in third or fourth, and I talked to him backstage at a rally that barely anybody was there, and no one thought he would be the nominee, let alone the president. And actually off camera, he said to me, just watch, I'm going to win this thing. I'm going to win this thing, meaning the presidency. Yeah. So there was something, a resoluteness that, frankly, back then, it sounded like happy talk, but he certainly seemed to believe it, truly believe it in his soul, that this is exactly where he would end up.
Yeah, that's who he is. In large part, that's who he is. In New Hampshire, again, backstage, I put my hands on his shoulders and I said, you're going to be okay? And in his right hand, from his pants pocket, he removed some rosary beads and showed them to me. He carries rosary beads with him every single day of his life. He looked at the rosary beads, he looked at me and said, I'm going to be all right. That's who he is.
Mike Barnicle, I want to bring in Andrea Mitchell right now, who's been standing by. Andrea, give me your early impressions of the inauguration ceremony, the speech, and where we go now.
Well, the ceremony, the speech, I thought were really important and optimistic, hopeful, but confronting. Right at the beginning, the new president spoke of the insurrection, spoke of the riot. He talked about democracy was tested. Democracy, America has been tested, and we have prevailed. Democracy and justice have prevailed. So he confronted that reality. He was not hiding from it, but goes on to speak very plainly, but also eloquently. There was great poetry, really, in his prose, in that he was speaking directly to Americans in the way that was authentic for Joe Biden, but also had the cadence and the lilt and the lift of an important moment, because he was calling us to be together and to be resilient. All of that was very powerful to me. He confronted the difference between lies and truth, not just saying, I'm never going to lie to you, but really saying that lies and the purpose of achieving power or what has been so terrible. That was the implication, and we all know what he was talking about. Also, the pageantry and the songs, and I've got to say, Amanda Gorman, the young poet laureate, she became the poet laureate of Los Angeles at the age of 16. She's now 22. She had said that she was finishing her poem after the riot, after the insurrection, was not going to gloss over it, and she did not. But she said, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. There will always be light. I just thought her whole manner, and I just also to take us back to the sober reality, because the new president spoke looking around him, very comfortable in that moment, which really gave a sense of a new confidence. He really has grown, as you were just discussing with Mike Barnicle, over these many months when you first were talking to him back in Iowa with all of those losses in Iowa, New Hampshire, and finally Super Tuesday, but really growing into this moment, looking around him very confidently at the members of Congress, the senators with whom he had served for 30 years, and saying, we know that there are people around the world, look at us, and we have survived this, and we will not only go forward, but we're going to go forward and do more, was all that he said. And at this moment, China has done an extraordinary thing, Lester and Savannah. China has sanctioned outgoing Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who left the State Department very somberly this morning, has sanctioned him, his relatives, and any company that he works for, and 28 officials, Peter Navarro, the very aggressive hardliner, the trade negotiator, and other officials, John Bolton, who can never step foot in China, in Hong Kong, or Macau, all part of the Beijing government. And that is an extraordinary sanction
It's
against
a long
the
list.
former top U.S. diplomat.
To Alex Azar, of course, the former Health and Human Services Secretary is on the list, as is Matt Pottinger, a deputy, and the National Security Council, Robert O'Brien, who was National Security Advisor. So, yes, some news coming out of China at the very moment those officials became former officials. Andrea, stay with us as we continue to watch some of the scenes that were earlier visible at the Capitol. The Obamas exiting this stage, and the former presidents, Bush, Obama, and Clinton, will join the new president at Arlington National Ceremony a little bit later this afternoon for a wreath laying, which we will, wish we could heard what that was over my talking, but in any event, we'll rewind the tape for you. But they'll do that later this afternoon. And we turn now to a couple of guests who certainly know the challenges that any new administration will face. Andy Card, who was Chief of Staff to President George W. Bush, John Podesta, Chief of Staff to President Clinton, and Counselor to President Obama. Gentlemen, thank you for being with us. Raise your hand if you'd like to be Chief of Staff under these circumstances. This is not an easy task before them. I'll let you go, John. What did you think of the speech, and what do you think of what this president has before him?
Well, look, I think as for the speech, I thought it was a powerful call to the idea of America as one nation under God, and a fierce rejection of the politics of division and hate that we've seen for the past 4 years. It was passionate. The line that stuck with me was, "My whole soul is in it," quoting Abraham Lincoln, and Biden saying, "My whole soul is in it, uniting the people." I think everyone watching it knew in his bones that that's what he meant, that's what he expected to convey. He talked about the 4 crises facing the country, and for Ron Klain, the incoming Chief of Staff, for his whole team, they know they have to get on top of COVID, they have to deal with the economic crisis, the racial justice crisis, the climate crisis. It's a huge task, but they've been planning for it, they've stayed disciplined, they haven't been thrown off course, I think, particularly in the last couple of weeks. And so I think they're ready to get into those offices and begin to do the work of the country.
Andy, you were literally in the ear of President Bush at the time of 9/11. You know a little something about an administration suddenly on emergency war footing. This is a little different in that President Biden knew what the country was facing. He's had time to now look at the vaccination plan. Nonetheless, how does it change an administration to have almost a singular focus, so that everything ultimately revolves around COVID?
Well, first of all, I do think that this is a time of history and hope, and attribute this
inauguration was a tribute to our democracy. I agree with what the president said, and I loved how he said it. And yes, he acknowledged that there is much to repair, much to restore, and much to rebuild, and that's the challenge.
And Andy, as I just want to pause because I want people to see what's happening here. It's important. The Vice President Harris and her husband Doug Emhoff had just escorted former Vice President Pence and Karen Pence down the East Front steps of the Capitol. And Andy, I mean, to continue your thought, this is a moment that the country needed to see its leaders of both political parties come together. The president, former President Trump, did not choose to attend, but Vice President Pence's choice to come was a real statement. How important do you think that was?
I think it's critically important, and I compliment Vice President Pence for being there, and I actually celebrate the role that he played in the last 10 days to help us celebrate our democracy and restore it and put it on the right path. So I'm glad that he was there, and I'm grateful that Kamala Harris, the new vice president, seems to be very gracious to Vice President Pence, and I think that was a good signal to see. I was also thrilled that the former presidents that were there celebrating our democracy. It's so important for us to polish our democracy. It's been very tarnished, and the world is watching us. So this inauguration was a very good inauguration. I pray that people paid attention to it objectively, put their partisan differences aside, and just listen to it, because this was an inauguration of hope, and I'm going to say resolve and determination to make sure that everyone's voices in this country are heard, but that our democracy and the institutions of our democracy will work. And we've got to help to make sure they work for the benefit of everyone. And so I compliment the president for setting a tone that was very important for us to have. We needed it, and it was long overdue.
Former Vice President Mike Pence and his wife, their motorcade now having left the Capitol. Let's go to Craig Melvin, who's there on that east front of the Capitol. Craig?
Hey, Lester. So what we're watching right now, the vice president and her husband, they're heading back into the rotunda now as we watch former Vice President Mike Pence's motorcade head out. At this point, we don't know where he and Karen Pence are going, but they're leaving the Capitol. So right now, they'll go back inside to the rotunda. The Vice President, President Biden, inside now with the First Lady. They'll have a brief luncheon with House and Senate leadership. And then there'll be a sort of an exchanging of gifts, if you will. Members of the inaugural committee will present some gifts to the president and the vice president as we watch Speaker Pelosi talking to the new vice president there as well. And so they'll disappear for roughly 30 minutes. And then after that, they'll descend the steps once again. Vice President Biden and the new First Lady will also join them. And that's when they'll make that procession to Arlington National Cemetery for a wreath-laying ceremony. We're told that the former presidents will go ahead of President Biden, but that they'll all join in the wreath-laying there. That should take about 10 or 20 minutes. They're about 15 minutes behind schedule at this point, Lester and Savannah, but you can see the House and Senate leadership. This is some video from earlier, obviously, but we just saw the House and Senate leadership getting ready to head in for that private luncheon. One thing I can also tell you, just a little bit of color from the east side of the Capitol. Of course, the actual swearing in was on the west side. While that was happening, we've got to sort of watch Secret Service transform the beast, as it's known. That, of course, the limousine that President Biden will be traveling in over the next 4 years. They outfitted it with new decals. They attached new U.S. flags to it as well. So the peaceful transfer of power continues. Small and large.
Yeah.
Check the oil and the windshield wiper fluid. And
we saw him wiping it down as well.
Well, it is the COVID era after all. Craig, thank you so much.
I would like to think that the images we've seen here the last couple hours will begin to erase some of what we saw 2 weeks ago, because that has been so associated now with the Capitol.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it, that hopefully these powerful images of party leaders coming together, of a peaceful transfer, will in some ways supersede see those disturbing images that we've seen. We see there Hillary and Bill Clinton walking down the hall, people grabbing their pictures. As mentioned, they're headed to Arlington National Ceremony with the other former presidents in attendance today for a wreath laying. We want to bring in Chuck Todd, and Chuck, you know, these moments, I know you, and I know that you are somebody who grew up watching inaugurations, and you've been a political junkie for your whole life. And you know, I was thinking about that myself in these last few weeks, and how meaningful it is, and what it gives to the American people to see political rivals and people from different parties come together in a moment of unity and grace, and that itself has a lot of healing potential.
You know, Savannah, to watch Joe Biden today, it was such a stark reminder of how, as a country, we do seek out whatever we think we were missing, you know, whatever it is we thought we were missing in the previous president. He is the better angel president. Joe Biden believes he's eternally optimistic. He's not cynical. The guy's been in Washington so long, you would think, you know, some of us are here too long and you become cynical. He's never cynical. He still thinks the better angels exist, and it was just such an important moment. But you're right. I mean, January 6th has made this, I think, much more meaningful to so many people. Forget just those of us, so, you know, sort of, you know, raised to be history junkies the way I was raised. I mean, it certainly is an elixir. By the way, a point of research, I had my team look. This is the first inaugural address ever to mention the virus of white supremacy. We looked at every inaugural address, and you know, these are important. You know, this inaugural address is part of the American story, and that's what I sort of loved about it, is that Joe Biden wrapped himself in the story of America that sort of has a true north, and it was sort of an attempt to, look, you can't erase the chapter of the last 4 years, but you can put a marker down and show that we've moved forward. And I just think it is important to say the fact that he said white supremacy, and he talked about it as a scourge in this country, and to be the first president to do it, I also think that's just an important marker that years from now will be looked back on as an important inflection point that an American president set.
Yeah, Chuck, you know, you talk about it being an elixir to see people from different parties, you know, coming together. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is an inauguration. This is, you know, a public event. It doesn't erase the fact that some of the people on that very podium did not want to approve the electoral vote count. That it's going to be more than smiles and handshakes and you know, public moments like that to erase what's wrong, what's broken.
You know, I think this is going to be extraordinarily difficult. And, you know, it will be interesting. Joe Biden is a forgiver. And it's going to frustrate some Democrats at times, because I think he is going to want to figure out a way to put his arm around some of these folks in a way, even frankly, when they don't deserve it. Even when they haven't done enough to at a minimum, apologize for what they did. The fact that we haven't seen that from these 140-odd Republicans that essentially went on the record to challenge the democracy, I do think it's going to be an enormous challenge. There's levels of distrust inside that Congress that we've never experienced in our lifetimes. When I say distrust, like, you know, to the point of, you know, they fear for their own security around each other. That is such a horrendous and toxic place to be. And it's like that fever has to break. But I have to tell you, I think it begins, you know, this idea that Joe Biden is always going to be expected to go 90% of the way, which maybe he will, but he shouldn't, when we haven't seen some of these folks go 40% of the way.
And by the way, there's an impeachment trial, perhaps days away, on top of all that.
And look, and it may create more of a divide, but it's going to be a divide inside one party. And I do think it's interesting today. I think we're seeing a picture of sort of, there's two Republican parties right now, and the question's going to be, are they going to survive as one and figure out how to become one again? Or are you going to see Trump splinter off into one direction and sort of the pro-democracy Republicans splinter off in another direction? The impeachment trial is going to tell us a lot about that.
Well, there is so much before this new president. We've talked about the challenges. He said, you know, the pandemic, the economy, the issues of racial justice, but add the spirit of this country and the division, put that at the top of the list, because to get anything done on the other, you need to do some repair there. There's much to repair, for sure. We're going to take a quick break. Back with much more of our Inauguration Day coverage right after this.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are a country of laws, a democracy built on free and fair elections, where the majority, not the mob, rules, and no rioter, no act of insurrection or domestic terror, no desperate despot can take away all we have built, all that we stand for, and all we hold dear.
Make no mistake, what happened that day was an insurrection against the United States government. Is this the beginning of something or the end of something? Should Donald Trump be ostracized from the Republican Party as you know it?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
A live look at the National Mall filled with American flags, the Washington Monument behind. Welcome back to our coverage of the inauguration of President Biden. Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joining me now. Kristen, we're an hour into this new presidency.
We are, Lester, and what struck me about President Biden's speech is that it was a real call to action. He talked about unity, not in the poetic, symbolic sense, but in sending a message to the American people that, yes, he is confronting multiple crises at once, but he essentially said, if we are going to be able to address these crises, we have to do it together. And I thought that was really notable. The other thing about this event that really hit me, the fact that Biden has talked about his promise that his administration is going to be a reflection of America, that America will be able to see itself in his administration. Here we saw that start to form, both in terms of who participated in this inauguration ceremony. You had the diversity Jennifer Lopez, you had Lady Gaga, and then, of course, you had Amanda Gorman, that poet laureate. And then, of course, you had the first black female vice president sworn into office. And she is just one of the many firsts within the Biden administration. He has nominated someone who would be the first black defense secretary, the first female Treasury secretary, and the list goes on. And he sees that as essential to his call to action when it comes to unifying this country and when it comes to leading this country in this critical moment and confronting, of course, the issue of race, what you all were just talking about before we went to break. Now, Biden, once he does go back to the White House later on this evening, will be signing a series of executive actions. So the work begins today in confronting these crises, actions that will deal with COVID, actions actions that will be aimed at reversing some of President Trump's most controversial policies, rolling back that ban on travel from Muslim-majority countries, rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement, and also signing executive actions that deal with racial disparities. So the new president, the 46th president, getting to work today. Lester and Savannah.
All right, Kristen, thanks.
Let's go to Hallie Jackson, our senior Washington correspondent. Hallie, the president has his work cut out for him. So does the Congress, and they've got a bunch of things on their plates. Obviously, there's the impeachment, but there's also a COVID relief package, and there are the confirmation of the Biden cabinet to deal with.
Not to mention a massive immigration bill that Joe Biden, President Biden, now plans to send over in the next 24 hours, in his first 24 hours as president. So, yeah, there's a lot on the plate. And we're already starting to get in some reaction now from some Senate Republicans to the president's inaugural speech. Senator Lisa Murkowski says it was well done and what the country needed. Senator Mitt Romney, who has never been shy to criticize President Biden's predecessor, said it was powerful and given with conviction. So those are stamps of approval from people who will be critical in creating some kind of momentum for President Biden in the Senate. And that is because the key focus now is not on necessarily the extreme sort of ends of either party, right? Those senators who are considered potentially more progressive on the far left or more conservative on the far right. It is that group in the middle that includes, for example, Senator Romney, Senator Murkowski, Senator Susan Collins, Senator Joe Manchin, who we saw on stage here at the west front of the Capitol a couple of minutes ago, along with others chatting with Lady Gaga, who held court for a while out here. They become really the critical voices here in helping to create momentum and create some consensus around these things that President Biden wants to do. And yes, it is a lengthy list. First and foremost is that economic relief package, $1.9 trillion that calls for a slew of things to help Americans struggling in this pandemic. That is massive. That is a huge relief bill. And that is not necessarily going to be an easy sell, even with the pandemic as dire as it is right now in this country. You've got that immigration bill. That is something where President Biden and his team want to put a flag in the ground now and stake that out that would essentially provide a pathway to citizenship for the more than 11 million people in this country that are undocumented. He's also, of course, twinning that with an executive order protecting so-called dreamers who were brought to this country when they were very young. And then you have the business of cabinet nominations. The president is actually in the Capitol in these moments where we're not seeing him. That's one of the things he's doing. He's actually signing those cabinet nominations. They have to get through. And by the way, an impeachment trial for the person who just preceded President Biden. And that is going to take up bandwidth and energy. Now, that said, I've spoken with some of those on the Democratic side who are involved in the process who say, yes, this is likely going to be fairly quick. That appears to be part of the strategy from the Democratic impeachment managers, not to drag this out, not to draw it out. But regardless, it is going to take a lot of mental energy at the very least from these senators. When you talk about the relationship, too, between President Biden and the person who was not here at the West Front today, and that is now former President Donald Trump. As of noon, in the middle of President Biden's speech, of course, that transfer of power formally and officially happened. And I was struck as somebody who was standing, I think, at this exact same spot on this riser 4 years ago, listening to then President Trump's speech. And I was going back and reading it ahead of our coverage today and refreshing my memory about the American carnage piece of it and the tone of that. You have here and the contrast between what we saw 4 years ago and today. President Biden today talking about wanting to fight for the people who did not vote for him, who did not support him, asking them to hear him out. President Trump 4 years ago vowing to fight for what he called the forgotten people. He described, President Trump did 4 years ago, what he described as rotting factories dotting the country like tombstones. The American carnage will stop. It was such a difference from the way that President Biden talked about his hopes for the country, perhaps criticized by some as overly optimistic given where we are at the moment. But this is what got Joe Biden into office partly. This is what elevated him into this role now. And the contrast could not have been more stark between these two speeches and between these two moments. You also heard President Biden very directly confront not just issues of racial equity, not just issues in this country related to white supremacy, but regarding the basic tenets of truth and facts and what reality actually is. He directly addressed news sources, for example, calling on people to listen to sources that are reliable and to make themselves informed citizens of the democratic process. And he very directly talked about the need to combat misinformation. That, of course, was one of the themes, one of the hallmarks of the last 4 years of the now former Trump administration. Savannah?
Yeah, he called out lies told for power and for profit, and without naming anybody, talked about leaders who engaged in them. Let's go to Leon Panetta, former California congressman, of course, who was also CIA director and defense secretary under President Obama. And I thought, Secretary Panetta, that there was a moment when President Biden addressed the world, and he said very starkly, America has been tested and we have come out stronger for it. As somebody whose job once was to protect this country vis-a-vis the world, as defense secretary and CIA director, why do you think that was an important message to send?
It's an important message that America is back as a world leader. And I think that is particularly important. These last 4 years have been chaotic. We've gradually withdrawn from the world to an America First approach. We undermined alliances. We empowered adversaries. And I think there's a tremendous amount of distrust about America. And after the siege of the Capitol, it also sent a message of whether or not our democracy was sound. I think what President Biden was trying to do was to send a new message to the world, that America is back, that we will be a world leader, that we will work with our alliances, that we will recognize who our adversaries are, and that we will do everything we can to try to confront the dangerous threats that exist in the world today.
Secretary Panetta, Lester Holt here. Talk about the foreign challenges, Iran and China and North Korea. When and how would you expect them to test a new president?
Well, that's the challenge that obviously will concern the president and his cabinet as to when is he going to suddenly confront that crisis abroad. And we don't know the answer to that. But we do know that in these last few years, I think things have rapidly deteriorated around the world. Iran is in a much more difficult situation. They're enriching nuclear fuel, coming closer to the possibility of developing a nuclear weapon. North Korea is continuing to develop nuclear weapons. We're in a whole new Cold War with Russia, with China. And so there are a number of areas that represent real threats. All of these things could explode. All of these things could turn into crisis very quickly. Now, I'm hoping that adversaries will try to measure Joe Biden and the new administration, what their intent are, whether or not they can reach out, whether or not there can be any communication. So there'll be a period of testing, I think, that will go on before we see whether or not they turn to crisis or whether they turn to dialogue.
And now we have a threat at home that, again, the president called out by name, domestic extremism, and saying we must confront it and we will defeat it, adding yet another concern, a national security concern right here at home.
No, there's no question. We're not, it's the Constitution says defend against both foreign and domestic threats. And that is exactly what we're confronting right now. We have foreign terrorism in the form of ISIS and Al-Qaeda and Boko Haram and all of the other groups that continue to target the United States and target other countries. And now we have domestic terrorism in this country with people that were willing to use clubs and flagpoles and be able to attack the capital of the United States, willing to kill, willing to destroy property, willing to destroy our democracy. That is a threat we have to recognize. It's a threat we have to deal with. Just as after 9/11, we recognized we had to go to war against foreign terrorism.
after January 6th. I think we recognize that we're going to have to go to war against domestic terrorism as well.
All right, Secretary Panetta, nice to have you on. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Good to be with you.
I want to go to our Capitol Hill correspondent, Casey Hunt, to talk about the challenges ahead for the new president and Congress. Casey.
Lester, they are many, but I will say that this speech that Joe Biden gave today, President Biden now, of course, has so far been getting pretty positive reviews from the members of Congress that he's going to have to work with as president to try and tackle some of the biggest crises that we have faced as a nation in generations. Mitt Romney telling reporters inside the Capitol that he had positive words praising Joe Biden's speech here, President Biden's speech, really opening the door in many ways to doing the things that he has talked about on the campaign trail, to figuring out a way to solve big problems because of the relationships that he's built up over many years. Don't forget, Joe Biden knows this Capitol building as well as anyone has. He was, at the time, one of the youngest senators to come in here many years ago, really a person of the Senate. And I think that's going to make a real difference as he tries to figure out how to, first of all, try and get some economic help out to Americans who are really struggling. He's already said he wants to do that. That's going to be the first priority out of the gate. But it is going to take compromise no matter what. And that has been something that's been in really short supply, certainly through the Trump era, but even during the Obama presidency was something that the country, the Congress in particular, really struggled with. So he does have a working relationship with Mitch McConnell, who is, of course, going to be the minority leader. He's going to have control of the Senate and the House, but his majorities are going to be incredibly narrow. And so it's going to be a real challenge here. But I think that there's a willingness, and certainly I've already been talking with some members, texting with some members of Congress who say that if this tone can hold, the tone that he set today, this speech, not a campaign-style speech, not a speech about Joe Biden personally, but rather a speech about the country. It was an American speech more than a campaign speech. And that tone is very important to people here who, have a lot of their own political considerations, certainly, but who also do, in many cases, want to get big things done while they're here. And Joe Biden has given them an opening to try and do it, even if they disagree with the way he may go, or excuse me, if they disagree with the things that he is trying to do. I think that there is a sense that people are ready here to turn the page on an era that's been pretty difficult. And, I think in no small part that's because of what happened on January 6th. It was really an extraordinary moment that I think underscored to members of Congress just how serious this chapter in our history has been, to the point that their lives were personally endangered. The life of the vice president was personally endangered. And there's a sense that it's very important to demonstrate to Americans that that's not how business is going to be done anymore. And President Biden gave them the opportunity to join in a bigger project, something that's not partisan, to join in the democratic process. That line, democracy has prevailed, I think is one that has really resonated here, and that if there is hope for bipartisan compromise, a little bit of a détente, perhaps, that will allow some big things to get done here. It's going to be in that tone, that attitude, that change from the top, Lester.
All right, Casey, thank you. And we should know, in a few minutes, we should see President Biden at a signing ceremony there in the Capitol.
Yeah, there's still a few things to do in terms of the inaugural ceremony today. We'll have our eyes on that building, the signing ceremony. There will be a trip to Arlington National Cemetery for wreath laying with the other former presidents joining in, and also a brief procession parade, a virtual parade. So we will see some of the ceremony that we traditionally see on Inauguration Day, albeit in a different form given the pandemic and the security concerns. Let's turn now to Claire McCaskill, former Democratic senator from Missouri, and Rich Lowry, editor of the National Review, both NBC News political contributors. And Senator McCaskill, let me start with you, because you used to work in that building. You know the politics, you know the dynamics, and you just heard Casey talking about it. And look, Inauguration days are supposed to be days of hope. They're supposed to be days where we look upward and outward and think, oh, maybe, just possibly, there could be hope to work together and unify. Do you feel that there is that potential in light of what's happened, and particularly on January 6th?
Well, one thing's clear. Joe Biden's going to give it everything he's got.
I think it is too early to tell whether or not, especially the Trump loyalists, whether they will be willing to set aside some of the rhetoric and try to find some things they can agree on. But there is the ability that Biden has to move an agenda now because they control what's on the floor in both the House and the Senate, and that's a big, powerful thing. I was struck mostly by the contrast between this speech and the speech of 4 years ago. Both Republican and Democratic senators on that podium 4 years ago were shaking their head when it was over. The dystopian carnage versus today, where the president spoke a lot about people who didn't support him, unification, and led the country in a silent prayer for those who had died because of COVID. It was a stark contrast, and I think it was a very strong and uplifting and certainly a more radically normal inaugural address by the president.
Let me get Rich thoughts on how President Biden might be able to try and double down on what is so far getting rave reviews, this idea of unity. He's going to open up with an immigration proposal, helping people achieve citizenship on a quicker timetable. Is that a good opening place?
I don't think so, and I think that's very unlikely to achieve unity, and I think a lot of his proposals won't achieve unity. Now, I think his calls for unity today were utterly sincere. They're deeply felt. They're things he has said throughout his entire campaign. So I think where he'll have more success is the new tone, which is easier. You know, I think there's still going to be disagreements about these policies, and there should be, but they'll be pursued a little more respectfully than they have been over the last 4 years. And this is the thing. We had a president of the United States for 4 years who's constantly stirred the pot, in part because he was bored and just wanted to see things blow up on TV. That obviously is not going to happen under Joe Biden. And Trump was interested in a politics that was a constant spectacle, that you couldn't take your eyes off of, that made you gawk or your jaw drop, whether you agreed or disagreed. And the inaugural speech was in 2016 was part of that. What we saw today, you know, Claire calls it radically normal, and it's kind of the implicit promise that Biden has made. Actually, you will be able to turn the screen off during my presidency. It'll be more conventional. It'll be more boring. It'll be actually dull in a welcome way. And I think that's something that people on both sides of the aisle after the last 4 years probably welcome.
Well, I was going to say, Rich, I mean, could that be the unifying work? I mean, honestly, just being able to remember for a moment that Washington is going about its business, but we don't have to pay attention to it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a big reason that Joe Biden won. I mean, his fundamental mandate, one, to take COVID more seriously, but two, was just not to be Donald Trump and not to behave the way Donald Trump behaved and trample our norms and our traditions. And that's something that's easily achievable, and a first step was today, which was completely boring, but was made compelling just because of what we saw over the last two or three weeks. But it's not going to be as good copy for journalists. It's not going to be, sorry, Savannah, it's not going to be as good for TV news necessarily. But that's something that Biden can absolutely follow through on.
All right, Rich and Claire, thanks very much. We're going to take a very short break and be back with more of our coverage of this Inauguration Day.
Here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Not ever.
Are you ready?
Monday Boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
We are a country of laws, a democracy built on free and fair elections, where the majority, not the mob, rules, and no rioter, no act of insurrection or domestic terror, no desperate despot can take away all we have built, all that we stand for, and all we hold dear.
Make no mistake, what happened that day was an insurrection against the United States government. Is this the beginning of something or the end of something? Should Donald Trump be ostracized from the Republican Party as you know it?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
January 20th, it's written in the Constitution, a new president will take office, and that is what has been going on today in Washington, D.C. Joe Biden has been sworn in as the 46th president of the United States. Kamala Harris, vice president, the first woman, the first black American, and the first Asian American to assume the office of the vice presidency. So we watch history being made this afternoon. We await a signing ceremony, one of the processes that happens on every inauguration day, and we will bring you those live pictures from the United States Capitol in a moment. But as you look at the East Front, it's been cleared for the moment, and the business has moved inside. Let's go to Peter Alexander, who has covered this for us this morning. And Peter, your thoughts? I think this is your first chance to weigh in on what you heard from the president's speech this afternoon.
Yeah, Savannah, we await the president and the first lady parading down Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the White House. And one of the things you may notice behind us, we have this stunning, gorgeous line of sight view of the White House because there's no reviewing stand this time around, of course, due to the COVID precautions, the protocols that are in place as a function of the Biden administration trying to be extra careful this go around. That means there's not a large crowd. Certainly there was no crowd for the inaugural address today, absent those dignitaries and others who surrounded Joe Biden when he delivered his remarks. But I do really think that the lack of an audience today was a benefit for Biden because it allowed him to speak directly to those cameras and ultimately to speak directly to all of us as Americans. This is an inauguration day that is being experienced so differently, not just for those here in person, surrounded by this fortress of steel, those 25,000 National Guard members and others, but by Americans around this country who for most of the last year have been experiencing their lives from home or through Zoom calls or on FaceTime with loved ones, unable to do those, have those conversations.
And Peter, let me just jump in because I don't know if you can see it, but I just want to let our viewers know these are live pictures of the president signing a couple of, there's an inaugural proclamation. There are also cabinet nominations and sub-cabinet nominations. So this is some of the first official business of the president as he stands there surrounded by the leadership of the Congress as well as Vice President Harris right there. So this is one of the formalities that we expected to see and some of his first official work as president. Peter, you were saying.
Well, as we see Joe Biden get to work, and perhaps you can hear him, he's allowing the press to leave the room right there. You know, today is a day of pomp and pageantry, but is also a day of policy for Joe Biden, who is immediately getting to work. But just to get back to that thought about how Americans are experiencing this inauguration day differently by speaking directly into the cameras and speaking to us, I think it did deliver this message that we are experiencing in our own hearts right now, much the same way that he did last night when he and then Vice President-elect Kamala Harris and their families were there for the columns of light at the reflecting pool at the Lincoln Memorial for Americans to have this sort of shared this collective moment of catharsis. Garth Brooks in singing Amazing Grace, a cappella, asking Americans at home to join him. In many ways, Americans are just separated in not just physically, but in politically at this time. And his remarks today, I thought, allowed all Americans to be together again under one roof in many ways, even if this pandemic, this COVID crisis, doesn't actually allow that to occur.
All right, Peter, thank you. I'm going to turn now to Hugh Hewitt. He's a radio talk show host, author, and NBC News political contributor. And Hugh, you've also been a supporter of the president. I think I'm also joined by David French, an author and political commentator, senior editor of The Dispatch, another prominent conservative voice. And so let's talk about the future of the Republican Party. Hugh, I'll start with you. You have been a supporter of the former presidents of President Trump. And you heard that message today from President Biden saying to those who didn't support him in the election, hear me out, essentially give me a chance. Do you think that's possible?
Oh, yes. I thought it was a very fine speech. I think it started today. People will give him a chance. I particularly found appealing, we must end this uncivil war, Savannah. And that's actually an appeal to everyone who is on social media, everyone who appears as I am right now, as David is about to tone it down, turn it lower, listen. He quoted his mother, put yourself in other people's shoes. He appealed to Lincoln's better angels. It's not going to be recalled as the greatest bit of rhetoric that's ever been done in an inaugural event, but that appeal to end the uncivil war, which is far beyond Washington. It's in every dining room. It's in every restaurant. It's often been across social media. That was, for me, a much welcome moment. And I do believe that he can be very useful in getting people to gentle down.
You know, and we turn to you, David, about this very topic. I mean, this notion of healing and what it takes to heal and unify. And we saw what happened on January 6th, and it certainly seems that that has been, so far, an inflection point and a place where many Americans are saying, okay, that's too far, that's enough. It's time for us to lower the temperature, as Hugh just said.
Yeah, you know, what you have to realize is that millions and millions of Americans have been fed a steady diet of really grotesque misinformation, that Joe Biden will end the United States of America, that the Democrats want to sort of end the church and destroy the American Christian church, an unbelievable diet of misinformation that has led to a lot of radicalization. And that radicalization led to the January 6th attack that has sort of shocked a lot of Americans and awakened them to the challenge right now of this deep, deep division. And so I looked at that inauguration speech as Joe Biden addressing those sort of persuadable Americans who are shocked by where this country is right now and saying to them, look, what I want to do is to restore an environment where disagreement is normal again. It does not escalate into deep division. And that's part of the magic of the American democracy and the American constitutional republic is we have created a system that allows for disagreement without deep division. And I thought that was one of the most important aspects of the speech, along with the pageantry around it. When you have sort of a pop culture icon of Red America singing Amazing Grace, Garth Brooks singing Amazing Grace, it's a symbol, I think, of powerful cultural and religious symbol that Joe Biden is saying, I want to be president. For all of those Americans who are open to being persuaded to sort of join me in lowering the temperature, as you said.
And to hear Senator Blunt say Amazing Grace, that's as close as we have to a national song and a national prayer, something that we can do collectively. That, as we all know, to give me license here for a moment, music is a healer, Hugh. We really do know. The president also talked about that reclaiming of truth, and David just spoke eloquently about it, about this feast of lies that have been put out there. How do you feel about that? Do you think that we can turn the page on this era in which, you know, the old saying was you're entitled to your own opinion, you're not entitled to your own facts, but it has seemed that we've entered an era, Hugh, where people do seem to have their own facts, and you're not operating on a shared set of truth and fact, and do you feel that we may be able to leave that in our past now?
I think at the margins, that's always going to be difficult to get away from, because in a nation of 330 million, there's going to be a 1% on each end that are going to invent their own reality. But I'll point to yesterday, Savannah. Secretary Pompeo declared genocide in China against the Uyghur people. Later that afternoon, Tony Blinken, his incoming replacement, confirmed that they both agree on that. Yesterday, Tony Blinken said we're leaving the embassy in Jerusalem. That's something on which he agrees with the previous administration. I thought, in fact, most of the testimony I saw yesterday of soon-to-be cabinet members was consistent with the 98% in the middle. So I don't have any hope of kumbaya from the far left or the far right. That's not going to happen. But what David was talking about, the ability to have the conversation, for example, on the upcoming immigration debate. We've done this in 2006. We did this in 2013. This is the third time in 15 years that we will search for an immigration compromise. I hope we get there. It cannot be accomplished at a higher decibel. It has to be accomplished on an agreement of facts and an agreement on what do you have to say about this, what do you have to say about that. I actually have a great deal of confidence in Leader McConnell. I wrote in the Washington Post this week. He is the leader of the Republican Party right now. Mitch McConnell is the most powerful Republican. He is not a man of extraordinary outbursts, passions, or harsh words. He's a negotiator and a legislator, and I think that's a very good combination for right now.
Yeah, and Hugh, I mean, David, I assume you say amen to most of that. I mean, you both are conservatives. You come from different perspectives, but it is interesting because all of the incentives have been for the extremes, whether it's cable news or social media. You know, sometimes I've lamented, you know, where's the radical middle? Where and I don't mean centrism in terms of your political choices, but more in terms of your tone and your temperament. And, you know, nobody's waving a big sign that says, I'm open to argument, I'm open to persuasion, you know, and maybe that's where we need to get.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I'm sad to say I like to hear Hugh's optimism about that it's a 1% issue on either side. I don't think that's the case. I think it's a lot more people have been radicalized than we like to think. Just for example, yesterday, you know, there's a huge problem with conservative media misinformation, just an enormous problem. And so what did Fox do yesterday? It dismissed some of its finest journalists, fact-based journalists who'd gotten tough calls right, and then gave a person a primetime audition who had spread some of the worst of the Stop the Steal election lies. And this is sort of the granddaddy of them all in conservative media, seeming to double down on the very practices that put us where we are today. Just living in Red America, I live in Tennessee. It is not a very small, tiny fringe who believe some of these wild conspiracy theories. It is a very common thing. So we have an amount of cultural repair here to do that is it's a far greater challenge than we like to think. And so this, you know, it's a Republican Party that right now has a QAnon caucus in it. It has a Marjorie Taylor Greene who is in the same party with, say, a Nancy Mace. These people are very, very, very different. One is reality-based, one is conspiracy-based, and this is a battle the Republican Party is going to have to fight within itself. And we all have to hope and pray that the reality-based community of the GOP prevails over the conspiracy-based community.
Well, it's a good conversation to have and not one we can finish today, but I hope we can continue it. You both have written quite eloquently about it, and we're happy to have your perspectives. David French and Hugh Hewitt, thank you so much, and we'll see you a bit later.
Thank you.
Representative Jim Clyburn is a South Carolina congressman and was a key Biden supporter when it really counted during the primaries last year. Congressman, good to see you. Thanks for coming on. We just heard those voices. We've heard other voices from the right who right now are feeling good about what they heard from President Biden today and some hope that unity can take hold. What do you take away from that?
Well, thank you very much for having me, Lester. I feel good about it as well. I think it's the country wants to see us move forward together. I know that we are used to having political contests, and we all enjoy. I do enjoy campaigning. But when the campaign is over, it is time to come together and move forward together. This democracy, I've been saying for some time now, has been teetering on edge for the last several months. I think that the speech today sets a tone for us to march forward together. You know, I'm from South Carolina. I grew up with two senators, mostly throughout most of my life. Strom Thurmond on the right side of the aisle, Fritz Hollins on the left side. they work very closely together. I work very closely with Strom Thurmond to get things done for our state. When we were in that so-called undisclosed secure location 2 weeks ago, the first phone call I got was from Governor McMaster, who was the first governor to endorse Donald Trump. He's a very partisan Republican. But we are good friends, and we work together for the state of South Carolina. And he called me to make sure that I was all right. And then he said to me, and by the way, I'm going to ask the legislature to give me an additional $30 million so we can get your broadband program kick-started here in South Carolina. That's the way we need to be doing things going forward. And so I think that what Joe Biden said today is an indication of what you can expect from him going forward.
All right. Well, Congressman Clyburn, always great to talk to you. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, sir. And let's go to NBC's Tom Costello. He's on the Mall, and Tom has been covering the extraordinary and, yeah, we can say unprecedented security that's taken place to make sure that this inauguration went off without a hitch. Tom, we're still in the middle of the ceremony, but the main business has been done. We have a new president safely sworn in as we watch these live pictures from inside the United States Capitol.
And there's President.
Yep, absolutely. And this is exactly what National Guard leaders, generals were saying would happen. They were convinced that the security perimeters and parameters in place were going to ensure that there was a very safe process today. 25,000 National Guard troops, thousands of local, state, and federal officers on the ground here as well. We can tell you that there have been a couple of minor groups of individuals, like 100 people or less, on each side of the mall, not a lot, who came here to voice either support for the inauguration or opposition for the inauguration, but peaceful and really not a big scene. One concern has been that, you know, a lot of the shop owners in D.C. who make their money off of tourism, they were hoping to sell their T-shirts and their hats and all the things you normally see at an inauguration, and yet they can't. And many of them had loaded up, anticipating that they would still be able to sell off their wares, but instead all the streets have been locked down. So now all of these folks who deal in these types of trinkets, they can't get rid of them. That's a concern.
Hold that thought. We want to watch, Tom, we're sorry, to hold that thought. We want to watch this gift ceremony taking place in the Rotunda.
By those traditions, usually there's a painting at the front of that event that the chairman picks. This time, not knowing we were going to have an event until what we were going to do about an event until late, I asked Dr. Biden to help pick the painting, and this is the one that she recommended. The painting is landscape with rainbow. Rainbow, always a good sign. It's loaned to us for today from the Smithsonian American Art Museum. The artist, Dr. Robert Sheldon Duncanson, he was the best-known African-American painter in the years surrounding the Civil War. He was based in Cincinnati, encouraged by abolitionists who, among other things, sponsored a trip for him to do some study in Europe. This is a painting that he painted in 1859, and I think maybe it's sort of the classic America as a paradise painting that a lot of painters were doing then. But for him, a black artist painting this painting that's so much like an American utopia on the verge of a war that we would fight over slavery, makes all of that, I think, even more interesting in that while he faced lots of challenges, obviously was optimistic even in 1859 about America. And so, Dr. Biden, thanks for helping select this painting, and glad to have all four of you here as we move on to my good friend Senator Klobuchar.
I like the rainbow.
The rainbow is always a good sign. Let's hope so.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Door number 2. There we are. Good. Mr. President,
First Lady, Madam Vice President, and our very first second gentleman. On behalf of the American people, it is our honor to present these custom-made crystal vases commemorating your historic inauguration. Lennox, which you know is a great company, American company, has handcrafted these gifts for the past 9 presidential inaugurations. It is a good thing I don't have to hand them to you personally. They each weigh with the base 32 pounds. But combined 64. But Jill, I know, is very strong and could take them both. Exactly. But the Lennox company is actually based in Bristol, Pennsylvania, which you know, Mr. President, is a mere 132 miles from Scranton, since we know today all roads lead to Scranton. The team at Lennox has worked for months to capture the spirit of this inauguration and your incoming administration. Mr. President, your vase features the White House, and Vice President Harris's features the U.S. Capitol. The gifts represent the hope and the faith the American people have placed in you to move our country forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, while the pandemic has sadly limited our usual hospitality, as others have mentioned, I'm very glad we still carry on some of our favorite inaugural traditions. It's my honor and privilege to help present these flags of our nation that were flown over today's event here at the Capitol. Now, I have to make one point of personal privilege on behalf of the Senate. With all due respect to our distinguished Speaker and our colleagues from the House, I have to note, not only did we just swear in a son and daughter of the Senate to these high offices, but indeed both these former senators skipped the House altogether. The Star-Spangled Banner is our greatest symbol of our endurance of the American idea. It flies over this building on triumphant days and on tragic ones, over all factions and all parties. And today this flag flew over our former colleague's inauguration as the very first female Vice President of the United States. So to our very distinguished former colleague, Madam Vice President, please accept this flag with the highest compliments and congratulations of the United States Senate.
The distinguished leader of the Senate pointed out that he has hosted this lunch for members of the Senate who have become president and vice president. But I have the privilege of giving the flag to the President of the United States, the flag that was flown when you were sworn in, Mr. President. This flag may reflect all that is said about your inauguration. America united. May it be a symbol of the hope, the healing, and the just all of the enthusiasm that you have for our country. And as we heard the beautiful national anthem, when we're at the stadium and they say, is our flag still there? Then you say, play ball, right there. Play ball. So we're going to get ready to play ball. We're ready to go with the inspiration of our flag flying. But again, on behalf of the House of Representatives, it is my privilege to extend to you the flag that was flown the early moment that you were sworn in as President of the United States. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Biden. Thank you. If we had the lunch, we would have had California wine. Is that not right, Madam Vice President? Mr. Emhoff, congratulations with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
And one of the traditions of inauguration, the exchange of gifts that taking place there, and leaders of both the House and Senate taking part.
But in a very 2021 way and nod to the pandemic, everyone's socially distanced, and we've got another set of gifts, photographs to be presented to the first couple. Let's listen. Here's Kevin McCarthy.
Technology, right? It's a good picture, too. President Biden, Vice President Harris, Dr. Biden, and Mr. Emhoff, on behalf of the Republicans in Congress, congratulations. Very proud of you both. When President Washington was sworn in as the first president of the United States, only a handful of people saw the ceremony or heard the famous first inaugural address. Today, the inauguration is seen around the nation and indeed around the world. Yet the task facing the nation is no less momentous than it was in Washington's time. I listened to your speech today. You talked among the tension and division. Our task as leaders is to bind this nation's wounds and dedicate ourselves to the values of all Americans share together. With modern technology, just a few minutes ago, it captured in these pictures. History in the making, for all the world to see. This picture should serve as a reminder of that task that we have before us. As a very proud son of California, it is my honor to present to a very proud daughter of California as well. Today, Vice President Harris made history, and all of America should celebrate that. But we should also remember that this is not the end, but just the beginning. As leaders, we are judged not by our words, but by our actions. So let's go forth from here together, accomplish great things for the American people. And every time you look at this photo, remember the beginning of the job we have to do. Congratulations.
Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Dr. Biden, Mr. President. No, Joe, you're Mr. President. And we are so proud of that. Dr. Biden, he makes you call him Mr. President? Marriage is about to get rocky, I can tell. On behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inaugural Ceremonies, I too am proud. More than that, I'm ecstatic to present the two of you this picture. A testament to technology and a testament to history. Mr. President, in your speech, you talked about faith. You talked about tribulations, but you talked about victory. The Johnson brothers wrote a great hymn. You know it well, Mr. President. Today, we have a new day. And that hymn came out of faith and out of deep trouble into hope. And they said, facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory's won. That's what your speech was about. And that's why we are so proud and ready to march with you, President Biden. God bless.
And they're both different. Yeah. Get the whole family in there. Put your head in there.
Let's bring in Doris Kearns Goodwin, author and presidential historian, has been watching all this take place. You know, Doris, I guess it's comforting to see some of these small but rituals of the inauguration, a sense of normalcy, touchstones, if you will.
Thank you. I couldn't agree with you more. I was just thinking emotion is welling up as I'm watching this ceremony, which is an ordinary ceremony, but somehow it's become an extraordinary thing in this day and age to see the leaders of both sides warm with each other, gracious with each other, laughing with each other. It just shows the hunger right now we have for that kind of leadership.
We've heard a lot of positive comments about the speech today, both from the left and the right. Given what transpired on January 6th, has that given this new president perhaps more space than he might ordinarily have had?
I think in some ways it has. And I think what he showed today was the kind of person that's fit for the moment. You know, when people look back on this speech, it's more like a fireside chat of FDR's, which was simple, straightforward, authentic, trustworthy, than the soaring rhetoric of one of his inaugurals, because FDR knew he was speaking to the people in their own homes, and I think that's what he was doing today. And somehow, if he can rebuild trust in certain numbers of people, first maybe in the moderates in the House and the Senate, and then maybe more and more people, that trust will be a source of power. Because right now, less than 20% of the people trust in leadership, trust in government. It used to be 77% during the Great Depression and World War II, ending only with first Vietnam and the credibility gap, and then Watergate, and then these last years. And there was something about the everydayness of the speech that I think will strike historians as fit for him. You know, in certain sense, when he talked about that incredible moment that you never know what fate is going to deal you, it reminded me, in a certain sense, when Nancy Pelosi just said play ball, of the everydayness of Lou Gehrig. I mean, he was known as the Iron Horse because he went to baseball every day despite injuries for 2,130 games, and then got hit, of course, by ALS. So fate came to him. But then he makes that statement, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. And I think in some ways that's what Biden is projecting, that he's been through so much, but he feels like he's the luckiest man because he's here to meet this crisis, and he may well have the temperament that's absolutely fit for it, as we see in the contrast between 2 weeks ago and today.
And you talk about building trust. May his opportunity, his first big opportunity, be COVID and the vaccine, this 100 million doses in 100 days. If he can do that, how does that open up the playing field for him?
No question. I think you're just dead right. That's the foundation on which everything else will depend in some ways. It was the same thing for FDR. He had to resolve the banking crisis, that people couldn't get their money out of banks before he could do anything else. And he said that was his first priority. So dealing with the virus being out of control, getting that stimulus bill through the Congress, hopefully with some bipartisan votes, getting the economy coming back, and getting that 100 million vaccines into people's arms, that's setting a target. That's a really good thing that leaders do. You make people believe you can do the impossible and make it possible. And if he can do that, I think that, and get the virus under control and begin to get the economy back, then all the rest of the systemic things that he may hope to do will have a chance. But that's the key. Absolutely, you're right.
All right, Doris, thank you very much. We're looking at the east front, the steps on the east front of the Capitol, where the president will emerge shortly. There will be a pass-in review before he departs the Capitol.
Yeah, and then we'll see some of the congressional leaders getting out and getting in position. This is the review of troops, the military pass-in review, as you said, where it's a traditional it's part of the ceremony for the new president to survey the military. And as we watch this unfold, let's bring in Eugene Robinson to the conversation. He's an associate editor and columnist for the Washington Post and NBC News political contributor. And on a day when history is made, there's a particular kind of history. And Eugene, it's Kamala Harris, the first female vice president, the first Black American to be vice president, and the first Asian American to be vice president. And so a lot of history, and worth pausing and just soaking that in for a moment.
It is huge. It is a huge milestone, a huge step for this country. In retrospect, what took us so long, other countries have had women as leaders, women in national office. But this is a huge deal, and for it to be a woman of African American and South Asian descent, again, I will support breaks boundaries and is an inspiration, if you think about it, just to millions of Americans who now can see themselves in that. Now see their girls across this country who see possibility that just simply wasn't there before. And so that's just one of the aspects in which this was a day we will long remember. But that's certainly one of the most important aspects of it, and history will remember this day for that, as well as being toward the end of the Trump era in the White House, which a time of great tumult in this country.
Yeah, we almost have to pause, though, and not only Vice President Harris, but when you look at the amount of diversity on this presidential cabinet, it is quite extraordinary.
Yeah, it is. It is the most diverse cabinet we've ever had, really. It is more diverse than President Obama's cabinet, although slightly different context. But it is a cabinet that looks like America, and it looks like the America that we are, in fact, becoming, and that's been part of the uncivil war, as President Biden called it in his inaugural address, that's being waged now in this country. The war between the America that was, which was a whiter America, an America that did not give this sort of space to women, this sort of space to members of minority groups, and the America that is becoming, which is the more diverse, more multicultural America that we see around us and that we see reflected in the cabinet, and so that is we'll remember this moment. This has been a process of transition, and it's not going to happen overnight. We're not all going to join hands and sing Kumbaya, but as Doris Kearns Goodwin said, Joe Biden could be the man for this moment because he straddles these worlds and he understands both. And he could be the figure who helps us through this demographic and economic and public health transition that we have to go through, and who tries to get us all on the same page. You know, he talked about how there is truth and there are lies, and one of his big challenges will be to get us all on the same page in terms of what is true and what is not.
All right, Eugene Robinson, thank you.
Let's turn to Craig Melvin, who is right there on the east front of the Capitol as we await this portion of the proceedings today. Craig, what are you seeing as you watch the day unfold?
You know, just to piggyback off that last discussion there, talking about the barriers that Senator Harris is breaking. We've made a lot about the gender barriers and the racial barriers. There's also a geographic barrier. Kamala Harris is the first vice president from the West Coast in more than 60 years, the last one being Richard Nixon to Dwight Eisenhower. I spent some time with her shortly after she was elected as we watched the president and the first lady get ready to descend the steps. They're going to make their way to Arlington National Cemetery. From here, we're told that his predecessors have been there for a bit. President Clinton, President Obama, President Bush, all waiting for the wreath-laying ceremony to start. But I spent some time with Senator Harris shortly after the election. And it also isn't lost on her, Lester, Savannah, that she's the first graduate of an HBCU, a historically black college and university. She's also a proud member of a sorority, Alpha Kappa Alpha. She's an AKA, and it would be hard to overstate how much pride graduates of HBCUs and members of that sorority have in Senator Kamala Harris as the passing review gets ready to begin.
Well, that is a moment where history reaches out and grabs you right down to the Yankee Doodle Dandy. We heard the review of troops, the Passon review just got underway, and now the president and first lady will get in their car where they are headed to Arlington National Cemetery for the traditional wreath laying. And waiting for them there are former presidents Clinton, Bush, and Obama, who will take part in that ceremony.
Check out the license plate.
46. Okay, they're ready. As I think Craig actually reported earlier that the Beast, as they call the presidential limo, because it's of course outfitted with all the latest security razzle dazzle, has been now outfitted for the new president. And a good eye there, Lester, with the new license plate as well.
Premium sound system and some other things they put in there.
Yes, exactly. The oil was just changed. So we'll watch this departure, and I think we've got Senator Cory Booker, Democrat of New Jersey, with us now. And Senator, what did it mean to you to see this take place, especially when 2 weeks ago it was such a different scene in the United States Capitol?
You know, I think this was such an important day, and I think a lot of us on both sides of the aisle, the senators who we were sitting behind, felt that this day had even a deeper sense of meaning after seeing what happened in the dawning days of 2021 with a siege upon our Capitol, having to flee the Senate floor. And I think that in the face of that, this has a moment that's gone from deep hurt to profound hope. And I'm just really celebrating the continuance of our democracy, above and beyond what it just means politically for the country.
Do you feel better about America today, and not from a fellow Democrat to the Joe Biden Democrat, but just from the notion that you're hearing senators and Congress members on the right now who are talking about the tone and a change of tone? Is there I guess, has the table been set by what we've been through the past 2 weeks?
I think Maya Angelou said it best. You must face many defeats, but never be defeated. And I think what happened on the 6th for a lot of senators, it was sort of a wake-up, a stunning defeat for our nation. But I think today shows that our truth as a nation will go marching on. And I'm very happy to hear affirmations in the private conversations on those bleachers amongst senators who feel a sense of a new day. And I tell you, when the clouds came over and the snow came, and then just around the time that Vice President Harris and President Biden were speaking, you just saw the sun come out and even a warmth spread over us in the stands. It was a deeply meaningful moment. And I think that a lot of folks who are just tired of the rancor and the manufactured outrage and the wounds, frankly, being inflicted by so many, I think that all of us are welcoming and want to be a part of, or at least many of us should, want to be a part of the healing that Joe Biden talked about, the finding of the higher ground that comes from common ground.
And Senator, that'll be music to the ears of many people who are listening. At the same time, there is an impeachment trial, the House sending articles of impeachment over, and senators will have to sit in judgment, 100 jurors of the former President Trump, with the vote of whether to convict. And how does that, for you, play into this feeling that you have today of unity and wanting to go forward? How are you reconciling those two things? Are you hoping that Democrats make quick work of it? How do you hope this plays out?
Well, I've been a senator a short time, and it's stunning to me that I will have sat through 2 impeachment trials. And there is a difference in this one than the last. The last one, there was so much bravado and entrenchment and language of condemnation on both sides of the aisle. Now there is a little more humility, I think, amongst a lot of the actors. I'm not saying it's absent those other emotions from last time, but I think that there's some people are being more circumspect. Some people are waiting to see the kind of arguments. We actually know that a lot of this story is unfolding by the hour as the law enforcement investigations are now seeing more evidence of coordination, of conspiracy. So I see, not totally, but you already saw on the House side more bipartisanship in this in the actual impeachment. And I think that you're going to see some more humility in this trial on both sides as we weigh the gravity of the charges that will be presented before us.
How did Mitch McConnell's words change that space and change that outlook?
Look, I was very emotional when we returned to the Senate floor that night, and very hurt and angry, frankly, when I saw the images of the Confederate flags, of the Nazi sayings, of horrific speaking of genocides not going far enough. And I remember sitting there full of just hurt and rage. And then Mitch McConnell spoke, and I did not expect to hear him so firmly defend the institution of the United States Senate, the sanctity of the Capitol, and the righteousness of what we were doing to create a peaceful transition of power, and how he was upset that there had been an assault. And so I just say that to a lot of us who have grown cynical about a side of the political aisle that is not ours, that there are common bonds that bond us that are deeper, that can, in times of crisis, be affirmed, that remind us that we are still one nation. And so I, as a guy who can write a dissertation on my disagreements with Mitch McConnell, in that moment, I found something that just helped to keep burning the fires within me that have an affinity, a love of country, of our traditions, and a hope, a real hope that we can do big things together.
Senator Cory Booker, thank you for being with us. And as we've been speaking, we've been watching the presidential motorcade now leave the Capitol. I think we have a map we could perhaps put up to show you. Yeah, there's the Capitol, of course, and the route will next take them to Arlington National Cemetery, where the president, along with the other living former presidents, minus Jimmy Carter, will lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown.
So we'll continue to keep our eyes on that motorcade as it makes its way across Washington and over the river to Arlington National Cemetery. I want to bring in Chuck Todd and Andrea Mitchell, our two Washington veterans here. And Andrea, there's this fascinating behind the scenes. We were talking earlier in the day on the lighter side about the scurrying behind the scenes, as now there are new occupants of the White House who will be arriving in a matter of hours, and just the absolute logistical lift that's involved there. There's also, of course, the continuity of government. And in a matter of moments, at the stroke of noon, an entirely new administration comes into place. And those duties, those solemn duties that belong to the commander-in-chief, are passed. And we saw wordlessly, and there was no image of it, but yet that work has now been done. Can you tell us more about it?
Savannah, it's fascinating. Chuck and I have been talking about this because there are actually multiple nuclear footballs. It's referred to as the nuclear football. It's actually technically the presidential emergency satchel. You always see the military aide carrying it in his right hand on the way to and from Marine One or to and from Air Force One, most often when you see it. And in this case, this is the first time in the nuclear age where the nuclear football was not passed from one president's military aide to the new president's military aide at the same moment, because President Trump was on his way to Florida and then arriving in Florida. So there were two nuclear footballs today, and at the stroke of 11:59:59, the nuclear codes changed, and the operational the nuclear football that was up on Capitol Hill with the military aide standing behind, now President Biden took over, and that one became operational, which basically means that the new president, if it were in this dire emergency, it's never happened that we know of, identifies himself or maybe someday herself to the Pentagon, to the National Military Command Center in the Pentagon, and then they take it from there once he or she has identified himself.
By the way, guys, one other little, I guess, historical footnote. It is now a footnote, but about 3 weeks ago, this is just as right after 2 weeks ago, obviously, after the insurrection, and there was a lot of wonders if would Donald Trump finish his term. And Lester, you pointed out that the license plate says 46. But believe it or not, the inaugural committee, the Biden folks, had 47 signage ready to go. In the under the because they thought there was at least a not 0% chance that Mike Pence could have been president for a day or two or some, when all of that speculation was heated. And just in case they had, you've seen the 46 signage occasionally, they, believe it or not, had everything ready to go in case he was technically going to be 47.
Interesting watching this.
President Trump stepped down as he was being urged to.
Yeah, watching this motorcade, and you guys can tell me what street that's on, our folks in Washington, but the new president is
That'd be Independence.
Independence.
And right, yeah, that's the Air and Space Museum right there, Lester, that they're about to go
and
by.
he's seeing the walls of troops that are there to secure that area. You likely saw it on his way to the Capitol today, but a reminder of the enormous challenges, the immediate addressable items that are on his list.
Lester, look at that a minute, and I tell you, I've been a bit shaken by this every once in a while. We've had these gates at different times, right? They've not only put in this secure fencing, they've put razor wire on top of it. I mean, it really does feel like at times that you're at a military base in a foreign country, where you're worried about hostilities.
I've been to the Green Zone in Iraq, and it is very similar. It's a sterile area that, you know, it's a no-go land except for...
It's the razor wire that's jarring, I'll just be frank.
You know, you see it also in Kabul and other conflict zones whenever I've been traveling with secretaries of state or with the vice president, or with presidents back in the day. But also, Lester, in past inaugurals, I've been on the flatbed truck for the parade.
Yes,
so I'm seeing this for the first time this way, but I'm usually on that flatbed
We
truck
want you on the flatbed,
with the camera
Andrea.
pool, because there's a parade and there are throngs of people and you don't see this fence wire. And then as this time, they're of course not going back to the White House, they're first going to Arlington Cemetery. So they are going right now on Independence. Soon will be past the Ellipse, and they're heading to the Memorial Bridge to Arlington Cemetery. That bridge has been closed for a week now, but obviously it's not closed to them. And then we're going to see the laying of the wreath with the former presidents. And there was that grace note, Lester and Savannah, of President-elect Biden, well, President Biden in his inaugural address, rather, as soon as he was sworn in, paying a tribute to Jimmy Carter, the only former president not here, because just like 3 of the Supreme Court justices at his age, it was not deemed safe at all to travel in COVID. And the 3 eldest Supreme Court justices, 3 of the 9, were not present on the steps today.
He says he called President Carter, I think he said yesterday.
Right, last night.
Last night. All right, we're going to take a break.
They're getting close to the MLK Memorial here, I imagine, and as well, that's coming up here on the left, if folks are wondering where on sort of Independence we are.
All right, we're going to squeeze in a quick break and get back to you guys and get back, hopefully, as the president makes his way to Arlington. Our Inauguration Day coverage continues on NBC after this.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are a country of laws, a democracy built on free and fair elections, where the majority, not the mob, rules, and no rioter, no act of insurrection or domestic terror, no desperate despot can take away all we have built, all that we stand for, and all we hold dear.
Make no mistake, what happened that day was an insurrection against the United States government. Is this the beginning of something or the end of something? Should Donald Trump be ostracized from the Republican Party as you know it?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, Download the NBC News app.
The president's motorcade going across the Potomac River outside of the District of Columbia into Virginia. Arlington National Cemetery is the next stop where 3 former presidents await the new president and vice president. There will be a wreath laying for former President Obama, former President Bush, former President Clinton there to aid in that particular part of the ceremony. And then afterwards, there will be a brief parade, a virtual parade, but then a procession on the streets of Washington as President Biden and the First Lady arrive at the White House a little later this afternoon. We want to turn to Gabe Gutierrez, who is on the streets of Washington as this motorcade makes its way slowly but surely, and as Lester was just observing, in the midst of unprecedented security in our nation's capital.
Yeah, that's right, Savannah. As you mentioned, in a huge security presence here, you can see police officers behind me, and this is something that we've seen really throughout the day. And Savannah, as we look around, you can tell this is obviously such a much smaller crowd than you would normally see on an inauguration day, where you would see hundreds of thousands of people here. Really, all we've seen throughout the day is a smattering of Biden supporters, a few Trump supporters as well. Very small crowds, though. A lot of media here as well, and a huge security presence that we've really been seeing, Savannah, for the last several days. Of course, more than 20,000 National Guard troops here throughout the district, really locking down the Capitol. You can see the razor wire in the fencing that's been set up around this entire area. Of course, there was the threat of potentially violent protests, not just here, but at state capitals across the country. But thankfully, that has really not materialized here. Of course, though, there is still that huge presence here. You see National Guard troops in the distance making their way onto the grounds. Again, something we've seen really here throughout the day. But thankfully, Savannah, no major issues so far. We did see some of those supporters listen as President Biden was sworn in. Savannah?
All right, Gabe, thank you. I don't know if we still have Chuck and Andrea with us, but I was thinking to both of you about President Biden and just those words, because here is somebody who began his political career as a very young man. In fact, so young, I don't think he was eligible for his Senate seat until he was actually sworn in while he was running for election. And now he's the oldest president we have, having tried to be president, run for president a couple of times unsuccessfully. And yet we've heard again and again our different historians and friends and people who know Joe Biden saying it feels that he is the man for this moment. Yeah. And I thought I was really struck by what he said, because it was one of those sentences in the speech that had so much in it that need not be said, where he said, "You never know what fate will deal you." And here's somebody who, of course, had great loss at the beginning of his career, having lost his wife in a car accident and his new baby, suffered a brain aneurysm and almost died in the 80s. Lost his beloved son, Beau, at the age of 46, just a few years ago. You know, when you think of that trajectory, boy, did he have it right. You never know what fate will deal you, Chuck.
Look, it is the phrase "character is destiny," and that's the thing, right? I mean, you go to Joe Biden's character, everything he's gone through, every personal loss he's dealt with, every professional setback he's dealt with, it's almost as if he had to go through all of those moments in order to be ready for this moment, right? And that's, I think, that to me is what I heard there. And, you know, Savannah, I'd love for you to comment on another thing. Joe Biden's faith, I have to tell you, I think, you know, whether you yourself are a person of faith, I think that tenor and tone was so needed today more than any other day. There was a sense of, you know, I had somebody email me and said, boy, he would have been a terrific priest. And I'm guessing old Joey, you know, maybe that was a dream of his at one time too. But look, I am not as religious as some other people, but I find that him grounding himself in faith, and it's very authentic with him. I don't like to question anybody's religious beliefs, but he wears it on his sleeve, and it's very meaningful to him. And I think it really informs who he is in a way that I think is why he feels like he meets this moment. But I'm curious of what you thought of that, Savannah.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, you asked me because I am a person of faith. I do think that he has that quiet resoluteness within him when he was, talking about the hymns and the anthems and where he's calling on that sense of purpose and that sense of higher purpose, and yes, that sense of humility. I think that is something that is that's a telltale sign of someone's faith, his particular Catholic faith. The fact that he started his day in church and in this area breaking with tradition because he wanted to attend Catholic Mass and inviting the other leaders. And I think that that is something that's very genuine with him and really pervades not just one section of his life, but all of his life. So I think I agree with you. You can hear that in the speech, and you can hear that in his character. And I think I can't imagine any president not going in and seeing the job. You have to have humility in a sense of being overwhelmed by the task before you and the responsibility that you have. 300 million Americans counting on you. And as I said, as a person of faith, I think that's when you need that humility. That's when you want to say those prayers and call on something greater than yourself.
Well, in fact, Savannah, I think that faith is so real and so authentic that is communicated certainly to all of the members of Congress, of the House and the Senate, who knew him before, and they see that now every day, and they saw that today and heard it in his speech. I'm sure what he is thinking and feeling right now also at Arlington, he's always thinking about Bo. He thinks about Bo every day. He says that Bo is his inspiration. He just said that yesterday when he was at the National Guard Center named for Bo in Wilmington. But also Jill Biden has written about how she lost her faith after Bo died. And she said she recovered it partly through the help of a prayer partner in South Carolina in a black church that they had frequented very often. They often vacationed down there. And they knew a lot of people in South Carolina, and this woman came up to her after Bo died and had told her how much she's praying for her, and they've been in touch and pray with each other often several times a week, even during the campaign. So they get on the phone or they're texting. So these people are really motivated by that, as you well understand. And though any president would feel overwhelmed by the awesome power and responsibility, I can't, looking through history, and I've asked Michael Beschloss this question and others far more expert than I, has any president had to deal with the declining economy, the joblessness, 400,000 deaths, no clear pathway towards getting the vaccinations and getting the response past this surge and getting us on the other direction and the other trajectory, as well as the problems overseas and America's reputation after an insurrection at the Capitol that was unprecedented in our history going back other than to 1814. I just can't imagine it.
Yeah, he's been very forthright in many of his speeches, especially talking about COVID, and just a week or two ago talking about it's going to get worse before it gets better, managing expectations while at the same time expressing a sense of empathy. And as we watch his motorcade now make its way onto the grounds of Arlington National Cemetery, what you saw a few moments ago, the 21-gun salute. As the president arrives here, you'll note that he finishes almost every speech with the words, "And God bless our troops." His son Bo, of course, a soldier. This will be a solemn moment, as it should be. It is a place that if you visit Arlington National Cemetery, it's easy to get misty just walking or driving through. It's a powerful statement to bravery and service and all the things that we hold so dear in this country.
Well, and it's also an acknowledgement that, there lying in those graves are people who fought and died for this country and died for the right that we celebrate and mark today, which is democracy. And so, as this motorcade weaves through tombstone after tombstone, making its way to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, where those former presidents will be, it's a proper moment and a proper pause of reflection to say that, it's on these shoulders that we stand and that we are able to see this great nation carry on and have this peaceful transfer of power. It didn't come cheap, and for some, they gave everything for it.
The Obamas, the Bushes, the Clintons, along with the president and vice president and their spouses will lay the wreaths at the Tomb of the Unknown. I believe motorcade pulling, I think they were going to be in a tented area just for a brief time before emerging for this ceremony.
Major General Omar J. Jones IV, Commanding General of the United States Army Military District of Washington, and Mrs. Tracy Jones. The Armed Forces Honor Guard and the United States Army Band are formed and awaiting the President and Vice President to move to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier to place the wreath.
And President Biden becoming the commander-in-chief at a time that the number of American troops has been reduced overseas, most notably Afghanistan.
Something President Trump was very focused on doing, and made a central campaign promise to bring soldiers home. And as has been noted in the last 2 weeks, this buildup of Guard troops in the nation's capital far exceeds the footprint we have in either Afghanistan or Iraq right now.
Andrew, you've no doubt spent time at Arlington. What can you reflect for us?
Well, of course, we go there on Memorial Day. Every president does go there on Memorial Day. I've gone there for burials of notable figures, and it is inspiring. There's also, of course, the section for those who died in Iraq and Afghanistan, and that is very memorable, certainly to this new generation of families, the mourning of those lost in those wars. We actually now have a new acting Secretary of Defense, by the way, as of now, as of 12 o'clock. There's an acting CIA director who is the former deputy CIA director, David Cohn. So there has been a change of command in past transitions that began far earlier because of all of the delays and the legal impediments and the political impediments. They did not get their national security team confirmed. They did hold hearings yesterday, and they're trying to get unanimous consent to get that team confirmed, but they don't have a team confirmed. So among the papers that President Biden was signing there in the Capitol were cabinet nominations and also the acting Secretary of Defense, I believe, and the acting CIA director, and other key positions that need to be held because you have the continuity of government. But the quiet of Arlington, Lester, it's just it's a place to be prayerful, to be thoughtful, and to pay honor to all who have served and died, and to their families and all the survivors.
I think it's the single most important memorial in Washington. I've always said that. Anybody that comes here, I always say you must do this.
And the Vietnam Memorial, where people still come and lay flowers.
All of American history is right here. That's what in Arlington. There's so much history. It's very important.
And right before Memorial Day, there is the laying of the flags, the ceremony where flags are placed on every one of those graves.
We also saw a solemn moment last evening, Chuck and Andrea and Lester, at the Lincoln Memorial. It was brief but powerful, where President Biden and Vice President Harris, on the eve of their inauguration, went to pause and remember the 400,000 Americans who have died from COVID in the last year. And it's just the scale and the number of those lost is really hard to get your arms around when you think that 1 year ago, this was something that was unknown to us. just really coming into the fore, and so much has been lost in such a little time. So, this is one of those moments where inauguration is part celebration, part ceremonies, part soaring rhetoric, and in this moment, part solemnity and tears. And
I don't think there's any greater contrast between President Biden and his predecessor than on the issue of COVID. The outgoing president often didn't seem to want to speak to it. And you could argue that Joe Biden founded his appeal, his campaign, around the idea of wrapping his arms around it and embracing it and confronting it.
Now we're seeing the former presidents assemble for this wreath laying, the Clintons, the Obamas, and the Bushes. The last time Chuck and Andrea that this group of ex-presidents were together were for former President George H.W. Bush's funeral in 2018, and I believe President Trump. I'm trying to remember if he.
I think at the John Lewis Memorial.
At the John Lewis Memorial.
Yeah, I think they all three went to the John Lewis Memorial just recently.
But all of them have developed a certain relationship over the years. There's something about in the post-presidency that surpasses politics and the old campaigns, and just in that common understanding of the difficulties of the job.
There has been such an interesting, especially the relationship between the Clintons, Bushes, and Obamas. And in many ways, the Bushes are they're the ones, they don't just link in history technically, but also the Bushes slightly closer to the Clintons, but the Bushes also becoming close with the Obamas. Right. It's interesting. It's not necessarily, as predictable as you might think, but it sort of helps, this picture helps us today. And when we get the Bidens there together, it's an important sort of there's your continuity
exactly
of history.
Well, I think that's why the Biden committee,
with an outlier from the last 4 years,
the Biden inaugural committee wanted this symbolism very strongly. We saw the relationship, Savannah and Lester and Chuck, between Michelle Obama and George W. Bush. Little moments, even at President Bush 41's funeral, passing of the lifesaver or the mint, the laugh, the gestures, and certainly between Bill Clinton and the Bushes.
Right. They're brothers from other. What did W?
Brothers from another mother.
Brothers from another mother. They, one point, right? That Bill Clinton became an adopted Bush there for a while.
Through service, actually, through the typhoon and going to Thailand together.
Chuck, you were talking earlier about Joe Biden being perhaps the most experienced person ever to assume the presidency, having been a United States Senator, Vice President for 8 years. And President Obama, other former presidents we see here have talked about that moment when it really hits you. When you step into the Oval Office on the day of your inauguration and it hits you. You're in charge now. You're commander-in-chief. And I wonder your thoughts about that, given that in this case, President Biden, he knows what to expect. He's been there. He's been in all the rooms, whether it's the, Bin Laden raid or passage of health care or, any number of foreign crises. He has been there. And yet you do wonder, is there going to be that moment where he realizes, okay, I'm in the Oval Office. I'm not number two. It's me.
You know, Savannah, there's a moment that stuck with me, and it was during an off the record with then Vice President Biden, and this is in the first term. This was, I believe, in the first year, and you know, we'd regularly go back there for off the records with him. He was always a very accessible vice president, and he said, you know, I used to think, you know, I used to say, boy, I was ready to be president. He thought he was. He said this in 2009. He thought he was ready to be president as a senator for as long as he was. He said, I realized if there's the only job that might prepare you to be president, he said, is vice president. And he goes, and I'm not even sure that does. It was. He admitted that it was eye-opening. You know, here what he thought. He had been a senator for 30. He'd watched all these presidents, and yet when he went in as vice president, he was like, oh my God, you don't fully realize it. And that was his reaction, Savannah, as vice president. So I can only imagine. And yes, I think he is. I mean, he and George H.W. Bush, right? I mean, in our era, modern time, with you know, government service, respect for it, being vice presidents, I think it does help, and I do think you will see that experience pay off early in relationships with Congress. Whether it is sustainable, that's our politics in the future. But I think you'll see this experience pay dividends in the first 6 months.
And, you know, I think, Chuck, and Andrea, and we bring Kristen Welker into this conversation, too. I think it's part of the reason it's so fitting, actually, to make this stop on your way to the White House. Because above all, the duty of the president is to protect and defend Americans, to be the commander-in-chief of our armed forces. And here, in the starkest of pictures, in the gravestones of soldiers who have fallen over hundreds of years in this country, are those whose lives you now hold in your hands. And all the former presidents have talked about that great weight that they feel as we start to see the Bidens come in. And Kristen, you can join the conversation if you would, because, you know, as we said, Joe Biden's certainly experienced and ready for this moment, but can you ever really be ready?
Well, and that is, of course, what is weighing so heavily on President Biden as he prepares to tackle all of the crises that he's now facing. This is a tradition that he shared when he was Vice President-elect Biden with then-President-elect Obama back in 2009, 2 days before Obama's inauguration. The two laid a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. The two men very close, so it's notable to see them together here today. And again, you have to think about Beau Biden and that loss and everything that it meant to President Biden and how it has brought him here today and arguably made him uniquely ready for this moment, because right now he is poised to lead a country that is dealing with loss, that is dealing with pain, and that is ailing. And that is why he has spoken in such personal terms every time he speaks about COVID and every time he speaks about this fight. And of course, yesterday, in his remarks before leaving Delaware, he said it's Beau who should be president right now. And I remember that back in 2015 and 2016, when there was discussion about whether then Vice President Biden would become a presidential candidate, and he was mulling it very seriously, and he went back and forth. And the one factor that made him unable to throw his hat into the ring at that time was that he was still in mourning, Savannah and Lester and Chuck and Andrea. And so he said he could not do it. He could not give it his all at that time. And what you are seeing now is someone who has, yes, been a senator for decades, a vice president for 2 terms, and someone who has dealt with loss over and over again and who brings that to bear on his leadership. And that's certainly at the forefront right now at this very heavy moment as he visits Arlington National Cemetery, which, as you say, these are soldiers, more than 400,000 veterans buried there, along with their family members who gave their lives for this very democracy. Savannah.
President and Vice President now walking onto the plaza. We'll hear the national anthem next.
Present arms!
Please come back to the spot.
Present arms! Order! Arms!
President, I would ask you to please join the Vice President.
And that concludes the ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery with President Biden, Vice President Harris, and 3 former presidents of the United States, all coming to pay homage to soldiers who have given their last full measure of devotion to this country. And as we watch the former presidents walk up the steps and go back inside, I'm going to turn to Jeremy Bash, Chief of Staff of the CIA and the Defense Department under President Obama, and NBC News contributor. And Jeremy, you know Arlington National Cemetery very well. What does it mean that the new president comes here and that today he's joined by former presidents as well?
Well, Savannah, when you hear that lone bugler play taps, it just sends chills down your spine because that's hallowed ground. I grew up in Arlington. We used to keep our windows open during the summer nights, and we would hear taps play as the sun set on those who gave everything for our country. And I remember Joe Biden, when he was vice president, attending a ceremony at Dover Air Force Base, welcoming home fallen heroes of our country, some 24 Navy SEALs who were killed in a helicopter crash in Afghanistan. This was a couple of months after the successful Navy SEAL operation against the bin Laden compound. And I remember after he greeted all the families and he and President Obama were there, Joe Biden turned to some of the staff that was there and he said, "This is the toughest part of the job." And not only did he lose his own family members, some of whom, like Beau Biden, as you referenced, served downrange in Iraq in wartime, but he also has had to console and condole those who've lost loved ones in battle. And he knows that the biggest burden you have as a commander-in-chief is to send our best and brightest, our men and women in uniform, into harm's way. And him coming to Arlington today, I think, is a signal that he understands the great costs, the great sacrifices that people have made for our country and for our freedom.
Hey, Jeremy, as we noted a little while ago, there are fewer American service members deployed overseas than there were even only a few months ago. The goal of the Trump administration was to reduce that footprint overseas. But what does that leave this president? What challenges are out there? What things do we not know that may affect the future posture?
Well, probably the most important looming threat is the threat from China. China's rise, China's effort to dominate the Indo-Pacific and really export its model to countries across Europe, Africa, and Latin America. But that may not be the most pressing challenge. I think the most pressing challenge is getting COVID under control by working with other countries, because, of course, it's a global pandemic. If we solve it here at home, but other countries still have the virus raging, it's not going to do us very good. And then there are the pressing challenges of the nuclear programs of Iran, which has been rebuilding and redeveloping its nuclear capacity after the United States pulled out of the Iran deal. And of course, North Korea remains out there with probably 50 nuclear weapons worth of material, several ICBMs that can hit the United States. Those technology advancements made by North Korea happened over the last 4 years. We haven't gotten a lot for the bromance diplomacy that Trump and Kim Jong-un had. And so Biden is going to be facing some very significant, very tough national security challenges in the weeks and months ahead.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. And the president's motorcade will momentarily depart Arlington National Cemetery, go across the bridge over the river and back into the streets of Washington, D.C., where that inaugural parade, such as it is this year, given the pandemic and security, will take place. So we want to turn now to Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, who joins us now. And Senator, there's a lot of talk today, and it's hopeful talk of unity, comes from the president, wants to set a new tone. Less polarization. You're a straight talker. How do you feel about that? Do you think there's a possibility of really working together in Washington?
Well, I would love to see it. This country faces, as the president mentioned in his inaugural remarks, unprecedented crises in terms of the pandemic, in terms of the economy, in terms of climate change, in terms of racial justice, immigration, income and wealth inequality, you name it, we got it. And I would hope very much that my Republican colleagues feel the pain of so many working class people in this country who are trying to feed their kids, trying not to get evicted from their homes, trying to be able to go to a doctor and pay the bills. We got crises, and we got to go forward, and I look forward to working with Republicans who I hope will join us.
Do you sense a palpable change among Republicans that might move the needle toward unity?
Well, we will. The devil will be in the details, and we'll find out soon enough. Look, for example, we have talked about raising the minimum wage in this country to a living wage of $15 an hour for years now, and I intend to do everything I can to make that happen. I would love to have 10 Republicans supporting that legislation. If not, we're going to put it into a reconciliation bill. So bottom line is, we got crises. We have got to respond and respond aggressively. We should reach out to our Republican colleagues, hear what they have to say. But we're not going to spend, if I have anything to say about it, months and months and years and not address the incredible pain that working families in the middle class, small businesses, are now experiencing.
Well, it takes two to tango. Are you in the mood for compromise? Do you feel like you are willing to come their direction and meet somewhere in the middle?
Look, it's not a question of the middle. It's a question of responding to the crises. I don't know what the middle is when you deal with climate change, and scientists tell us we have a few years to address that crisis, or else there'll be irreparable harm. I don't know what being in the middle means when half of our population is working paycheck to paycheck, when 40 million people are facing eviction, when we have massive levels of income and wealth inequality. So, of course, I want to work with Republicans. But most importantly, we have got to address the crises facing working families, middle-income families, small businesses in this country.
Senator Sanders, it's good to have you with us today, sir. Thank you very much.
We'll be back with more of NBC's Inauguration Day coverage in just a moment. As we mentioned, we are awaiting today's parade. It'll be an inaugural parade unlike any other. This one will be mostly virtual.
And we'll see you in just a few moments. We're back with our coverage after this.
Are you ready?
Monday boost?
Are you ready for a boost? How do you feel about that book? We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
We are a country of laws, a democracy built on free and fair elections, where the majority, not the mob, rules, and no rioter, no act of insurrection or domestic terror, no desperate despot can take away all we have built, all that we stand for, and all we hold dear.
Make no mistake, what happened that day was an insurrection against the United States government. Is this the beginning of something or the end of something? Should Donald Trump be ostracized from the Republican Party as you know it?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Biden spoke of unity and called for the country to come together in today's inaugural address. Here now just a few moments from today's speech.
This is America's day. This is democracy's day. A day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious, democracy is fragile, and at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed. To overcome these challenges, to restore the soul and secure the future of America requires so much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy: unity. Unity. In another January, on New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, "If my name ever goes down into history, it'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it." My whole soul is in it. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this, bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury, no progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America. We've acted together.
President Biden, some of the key moments from his inaugural speech today. Democrat Amy Klobuchar is the senior senator from Minnesota and was a candidate for president in last year's primaries and, of course, played a big role in planning today's inauguration ceremony. Senator, good to have you with us. First of all, you're breathing a bit of a sigh of relief given the level of concern about security for this event.
I really am. You know, it was so chilling because where we were, there was actually spray paint still at the bottom of the columns. That was where the angry mob, the insurrectionists, went because they wanted to ruin the inauguration in addition to the Capitol. And so to have this go off, there were so many people who questioned going forward with the inauguration in this way. We knew it was COVID safe, but we also knew it had to be security safe. And I don't think the president should get sworn in a bunker. You know, I think we needed the leadership and President Bush there and Vice President Pence there and so many leaders from both parties. I think it makes a big difference for America. Yes, this is Joe and Kamala's day, but it is also about moving forward as a nation. And I think his message that democracy prevailed. And what I tried to do at the beginning was to set the tone that this was the moment where our democracy picks itself up, dusts itself off, and as we always do as America, moves forward as a team.
Senator, do you perceive a change? I mean, does it feel like an inflection point after what happened on January 6th, where, you know, temperatures have been lowered a bit and perhaps there's an opportunity here, if not for kumbaya and everyone agreeing? That wouldn't be democracy after all, but for, you know, a more civil discourse. And as the president said today, an ending of this uncivil war, as he put it.
Exactly. Now, we all know there's still going to be anger and there's still going to be words and there's still going to be angry thoughts on Twitter and everything else and people out trying to do harm. We know that. But if you can get a group of people, the majority of Americans, to say, wait a minute, we've got to get the vaccine out. We've got to get the vaccine distributed and expanded and more vaccines. We've got to get the economy going again. And we have other challenges from immigration to infrastructure. And so I actually think that Biden did an incredible job. The president did an incredible job. Even on that stage, in between things, he would reach out to Mitch McConnell. He would talk to Vice President Pence. And I think that's what you're going to see, a new era when it comes to working across the aisle.
Yeah, I was curious if you could elaborate what the mood was up there on the platform, the snippets of conversation, the, you know, who was talking to who.
Well, I got to talk to Lady Gaga. I'm sure you want to know.
Okay, you win.
But I think that there was, I'm really not being a Pollyanna about this, there was this mood of respect, and I think you saw it in how people interacted. There was this moment of relief. That's why at the end, when I introduced the president for the first time, I said this moment we have all been waiting for. For some, that meant the end of the ceremony, but for many of us, it meant that we needed to, in Joe Biden's word, end the grim era of demonization. And again, I know it's not going to be easy, but I promise you up on that stage, there was nothing but respect.
What did it mean to you that Vice President Pence decided to come? You know, obviously, former President Trump chose not to be there, something that we have not seen in more than 150 years. But Vice President Pence decided to come and represent the past administration. What do you think that meant to the proceedings, and what did that give to the American people?
I thought it was incredibly important, and I got to talk to him for quite a while about what had happened the night of the Electoral College vote, when in the end it was Senator Blunt and I in our positions and Vice President Pence that were walking into that room after the Capitol had been under siege, walking to the House of Representatives with the remaining ballots to get that done. And we went back over that night and what had happened, and then he talked about knowing that it was important to be there today. And I think you saw a cordial exchange between him and Vice President Harris and their spouses up on the stage, and the respect. So, I don't agree with him on a lot of things, that is clear, but I think he did his job today, and he left the Capitol with respect for the incoming administration, and that's what we needed. We didn't get it from former President Trump, but we got it from a whole bunch of other people that were up there.
So we have this moment in which folks seem to be, generally feeling good about the future, and then you're about to have an impeachment trial in the U.S. Senate. Does that roll back any goodwill that was earned today? What does that look like?
For me, given what you've heard from Liz Cheney, the number 3 Republican in the House, about how this president betrayed his oath, it's our constitutional duty to consider the impeachment articles that came over from the House. And what this would mean, if concluded, would simply mean that a president that incited a riot and attack on the co-equal branch of government couldn't serve in office again. So let's look at it as the simplest. But I think one of the things the American people have to understand is we can do 3 things at once. The American people are juggling their toddlers on their knees and their laptops on their desks, teaching their first graders how to use the mute button so that they can go to school. And we should be able to do, say, nomination hearings for the president's new cabinet in the mornings and the impeachment hearing in the afternoon, and get pandemic relief passed at night. We should do at the very least what the American people are doing, and that is juggling a whole bunch of stuff at a really hard time in their lives.
Well, Senator Klobuchar, thank you for your time today. I would like to say my first grader can do Zoom better than I can, so I can verify what you said there. Thank you so much, Senator. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Savannah. Thanks, Lester.
Okay.
We want to turn to Kelly O'Donnell. She has moved from her earlier position where she saw Air Force One take off for Florida. Now she's along the parade route. So, Kelly, we await this new parade. It's not going to be like the ones that you've covered in many years past.
It will have a very different feeling, and in some ways, I guess that makes this a unique day for President Biden and Vice President Harris. We're on 15th here, and over my shoulder, that's the Treasury building, and we expect that the motorcade will come right down the street behind us. If you can see the blue line in the street, that is the path of the motorcade, and we are at what is affectionately known in the planning as the turn. And the turn is where I am hopeful that the president may want to stop and walk the rest of the way. We're hopeful of something like that, an opportunity to perhaps see him as he is going through a neighborhood quite familiar to him, but in his long public life, he has never traveled to the White House as the president, as the man who will sleep in the White House tonight. For all of his access, for all of his up-close experiences, it is different, and the parade is all about him and the country and the turning of this page. All along this route, you have members of the law enforcement and the U.S. military who are standing as sentries along this route, about 5-6 feet apart, holding their positions, which will be a display as well as additional security in a city that you've talked about so much, has a feeling of being under lockdown, certainly in these federal areas of the district where the business of Washington takes place, very different in the neighborhoods where the people of this community live. But here in the heart of what is the government, it's got a very different feel than other times. So there will be some parade with a reduced number of participants, including the Delaware band, as well as representation from Howard University, the vice president's alma mater. So there'll be some touches that will give people a sense of that human connection. And then it's the walk to the new residence for the Bidens. That will be a family home as much as a place of government business. And for the Wilmington base that has been the home for the transition, now it's the opportunity to live above the store, where President Biden will be able to go from the Oval Office to the residence and to make a place that is familiar to him a family home, as well as a place where he is going to begin getting down to business. As you've talked about, the new administration has a plan to lay out some executive actions over a period of days. Well, they'll be talking about some of those key steps, some rolling back some of the Trump era policies, others about things that are part of the Biden agenda. So for us, this is one of those chances to see part of the celebratory nature of this day, where there is a chance to sort of get some of the pomp and circumstance and ceremony that is not a part of a COVID-related event, but they're going to make the best of it here. So we've got our position set on the blue line and on the turn, and we're going to hope for the best when the motorcade arrives.
Well,
Savannah, Lester?
if there's going to be an interview or something close to it along that parade route, my money's on Al Roker.
I was going to say, Kelly O, you're in position, but so is one Al Roker, and he's got a history here, Al. We all recall that epic moment in 2013 where you summoned Vice President Biden over for a handshake. You're there in position. Oh, we're watching it. Maybe it happens again, but this time you'll have to bump elbows.
That's right. We have to stay socially distanced, guys. It was a great moment. This has been an interesting day in that weather-wise, we've had a little bit of everything. We've had sun, we've had rain, we've had some snow. Now we've got wind gusts of up to 48 miles per hour. Current temperature is 45, but the wind chill, it feels like 36. And when you think about it, the first inaugural procession was back in 1801 for Thomas Jefferson. Now here we are 220 years later, and this procession, as Kelly mentioned, is going to be different. It is very odd. I got to tell you, I've covered a number of these, and usually I'm at this perch, and you look across, and normally you can't see the White House because of all the stands for the people. Those are gone today, obviously, because of COVID, and in their place, lining members of law enforcement and our service communities. But right now, what we're waiting for, obviously, the President and First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and, of course, our Vice President and the First Gentleman, or the Second Gentleman. So, you know, it's exciting. Don't put in a lot of pressure on me. It may be because of COVID or whatever, the President doesn't come over, or the Vice President. But the good news is, we've got their favorite treats that they like. Cookies for the First Lady. We've got some Snickers for the President. I believe the Second Gentleman likes jerky. And we have Reese's Peanut Butter Cups for the Vice President. So we're set. We've got bribes. We've got all sorts of things to try to entice somebody to come over. It's not for lack of trying, guys.
Al, if anyone can do it, it's you. We will try. We have full faith, but no pressure at all. But Al, it's fun to have you in your traditional spot. Even pandemic can't keep Al Roker away from an inauguration.
All right, we'll check with you along the way. Anita McBride served in the Reagan administration and both Bush administrations, and was chief of staff to First Lady Laura Bush. Good day to you. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much. It was just so funny to see Al Roker and his bag of treats and tricks.
Yeah. Well, do you think it'll work?
Well, I'll tell you, if they don't take it on the parade route, have him bring it over to the White House, because certainly the resident staff there wants to have all of the special treats and things that the new First Family likes.
Yeah.
So they'll lead it there, perhaps.
Because I know they've been working hard over there today trying to transition the White House for this new first couple. Let me ask you about the First Lady, Dr. Biden. We know, she was very active as Second Lady, especially in areas of families of service members. What do you think? How will she define her new role?
Well, I think a couple of ways. Already, she has said that she's going to continue working as a professor. So she's going to do that full-time job as well as the full-time job of First Lady, and it's a demanding role. But the other thing is she's already made a large number of appointments to her staff that were announced. For example, her chief of staff. Her chief of staff served as a former ambassador of the United States to Uruguay. So this is a high-powered team. She is reinstating, Dr. Biden is reinstating the Joining Forces Office, which an initiative she worked on with Mrs. Obama. So she's ready to hit the ground running, clearly, with a team in place and initiatives that she's already identified, including working on education, which will cross-cut, I'm sure, almost everything that she does.
Anita, I can't help it. I'm very fascinated with the notion of the White House staff having to literally turn over an entire house in a matter of hours, and the clock's ticking because they're literally on their way right now. Can you bring us in, give us any details on what that whole process is like? You've lived through it.
Sure, I've lived through it a couple of times, and it's, something we affectionately call at the White House organized chaos. I mean, the 100 or so members of the team, of the resident staff under the direction of the chief usher, all have a list of responsibilities that they are responsible for in terms of cleaning the house, which in the COVID world, it's probably, an extra layer of precaution. But then being prepared to receive all the items of the Bidens, to put in their closets, put their toothbrushes in toothbrush holders, hang all their clothes, really remove and replace mattresses, make the beds, make up the guest rooms for anybody who's going to be staying overnight. You have to imagine the first family is going to have some of their large family, if not all of it, staying there. The chefs will want to prepare their favorite foods and have those things ready for them for the first time that they come in the house. So it's an exciting time. It's demanding. It's also emotional because the day starts out emotional with saying goodbye to a departing first family, because regardless of circumstances, they do all become close. And the resident staff, their responsibilities to take care of that family, no matter who they are and under what circumstances.
Does it ever get, I don't want to say homesick, but are you aware of presidents and their families simply not feeling comfortable there? It's not home. It's a home like none other. And is it a difficult transition sometimes?
That is such a great question. And I think there's certainly not one president that I've had the privilege to meet in my lifetime, or first ladies, who didn't automatically feel that this was a special place and it felt like home. And a lot of it is because of what I had just mentioned to you, that even though you're living in a historic place, your things are there when you walk in the door in the private residence. So it does feel comfortable. It's a big house, but really the apartment that they all live in is not all that big. It's just quite beautiful.
Well, Anita, you obviously bring a perspective that we certainly don't have. It's interesting to hear you talk about that. Thanks for your time today. We worked with Jenna Bush, who, of course, President Bush's daughter, and she talked about when the transition happened between the Bush administration and the Obama administration in 2009, that Jenna and her sister Barbara showed Sasha and Malia, who were little girls at that time, how to slide down the banisters. So they showed them a couple of the tricks of the trade around the White House. So I guess you do somehow make it feel like home, even though it's this big, grand house.
What an unbelievable opportunity. I want to bring in Chuck Todd and Andrea Mitchell as we await the arrival of the presidential motorcade to make that turn before we go into this virtual parade. Andrea, what's your understanding of what this parade looks like and how it's so different?
Well, one difference is going to be, of course, that you don't have contributions, live contributions from all over the country, but there will be virtual contributions. But there will be two drumming groups, the Howard University Drum Group for, of course, the alma mater of the marching band and drum corps, from Howard University for Kamala Harris, the vice president, and also from the University of Delaware for Joe Biden. So that will be two big components of it. I also wanted to comment on Jill Biden, Lester, because I was talking to her team. She has already appointed, and that person is already starting, the Joint Forces Military Families Organization that she co-founded with Michelle Obama when they were First Lady and Second Lady, and that's going to be a big part of her efforts. It's a private sector as well as nonprofits and military families to help military families with their adjustments, with their education, with housing, with health care. She's also has long been committed to cancer, long before Beau. I knew her through breast cancer work that she had started when Joe Biden was a senator, and she had friends in Delaware who had been suffering from breast cancer. So she has very much been active. The Naval Observatory, when he was vice president, they did annual events. Hoda's well aware of this. I met Hoda's mom at one of those events with Hoda. So there's a lot of outreach that they've done to the medical community and education, and she's actually literally going to be the first working first lady that we know of. They've all had many projects, as you know, Hillary Clinton famously with healthcare, but she's going to continue teaching very privately in community college at Nova in Northern Virginia, which she had done, of course, when he was in the Senate in Delaware. and then started doing when he became vice president. For 8 years, she taught. She keeps that teaching very private. She loves it. You saw it at the Democratic National Convention. She did her speech, which they had taped, in a classroom. But that is one of the things that she is very devoted to. For the privacy of the students in the classroom, she's not bringing people into that, but that's going to be a big part of her focus.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say a big tribute to Anita McBride. What she and Laura Bush did, I was on several trips where they empowered the women of Afghanistan who are now so vulnerable, and this has been a passion for Laura Bush with Karen Hughes and others from the Bush White House to find equal treatment and co-education. They started the first co-education university, the American University in Kabul. That is very much in doubt right now because the Trump White House did not make it a priority of the current negotiations, the peace talks with the Taliban.
All right, Andrea, as we watch the motorcade now passing back over the Potomac, leaving Arlington, as you were talking about the First Lady, I recall I had done some stories with her about her service to military families, and I remember asking her near the end of the Obama administration. I said, it's going to be over soon. What do you miss most? And she said, running alone, not running with Secret Service. Be able to go out for a jog by herself. Looking at this motorcade, I don't think she'll be taking any solitary runs.
I hope she enjoyed those solitary runs over the last 4 years because she's back in the bubble again. You just look at that. I mean, that is how a president rolls these days with that security, the beast, the motorcade. And this procession is headed across the river from Virginia over to Washington, D.C., where normally in a typical year we would have more of a parade. You'd have throngs of people on the streets. Instead, we have throngs of armed National Guard troops to keep it safe. And also because of the pandemic, it was just never going to be feasible to have the kind of a parade and procession that we've seen before. But
here's the sad thing. The journey that we've seen so far, he's not been able to come face to face with people on the streets.
Not yet.
He's been through.
But Al Roker is waiting for him,
Roker's waiting, but it's been a very sterile ride in many ways. But as you point out, our team of intrepid correspondents waiting for when the motorcade does pass.
And passing the Lincoln Memorial, which we were talking about earlier, was the site of that solemn event last night. And Abraham Lincoln, of course, invoked, as he always is, it seems, by whether Republican or Democrat, Abraham Lincoln's words are always invoked at these events. And the president did so again today when he said that it was in his soul to do the work of unifying and unity. And Chuck, I know you're with us. We've heard mostly from Democrats today. Senator Klobuchar came on with us, right. Senator Booker, we had Senator Sanders. We haven't heard as much from Republicans. I know you have your ear to the ground as always. I mean, is this good feeling, one of those things where it's a one-day only affair, or do you feel like there might actually be some change or at least opportunity for change in Washington?
I think there's opportunity. I think that's the right way to put it. Look, we have a lot of scar tissue, and the information infrastructure in this country is broken, right? We know this. There is a good 40% of the country that basically dines out on alternative realities. And I thought David French earlier really put it well, and it really is a virus inside the Republican Party, inside the conservative media echo chamber. And what I've noticed is what you see is this. Look, there's not a lot of criticism, even from those that were the objectors, right? And some people want to call the seditionists. They've all put out statements saying, I hope he stays being, calling for unity. And of course, for some, seeing anybody that voted against counting the Electoral College, I think some people think, hey, you've got a lot of nerve being the one saying Joe Biden should be the one practicing the politics of unifying the country. But I think that, to me, says something. They know that even the most partisan anti-Biden person knew not to put out something negative today. And I think that tells you, how effective I think his speech was. And look, I do have optimism that there are 15 to 20 Senate Republicans. I don't know if the House Republicans are there. That's the Trump wing of the party. But the Senate Republicans have always been the most allergic to the Trump wing. I think there are 15 to 20 that, at least in the first 6 months, because of what happened on January 6th, who will believe that they almost have a duty to perhaps work with Biden more so than maybe they would have without the events of January 6th. But that's where I have some hope, because you know what? Joe Biden's never going to quit. You know, Barack Obama maybe didn't love talking to Congress and negotiating. Joe Biden is going to be like LBJ. You know, I mean, there's a great story where LBJ said, come on over to have a drink with me here at the White House with a Senate leader. And he said, oh, not tonight. And then President LBJ would go to the Congress and go meet with him. Joe Biden's never going to quit trying to get Republicans, and I think that will pay dividends.
And as Savannah made point, it takes two to tango. What are Democrats willing to give? Where are there opportunities to help bridge some of this gap, come back the other way?
Look, I think focusing on COVID and opening the economy is a very, I think, easy bipartisan deal to make. Okay, look, the President Biden's COVID plan, you know, probably the quote hardest two things to get 60 votes on 10 additional Republicans will be on raising the minimum wage and perhaps aid to state and local government. But I actually think that those are achievable. I think where you start to see it get difficult to sort of get bipartisan consensus is going to be when he starts to try to tackle things like immigration. That's still going to be enormously divisive in this town, sadly, because it is easy to demonize that issue.
Well, let's continue to watch, and I think we got Kelly O'Donnell, she's in position here. There she is, and the motorcade it's coming your way, Kelly, and I think it is at about your point that you're at 15th Street and New York Avenues in Washington, D.C. I think that's the point where it's expected the president will get out and stroll for a bit.
That's what we're hoping. It's been described as the turn, and as you can see, we now have a parade. So even though the city does not have the spectators, there are still lots of people, law enforcement, military, people who are vendors, who have the secure credential to get into this perimeter today, who are part of this. It is a slow-rolling parade, to be sure, but this will give people a sense of the pageantry of this day on this part of Pennsylvania Avenue, when so much of the focus earlier in the day was about, of course, the swearing in, the Capitol, the West Front. Here we go. This is now officially the turn as police from the Metro Department here, those are our local police officers, are a part of this with the color of sirens. We see the flags blowing in the wind. It has been a chilly, windy day here, and this slow turn is part of the welcome home ride for President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. And now you can see a color guard. And this is part of what I'm hearing in the distance to the music of a parade, the color, the pageantry, the cadence of it. And this is now coming to Pennsylvania Avenue, a place that has been closed to vehicle traffic and much of the pedestrian traffic as well in the years since 9/11. And it's on days like this that it is opened up in a limited way, and it becomes a part of our national story with the color of the honor guard coming here. And then behind that, we're hoping for some luck that the president will want to make that turn. They've done some rehearsal for all of this, as you can imagine. And it's just something to take in. Before it's virtual, we're getting a taste of live action here in what will make this day so different in many respects and very memorable for the Bidens.
Hey,
they
Kelly?
will have their parade.
Hey,
Yes.
Kelly, for an average member of the public, how far away are you from people who might be trying to at least get some of the ambiance at this moment?
Well, without a credential, you could not get into this area close enough to the White House. So there are no civilians, if you will. There are a lot of people who are taking in the sights, who are working in the media, in law enforcement, working in buildings around here where they had access to get inside the perimeter. This is very different than a normal year where you'd be 10 or 20 deep of the members of the public taking it in. So we're all proxies for the public today to try to enjoy some of the color here, to see some of the hard work that people put into this in marching in turn. And you really get the feel for the turn here as well, from 15th to Pennsylvania Avenue. This is the Department of...
You're close, Kelly. You could practically join the parade.
I actually, yes, and I am ready when necessary to try to get the president, should he come willing to get out of the car. So we'll see how that goes. But Typically, when the president is transported around town, there is an entrance to the south side of the White House, about halfway down that block. So that's a familiar place where the president will go in and out on normal days. So people who work and have occasion to be down here will see the motorcade quite frequently. This is a very special occasion to see a parade of this type, and the opportunity for the president to see a military review as well. As I mentioned, all along the avenue here, you have police officers, law enforcement, and members of the military standing as sentries to welcome the parade and to sort of take note of this.
We've got another shot which we're showing.
Yeah,
Kelly, we can see the president's limo, the Beast, coming, and I would guess, just based on what I remember of my Washington geography, that he's getting close to you, getting close to that corner, but he's not moving fast. It's a slow procession he's taking in the sights.
And Kelly, from previous inaugurations I've covered, they used to put a kind of a reviewing stand, a VIP reviewing stand, right across in the White House. Is that will there be such a thing in this parade?
Interesting, Lester. It was built before the election, which it's done all the time. It was set in motion, paid for in advance by Congress. They had it fully built for the first family, and then it was deconstructed once the Bidens indicated they would not be doing the kind of parade where a first family and their guests would be sitting in front of the White House to watch the parade because of the virtual element. So that was actually taken down. So the only new addition is a media working platform across from the White House. So we're actually getting different views of the White House than we normally would. And there are no bleacher type stands for members of the public to watch, because this is sort of a parade without an audience. It's a parade for the country to tap in and look, and hopefully we can give you a sense of the experience of it. The music, the rhythm, you can kind of feel it as they're marching and drumming and making this turn. So it is certainly very patriotic and colorful. A little slower than I expected. I think my adrenaline was running faster than the parade. But we're anxious to see if the president will get out of the Beast and maybe give us a wave.
Well, let's stop and listen for a moment, because we've got some better pictures now and can show the parade as it goes right past you, Kelly.
Now in uniforms patterned after those worn by the field musicians of the Revolutionary War, we have the United States Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps. They've performed in every presidential inauguration since John F. Kennedy's in 1961.
We can tell you that the University of Delaware drum line will immediately precede the president as he makes his way closer to the White House.
Well, this is the pageantry that you expect on an inauguration, where you see the old military uniforms, and we heard the Yankee Doodle a little earlier, and these are the grand American traditions that we see every 4 years as we bring a new president into office.
The virtual portion of this, from the descriptions, it sounds like it'll be very similar to what we saw at the Democratic National Convention, in which they did their opening, if you recall, state by state. We'll see how it plays out, but that's the impression.
At the Democratic Convention, they did the virtual roll call of states, and it sounds like this virtual parade that the inaugural committee has put together will have a lot of that same look and feel. But that is to air after this part of the parade, this short procession. And we see the car slow down, so perhaps we'll see the president and first lady step out in just a few moments.
being in a presidential motorcade is kind of an odd experience in that it's a world where there's no such thing as red lights. You know, traditionally, people would be, even on a campaign visit or something, people would be along the roads, waving at the side of a presidential limo.
In a strange way, the silence says a lot about what a different year this is for so many reasons. Between the pandemic and the violence at the Capitol just 2 weeks ago, this normal custom of having a procession and a parade and a long walk, even in the cold.
We heard Senator Klobuchar, when I asked her a little while ago about, a deep breath time that we've gotten through this, and we're obviously not through it, but I think we're all thankful that this inauguration has gone off as it was planned, and that they're maintaining a safe perimeter.
And inside the White House, which is just around the corner from where we see the president's limo there, they're already at work. They've already hung up different pictures inside the press office. We know that from our folks who are in there.
These guys?
Yes, they did. Yeah, they move fast. And they're already planning a briefing later today from the White House press secretary. So there's, in the view of the incoming administration, not a moment to spare. So it's a day of ceremony, but it's also a day of action. Kelly is at her post. Kelly, what do you see now?
Well, we're at the point now where some of the agents of the PPD, the Presidential Protective Detail, have gotten out of their vehicles and are walking alongside. So that gives us a sense that they are preparing for what we hope will be a walkabout by the new president. You can see some of our colleagues in the media. Mr. President, we're hoping he's going to see us and want to get out. And there we go with the vehicle. This, we've talked about the Beast, which is a couple of years old. It is an extraordinary, I can see the president in there, but he is not looking my way. I'm going to give him the big wave here. I can see him look there. We got a wave back. And I've got questions already, but I'm hoping the president will want to exit the vehicle. Now, the position of these agents suggests that that is coming. The question will be, is it in this moment or farther down? So hopefully our viewers are patient. Perhaps Joe Biden is taking in this moment with a little bit more thought about how his life is about to change. As vice president, it's a life in motorcades, but it's nothing like this. This is a whole nother level, and this is quite an extraordinary day. To have a 50-year public life, and now Pennsylvania Avenue is his home address. What a change for Joe Biden, and what a change for the country today to watch all of this. So I think I have officially missed my moment, but I'm going to put it in the capable hands of Al Roker and others. But I got my wave in at least. So I've seen the new president in his vehicle. As the parade continues, you can see just the magnitude of the support and security around this motorcade, leaving nothing to chance. And as you can also see, lots of additional vehicles that look like they are the Beast, but there's more than one of the official vehicle. And of course, we're anxious to see if the vice president and the second gentleman are going to take a walk as well. So I tried my best. I got a good wave in. I'll have to leave the rest to you.
No worries. I don't know. Maybe I think I'd want to come out and take a selfie with the Beast behind me. Perhaps as they make the turn, we will see the president emerge. But at the same time, this is one of those things he must want to live in the moment. He's been to the White House many times, but pulling in as the president of the United States, that's heady stuff.
Yeah, it is, and he's really close. He's just around the corner now from the White House and from pulling in, but never pulling in like this as president of the United States, something that he has dreamed about for many decades. His first presidential run back in 1988, and here we are in 2021 at 78 years old. He's the oldest president in American history, taking office at a time of great crisis and great challenge. And the Beast, the presidential limo, is stopped, so we'll see if he's got plans to get out. There had been talk that might happen. Al Roker is there along the parade route. Al, has he gotten to your location, or has he passed you yet, or are you still hoping for that iconic
right now we're at
elbow bump.
We're at a bit of a standstill, guys. You can see the protective detail right here. We've got some SUVs, and then behind us, behind them, we've got mounted police. You can see the media trucks that are obviously with video cameras and things like that. So we are just waiting. You would think that, there's not much traffic, so I don't know what the holdup is. It is rush hour now, here in Washington. They are famous for their rush hour, but we are waiting to see what's going to happen. And right now, I guess they're getting everything set. The president and first lady, I guess, are getting ready to get out. We've already seen the University of Delaware drumline move past us, and so they're just marking time right now, and we are just waiting. So it's only a matter of moments, hopefully, that we will get to see the president. If you notice, members of the military now are at salute. As they get ready for their commander-in-chief to make his way here into the White House. I will tell you, it was a really amazing sight to see. About 20 minutes ago, they were all at ease, and then one by one, they went to attention. And now they are all saluting, ready. Now we see the protective detail starting to move, as is the University of Delaware drumline, the SUVs that had brought the protective detail in are starting to slowly make their way up Pennsylvania Avenue toward the White House. Drums are going, so I think something's getting ready to happen. Here's hoping. We're looking down toward 15th Street, and still not seeing that movement yet. But I think any moment now we could be seeing hopefully the president and the first lady getting out, and then to be followed by Vice President Kamala Harris and the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff. And now we're starting to see the motorcycle police starting to move forward a little bit. The weather's been perfect. In fact, it's interesting. The winds have died down, and the temperature is still at about 45 degrees. So even Mother Nature is smiling on President Biden and the First Lady today, because just about 20 minutes ago, those winds were really blowing at 28 to 45 miles per hour. And you can see now we've got some movement going on now. So, you can barely see the presidential limousine. It is waiting right now.
Yeah, hard to know what the holdup is there, Al.
We've got some movement going on. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Oh, I was just saying it's moving slowly. We can see the limo, and it is moving slowly, but hard to know exactly what the holdup is.
They may be just simply making sure the area is secure before allowing them to emerge.
They're very, very close. I mean, they are really just steps away from the White House right now. I believe, is Peter Alexander with us? Yeah, Peter,
yes, Savannah, we're with you.
Yeah, as we wait here, I was kind of alluding to this earlier, but, the Inauguration Day is all about ceremony, but inside the White House, they're already at it. They're there to work. In fact, there's a press briefing, I believe, scheduled for later today.
Yeah, Savannah, you're right. And as we stand there, you can see the Secret Service agents, when they put their backs to the door, often that means they're preparing to open the door to the beast with the President Biden inside, just in that position. We will keep a close eye in anticipation of him coming out. We are in what is a parade across America, virtually a parade in effect down Pennsylvania Avenue in real terms, only fitting that Joe Biden would parade down Pennsylvania Avenue.
Peter, we're going to go
from Scranton.
Peter, we're going to wrap a second. We want to go to Al right now. We did see some movement there. It looked like the second lady was beginning to move toward the door. Let's train ourselves on this camera on the left. Al, can you see the car?
Yeah, well, I can see the car. I can't see. I've got a truck, kind of a media truck in my line of sight. I can see the Secret Service standing out beside the vehicles. And they've taken up positions. So I think it's only a matter of moments before perhaps we see somebody come out of the presidential limousine. But right now, the Secret Service are just waiting, I'm sure, making sure everything is secure. I see them looking around and surveilling the area, watching.
I may be wrong, but it looks like some of the bride and grandkids there in the foreground, and now the door's open. So Let's watch these final steps to the White House for President Biden.
You see an open door.
Yeah, Al, he's exited now. He's walking around the rear of the vehicle.
I see some photographers moving around the front of the vehicle, so
And here is the president, the first lady.
Along with the grandchildren.
Yes, Biden's son Hunter, his new baby, other children. We're seeing the whole Biden clan making these final steps to the White House right across Lafayette Park on one side, the White House on the other, making their grand entrance on Inauguration Day.
I can see the president.
When do you start screaming, Al?
As soon as this van gets by me, I think we'll have to start. Mr. President! Mr. President! Mr. President! Mr. President! Dr. Biden! Mr. President! How are you feeling? Mr. President, how does it feel to be president finally? Hey, how are you, sir? It's good to see you.
You got to keep doing this.
I know I did. Good to see you. It's been 3 hours. How does it feel, Mr. President?
It feels great.
It feels good?
It feels good.
All righty. Dr. Biden, thank you. Well, got a fist bump. There you go.
Al, you can come home now.
Al, only you. Only you, my friend. Al, are you feeling pretty satisfied? You went all the way to Washington. You sat in the cold all day long for that moment, but you got it, even in a pandemic.
It's a pretty nice feeling. Look, this is a man who's waited 50 years, who was first elected in 1970 to a county official job, and now here he is, the leader of the free world, and that's what America is all about. And it's pretty exciting.
And making time for you, Al. Making time for you.
Well, you know, making time for America.
The tradition rolls on.
It's a great moment, Al. We're so happy to share it with you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And now we're waiting for the vice president and the second gentleman, and we'll see if we can maybe run the table. Who knows? Who knows?
Are they out of their vehicles yet? We haven't seen them.
We haven't seen them yet.
I have not seen them yet. So we will have to wait and see.
All right, Al, well done. The legend lives for Al Roker and his inaugural moments. We'll keep watching. Al, you'll be happy to know we have 17 perspectives on that same shot, that same moment. So you can be talking about that. And there, it looks like he's talking to Mike Memoli, our producer who has covered Joe Biden for, more than a decade.
There goes
now.
Al's exclusive.
And those are the reviewing stands. Normally, it would be just filled with people, but he's stopping and saying hello to a few folks along the way. So the president enjoying this moment.
Anyone who has met and knows this man expects him to do something like this. He loves to be, to meet people and to.
Well, there's a reason he got into politics. He's all about the grip and grin, and happy to mix it up with folks as they take these final steps into the White House. And Peter, when this is the moment that he'll cherish and remember, and then the hard work gets started.
Yeah, no, Savannah, you're exactly right. We saw Joe Biden just moments ago shaking hands with Muriel Bowser, the mayor of Washington, D.C., who has become a familiar name across this country. Of course, she was behind the renaming of what is now Black Lives Matter Plaza, only a short distance from the White House. Joe Biden enjoying these moments, a skip in his step, the boy from Scranton, as we said, parading down fittingly Pennsylvania Avenue. The change of address form already in the mail in a matter of hours. He will move in, check out the residence for the first time, actually, at this point, a matter of minutes. He'll walk down the driveway there. This is what we call the White House North Lawn, of course. Pebble Beach, as reporters describe it, where we stand and do our live shots each morning. He will walk there, parading alongside his family, the last leg of this 50-year journey in public service to the White House, surrounded by a color guard, the military band playing, and flags from all 50 states. The last flag, of course, from the District of Columbia. Joe Biden now arriving at his new home.
And Peter, as we noted, there's a lot of business before this day is over for President Biden. What are some of the first things we expect him to do in terms of business?
Well, already we saw him signing some policy. You know, we've talked about pageantry. There's a lot of policy as well. Immigration has been a crucial issue that he's been focused on. One of his proposals will call for a path to citizenship for undocumented immigrants, an expansion of refugee admissions, as we watch Joe Biden now walking down past the flags from all these states. You know, Lester, as we talk, though, about the color in this moment, this is a tradition that dates back for decades. The man, the public address announcer who has been leading the announcements throughout the day, a 93-year-old Charlie Brotman, his name, 12th presidential parade he has presided over on this day. He missed the Trump inauguration, was not invited to participate then, was invited back this time around, and when he was interviewed by our local affiliate here in Washington, D.C., he added that he had gotten his COVID vaccine shot. He said, "I got the shot, so I'm ready to take on the world." So some traditions continue here despite the pandemic that has made life so challenging for so many who have to watch this and enjoy this from home.
And what a difference a day makes. Here, Joe Biden and Dr. Jill Biden, President and First Lady of the United States, walking up the driveway there on the north side of the White House. 8 hours ago, it was President Trump and Melania Trump departing on the south side of that very building. And within a matter of hours, there has been a changing of the guard, a transfer of power, the traditions of our democracy going off and rolling on without incident, which was, you know, I think the whole country holding its breath after some of the recent events that took place on January 6th. But it feels like this is the moment of completion when the President and First Lady walk up those front door steps and walk into the White House for the first time as President and First Lady.
That may be the picture you see on the front pages tomorrow.
Children all headed indoors, heading in as the first family. Not their first visit to the White House, but their first visit like this.
Yeah, the world, their world changes, our world changes as a new administration confronts this very serious business of COVID, of disunity, but a new beginning.
We are going to take a quick break right here. Our coverage continues in just a moment.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are a country of laws, a democracy built on free and fair elections, where the majority, not the mob, rules, and no rioter, no act of insurrection or domestic terror, no desperate despot can take away all we have built, all that we stand for, and all we hold dear.
Make no mistake, what happened that day was an insurrection against the United States government. Is this the beginning of something or the end of something? Should Donald Trump be ostracized from the Republican Party as you know it?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Now, President Biden and the First family safely inside their new residence, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Welcome back to our inauguration coverage. As we end our coverage in this hour, I want to get some final thoughts. First, Andrea Mitchell, your thoughts on this day.
Well, it's an overwhelmingly emotional time for the country. Democracy has survived, he said. We are resilient. But I'm really struck also by the historic nature of what's happened with the new Vice President of the United States. The first woman, the first black person, the first South Asian person, Kamala Harris. She's going to already be at work this afternoon swearing in 3 new United States senators, 2 from Georgia and 1 Senator Padilla, Senator-to-be Padilla from California, her replacement. And she is going to be a very busy person with tie-breaking votes expected with this 50-50 Senate, but also just the fact that America has returned to a sense of normality despite all the troops, despite the fences and the barbed wire. There's a feeling that we've pulled off, thanks to security and all of this planning, we've actually had an inaugural that resembles a normal inaugural.
Yeah.
And you're so right, Andrea, to give a nod to so many of our National Guard troops who have been out there for days, some sleeping in the Capitol, 25,000 doing their duty, having left their jobs, left their states. Here they are making this day possible and this moment possible. And Chuck, it does feel like a collective sigh of relief, whether you voted for Joe Biden or not. The fact that we had just seen this terrible violence at the Capitol, and then 2 weeks later to put on an event like an inauguration, you know, people were holding their breaths, and to have Joe Biden now be inaugurated, sworn in, and now inside the White House, you have to stop for a moment and pause and be grateful that that has happened without incident.
This is, some people might not like this metaphor I'm going to choose, but I feel like I've been on a never-ending roller coaster ride. And I think a whole bunch of us felt like we've been on this, and you're desperate for it to stop. You're desperate to get off. And it's like it finally stopped. And it's like, oh, there's stability. maybe I got my feet on the ground for a minute. I'm not going to continue to spin upside down and spin all over the place. I think there's a lot of folks that had that sense. You know, we all, it felt like America lost its equilibrium particularly over the last couple of months. And so that's what I sort of took in from today. And I think we all hope that this feeling isn't just one day.
Well, you know, at the top of the president's remarks today, he said, this is America's day, this is democracy's day. And then he said, and I think everyone in America needed to hear this is a great nation. We are a good people. He said, there's much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, and much to gain. And that is the work that begins now. And it's hard work, but it begins now with the new administration, and we'll see how they do.
And he talked about truth being under assault, because ultimately reconciliation is going to require, you know, understanding and working from a common set of facts and truth, and that's going to continue to be a challenge. This concludes our coverage of the inauguration of President Joe Biden for now. I'll be back tonight at 6:30 Eastern Time with NBC Nightly News. Savannah will be back with me at 8 Eastern with a wrap-up of today's events and a look ahead to a special program hosted by Tom Hanks that will help kick off what is now officially the Biden-Harris administration. I'm Lester Holt for Savannah, Andrea, Chuck, and all of us at NBC News. Thank you for being with us on this historic day.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear. This is America's day. This is democracy's day. A day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching continuing coverage of the inauguration of Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. on NBC News Now. Joe Biden is now the 46th President of the United States. You are taking a live look at Washington, D.C. and pictures of the parade. I want to bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, it is such an honor to have you here with us on such an important day. Just your thoughts as we watch this live parade, this slightly different version of a live parade happen today in Washington, D.C. on Inauguration Day.
Yeah. Hey, Allison, you know, I think that, you know, maybe the biggest takeaway is that we are getting the pomp and circumstance of an inauguration day, seeing bipartisan former presidents, Republican, Democratic, their spouses, other dignitaries in the audience, members of Congress. That all happens once every 4 years in this country. By the Constitution, it set its place after a presidential election. It's something that I've covered, Allison, for going back to 16 years with NBC News. It's something that you just circle on your calendars. But I think that 2 weeks ago, it seemed like that moment was in jeopardy. And certainly that moment, the insurrection on Capitol Hill on January 6th, the beginning going into that, the aftermath, certainly ended up, I think, spoiling the transition that this country often gets and the peaceful transfer of power. But with Joe Biden's speech today, as well as others in attendance, and going back to that once every 4 year type of event that we have in this country, things are kind of getting back on track.
And Mark, we are looking right now at the now Vice President Kamala Harris, the first female vice president in our country's history, walking there alongside her husband, Doug, her family. She often refers to herself as Mamala, as a stepmother. Her niece is there as well. You could just see, even in spite of all the security, in spite of all the concerns and all of the worry about today, you still just get this sense of celebration seeing them walking along this parade route.
Yeah, and whether you're a Democrat or Republican, this is history. And in a lot of ways, it ended up getting overshadowed because of the presidential contest, because of Joe Biden's victory. Then President Trump, now former President Trump, trying to contest and overturn the election results. But having the first female vice president, the first Black woman vice president, the first woman of South Asian descent to be vice president is historic. And, and that shouldn't be a footnote today. I'm really glad you mentioned that. That is the second most important story today, and for good reason.
Mark, I have to ask your opinion on this, because one thing that struck me watching all of this morning, heading into today, I expected it to feel so incredibly different. We are in the midst of a pandemic. We are just 2 weeks out from riots on our Capitol. But somehow there was still some of that special feeling. The inauguration still looked in some ways like inaugurations past. This parade, perhaps maybe not as extravagant, not as many bands. Of course, there is the absence of the American public, but there were still moments where you looked and saw the grandeur, saw a nod to inaugurations past. Did you feel that way at all, or did it feel so remarkably different to you?
No, there was so much that is similar. I mean, obviously, the difference is that there weren't people in attendance on the mall. People were wearing masks. But, Allison, to your point, there were a lot of calls after the insurrection on January 6th, as well as even with the coronavirus, on scaling back the inauguration and the ceremonies, maybe having it all inside, do it really quickly for safety reasons. And Joe Biden and the inauguration planner said, no, we need to go through with this because the symbols in themselves are incredibly important. To have the former presidents, Democrat and Republican, in the audience, to have the members of Congress, the congressional leaders, Democratic and Republican, really those symbols matter on the transfer of power in this country. And had people decided, no, let's hold this indoors, let's do it really quickly, let's get the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court just to swear in Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we wouldn't have gotten that normalcy that you were just talking about, that I think is so important given the coronavirus, given the violence that we saw that was just 2 weeks ago.
Mark, as we're looking here, one thing that you mentioned, obviously the wearing of masks is a notable difference because we are, of course, in the midst of a pandemic. But somehow you can still see Kamala Harris's eyes smiling there. You can still imagine the grin that is spreading across her face, probably ear to ear, in this moment there with so many of the women in her family. We can't see all of it, but you can really, I feel, still feel it through the screen.
Yeah. And, you're always sometimes it's very hard to recognize friends and family who are in masks. We've gotten very used to them over our last 10 or 11 months. But yeah, this is something that is celebratory. And of course, it's great to be able to wave your hands. But I'm always shocked. I feel like I can't smile at people when I'm out grocery shopping or doing other things because you have a mask on. But yeah. And again, Allison, just to really, just to emphasize this one more time, this is a celebratory day, and this is a day not of politics at all, or my side end up winning or my side end up losing. This is the transfer of power in this country. We've seen Democratic presidents, we've seen Republican presidents, and it's kind of a rebirth, a new time in this country. And when it comes with a new president, new policies, a new direction, new challenges, and new things for all of us to cover over the next 4 years.
Yeah, it is a day to celebrate our democracy, to celebrate so many firsts and so many things happening. As you've said, January 20th should be a celebratory day, regardless of your party affiliation or where you come from. And Mark, as we're looking here today, this is what is different, right? These bird's eye view shots of empty streets. This is really what is so remarkable about today, that unfortunately America is watching watching from home, we're very glad that you're watching with us. But so many hundreds of thousands of Americans would have gone to our nation's capital to take part in what is history, in what is a transition of power, in what is a very important day for our country and our democracy. As we watch Kamala Harris and her family continue to walk there, I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Leanne Caldwell. She is joining me now from the west front of the Capitol. Leanne, it is so wonderful to have you with us. And I'd just like to ask you, what were the highlights for you, what you were able to see and witness and experience today from where you are?
So, Allison, there were two threats that put this inauguration at risk. Of course, the first one is what happened just 2 weeks ago from today, which is the insurgency at the Capitol on January 6th. This, what you're seeing behind me, is what so many of those rioters were climbing up the scaffolding. This is where they first entered the Capitol. Of course, the cameras were on the front, the west front of the Capitol. But this is where a lot of those protesters and rioters got through to the Capitol. There was spray paint, broken glass, problems with the scaffolding, but they were able to get it together, and Vice President, or President now, Biden, was intent on ensuring that this inauguration happened outdoors so that people could see this transfer of power. The second threat was, of course, COVID, and that didn't delay or it didn't hamper the inauguration at all, but it did change it. And the way it changed it is usually where I'm standing right now at an inauguration, even Trump's inauguration, Obama's inauguration before that, and those before that. This would be filled with people watching this inauguration. But because of COVID restrictions, because the Biden transition and now the Biden administration have been taking COVID so seriously, they wanted a safe inauguration. So there weren't that many people here. Instead of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, there were just several hundred. Allison.
Leanne, what were some of the things, and as we say this, we are watching Vice President Harris and her husband taking to the steps right now. What were some of the things, however, in spite of all of the concerns today, in spite of the pandemic, in spite of the riots, what were some of the traditions that stood out to you as, okay, this is what a normal inauguration is like, this is what we are used to in this country?
They had the traditional hallmark of an inauguration. The Chief Justice, John Roberts, swore in Joe Biden to be the president. Most of the Supreme Court justices were there. The leaders of Congress were there. You saw Senate Majority Leader, who's going to be Majority Leader just for a few more minutes, sitting right up close. Yeah. You had Nancy Pelosi. You had Kevin McCarthy, even Kevin McCarthy, who voted to object to the Electoral College count on January 6th. He was still sitting up there as well. You had, a majority of members of Congress, and you had the feeling that this is just a really monumental and important part of American democracy. The fact that this happens every 4 years, this peaceful transition of power, even though this year it almost wasn't peaceful and it had a lot of problems and threats leading up to it, but it happened. They pulled it off. It took 25,000 National Guard troops to ensure that it did, but it did have all the hallmarks and all the trappings of a normal inauguration, except for the fact that it was much more intimate, and it didn't have, as I said, hundreds of thousands of people watching in person.
Leanne, we are looking at images now of the White House, of course, where Joe Biden is, now the 46th president. We just watched Kamala Harris enter the Eisenhower Executive Office building just off to, I guess, the west, if you will, of the West Wing, where her offices are. And so this is a new day. This is a new president. We have our first female vice president. And as you mentioned, it's just a little bit after 4. The Senate will come into session at 4:30 this afternoon and swear in its newest members. This is a place that you know well. You spend so much time inside Capitol Hill. Would you just tell our viewers about the changes that are going to happen there today?
Absolutely. So there will be 3 new Democratic senators sworn in, the 2 Georgia senators, Ossoff and Warnock, and then, of course, the California senator who is replacing Kamala Harris. His name is Alex Padilla, the first Hispanic senator representing the state of California. There's also a lot of history in the Georgia senators as well. Warnock, the first African-American to represent Georgia in the Senate. But what that does as far as the numbers are concerned, that puts the Senate at an evenly divided Senate, 50 Republicans and 50 Democrats. With Kamala Harris as the vice president, of course, as vice president, she is president of the Senate. So while Vice President Harris is walking into the White House as we speak, she's going to be spending a lot of time in her old home in this Capitol right behind me, because she is likely going to have to be a tie-breaking vote on many policy, many issues that come before the Senate because of this closely divided Senate. But Joe Biden, he had a message today in his inauguration speech of unity. So the Senate has a choice to make. They are evenly divided. They can work together in a bipartisan way, take the leadership of Joe Biden in his words, and try to accomplish things for the American people. Or it could also be a lot of gridlock and something where things just do not get done because that lack of bipartisanship could very well devolve into fighting and just a complete stalemate. So these members of Congress behind me are going to have an elevated role moving forward.
I want to bring Mark Murray back in. Mark, a question for you about this, because it's not something that our viewers are necessarily used to. Over the last 4 years, Vice President Mike Pence was not called upon to be very involved in matters in the Senate because it was not an evenly divided Senate. How will this look different? Will we often see Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, on the Senate floor in her new role? Or is that something still to be determined based on what type of a relationship the Democrats and Republicans choose to have with one another over the next couple of years?
Yeah, I mean, given the 50-50 composition of the United States Senate, it really is that Kamala Harris's top job over the next year or two, probably before we get to the 2022 midterm elections, is going to be casting that tie-breaking vote just on matters of organization, committee pieces of legislation. So I would expect her to be in the United States Senate quite a bit. And Allison, we haven't had something like this since 2001, and that's actually after George W. Bush ended up becoming president after that controversial election. And you ended up having a situation where the Senate was tied. Then there was actually a defection where the Democrats gained control of the United States Senate, and Republicans were able to take it back in the following midterm season. So we really haven't had this kind of Senate majority hanging by a thread since 2001. And that just really is going to keep Kamala Harris in Washington. She's probably not going to be the same type of vice president that Joe Biden was in 2009. While Barack Obama was trying to rescue the U.S. economy after the Great Recession, Joe Biden was going overseas, going to Iraq, going to Afghanistan, meeting with a lot of world leaders. And I'm not saying that Kamala Harris is not going to be doing that some of the time, but one of her chief roles is going to be casting that tie-breaking vote in the United States Senate.
Spending a little bit more time in the Senate, a place she knows, of course, very well. I'd like to bring in co-host of NBC's Today Show, Al Roker, who is along the parade route. And Al, I just have to say, one of the highlights for all of us today, your fist bump from now President Biden. We have a clip of that. I'd like to play it for our viewers who might have missed that earlier today. Let's show everyone what happened.
It's good to see you. You got to keep doing this. I know. I did. Good to see you. It's been 3 hours. How does it feel, Mr. President? It feels great. It feels good? It feels good. All righty. Dr. Biden, thank you. Well, got a fist bump. There you go.
Al, you got a fist bump from the president. Tell us about it.
Well, you know, it's funny. We had started off. He was about there, and we started calling for him, and he got basically parallel to me. And I thought, you know what, it's not going to happen this time, but that's okay. It's good. He's president. He got some things on his mind. And then all of a sudden he ran over and got the fist bump, very COVID friendly, safety. And then, he's talked a little bit and then he kept going. And that's more than you can ask for.
Oh, Al, I have to say, we were all watching it happen live on the edge of our seats. You were really using your lungs there, trying to call for him. And we thought, oh, he's going to pass. Al, he's going to pass. And you got him. What an exciting moment. Just your reflections, your thoughts on this day, this historic day in so many ways for our country.
Well, I think everybody's talking about unity. That we're looking to get back to a little more normalcy. The things that we have come to expect, I think people are looking forward to, and that's not a bad thing, And to see, the president talking about American goodness and our innate fairness to each other and wanting to bring people together. And seeing other people, from this morning, a bipartisan group going to church together. I mean, that's something we haven't seen in a long time. So, who knows how long it's going to last, but as long as it does, it's a wonderful feeling.
Al, one more question for you. I just have to ask about the lack of the crowds today. I look at you there and I think, my goodness, when you are out on the Today Show Plaza, there are typically more people when we're not in a pandemic and we don't have these kinds of security concerns. What was it like being at a parade today without the crowds?
Well, it was very quiet. That was the odd thing, Allison. This quiet. And visually, you would normally, right along this fence line for the White House, this would be lined with stands, and those stands would be filled with people. And I realized, and what you're watching right now, all the members of the military falling in line now that the president and the vice president have gone. They are all, there's hundreds of them lining Pennsylvania Avenue. But what's interesting, I've never, during covering, I now think 5 inaugurals, you never see the White House because the stands are there. And there's a reviewing stand. You never see it. You can't see the old executive office building. And there it is. It's been very quiet, but it has been a very different inaugural, which seems to fit what we have been going through. But no less joyous and no more, and it's certainly that representation of what we have had in this country, 59 inaugurals, 59 peaceful transfers of power. And that's what there's no other country on earth that has had this. And so at the end of the day, where, the norms may have been battered a bit, but they've held, and we've seen that they're elastic and they can snap back.
Al, there may not be crowds and it may be quiet, but you have a great view and you got one terrific fist bump there. Thanks for sharing it with us. We couldn't wish it upon a better person. Thanks so much, Al.
Thank you. Thanks, Al. Yeah, I missed. Kamala Harris kind of blew by, but I got 1 out of 2, and that 500 gets you into the Hall of Fame.
It sure does. She knew that Joe Biden took care of you, so she was saving it for someone else.
There you go.
Thanks, Al.
Bye-bye.
All right, NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is joining us now from the Parade Across America route. We should let you know, too, this is a virtual and live event that replaced the traditional parade along Pennsylvania Avenue. Though, as you've been seeing, there are some elements of that traditional parade, even without the crowds of hundreds of thousands of Americans. So, Shaq, let me ask you, what has it been like for you being there in person? We were just talking to Al Roker, who set the bar pretty high. He got a fist bump from the president. Have you seen the president or the vice president gotten a wave yet? Al got all the attention.
Yeah. I know. It's funny because not only did Al get that moment with President Joe Biden, but you saw Mike Memoli also got some time with the new president. Here, I'll tell you, we were at the beginning of the parade route, and Pennsylvania Avenue is behind me, and that's normally where you see the president and vice president march up as they make their way from the U.S. Capitol. But this time it was a little bit different. We know President Biden went to Arlington National Ceremony and had that very somber commemoration or that wreath laying at the cemetery before making his way here. He came along 15th Street and then made his way onto Pennsylvania Avenue. And I'll tell you, when the motorcade went through, when the presidential limousine passed us, it moved slowly. I can tell you I got a wave from First Lady Joe Biden, but that's the extent of it. I didn't have any moment that Al Roker had. But you saw the presidential limousines go up. You saw first it was the University of Delaware drum line that made its way up 15th Street.
Right.
Then it was President Biden. Then you heard Howard University Showtime drumline make their way up, and then it was Vice President Harris. But this was the beginning of it, and as you mentioned, it was a hybrid parade. So it started out, what you essentially saw on the ground and in person was essentially the start of a parade performance, and then now we'll see that virtual element take place where different groups from all 50 states and 6 territories will have their moment, similar to what we saw during the DNC during that official roll call. Allison?
Yeah, Shaq, very cool to see the president escorted by his alma mater, the University of Delaware, as you said, the vice president escorted by her alma mater, Howard University. You see Joe Biden there giving Al Roker that fist bump. I got to say, Shaq, if nothing else, I realize that this parade may have lacked the crowds and some of the noise, but wow, was I impressed watching Joe Biden run to say hello to people. He certainly got his work out today.
Oh, without a doubt. And that's something that you saw in past inaugurations with when he was vice president. It was something, he would ping pong back and forth. He has a lot of energy. He likes parades. We know he's a retail politician, so he likes this atmosphere. And the thing about this parade that makes it a little bit different and a little bit easier for him to do that is that point you were making with Al, and that there were no spectators. There weren't the thousands of people, members of the public, here to see it. I'll tell you, right where I am right now, there was a line of police officers right here. The officers behind me, they were from Florida, and then you had the parade route. But the police officers were here not really protecting anything because right behind us there's a 9-foot barricade there. So there wasn't that risk that you normally have with the parade. So it did allow him to go back and forth. But it was a little quieter. It wasn't that exciting and that energy that you normally feel from a parade. I'll tell you one thing about these parades. I mean, we have seen some sort of procession since George Washington, and usually they come along Pennsylvania Avenue. At one point, you go back to President Eisenhower, his parade was over 4.5 hours long. You have parades that have floats. In one parade, they erected different arches to go up as the president was coming up. So these are usually highly produced events with thousands of people coming out to enjoy the moment. You don't have that sense here, but you do have the sense that the candidates, or now the president and the vice president, that they enjoyed the moment, even though it was scaled down amid the security concerns and amid this coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah, Shaq, we've been saying even with their masks on, you could still see both of their eyes smiling on this momentous day. And Shaq, I got to say, in spite of all this, it is the best view the press will probably ever get, because you don't have to be looking over so many people to see what's going on, to see the White House. So a couple of small perks if you're looking for the positives when we have an inauguration in a pandemic and with these security concerns. Shaq, thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you, Allison.
Joe Biden took the oath of office just before noon today on the West Lawn of the U.S. Capitol. And then he delivered one of, if not the most important speech of his political career, calling on America to unite. Take a listen.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
Office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Chief Justice Roberts, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Vice President Pence, and my distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. This is America's day. This is democracy's day. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious. Democracy is fragile. And at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed. Few people in our nation's history have been more challenged or found a time more challenging or difficult than the time we're in now. Once-in-a-century virus that silently stalks the country. It's taken as many lives in 1 year as America lost in all of World War II. Millions of jobs have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. A cry for racial justice, some 400 years in the making, moves us. The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. A cry for survival comes from the planet itself. A cry that can't be any more desperate or any more clear. And now, a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism that we must confront and we will defeat. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured. The answer is not to turn inward, to retreat into competing factions, distrusting those who don't look like you, or worship the way you do, or don't get their news from the same sources you do. We must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this. America has been tested, and we've come out stronger for it. We will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again, not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's challenges. And we'll lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. Democracy and hope, truth and justice did not die on our watch, but thrived. That America secured liberty at home and stood once again as a beacon to the world. That is what we owe our forebears, one another, and generation to follow. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the country we love with all our hearts. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, America.
All right, let's get to NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli, who is in Lafayette Square. Mike, if Al Roker got a fist bump, you got a question. Tell us about your, I know it was brief, but your conversation with the now president, whom you have covered for more than a decade.
Allison, let's not sell this short. This was the first exclusive interview with the President of the United States, all right? It was more than a question, even if it was only a few seconds. But, you know, I can't help, given what you just said, I have been covering him a long time. The first time I interviewed him, actually, he was a senator running for president. It was northern New Hampshire. We had a longer interview because he was a candidate who needed the press coverage. So I feel very privileged to have even gotten a quick question today, of course. But I asked him, you know, you have been aspiring to this office for your whole career. And I pointed at the White House. I said, what does this moment feel like as you're ready to walk in there for the first time as the President of the United States? And he said, I feel like I'm going home. Short answer, but I think it says a lot about this moment for him because there is so much going through his mind. Think of all the challenges that the country faces that he has now inherited. He's been president for just a few hours, and he's going to get to work. We know he has a busy agenda in terms of all the executive orders he has to sign, but this is clearly the capstone of his career. There was a moment that really struck me during the inauguration, in fact, right after he took the oath and turned to his family, and then his wife and his 2 living children, his daughter Ashley and his son Hunter, sort of just embraced collectively. And I don't even think words were spoken, but there was so much emotion conveyed there. And so that was really, I was trying to hopefully draw a little bit out of him about what must be going through his mind today. But it was obviously quite a moment to have. And I think it also speaks to the challenges that are ahead now. He can enjoy this moment. He feels this is a day of celebration as much as it's a solemn day for the country. But there really has been a sense of urgency conveyed all across the Biden team. They are going to issue as many executive orders as we've seen a first day president issue in a long time. And so when Vice President Kamala Harris walked just a short time after, I asked her about what the priority was, and she said, getting to work. So just to throw in, I know our friend Al Roker wasn't able to get some attention from her, but I also managed to snag a question with her as well, Allison.
All right, now you're just showing off a little bit, but I'm going to help you with that, Mike, because you not only got an answer from her, but you got a laugh too, which was something else. Listen, you said it. Let's not sell short your quick question to Joe Biden. His answer may have just been a few words, but it really seems like it does capture just the essence of today, as did Vice President Harris's. That right, this is a celebration, but they are getting down to some very serious work today. Let's talk about this inauguration. I mean, I can't help but see the White House so clearly behind you, see some people milling about, but they're probably all working. They're not Americans who are there to enjoy this day. What has it been like today, being part of such a unique parade, such a unique inauguration, perhaps something we may never see like this again?
Yeah, I've had this thought actually as far back as this summer, about when we were focused, of course, on the pandemic and the way it was affecting all our lives. And during the lockdown, I would often just take a long walk from my apartment. I lived near Capitol Hill, and there was a moment when I said, as I walked past the Capitol, I said, wow, if Joe Biden wins this election and is inaugurated president, he's not going to have a typical inauguration. As we now know, especially given the security concerns, there wasn't even a guarantee that he would have an outdoor inauguration at all. Think about the pictures when you look back at this moment in decades. People are going to be wondering, wearing masks, what was that about? It's such a unique moment, of course. And there have been a lot of folks I've talked to who sort of, feel for the president. I was almost going to call him the president-elect after I kept calling him the former vice president, but the president, about the fact that he doesn't get the typical celebration. He doesn't get the crowds of hundreds of thousands on the mall, that he doesn't get a much more elaborate parade than the brief one we just saw here. And I couldn't help but think back to history again. And when he was elected to the Senate as a 29-year-old, a moment of real celebration for his young family. And then, of course, it very quickly, within weeks, turned to tragedy. He wasn't sworn into the Senate, in the well of the Senate. He didn't get to have the traditional inauguration, as it were, for a senator. He was sworn in at the bedside of his 2 boys in a hospital room in Delaware. So that's why, as I've talked to a number of current, former Biden staffers, people who've been friends of his for a long time, and I just sort of asked them generally, what do you think about this moment? What's going through your mind? And I keep hearing back the same thing, which is if there was ever a moment in history that called for Joe Biden, it is this moment. He is coming into office with all the experience behind him, all that has been tested. Empathy, they always say, is his superpower. And think about the emotion we saw yesterday when he was in Delaware, as he would think he was bidding goodbye to the state, but also getting sentimental about his son, Beau, who passed away, who he said we should be introducing him as the president. That, I think, is what Biden folks say, is this is really the moment that captures all of those qualities, and it's the right one for him.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, you know this president, and I have to say, I think we're all going to go through this for a day or two, right? Adjusting to his new title. Yeah. Joe Biden is certainly someone who has had so many, even in just the last year. But you know now President Joe Biden far, far better than I do. I'm simply a viewer here. But you have to think, that just the sense that we've gotten from watching him over the years, that if you were to ask him about what was missing today, it wouldn't be, I think, about what was missing for him. He strikes me as someone who would say, as you mentioned, he's so sorry that his son wasn't part of this moment, so sorry for the Americans who could not be part of this moment, because he seems so often someone who thinks about those around him, who cares about those around him, and who has lived such an untraditional path. You've described so many of the moments in his life that were not as one might expect them to be. Yet he keeps putting one foot in front of the other, keeps at the task at hand. In some ways, perhaps this unusual inauguration, as you've said, he was perhaps the best person suited for this moment, and maybe it wasn't all that unusual to him. To that end, I have to ask, when you watched today, and I asked Mark Murray this same question, were there any points where you felt like, okay, this really has some of the pomp and the circumstance of a typical inauguration? I think for me, when I saw Lady Gaga and J-Lo, and I said, all right, there's a little bit of the celebrity. When you look at it from a tight shot, maybe not the bird's eye view with all the people missing, but there were a few moments where I felt like, okay, this feels, for a moment, a little bit normal.
Oh, absolutely. And in fact, I can't tell you how often, especially over the last 2 weeks since the rioting and the unbelievable scenes at the Capitol, when I've asked the Biden team, how can you not move this inside? How can how can you believe that you're going to be able to safely have that kind of gathering? They were so insistent on us having that visual. Yes, it was different. There weren't as many people. The crowd was a bit spread out. But they really wanted that moment on the west front of the Capitol because of the times we're in, because of what you heard him speak to very squarely, the era of disinformation, unfortunately, that we live in, that he have the same kind of inauguration that past presidents have had. They wanted it to look the same. And another part of this, Allison, as well, is, think about what now former President Trump would often mock in terms of how easy it was to be presidential. He could be presidential. Well, Biden wants to make the presidency presidential again, and that's why some of these rituals, they are taking very great care to return.
Making presidency presidential again. Mike Memoli, thanks so much for being with us on this special day, and nice work getting to talk to both the president and the vice president. You did us proud.
Yeah, Allison. Appreciate it.
NBC News correspondent Morgan Radford is on the parade route near Lafayette Square. Morgan, looking at you there with a quiet road behind you, I'm just struck by some of the differences today, the absence of the crowds. Tell us what it was like there as the parade kicked off.
Yeah, we're just steps away from the White House, Allison, and I think Mike put it best when he said this is an inauguration unlike any other. So typically behind me here, you would see the streets lined with well-wishers, people from the public who are coming to send their congratulations to the incoming administration. But instead today, lining these streets were just all servicemen and women. Members, for example, of the Marines were outside, policemen and women. But the reality of it is, Allison, this was different. It was almost more sterile, so to speak, the typical celebratory tone that you would see at inauguration. You can see behind me now, the roads are mostly cleared out from that in-person parade that was very short leading into the virtual parade. But what struck me about everything, Allison, was this notion of accessibility. You saw both President Biden and Madam Vice President Kamala Harris really putting on display elements of their past. You saw the drum line from the University of Delaware, a state school that Joe Biden is proud to come from, when only about 50% of U.S. presidents have come from non-Ivy League universities. And then just behind him, leading in the procession for Madam Vice President Harris, was the Howard University drum line. You had the Bisons on full display, really showing the culture of HBCUs that have historically been struggling for funding in the United States, But here you had proud African-American students who were able to see exactly what the world could be, and they too could achieve the highest office in the land. So this was really about accessibility, but putting a bit of a stain on some of the celebration, of course, was the intense security, because we're inside a secure zone right now. Take a listen to what lawmaker said that she told us. This is Representative Adams from North Carolina. We caught up with her yesterday. She decided that she was going to be here in person, unlike some of her colleagues. And take a listen to why she said it was so important to be here.
But then to have the military reinforcements come in, I think has startled some, but we are still not going to let this dampen the celebratory moment that it is. Well, I think the fact that we have the first woman, the first woman of color, the first African-American woman, Asian American woman being sworn in as to the second highest office in the land, I don't think that we can backpedal that. I think that that's great in and of itself, and that shows that we have made tremendous progress.
And that's what this is about at the end of the day, Allison. It's about progress and it's about inclusion. This is an administration that has promised to have in its cabinets and through its appointees an administration that reflects back to us the America that we know, the America that we love, and the America that we're a part of. Allison.
And an administration that is getting to work on that already, wasting no time. Morgan Radford, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Are you ready?
Monday boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
All month long, let's start today.
Let's go 2021.
Kicking off the new year strong. It's time to take care of you with healthy foods, fitness,
You're incredible.
and how to jumpstart your love life.
UFit is winning.
So join us and start today.
Make no mistake, what happened that day was an insurrection against the United States government. Is this the beginning of something or the end of something? Should Donald Trump be ostracized from the Republican Party as you know it?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
And breaking news, the deadly siege on Congress. Lawmakers move to safe locations. There's 2 more weeks left in this presidency. Where is this going? Despite what we've been through, there will be a transfer of power at the U.S. Capitol.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
We actually saw a large convoy of the National Guard come through here.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are a country of laws, a democracy built on free and fair elections, where the majority, not the mob, rules, and no rioter, no act of insurrection or domestic terror, no desperate despot can take away all we have built, all that we stand for, and all we hold dear.
President Joe Biden wasting no time getting to work on day one. In his first hours as president, Joe Biden will be signing more than a dozen executive actions and doing many of President Trump's controversial policies. NBC News correspondent Carol Lee is joining me now from Washington, D.C., with a great view of the White House, as always. Carol, I'd like to talk about the executive orders in a minute. But first, I want to ask you about a moment in President Biden's speech where he talked about the Capitol riots from just 2 weeks ago. Let's play that.
To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans.
Carol, we have had an insurrection, a second impeachment, and today an inauguration, all in just 2 weeks. Let's talk a little bit about all that President Biden is walking into and how he plans to heal and try to unite this country.
Allison, you make a great point. You know, it's 2021. We're three Wednesdays in, and each Wednesday we had January 6th, the storming of the Capitol. We had January 13th, President Trump being impeached for a second time, and then today, January 20th, Joe Biden getting sworn in as the 46th president of the United States and delivering that speech. And I think when you talk to people around the now president and you hear what he said really throughout the campaign and through the transition, and then again today, unity is his overarching message about everything. And what he's tried to do and his team has tried to do in the past 24 hours is really demonstrate that. So you saw last night where they did this memorial at the mall for victims of coronavirus, and that's not something that we've seen. And this is a country that's been hurting from this pandemic for many months now. You saw him go to church this morning with bipartisan senators and congressmen from the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. That's something he wanted to do. Then you heard him in that speech where he's saying, you know, just listen to me. And what I think the other half of that message that he's saying is, I hear you. And that's how he's trying to sort of begin to bridge this divide that we've seen in the country over the last 4 years that really came to a head, as you noted, 2 weeks ago. So today, that's the message that you're hearing. And you've seen a lot of actions and ceremonial steps that seem accepting to that message here in Washington. And there's a lot of talk of a new day. But this is probably the easiest day of Joe Biden's presidency because it doesn't get any easier from here. He has a number of policies that he wants to put forward. All you need to do is look at the fact that he doesn't have any members of his cabinet yet. So that's something that is running into some headwinds, although he'll eventually probably get there sooner rather than later. But still, this is a country that's still divided despite this day. So while he's having this moment and that's his message, the hard part really begins now.
Yeah, for sure. And Carol, you said it. If 2021 has taught us anything, it is definitely have your coffee on Wednesdays because that seems to be the day when all things happen, at least so far. Carol, our colleague over at the White House, Jeff Bennett, offering some great color today, describing what the Biden White House is looking like already. Could you share some of that, what it's like there today, what's been happening so far? And to our viewers, please forgive us because we're going to ask you to use your mind's eye as Carol describes this new Biden White House because Secret Service does not allow press to take those kinds of pictures for security reasons.
That's right. And just to set the scene, there's a very small space inside the White House that the press is actually allowed to roam freely with as long as you have a pass that allows you there. There's a lower press area, which is right outside of the briefing room area, which is familiar to any viewers who's watched a White House press briefing. And then there's, if you go, it's called upper press. You go past the colonnade, the doors to the colonnade that go out to the Rose Garden, and you go up to where the press secretary's offices are. And it's just been empty. And it was being cleaned cleaned out over the course of this morning, and then they put up plexiglass, which is a shift from President Trump's staff, who were maskless and sat in cramped quarters just right up next to each other without any real coronavirus protections in place. And this is a different team. And so there's plexiglass that's been put in. They've already hung photos of last night, now President Biden's event at the mall with that coronavirus memorial, his speech in Delaware before he arrived here in Washington, D.C. So all of this happens really, really quickly. And that's just what we can see. There's a whole other bunch of stuff that's happening inside the White House residence where they've moved in the Now First family.
Yeah, we're all excited to see those first images of the dogs in the White House, Carol.
Yeah.
We're a dog house here, and we can't wait to check that out for sure.
Me too.
Carol Lee, thank you so much.
Thanks, Allison.
All right, we're going to bring in our panel now. Let me introduce you to Jonathan Alter, NBC News political contributor and presidential historian. Joining him, Kimberly Atkins, NBC News contributor and senior opinion writer for the Boston Globe. Jonathan, Kimberly, thrilled to have both of you with us today. Kimberly, let's start with you. Inaugurations are often historic, but not always like this one. America, no longer a country that has never had a female vice president, that has never had a black vice president, that has never had a South Asian vice president. Kamala Harris changing all of that today. Let's talk about what this means for America right now and for years to come.
I mean, coming at any time, it would be a monumentous moment, but certainly coming after a year where the nation was defined in part by protests for racial justice, seeing someone who checks all of those first boxes being sworn in as vice president, sworn in, by the way, by the first Latina Supreme Court justice. It was it felt to me like a celebration of Black and brown excellence, as I tweeted. And that representation is so important. I can speak as an American who didn't have those types of figures to look up to when I was a child. And I think about all the children, including Vice President Harris's nieces and grandnieces who were there watching her, and all the other girls who are watching that happen. It's a really important moment, and it's an important moment for our nation to see that representation, to see a Black woman, an Indian American woman in power in that space. It's hugely important.
I love that image we just showed of now Vice President Kamala Harris taking a deep breath as she stood up and put her hand up, about to take that oath. You really just get the sense that she was taking in what a moment this was, what she was doing there, making history. Jonathan, I'd like to talk to you about the visual of all the former presidents we saw together today, except for, of course, Donald Trump and Jimmy Carter, who could not travel. President Joe Biden acknowledging Carter, though, in his inaugural address. Could you talk about some of the traditions like that did carry on today, and perhaps some of those that were different because the outgoing president wasn't there?
Well, I think the first thing to note is that this is the first time since 1869 when Andrew Johnson, who had just been impeached, did not show up at the inauguration of Ulysses S. Grant, that the outgoing president has stiffed the incoming president. It's normally part of our tradition and the peaceful transfer of power, which was so abused and insulted by what happened at the Capitol a couple of weeks ago. But having said that, there were some of these traditions that continued, and it was very important that Vice President Pence was there. He went to the inauguration instead of going to Trump's farewell. Of course, former President George W. Bush and Laura Bush were there. So these are or should be bipartisan moments. And just to give you some indication of how that worked in the past, the first words of Jimmy Carter's inaugural address in 1977 were, "I want to thank President Ford for all he did to heal our land." Ford became president after Nixon resigned. And then when Reagan became president 4 years later, one of the very first things he did in his speech was to thank Jimmy Carter for a smooth transition and for his work on getting the hostages home. So, we do have these traditions. And the good news is, even though they've been terribly breached we can recover them. And this day was a beginning toward doing that. And the normality of a lot of what happened, not just taking the oath on the west side of the Capitol per tradition, but even walking the last, several yards to the White House. These are things that give us a little sense of comfort that these small d democratic traditions will continue, and that, as President Biden said, democracy has prevailed.
Jonathan, as you put it, recovering some of our American traditions today. Jonathan Alter, Kimberly Atkins, thank you both so very much.
Thanks, Allison.
Before he left office, Donald Trump pardoned 74 people and commuted the sentences of 70 others. Former federal prosecutor and NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner is here. Glenn, thank you so much for being with us. So let's talk about some of the notables on that list of pardons. Trump's former chief strategist, longtime ally Steve Bannon. We know their relationship had fallen into some stress, but let's talk about what Bannon was dealing with. Prosecutors alleged that his crowdfunding We Build the Wall campaign raised more than $25 million from Trump supporters, and he used hundreds of thousands of it for personal expenses. He hasn't yet gone to trial, but President Trump choosing to pardon him. Is it unusual to pre-pardon like this? What do you make of this situation?
You know, Allison, it's unusual but not unprecedented. Of course, the most famous example is when Gerald Ford pardoned Richard Nixon before Richard Nixon had ever been charged with a crime. But, you know, Steve Bannon is going to find himself in a really tricky position. And here's why. The Supreme Court has said in the case of George Burdick versus the United States back in 1915, they said the following. I've got the case in front of me, that a pardon carries with it an imputation of guilt, and acceptance of a pardon is a confession of guilt. What does that do with respect to Steve Bannon, who has not yet gone to trial? Well, he can't go to trial now in the federal case that was pending against him because the federal pardon prevents it. But the federal pardon does not now prevent New York State from charging him with financial crimes. And can I tell you something, Allison? When a guy like Steve Bannon engages in financial crimes, he steals from a nonprofit, I am quite certain he didn't take that money and report it as income on his federal or state income taxes. So he may have gotten away with his crimes in the federal system, but now this is like a law exam question. The state prosecutors can charge him with violating state financial crimes, including state tax fraud, and they can argue we get to use his acceptance of a pardon against him as a confession that he committed that crime by application of this 1915 Supreme Court case. So you know what? He may have gotten away with it in one system, but he may have harmed himself in another, the state system.
Glenn, as a daughter of a CPA and a person with an unusual interest in all things related to taxes, I love that you bring that point up. Another question for you. Let's talk about who wasn't on the pardon list. President Trump himself, his family, his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani. A lot of speculation that might have happened. Could you talk about what would have been the danger of those pardons and why you think he ultimately decided against them?
Well, you know, some people don't want to be pardoned because, as we just discussed, accepting a pardon is essentially a confession of guilt, and they don't want to confess their guilt. I think we're all surprised he didn't pardon his children. He didn't pardon Rudy Giuliani, who we know was being investigated by the Southern District of New York, in part for the corrupt business that he was in with Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman, both of whom are being prosecuted by the Southern District of New York. But, you know, one thing I want everybody to keep in the back of their mind, Allison, is that you do not have to announce a pardon publicly for it to be valid. There is absolutely no Supreme Court case or law, a statute that says in order for a presidential pardon to be valid, it must be publicly announced. So in the event Donald Trump pardoned some people, given them pocket pardons, so to speak, and didn't announce them, That doesn't mean they're not valid. It just means we don't know about them yet. So I would recommend we all stay tuned.
Watch out for the pocket pardons. Glenn, you always think of something that we have not. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your expertise.
Thanks, Allison.
Hi, everyone. I'm Allison Morris. You're watching continuing special coverage on NBC News Now as Inauguration Day becomes a work day for now President Joe Biden. It was a day of ceremony and a day of action. The president taking the oath of office around noon today. Here's what he had to say in his inaugural address.
I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days. I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all are created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America.
This hour, President Joe Biden signing more than a dozen executive orders, reversing several of his predecessors' actions on climate change, immigration, and domestic policies, like stopping construction on the border wall. NBC News correspondent Carol Lee joining me now from Washington, D.C. Carol, would you take us through the executive actions our new president is signing today?
Sure, Allison. He's supposed to sign 15 executive orders within the next hour or so. And a number of them, you just touched on one, is stopping the construction at the border, on the border wall. But he's also going to do things like start his mask mandate for mandating the wearing of masks in federal buildings, this 100-day challenge that he had talked about during the transition of everybody wearing a mask for at least 100 days, the travel ban that President Trump put into effect for Muslim-majority countries is going to reverse that, rejoin the Paris Climate Accord, and then address some of the economic issues, when it's student loans, basically pause student loan payments, and also extend this moratorium on evictions and foreclosures, as well as also related to coronavirus, rejoin the World Health Organization. And the message from the Biden White House is that this is just the beginning, that they're hitting the ground running and doing these 15 executive orders, and then they will continue to do them tomorrow and the next day. And over the next the first 10 days, they have a series of them that they intend to do. And those includes things like reverse the military's ban on transgender individuals serving in the military. A number of them relate to coronavirus, expanding testing, things like that. And also, importantly, to reunite some of these families who got separated at the border. So there's really an effort to show that this is a working day. This is also a day of celebration, but they are indeed getting to work, and that the president will be signing these executive orders, and we'll see him on camera, although a bit delayed, but he intends to sign these and then take a number of other actions in the coming days.
Carol, today's executive orders are just a start, as you've mentioned. We know President Biden plans to roll out plenty of new initiatives in his first 10 days. Can we talk a little bit more about some of the things he plans to do, not just out of the gate, but in this first 100 days, if you will? He has so many daunting tasks that he has to deal with. A country in the midst of a pandemic, of course, the climate crisis, of course, the economy, so many issues that he wants to address and needs to address almost immediately.
Yeah, and he has two big legislative initiatives that he wants to make headway on. One is an immigration legislation that they're supposed to put forward that is pretty substantial. It would offer a path to citizenship, fast track those dreamers, kids who were brought over illegally by their parents, allow them to get green cards immediately and then apply for citizenship within 3 years. And for the other undocumented immigrants in the U.S., there would be a bit of a longer process. It has $4 billion of funding into countries south of the border where some of these problems originate. So there's an effort to try to address it at the source, and a number of other things in terms of increasing visas and other provisions. And so that is going to be an extremely heavy lift in Congress, just because we haven't really seen any bipartisan real momentum on immigration in some time. President Obama tried it. It didn't go anywhere. President Bush tried it. Also didn't go anywhere. But Biden is he's making a statement by saying on his first day that this is something he wants to do. And then, as you'll recall, that $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package, which is a big ticket item and that a number of Republicans have said is a little too expensive for them. But the vice president or the president, Biden, is being ambitious here and wants to see that get done on top of all these executive orders. And we haven't even talked about all the things that are facing him out there in the world, number of challenges from China to Iran to North Korea to Russia. So his plate is certainly full.
Carol, as I listen to you talk, I can't help but look at the White House behind you, the sun setting there, and think that Joe Biden, President Joe Biden, and Dr. Jill Biden will be sleeping in the White House tonight. I look at the clock. It is, 5:08 p.m., if my computer is accurate. 9 hours ago, President Trump, now former President Trump, was just walking out of the White House.
Yeah.
It blows my mind to think of the gargantuan task that went on within those walls today, not only removing the Trump's belongings, but cleaning because of the coronavirus. I just can't imagine, and perhaps you know more about what that process is like.
It's humbling. Also, the efficiency of it makes me feel completely disorganized just in everything I do. This is something, these are professionals. The residents, staff in the White House they've been doing this for so long. It's like clockwork, and they know how to get it done. And the whole process is almost like if you were watching sort of a ballet in the way that they move things out and move things in, and they get it done. And as you noted, this is something that has had an added layer because of the coronavirus pandemic, where they had to come in and deep clean the White House. But it's all in there and set up, and the first family is probably getting settled inside now. One thing to note about this transition is that for now First Lady Jill Biden didn't have the kind of welcome tea typically is what they have with the sitting First Lady at the time, Melania Trump. So she's just getting a tour of all of this for the first time since her husband won the election in November. But as Joe Biden told our own Mike Memoli, he said he feels like he's going home, and part of the goal of those resident staff is to certainly make it feel for the president, the First Lady, and their family like it is their home.
Carol, I can't imagine what it'll be like finally tonight when they get to lay down in bed, put their feet up, and think, wow, here we are at the White House. What a whirlwind of a day. Carol, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Joining me now as we continue our special coverage, NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, we were just talking about the incredible transition that goes on in the White House. It is but 5:10 p.m. and just hours earlier today, crews were moving the Trump's belongings out, and here we are, and Joe Biden, Dr. Jill Biden are now in the White House. And Carol mentioned, they did not get the tour, the welcome that typically comes when you move into the White House. But it seems if anyone doesn't need it, perhaps Joe Biden doesn't, because he has spent so much time there already.
I really think that was the story of this entire transition. I think for any other incoming Democratic president not named Joe Biden, so say it was Pete Buttigieg or Kamala Harris and she won the Democratic presidential nomination, there was actually going to be a whole lot of work that needed to be done. You needed that transition to hit the ground running. Joe Biden, because he was a former vice president, was allowed to kind of know, and the team that he built, to be able to not sometimes be able to get that grace from the outgoing president. A lot of the transition meetings that you needed to have, they were in a better place than most. But that said, Allison, the fact that we did not have that tea with the incoming first lady and the outgoing first lady, we did not have that initial visit to the White House that Joe Biden would have gotten from former President Trump, really did hurt the symbolism of that transfer of power, all leading to the January 6th insurrection. And so that was a really big missed opportunity. And in all the poll numbers that I helped crunch for NBC News, we showed that actually had an effect. You end up having a very pessimistic public, a public that doesn't think there's going to be a whole lot of unity. Today's activities, starting with all the symbols, starting with the bipartisan audience, the president's speech in the inauguration talking about unity, I think starts getting us there. And now, of course, as you mentioned, you end up having the Bidens are now in the White House. So kind of getting to that transition, it was not the way that we've seen it in the past, but we're starting to move in the direction of getting all those things in place to allow Joe Biden to have the success that he can have to be president, whether if you're a Republican or a Democrat or somewhere in the middle.
Mark, I'm so curious to see what the polling looks like in the next couple of weeks, because it is so easy, right, on a day like today to feel hopeful, to feel excited, to feel a sense of new beginnings. As we've said over and over again, this will probably be the easiest day of Joe Biden's presidency. Actually, the easiest day is probably over, as we've said, because he's already to work. And then the real work begins of trying to heal this country.
Yeah, and healing when it comes to the coronavirus, Allison. Joe Biden, despite, everything that he talked about on unity, the executive orders that he's going to be signing in later today and early this evening, his biggest task is dealing with the coronavirus and getting the vaccines into, as he said, 100 million Americans or 100 million doses in his first 100 days. And that's going to be a daunting challenge. We have seen the government, the United States government, ramp up for big things, whether it was war or going to space and going to the moon. And the United States federal government's going to have to ramp up in a way it really hasn't when it comes to the distribution of the vaccine over the last couple of months. And so that, to me, when we look ahead to say, hey, what do you think Joe Biden's approval rating will be during the early stages of his administration? He's probably going to have a little bit of a honeymoon situation. Our own poll showed that about 60% of the public ends up approving of how he handled the transition. But how the virus goes, his handling of it, what he was elected to do, I think that's the entire story for him.
Yeah, they will be very big, very early tests for this new president. Mark, I'm going to ask you to hang with us while we bring in NBC News correspondent Leanne Caldwell. She is on the west front of the Capitol. And Leanne, while you are standing out there, we have experienced a swearing in of new members of the Senate. And so the change continues today.
The change certainly does continue, Allison. So there were 3 new Democratic senators who were sworn in, the 2 Georgia senators, Warnock and Ossoff, and of course, the California senator, Alex Padilla, who was swearing those 3 Democratic senators in. Kamala Harris, the newly elected or sworn in Vice President Kamala Harris. There was actually quite a cute moment when she was presiding over the Senate. She had to announce her own resignation. And when she did, she burst out laughing for at least 10 seconds. And then she said, "Oh, that was kind of weird." So it was a moment of levity, and you could see the thrill on her face and the excitement as she did swear in her own replacement, and of course the two Georgia senators. And what those three new Democratic senators do, as you mentioned, Allison, is they change the balance of the power. So now Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is now Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, and Chuck Schumer is the Majority Leader. The Senate is now evenly divided, 50-50, but because Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States, who is also the President of the Senate, she gives Democrats that 51st vote and thus the slim majority. Allison.
All right, Leanne, I think Mark has a question for you. Mark, take it away.
Yeah, you've been our eyes and ears on Capitol Hill now for quite a while. Now with Democrats in control of the United States Senate, something we haven't seen since 2014, what do you think are going to be the first actions on how they're going to try to use their majority to benefit the incoming Biden administration, and also policies that they've been itching to try to give an opening on for the last several years now?
Yeah, so the first thing that the Democrats are going to do with their slim majority is get Biden a cabinet, get his nominees and his personnel in place. Because of changes to the Senate over the past few years, it just needs a simple majority now. So Democrats don't really have to worry about Republican obstruction in naming and confirming these nominees. So that's going to be priority number one. The second thing is going to be some more COVID relief. President Biden, it's going to take me a minute to change how we call him, but President Biden wants almost a $2 trillion COVID bill. And Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer told me yesterday that that is going to be his legislative priority as well. Included in that COVID bill, he wants much more federal oversight and a vaccine distribution. He wants more stimulus checks going out to people in the amount of an additional $1,400. And so those are definitely going to be the priorities, at least in the first few months. Mark.
Yeah, and Leanne, is there any opportunity for Republicans to kind of jump on board?
This is going to be a really interesting time for the Senate. Congress has been so bitterly divided under Donald Trump, as you know, in the executive branch, and then under Senate then Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, moving Republican legislation and moving in a very partisan way.
Leanne, I have to interrupt you. President Biden is signing executive orders. We're going to go there and listen in.
Engagements we're going to have in here. And I thought with the state of the nation today is no time to waste, get to work immediately. As we've indicated earlier, we're going to be signing a number of executive orders over the next several days to week. And I'm going to start today. The compounding crisis of COVID-19, along with the economic crisis following that, and climate crisis, racial equity issues, and, some of the executive actions I'm going to be signing today are going to help change the course of the COVID crisis, and we're going to combat climate change in a way that we haven't done so far, and advance racial equity and support other underserved communities. We're going to rebuild our economy as well. And these are just all starting points, and we're going to, in the process of rebuilding the economy, do what I said throughout the campaign and while running rebuild the backbone of the country, the middle class. And so there's going to be a lot of focus on that, and I think some of the things we're going to be doing are bold and vital, and there's no time to start like today. So what I'm going to be doing, I'm proud of today's executive actions. I'm going to start by keeping the promises I made to the American people. A long way to go. These are just executive actions. They are important, but we're going to need legislation for a lot of the things we're going to do. And the first order I'm going to be signing here relates to COVID, and It's requiring, as I said all along, where I have authority, mandating masks be worn, social distancing be kept on federal property, on interstate commerce, et cetera. So this is the first one I'm signing. And the second one I'm signing here is the support for underserved communities, and we're going to already, going to make sure we have some bedrock equity, equality as it relates to how we treat people in healthcare and other things. And we'll give you copies of these executive orders. And the third one I'm going to sign, and that's what I'm going to do while you're all here, is the commitment I made that we're going to rejoin the Paris Climate Accord as of today.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President. Please, guys. You guys, let's go. Please, let's go.
The President wrote a very generous letter. It's because it was private. I will not talk about it until I talk to him, but it was generous.
Brazil on climate change. You were rejoining Paris Agreement, and you mentioned Brazil.
You guys, come on, let's go. Do you have concerns about Let's go, you guys. Press, let's go.
All right, joining us again, NBC News correspondent Leanne Caldwell, along with Mark Murray. I have to just comment to both of you. I watched for a moment and thought, oh, wow, that's odd. That's Joe Biden officially at the desk as the president. This is someone we have heard from so many times before, but never in this capacity, never in that office. Mark, your reaction?
Yeah, and Joe Biden also has the pictures of his family right behind him. So you can kind of tell that when they had the move over that they ended up getting that essential furniture and all the pictures into place. And of course, you ended up seeing a situation where Joe Biden also had a stack of executive orders. You know, he just signed 3. He'll be doing more later this afternoon and this evening. But also what struck me about, besides him being at the desk in the Oval Office, is he ended up saying, and this kind of goes to Leanne's beat, you know, the executive orders and the executive actions are only part of it. The really permanent, more durable stuff happens when you start getting to the legislation. That lasts beyond administrations. And so him doing this out of the gate, but the legislative action, to me, is really going to define the early parts of this Biden administration.
Yeah, and Leanne, let me ask you about that, because as you stand there, as we watch them behind you at the West Capitol taking down the inaugural setup, you know, there were Republicans who objected to Joe Biden's election who were there today. We know that this is a government that has been quite divided, a Congress that has been contentious, to say the least, at moments, but that is changing, the makeup of the Senate in particular changing today. What do you expect the next few weeks, maybe month, to look like? And how do you expect this legislative process to go?
So there's a couple of things, Allison. There are going to be vigorous debates in the Senate, in this bill, in the House, this building behind me. I don't want to give the impression that if there is a more bipartisan tone, that people are all of a sudden going to agree on legislation and agree on policy. But what can change is the tenor of the debate, the tenor and the tone of the arguments, and the personal component that has really been plaguing this building behind me. But, you know, Joe Biden, when he stood on this stage earlier today, he encouraged the nation to heal. He encouraged the nation to unite. And I will say, Mitch McConnell, who is a supremely partisan person, he is starting to realize the severity of what the last 4 years has done to this country. And he's also now in the minority minority as well. He sent a letter to his colleagues just 2 days ago where there was an entire paragraph in this letter. It talked about the next few weeks, but in this, an entire paragraph in this letter noted that the Senate has to rise to the occasion to lead the country into healing, and that they have to work with Democrats. So, like I said, there's going to be vigorous policy debates, but perhaps there is a desire on both sides to turn over a new leaf and maybe just calm things down a little bit, tone down the temperature, Allison.
We will keep our eyes peeled to see if that temperature does, in fact, tone down. Leanne Caldwell, Mark Murray, thank you both so much for being with us.
Of course.
We have said it over and over again. This was an inauguration like no other on so many levels. Here are some of the historic highlights.
Let's watch these pictures. The president and first lady in their final steps outside the White House residence. We will watch Marine One as it departs. It's a short ride to Joint Base Andrews.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and First Lady of the United States, Donald J. Trump and Melania Trump.
We've gotten so much done that nobody thought would be possible, but I do want to thank Congress, and I want to thank all of the great people of Washington, D.C., all of the people that we worked with to put this miracle together. So, have a good life. We will see you soon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Gracious and merciful God, at this sacred time we come before you in need, indeed on our knees. But we come still more with hope and with our eyes raised anew to the vision of a more perfect union in our land.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
It is now my great privilege and high honor to be the first person to officially introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
Together, we shall write an American story of hope, not fear, of unity, not division, of light, not darkness, a story of decency and dignity, love and healing, greatness and goodness. May this be the story that guides us.
When day comes, we step out of the shade of flame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
A day of ceremony and a day of action. The president taking the oath of office around noon today. Here's what he had to say in his inaugural address. All right, we're going to bring in our panel. Joining me now, Politico White House correspondent and Playbook co-author Eugene Daniels, Business Insider and senior Washington correspondent Dave Leventhal. Eugene, right off the bat, Joe Biden rejoining the Paris Climate Accord, signing an order for a mask mandate, revoking the Muslim ban. Let's talk about how difficult it can be, how challenging it can be for a new president to undo some of his predecessor's actions.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're seeing so much more as we get further in presidents is that they are doing this more, right? This wasn't something that they did, but when you talk to the Biden, what used to be the Biden transition and is now the Biden administration, they want to try to undo a lot of those things, right? President Trump didn't get a lot done through bills, through Congress. So a lot of what he did was through executive action, kind of telling his departments around the government what to do. And those are things that Joe Biden it seems determined to get rid of. And also executive actions, and this is really important for people to understand, it is a really good way to look like you're doing a lot and to get some good W's under your belt right out the gate. So as they sign these executive actions, Americans are watching and they're seeing a White House that looks like it's moving quickly in a time where people are feeling very nervous and scared and really worried about what's happening in the country. So I think that's a huge part of this. It's a lot of optics that's going to probably go over well with a lot of Americans.
Those are the optics right now. So how do these 15 executive orders set the tone for Joe Biden's first 100 days?
Yeah, I think it tells us exactly what he wants to do, right? I think the next 100 days are going to look a lot different than he thought they were going to look maybe a couple of weeks ago, right? He has an impeachment. He has to get, a conviction that's going to happen in the Senate. That's going to take up a lot of time. He has to hit a stimulus bill that he's working on. He's sending an immigration bill, but that doesn't mean that bill is going to be the first thing that they work on. He is sending one, though. They want to work on climate change. They want to work on racial justice. They want to work on the recession and doing things for COVID-19. That's even just one of those things would take up the first 100 days, honestly. But he has a lot to get done. Right. It's a huge, huge lift. And whether or not he's going to get it done is going to come down to, as you saw, Vice President Kamala Harris swearing in those three men, turning over the ownership of the Senate to Democrats and now the House, but they have a very slim majority in the House, and how the leaders in the House and the Senate are able to hold those groups together is going to be really important for Joe Biden over the next 100 days.
Dave, let's talk more about that. Joe Biden has decades of experience in the Senate. He has a reputation for being someone who can reach across the aisle. How will that help him get legislation passed, especially now that Senator Mitch McConnell is the minority leader?
Well, that may not totally be up to him. And Mitch McConnell, even though he's going to be the minority leader, is the minority leader now, is somebody who is going to have some significant cards in his favor. He can still have the ability to block certain things that Joe Biden wants to do. This 50-50 majority where Vice President Kamala Harris will be the tiebreaker vote, it doesn't get any closer. So Joe Biden is going to have to use every single tool and trick at his disposal that he has gained, that he has learned in his many, many decades now in politics to put forward what is an incredibly ambitious agenda. I mean, Eugene laid out everything. There's more, too. There's a huge ethics bill that he wants to put forward and various other policy proposals and rollbacks, for that matter, from the Trump era. So he's going to have some real significant buddy stuff with Mitch McConnell in order for anything to go forward in a major way.
Eugene, you have a story out on Vice President Harris about what it means to be the first, writing she will be carrying the hopes, dreams, fears, stereotypes, expectations of every woman of color that has ever imagined a job in politics. As President Biden kicks off his legislative agenda, as Vice President Harris will be called upon to be the tiebreaker in the Senate, what role do you see her playing here, and how do you see that going?
I will say aides that I've talked to have said, as far as the tie-breaking aspect of what her job is going to be, they don't want her to have to do it that much, right? Joe Biden today talked a lot about, I think he said, unity or unifying some way part of that word in 10 times in his speech today, quite a bit. And so they aren't looking to have to send her to the Hill over and over to do a 50-50 split. He is looking to make some deals here. When I talk to her aides, they continue to tell me the same thing they said kind of in the transition, that she is his right-hand woman. And so far that's bared out, and we talk about that in the piece. She has been out there. She has been by his side at all of those press conferences during the transition. Joe Biden has been a vice president, right? He knows how important that job can be. He knows how boring that job could be. And so I think he is looking to make this a robust agenda for her as well. And I think when we talk to Biden aides, they say he is not blind to the fact that it is really important to make sure that the first woman, the first Asian, the first Black person to be vice president has a lot to do. And that is something that they're going to make sure that she is on his right hand on all the big issues that we're working on in this country.
I think I speak on behalf of so many women in America today to say how great it is to hear you say that the president has a right-hand woman. It is a really refreshing term to hear on January 20th, 2021, that we have finally gotten to that stage. Dave, Joe Biden vowing to defeat white supremacy in his inaugural address, promising to heal the nation after the attack on the Capitol. You're reporting on the, quote, tsunami of legal peril awaiting now former President Trump after those riots. So let's talk about that. Trump is a civilian now. What happens next?
Well, Donald Trump doesn't have presidential immunity, and Donald Trump right now is facing more than a dozen different areas of legal peril at the criminal and the civil level, at the federal, the state, the local level. It involves his administration. It involves his businesses. It involves his taxes. It involves the election in Georgia. And obviously, we have everything that has happened over the past couple of weeks involving the insurrection that took place at the U.S. Capitol that goes beyond just impeachment into the legal realm as well. So we are going to be hearing for many, many months and likely many, many years about Donald Trump's legal peril. This may dog him for the rest of his life. We don't know exactly where any or all of this is going to land. But if you're Donald Trump right now, you're lawyering up pretty good.
Yeah, stay tuned and stay tuned to the Senate for sure. There will be so much going on there in the next days and months. Eugene and Dave, thank you both so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Are you ready?
Monday Boost.
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
Long. Let's start today.
Let's go 2021.
Kicking off the new year strong. It's time to take care of you with healthy foods, fitness.
You're incredible.
And how to jumpstart your love life.
UFit is winning.
So join us and start today.
Make no mistake, what happened that day was an insurrection against the United States government. Is this the beginning of something or the end of something? Should Donald Trump be ostracized from the Republican Party as you know it?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Breaking news, the deadly siege on Congress. Lawmakers move to safe locations. There's 2 more weeks left in this presidency. Where is this going? Despite what we've been through, there will be a transfer of power at the U.S. Capitol.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
We actually saw a large convoy of the National Guard come through here.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are a country of laws, a democracy built on free and fair elections, where the majority, not the mob, rules, and no rioter, no act of insurrection or domestic terror, no desperate despot can take away all we have built, all that we stand for, and all we hold dear.
NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli joining me now from Lafayette Square. Mike, because of the security today, we can see the White House right behind you. You've got a terrific view. Tell us what's going on around you right now while Joe Biden is signing executive orders in the White House.
Yeah, Allison, I have to say, considering all the buildup, the concerns about security, very real, and the socially distant way in which this whole inaugural was designed, it is surprisingly quiet around here, right? There is no presence around. The blockades that exist within the square few miles, frankly, of where we're standing right now continue to be in place. It'll be interesting to see when Washington begins to get back to normal. But obviously the parade, as short as it was, has wound down, and it's all about the work at this moment. And we just got our first glimpse, as you were talking about earlier, of the President of the United States, Joe Biden, sitting behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office, getting to work, signing 3 of those 15 executive orders that he had planned to sign within his first hours. And I have to tell you, the other thing that struck me, Allison, in these early moments was not just seeing Joe Biden behind that desk, which I think is just a little bit of a moment for all of us, seeing a new president sitting there, but seeing him sitting there wearing a mask, right? Without even saying a word, he was sending such a powerful message about the change in power that we have seen today. For so long, this issue of masks have become a political statement. It's very well part of the reason why Joe Biden may be the president of the United States right now, the difference in how he and Donald Trump were approaching or planning to approach the coronavirus. And so seeing him there was a little bit of a moment. And then, of course, the very first executive order that he signed was to do what he can to mandate the use of masks, at least on federal property. That's all as president he has the authority to do. But we know that one of his goals here for the first 100 days is to encourage the country to join him in doing that as what he has called a patriotic act, Allison.
Mike, it's so funny that you point that out, because I had a moment, I watched now President Biden speak for a moment or so, and then I went, oh, wow, that's Joe Biden sitting at the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. It really does strike you. But the unusual thing is that I never thought about the mask, because I am so used to seeing Joe Biden wearing one. Such an interesting thing that you pointed out about some of the changes going on in the White House. I have to ask about what it was like earlier today during the parade. You were along the route. Both the president and the vice president stopped to talk to you. We've got a video of Joe Biden here first. Tell our viewers about your brief but very important conversation.
Well, we have to give an assist, I think, to Dr. Biden, the First Lady, for helping make this happen. I think when I was beginning to shout out in the president's direction, I caught her attention first, and she, I believe, nudged her husband and pointed in my direction. So he did come over and jog and tolerated a question from me, which he's been doing for far too long now. But on his first day as president, he was a good sport about it. And I wanted to know, you saw me there in that clip pointing to the White House. That's what he has been aspiring to for most of his adult life, being the president of the United States. He ran in 1988. He ran in 2008. He's been in the White House for 8 years as the vice president. And he's been in the Oval Office, to be sure, as well, but never behind that desk. So I asked him what was going through his mind as he prepared to walk through those doors. And a very short answer, but I think one that says a lot. He says, it feels like I'm going home. And we saw him, of course, surrounded by his family, his children, his grandchildren. And I know that there's a lot of work happening in that building behind me now. A lot of staff getting their grips on their new desks, their offices, the small staff that will be in the White House. And we know that's going to be a small footprint as well. But I can bet you as well that as we head into a little bit more of a celebration tonight, as these inaugural events continue, there's going to be a lot of Biden family time taking stock of what their new home is.
Mike, he said it feels like going home. Certainly seeing your familiar face, your familiar line of questioning probably helped to that end. Mike Memoli, thank you so much.
Thank you, Allison.
I'm so honored to have our next guest here tonight. He spent 8 years at the White House, capturing some of the most iconic pictures from President Obama's time in office. He was also the official White House photographer from 1983 to 1989 during Ronald Reagan's presidency. Joining me now, former chief official White House photographer for President Obama, Pete Souza. Pete, thank you so much for being here today. I have to ask, what was it like to be watching this happen at home instead of photographing it? Did you enjoy your morning, or would you have rather been out there working?
Oh, I much would have rather been out there working, but I had my time to do that, and now it was fun to sit back and watch it. I have to say, I got quite emotional when Joe Biden took the oath of office. I mean, this is somebody that I saw nearly every day for 8 years. I got to know him really well. And I felt myself wiping away tears as he took the oath.
Pete, this might seem unusual, but I'm going to ask you first about a photo that you did not take, but it's one that you're in. You posted on Instagram today a photo from 2012. It was taken by David Leineman, then White House photographer for then Vice President Joe Biden. In the caption, you say what you just mentioned, that you teared up at home watching Joe Biden take the oath of office. You told us just now a little bit about your emotions this morning, but tell us, if you will, what was going on in this picture.
Well, I will say that Joe Biden has a great sense of humor, and I hope that once we get past the pandemic and the crisis that we're in, that people get to see that humor. I don't remember exactly what I was talking to him about, but obviously I had his attention, and we both thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah, I was going to say, no matter what you were saying, you were making him smile and laugh, so well done there. All right, now I'd like to ask you about a photo that you did take of Joe Biden sitting next to President Obama holding a football. You posted this yesterday, saying that in less than 24 hours, Joe Biden will take over control of the football. For people who don't fully understand what the football means, could you explain that, and if you recall what was happening in that photo?
Yeah, the football is kind of an acronym, if you will, for the black case that the military aid, the president's military aid, carries at all times, that has the nuclear codes. And inside his pocket now, President Biden will have the numbers for accessing the nuclear codes. And so I was sort of making a reference to that. I knew that was kind of inside baseball. Yeah. Not everybody would get it, but I thought many people would. This was, the photo itself was taken in 2013, in the fall of 2013, when President Obama was on a tense phone call with Speaker John Boehner about a government shutdown. And so that's what was going on there. We were getting close to shutting the government down. I believe it was a week before they finally came to an agreement, but there were many tense weeks leading up to that. And this was one of those phone calls as Joe Biden was listening in.
Pete, 3 days ago, you posted a photo of President Obama reading a note on January 21st, his first full day in office. It was a note that George W. Bush wrote to him, to 44 from 43. What do you recall about that day and that letter? And I would love to get your thoughts now that we know that Donald Trump did, in fact, leave a note for President Biden, though we don't yet know what was in it.
Yeah, so this was the morning of January 21st. On January 20th, 2009 was totally a ceremonial day. President Obama never even went to the Oval Office that day. He had, I think, 9 different inaugural balls that he went to, and actually didn't go home upstairs to the residence till about, I think it was about a little after 2 o'clock in the morning. And around 8:50 in the morning, he came to the Oval Office the next morning. He had a couple of quick meetings with his chief of staff, and then he was on a a phone call with a foreign head of state. I forget who he was talking to. And while he was on that phone call, he happened to open the drawer, that top drawer to the Resolute desk, and that's when he saw the note. And one of the things that happens on these foreign leader calls is there's each leader gets to speak, and then it's translated. It's into the other's language. So while his remarks were being translated to the foreign head of state, he read the letter from President Bush.
It's just an amazing photo, and one that was so striking just a few days ago when we were wondering if perhaps President Trump would, in fact, follow tradition and leave a note for Joe Biden. We know that he did. We still don't know what's in it. Your thoughts on that, though? Were you surprised to hear that?
I was surprised. After all, Donald Trump refused to go to the inauguration, refused to even utter Joe Biden's name in his, farewell video. So I was surprised. I think it's a good thing that he did. And from the indications of what Joe Biden just said moments ago, that it was he appreciated the note, and he said he wouldn't release the contents of the note until he had talked to Donald Trump to make sure it was okay with him.
Pete, in case you can't tell, I spend quite a bit of time enjoying your Instagram. I always love seeing the photos that you post. I'd like to ask you about another photo that you didn't take. David Letterman took this one as well. It is of your late mother and Joe Biden. I am so sorry to hear that she passed before the election, but you say that she met Joe Biden twice and she loved Joe Biden. What did your mother love most about him?
Yeah, I think she just the funny story is when she first met Joe Biden, she was there to meet President Obama in 2009, and she was waiting outside the Oval Office. And I was in the Oval Office with President Obama, and Vice President Biden was in there as well. And Vice President Biden came walking out of the Oval Office, and my mom yelled, "Oh my God, it's Joe Biden." She was that excited to meet him. She also received a birthday call from him many years ago, and he had written her a letter. So they had a connection. She was excited that he was the nominee, and she died in October. And one of the first phone calls I got after she died was from Joe Biden. I didn't know he was going to call me. There was no one from his staff gave me a heads up. The phone rang, I picked it up, and he called to reminisce about my mom, which I thought was, a really thoughtful thing to do, especially because he was in the last few weeks of his campaign for president.
Yeah, incredibly thoughtful and incredibly emblematic of Joe Biden, the man. Pete, one last question for you. I'd just love to know perhaps what it is either you respect, you admire, or that you just want people to know about Joe Biden. You have gotten closer to him than just about any of us ever will. What should we know about this man?
I think foremost that he is one of the most compassionate and empathetic human beings that I know. And I think you'll see that in every decision that he makes. You may disagree with some of his decisions, but they will be based on the empathy for the American people. And I just think he's just a standout human being. And I just so look forward to what he gets to do the next 4 years. I'm just really excited for him.
Pete, we can't let you go without mentioning your documentary, The Way I See It, presented by Focus Features and MSNBC Films. I watched the premiere on MSNBC. It is absolutely terrific. It offers an unprecedented look behind the scenes at two of the most iconic presidents in American history, Barack Obama and Ronald Reagan, as seen through your lens. You can stream The Way I See It now exclusively on Peacock. Pete, it's been an absolute privilege to have you here tonight. I can't thank you enough for joining us.
Well, really, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. On this historic day, to have me as a guest is a great honor.
Thank you.
Are you ready?
Monday Boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
All month long, let's start today.
Let's go 2021.
Kicking off the new year strong. It's time to take care of you with healthy foods, fitness,
You're incredible.
and how to jumpstart your love life.
Cupid is winning.
So join us and start today.
Make no mistake, what happened that day was an insurrection against the United States government. Is this the beginning of something or the end of something? Should Donald Trump be ostracized from the Republican Party as you know it?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
And breaking news, the deadly siege on Congress. Lawmakers move to safe locations. There's 2 more weeks left in this presidency. Where is this going? Despite what we've been through, there will be a transfer of power at the U.S. Capitol.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
We actually saw a large convoy of the National Guard come through here.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are a country of laws, a democracy built on free and fair elections, where the majority, not the mob, rules, and no rioter, no act of insurrection or domestic terror, no desperate despot can take away all we have built, all that we stand for, and all we hold dear.
At today's inauguration, Amanda Gorman, our nation's first ever Youth Poet Laureate, captured the moment as she recited her original poem, The Hill We Climb. Here she is.
When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace. In the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is hours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first, we must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it in its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So, while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us?
Hi, everyone. I'm Allison Morris. You are watching continuing special coverage on NBC News Now. President Joe Biden just signing a series of executive orders on his first day in office, just hours after he was sworn in today, in front of a crowd that can only be described as intimate as the coronavirus pandemic continues to ravage this country. President Biden's message today was clear. He is ready to get to work to fight this pandemic, to heal our nation. Here's part of his inaugural address.
We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility, and if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes, as my mom would say, just for a moment, stand in their shoes. Because here's the thing about life. There's no accounting for what fate will deal you. Some days, when you need a hand. There are other days when we're called to lend a hand. That's how it has to be. That's what we do for one another. And if we are this way, our country will be stronger, more prosperous, more ready for the future. And we can still disagree. My fellow Americans, in the work ahead of us, we're going to need each other. We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter. We're entering what may be the toughest and deadliest period of the virus. We must set aside politics and finally face this pandemic as one nation. One nation. And I promise you this, as the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. We will get through this together.
Joining me now as we follow this historic day, NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, the president saying there, we will persevere through this dark winter. We will face this pandemic as one nation. This is a pandemic we have now been dealing with for nearly a year. I believe tomorrow is the anniversary of the first case reported here in the United States. let's talk about the difference in tone here that Joe Biden is striking in his very first day as president compared with what this country has been dealing with for the last year.
Yeah, and, talk about the prayer that Joe Biden ended up giving in his inaugural address about the 400,000 Americans who have died because of the coronavirus. Not hearing that much from the former President Trump when it came to the death toll regarding the coronavirus. Also, Joe Biden talking about unity. I went and looked back at Donald Trump's 2017 inaugural address. There was just one mention of unity in that entire speech, and that was actually quoting scripture. Joe Biden, in his inaugural address, according to my count, mentioned the word unity 8 times. And of course, this has been a staple for Joe Biden when he was running for the Democratic nomination. And in fact, during that Democratic nomination, Joe Biden, a lot of his critics would often kind of snicker and talking about, you're going to talk about unity. Look what happened to Barack Obama. Mitch McConnell's going to eat your lunch. And that was a big theme during the Democratic primary season. But certainly what has happened after that insurrection on January 6th, I do think that puts unity into focus, and not necessarily unity where it's going to be kumbaya and you're going to have all these Republican senators voting for Democratic initiatives that they had opposed. That's not the unity that Joe Biden was talking about. The unity that Joe Biden was talking about was not going to total war over American politics. Politics is one thing. You can agree, you can disagree, you might have different views, but absolutely going to war and to the violence that we ended up seeing on January 6th, Joe Biden says that has to come to an end.
All right, Mark, your title may be a senior political editor at NBC News, but for this hour, you are what we like to call an anchor buddy, and I am so thankful to have you here today. All of your expertise,
I'm honored.
your great thoughts, your insights.
That's a great title to have. I love it.
That's what we call people who come in on days like this to make our coverage more interesting, to share their perspectives and their thoughtful questions. So I'm so thrilled to have you here throughout the hour. We're going to bring in now NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli, someone you know well, someone who has been covering this president for, Mike, I continue to say over a decade. What's the exact count here? How long have you been covering Joe Biden?
About 13 years, I think. My first, as Mark knows well, my embed duty in New Hampshire. I started covering Joe Biden when he was running in 2008, so late 07.
So, Mike, let me ask you now. It is now after 6 o'clock in the evening. It is dark in Washington, D.C. The parade is over. The ceremonies are finished. Joe Biden is in the White House, President Joe Biden in the White House, and he is at work. What is the mood like there in D.C.? Does it feel like the party is over?
Well, the range of emotions over the last 2 days has really been, I think, remarkable. We saw yesterday, of course, Biden in his hometown, his home state of Delaware, bidding it farewell, getting quite emotional as he did that, and thinking about his son, of course, Beau. I think more broadly in Washington, we have, of course, the just anxiety, the fear, very real concern about whether this inaugural would be safe at all. But you also had, of course, great hope, great anticipation on the part of a lot of folks, especially in this town, that we're turning the page on a very difficult chapter, especially for those in Washington and government workers who had been, lambasted for years as the administrative state, the deep state. I think now there's a collective sigh of relief that things went as well as they did today. We know that while Biden is hard at work behind us, he just signed 15 executive orders. He's swearing in members of his executive staff. And preparing to have a little bit of a celebration now, more musical performances, potentially even a little bit of fireworks on the National Mall to cap a very historic day. And then, Allison, it's back to work tomorrow. And there's a very real urgency on the part of the Biden team to have a very productive first few days. He made a lot of promises, the president did, over the course of the campaign. A lot of those he said he would do on day one, so they're spreading them out over the next 2 or 3 days to make sure that they get the kind of attention that they deserve, and he wants to be seen as following through on his promises. So that's a little bit of what to look at for the next few days.
Mike,
Mike, I know Mark has a
well
question for you, but I just have to thank you for reminding us that we have that concert coming up tonight and some celebration tonight, because when President Biden sat down at the desk and got back to work, I almost forgot that there was going to be time for some celebration tonight. Mark, I will let you take it away.
Yeah, Mike, you know that Joe Biden, that unity has been such a staple of his during the campaign. And obviously it was the theme of today's inaugural address. How do you see him kind of putting unity into practice, particularly once the activity turns to Capitol Hill, the legislation that he wants to pass, that $1.9 trillion stimulus deal? How does he kind of go from the speech to actual practice?
Well, I think we saw it also today in what was that morning church service that he invited the bipartisan congressional leaders to join him for. We saw, of course, Mitch McConnell, now the minority leader of the Senate, but his relationship with Mitch McConnell is going to be still just as critical as it was when he was the vice president negotiating with Mitch McConnell, who was also the minority leader for most of, in fact, President Obama's term. I think the way you see Joe Biden putting unity in this message into action is we'll start to, I think, begin to see publicly a lot of what has been happening rather privately and behind the scenes during this transition, which is Biden reaching out to Republicans, trying to gauge support, especially in the Senate, for his agenda, trying to find areas of compromise. He does really want to give this a real effort to have, especially this initial legislative offer, his COVID relief package, $1.9 trillion in total, get significant support and build momentum for a further legislative agenda. And I think we shouldn't be surprised if we start to see some Republicans over in the White House. The congressional leadership would be a natural first start. Maybe not this week, but certainly in the early days. And I imagine some of those Republican senators might not necessarily be in a rush to share their private conversations as well. But that I think Biden is determined, as he has said. One of the reasons why he thinks he can work with Mitch McConnell is because Mitch McConnell knows that he means what he says, that he can be counted on for his word. And that's the same goes for that message to the American people. He's going to be doing everything he can to bring them to the table. But as he has also said, Mark, if they don't practice the same kind of reciprocal good faith, then it's going to be turning to the question of beating them at the ballot box. And so we know they're also keeping an eye on the political store as well.
All right, Mike Memoli, 13 years covering Joe Biden, but his first day covering President Joe Biden. Mike, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, guys.
NBC News correspondent Leanne Caldwell joining us now from the west front of the Capitol. Leanne, quite a day there at the Capitol. Now Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell praising President Biden and Vice President Harris today after their inauguration. Take a listen.
I have to note, not only did we just swear in a son and daughter of the Senate to these high offices, but indeed both these former senators skipped the House altogether.
Leanne, we know Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden have a long history. What kind of relationship do you think they will have going forward? And what should our expectations be for this administration, this Congress going forward?
That was a little bit of shade that McConnell was throwing on the House of Representatives. Of course, McConnell has been in the Senate for more than 30 years and does love the Senate. So how McConnell and Biden are going to interact with each other, deal with each other, you can look at their history. During the Obama administration, when McConnell was when Biden was vice president, it was always Biden who would come in and cut the deals with McConnell in order to reach some sort of agreement. But it's also important to note that those deals were always cut at the verge of crisis. So these two men have the ability to work together when the country is on the brink. So perhaps we know that Biden thinks that the country is currently on the brink over the past 4 years, and especially what's happened over the past couple weeks. It seems like McConnell is thinking the same, that McConnell is really trying to turn the page and lower the temperature and in some way heal the divisions. That's not a description that we normally use with McConnell, someone who is deeply, deeply partisan, who wants power more than anything, wants to be majority leader, does everything to maintain his position as majority leader or win it back. Now he is going to try to win it back. But it seems that at this moment, on this day, at this time, what both both leaders think is most important is trying to fix some of the things that have been broken. Now, I do want to say, though, there are going to be deep policy disagreements. There's going to be debate and vigorous debate, regardless of how much they can come together to get things done. There are big philosophical, ideological differences between these two men. But the question is can they find that middle ground? Can they find an agreement to move the country forward, Allison?
And Leanne, let me throw a question at you. We've been talking about this unity agreement, even Mitch McConnell, let's cool the temperature just a little bit. What we haven't really talked about is the incoming impeachment trial in the United States Senate. And how does that end up impacting, the temperatures, the calls for unity, if we end up getting to an impeachment trial next week or next month or the month after that?
There's so many unanswered questions, Mark, and it's going to be the next big test for Republicans. Republicans are falling on the excuse that impeachment shouldn't have happened because the country needs to heal. But of course, they forgot to mention that more than 140 House Republicans voted to object to the Electoral College count. And so now when it's in the hands of Democrats and when it's in the hands of Biden, they are calling for unity, dismissing the last 4 years of division. So the House has already spoken. The impeachment article is going to be sent to the Senate. Perhaps it's going to be sent over there as early as tomorrow. Maybe it'll wait till next week. We're getting indications from Speaker Pelosi that it's going to be sooner than later. But this is going to be a big, big test for Republicans in the Senate on how they deal with this. What sort of menace is the president and how he defends himself if he chooses to defend himself in this impeachment trial? Is the shadow of Trump still looming large? This is going to be Republicans' opportunity to break with the former president or cower to the former president. And very few Republicans have come out and said exactly what they think about impeachment at this point. Most of them are saying that they need to wait and hear the evidence. Mark.
All right, and Leanne, we haven't even touched on the logistics of what it is going to be like to be juggling, trying to pass legislation while trying to have a trial in the Senate. That is going to be quite a daunting task. I know we'll be talking about that a whole lot in the weeks ahead. Leanne Caldwell, thank you. NBC News political reporter Ali Vitale joining us now from outside the White House. Ali, it is so wonderful to see you. I have to ask, as someone who is currently working on a book right now on women in politics, your thoughts today as we have our first female vice president.
I mean, it's huge, Allison and Mark. I think about it through the lens of the last few years. I mean, I remember being out on the Mall for the first Women's March in 2017. There was such a palpable energy, and I think the question at that point was, how will this be channeled? Ultimately, we know, if you track it over the next year, it was channeled into more women running for office and winning on the Democratic side than ever before. It was channeled into women voters being mobilized in new ways, and all of that carried into 2019. More women running for president at one time than ever before in our history. This, of course, you mentioned the book, is the genesis of the entire project, because when you have that many women running for president, you cannot help but ask the question, why haven't we had a female president yet? Ultimately, we saw it in March. I was standing outside of Elizabeth Warren's house, hearing women tell me that they felt on that day, when there were no more women left in the presidential race, the way that they felt when they watched Hillary Clinton lose in 2016. They felt history slipping through their hands once again. Biden, though, seemed to reignite that flame then in March when he said he was going to choose a female running mate. Ultimately, in August, we found out that it was Kamala Harris, breaking the mold and trailblazing on two fronts, being the first female vice president, not the first female vice presidential nominee, but the first vice presidential nominee woman of color. And then, of course, in November, breaking that barrier, becoming the first woman vice president elected. And today we saw that fully come to fruition. There There was something that I was struck by, though, as someone who has spent a lot of time covering Kamala Harris. She's regularly asked about being the first, about breaking these barriers. And what she says is that for young women and girls who are coming into these rooms where it is not the norm to be a person of color or to be a woman, that what she says is that all of the people who came before you are in there with you, that Kamala Harris is in there with you. She says to put your chin up and your shoulders back. And as she was taking the oath of office today, I couldn't help but notice it was a blink, you could blink and miss it moment earlier today. She did the exact same thing. This is advice that she gives out to people as they break barriers. But Kamala Harris herself, as she was breaking the barrier today, put her shoulders back and her chin up as she was sworn in as Vice President of the United States.
Allie, you and I have been working together for 5 years. You first started covering then candidate Trump back in 2015 as an embed for us. You, of course, covered his early part of his White House and then the Democratic race, covering Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren, and then finally Joe Biden. We get to this moment today, kind of put together like the last 5 years for you and what today kind of brings together for all of your reporting and experience with all these fascinating political figures.
You guys ready to buckle in? We've had a long 5 years.
I'm ready. That's why I asked.
Run us through the years, Allie.
I think the thing that I've really been thinking about over the last few days, as I've tried to put this in context for myself, is just how different these two men really are. They're of the same generation. Demographically, they are the same. But from a leadership perspective and the way that they speak to voters, they could not be more different. Following Donald Trump around, you learned really quickly the only emotions that he leaned into on the campaign trail were fear and anguish and anger. Those were the things that he liked to inspire in his voters. Then you're on the campaign trail with Joe Biden, and it is a completely different view of masculinity. Even just in the last 48 hours, we've seen him show emotion, palpable emotion, and it's something that he leans into and leads with. Empathy was a selling point for Joe Biden out here as he was on the campaign trail with voters. And right now, I keep having sources say to me, Biden has run for president multiple times before, but this is the time when the moment finally met him. His message has been the same consistently throughout these last 2 years. The need to heal, the need to battle for the soul of a nation. Theoretically, that's a message, the battle for the soul of a nation, that ends on Election Day. The battle was won because he won the election. Now, though, we're seeing this picture crystallize where this is a country that is still very much in the battle, and it's because Donald Trump sowed the seeds that he did in 2015, and frankly, even before that, when Mitt Romney was running for president and he was perpetuating all of those birther theories. But now Joe Biden is in a space where this is the time for him to try to heal those rifts and heal those divides. I also have a feeling, you guys know Trump too, he's probably not going to go quietly into the night. And so that's not an easy task on its face, but certainly not when you consider the fact that Trump is probably going to be in the wings, continuing to stoke these embers that we've seen over the last 5 years.
Allie, I have to ask, there are so many wonderful things about today, so many weird things about today. You are standing in a very, very quiet street, not typically what it would be like outside the White House on Inauguration Day. Normally, everyone would be getting ready right now for the inaugural balls, if not at them already, but there will be none because of this pandemic. But we still do have a little bit of a celebration tonight, so let's not forget there still is a bit to look forward to, and there will be, it seems, swearing in, a ceremony, some work, and then a little bit of a party tonight.
Yeah. And I think that was the goal here. As you talk to sources on the Presidential Inaugural Committee, they are aware that this is a delicate balancing act. You consider the fact that America just passed the really grim milestone of more than 400 Americans dead from coronavirus. At the same time, there's something to celebrate here, too, in the changing of administration.
I'm so sorry, I have to interrupt you. President Biden is swearing in presidential appointees. We're going to listen in.
Swearing in of the day one appointees of the Biden-Harris administration. We are joined by hundreds of White House staff and hundreds more agency appointees. All of us here have the great privilege of serving our country and of joining you, Mr. President, in restoring our nation. I was privileged to hear many of your stories during the hiring process. Some of you have worked in government before and thought perhaps your days of service were behind you until finding yourselves in this moment of national need. Others have never worked in government and will bring new perspectives to the work that lies ahead. Some of you are the first in your family to graduate college. You are veterans who have worn our nation's uniform. You are the daughters and sons of immigrants, or you're immigrants yourselves. Some of you have interviewed for your job while you were wrapping up work on the presidential campaign, and others interviewed while you were fighting off COVID or caring for family members who were ill. But all of you share in the hope we have for the Biden-Harris administration, and each of you has answered the call to serve. Having worked in government, I know that no public servant does this work alone. So I would like to welcome and acknowledge the friends and family of all our appointees who will support the work ahead. And now it is my honor and privilege to introduce a true public servant for whom I was so lucky to first work for more than 3 decades ago, who will administer the oath of office, the President of the United States. Mr. President.
Thank you, Kathy. Hello, team. And I mean that sincerely. We're one team. Jill and I and Kamala and Doug are enormously humbled by today's inauguration. And it makes me realize what an obligation we have, what a tremendous opportunity we have. I'm looking at all your photographs. I'm supposed to be looking straight ahead, but I want to take a look at you while I'm talking to you. I really mean it. We have an obligation, but we also have a great privilege. Very few times does an individual get an opportunity to do something that can fundamentally, positively impact on other people's lives, not only here but around the world. You're engaged in and you're working with the most decent government in the world. And we have to restore the soul of this country, and I'm counting on all of you to be part of that. And it's not hyperbole. The only thing I expect with absolute certitude is honesty and decency, the way you treat one another, the way you treat the people you deal with. And I mean that sincerely. Remember, people don't work for us. We work for the people. I work for the people. They pay my salary. They pay your salary. They put their faith in you. I put my faith in you. And so we have an obligation. We ran on a promise that this administration would look like America looks. That taps into the best of our nation, that opens doors and includes a full range of talents we have in all our people. And that meant asking you and your families to serve. We're honored that you accepted the call. And I'm not being solicitous when I say this. We owe your families. We owe your families. Because those of you working in the White House, those who will be here, those of you working in other agencies, you're going to work like the devil. We all do. We put in long hours. And it shouldn't be something that you should do unless you really care about it a great deal. You know, there have been few moments in our history, in my view, when our nation has been more tested than we are now. Few when public service will matter more, when it will matter more. And history going to measure us, and our fellow Americans will measure us by how decent, honorable, and smart we've been in terms of looking out for their interest. You know, to contain a pandemic, to administer a vaccine, it's going to be the most consequential logistical thing that's ever been done in the United States. It's going to take a lot, an awful lot. We're going to rescue an economy, but we have so many opportunities to build it back and build it back so much better. I've said from the beginning that when the American people given half a chance, they have never, ever, 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 ever let their country down. And that's not hyperbole. You know, some thought in my party, our party, my party, and some thought in the country and some thought in the press, when I said I was running for 3 reasons. I said I was running to restore the soul of America. By that I mean just common decency, honor, your word, doing what you say you're going to do, treating people with respect. My dad used to have an expression. He said, everyone, every single person, regardless of their background, is entitled to be treated with dignity. I expect you to do that for all the folks you deal with, all the folks we work for, the American people. And you're going to try to keep us safe and secure from the threats and the unseen, to root out systemic racism. We've reached a point, in my view, where the American people have had the blinders have been taken off. They've been taken off and realized, they didn't realize before, just how much systemic racism still exists. because they didn't live in circumstances where they were with large minority populations, whatever the background was. And all of a sudden, they see what happened to George Floyd, with his nose being pushed up against the curb, suffocated to death and murdered. And they said, my God, that really happens. This piece of technology has changed. The young man had the courage to stand there for 8 minutes and 44 seconds and take that picture. And the whole world responded. The whole world responded. We have a chance. We have a chance to change things. For the reason I got involved in politics when I was a kid at 26 years old, running for local office to try to change redlining. I really mean it. So you shouldn't be doing this unless you feel it. I always say a simple proposition. I trust people more who the idea and the concern starts in their gut, goes to their heart, and is able to articulate it by a good brain, rather than the person who thinks of it intellectually but never feels it. The people you can count on are the ones that starts from the gut, works their way to the heart, and have the intellectual capacity to do what needs to be done. And so, folks, we have a lot going on. We have a lot of opportunities. We can meet this existential threat of climate change. I really believe it. Again, the world has figured out, the United States has figured out, whoa, it makes a gigantic difference. Makes a gigantic difference, these unseen threats, air you can't breathe, living on fence-line communities and the like. So much more we can do. We have such an awful lot to do, but I know you. I know your heart, your dedication, your commitment to this nation. And I know you can do it, and we're going to do it by leading with one core American value: humility and trust, collegiality, diversity, competency, and family. And I want to thank your families for the sacrifices. But I'm not joking when I say this. If you're ever working with me and I hear you treat another colleague with disrespect, talk down to someone, I promise you I will fire you on the spot. On the spot. No ifs, ands, or buts. Everybody is entitled to be treated with decency and dignity. That's been missing in a big way the last 4 years. Kathy's gone through all your backgrounds, talked to me about you. I'm confident you have the capacity to do it. We're going to be judged. We're going to be judged whether or not we restored the integrity and the competency of this government. I need your help badly. Last thing I'll say, I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to make mistakes. When I make them, I'll acknowledge them, and I'll tell you. And I'll need your help to help me correct them. We're not going to walk away. We're going to take responsibility. That's what we do. That's what you do. That's what so many of you have done throughout your career, and I expect you to do it again. So I'm happy we're starting, happy to join all of you. There's almost 1,000 of you on this call, and your families. So thank you very much that in this nation, everyone, and I mean everyone, is given an opportunity. And those, that's who we are as a country. And that's who we've always been thought to be. I was asked a long time ago when I was with Xi Jinping, and I was on the Tibetan Plateau with him. And he asked me in a private dinner, he and we each had an interpreter. He said, can you define America for me? And I said, yes, and I meant it. I said, I can do it in one word, possibilities. Possibilities. We believe anything's possible if we set our mind to it. Unlike any other country in the world, possibilities. You're my possibilities. You're the way we're going to get this done. I'm honored to now administer the oath of office to each of you. And if you will, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I'm about to enter. So help me God. Thank you. Welcome. As my mom would say, God love you all. We got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. Thank you for being willing to join. Bye-bye. Okay? No, I'm not concerned. I'm confident we can move quickly. Thank you.
All right, you were just watching there President Biden swearing in his presidential appointees virtually. I want to bring back in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray, my anchor buddy tonight. We're so thrilled to have him here with us. Mark, it was so interesting. Joe Biden there calling that group a team, talking about rooting out systemic racism. He referenced what he called the murder of George Floyd. He talked about treating people with dignity, promising to fire anyone on the spot who treats a colleague with disrespect, saying dignity and respect have been missing over the last 4 years. I think one of the things that struck me the most is 6 hours into his presidency that he was talking about systemic racism, naming George Floyd, something we did not see happening often, if at all, in the last administration.
We were just having a conversation with our colleague, Ali Vitale, about how different former President Donald Trump and new President Joe Biden are. And really what we just witnessed over that tape playback is a really good distillation of that. And there was Joe Biden saying, if you are not decent to people who you work with, I'm going to fire you on the spot. And Allison, this is always kind of a belief, that any organization always flows from the top, that every organization from the people at the middle to the bottom always end up reflecting who that person is at the very top. And we're actually seeing Joe Biden telling his new appointees, this is how it's going to be done. This is how my administration is going to be different than Donald Trump's. And of course, public service is so important. These new people who are going to be coming into this administration are going to be using the powers of the federal government for their ability to help people, whether it's in foreign policy, whether it's in defense, whether it's in transportation or commerce. And you're starting to see this beginning of this administration with a clear blueprint of what is expected of them.
Mark, one of the most also unique things about Joe Biden's incoming administration is that he was coming in to office today with none of his cabinet picks yet confirmed. We believe that is about to change. As he was speaking there, we got word that the Senate is voting on the nomination of Avril Haines to be the Director of National Intelligence. As per our reporters, that vote began at 6:23 and 42 seconds. And she is expected to be the first official confirmed to Joe Biden's cabinet.
Yeah. And so the reason this is happening so quickly, Allison, is that you need unanimous consent to move to something very quickly, to actually get someone confirmed right away. In fact, it was just a day or two ago that Joe Biden's pick to head up the Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, there was an objection to move on through unanimous consent, which is why that's going to have to get spread over a couple of days. You're going to have a formal vote on his nomination. But with the Senate basically saying there's no objection from Democrats or Republicans here, you could end up getting a quick confirmation of Joe Biden's first person, Avril Haines, the Director of National Intelligence. And of course, we're moving to the people with national security jobs very quickly because of just how sensitive they are, and also just how sensitive what we saw the situation on January 6th at the Capitol riots, where there is a desire to get Joe Biden's national security team up and running very quickly.
And in some 20 minutes, Mark, we're expecting a White House press briefing. Imagine that. We are going to carry that live when it happens. But in the meantime, we are going to take a very quick break. We have a lot more coverage here on NBC News Now, and Mark will be sticking with us. So please hang with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
Are you ready?
Monday boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
All month long, let's start today.
Let's go 2021.
Kicking off the new year strong. It's time to take care of you with healthy foods, fitness,
You're incredible.
and how to jumpstart your love life.
Cupid is winning.
So join us and start today.
Make no mistake, what happened that day was an insurrection against the United States government. Is this the beginning of something or the end of something? Should Donald Trump be ostracized from the Republican Party as you know it?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
And breaking news, the deadly siege on Congress. Lawmakers move to safe locations. There's 2 more weeks left in this presidency. Where is this going? Despite what we've been through, there will be a transfer of power at the U.S. Capitol.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
But we actually saw a large convoy of the National Guard come through here.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are a country of laws, a democracy built on free and fair elections, where the majority, not the mob, rules, and no rioter, no act of insurrection or domestic terror, no desperate despot can take away all we have built, all that we stand for, and all we hold dear.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle reacting to President Biden's inauguration today. Here's what they had to say.
This was such an important day, and I think a lot of us on both sides of the aisle, the senators who were sitting behind, felt that this day had even a deeper sense of meaning after seeing what happened in the dawning days of 2021 with a siege upon our Capitol, having to flee the Senate floor. And I think that in the face of that, this has a moment that's gone from deep hurt to profound hope.
Well, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, while the pandemic has sadly limited our usual hospitality, as others have mentioned, I'm very glad we still carry on some of our favorite inaugural traditions.
This country faces, as the President mentioned in his inaugural remarks, unprecedented crises in terms of the pandemic, in terms of the economy, in terms of climate change, in terms of racial justice, immigration, income and wealth inequality, you name it, we got it. And I would hope very much that my Republican colleagues feel the pain of so many working class people in this country.
I think we needed the leadership and President Bush there and Vice President Pence there and so many leaders from both parties. I think it makes a big difference for America. Yes, this is Joe and Kamala's day, but it is also about moving forward as a nation.
I was very moved by it. It's a classic
olive branch, so to speak. One of the things that Joe Biden kept talking about in his campaign was restoring the soul of this country.
President Biden, Vice President Harris, Dr. Biden, and Mr. Imhoff, on behalf of Republicans in Congress, congratulations. Very proud of you both.
Democrats officially taking control of the Senate today. The three newest senators sworn in this afternoon, Jon Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock of Georgia, and Alex Padilla, who was appointed to fill Vice President Harris's seat. I want to bring back NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray, affectionately known tonight as my anchor buddy, and NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake. Garrett, Vice President Kamala Harris got a big round of applause as she entered the Senate chamber. Then there was this moment as she swore in the new senators. Let's watch.
And a certificate of appointment to fill the vacancy created by the resignation of former Senator Kamala D. Harris of California. Yeah, that was very weird. Okay.
Garrett, what else are you hearing from lawmakers today? How else are they reacting besides a few chuckles there to Harris's historic day?
Well, Allison, look, this is a solemn day in some ways, but it's also a very joyful day. I mean, there's a sense of relief here. There's a sense of change coming through in these hallways. And there's frankly a lot of excitement about the new administration and the new members joining the Senate today. I was just down off the Senate floor a little while ago, introducing myself to Jon Ossoff, who's now the youngest senator here, the first one younger than me. That's my own personal problem I'm going to have to deal with. But nevertheless, you know, there's new members in this body. There's a new administration down the street. There are a lot of staffers, Democratic staffers who had worked here on the Hill, who are leaving to join the Biden administration, who've been saying their goodbyes over the last couple days. It's kind of like a high school graduation feeling where you've got folks who are going on now to bigger and better things. And it's a very positive environment to be in, especially after everyone in the Capitol Hill community has been through over the last 2 weeks.
And Garrett, talk about just your own personal experiences of being on the Capitol 2 weeks ago, then coming to this where you mentioned it almost feels like a high school celebration. That has to be incredibly jarring and also surreal going from what happened 2 weeks ago to now.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to explain, but you have to understand Capitol Hill is a community. They're not just the elected officials here, but literally thousands of staffers, support staff, journalists, folks who work here every day. It's a city unto itself. And all of us who were here on January 6th felt what that was like, that attack. Even the folks who were probably watching at home and seeing their colleagues and their family members, wondering if everyone was going to get home okay. Ever since then, we've literally had National Guardsmen and women armed, sleeping in the hallways of these buildings to make sure that we could safely get through to today. And there is just this really palpable sense of relief and excitement that, you know, that those National Guardsmen had very boring days today, you know, that we got through all of this peacefully, and that this community, again, got to kind of turn the page a little bit into a new era, hopefully one that won't include anything like that kind of violence up here, and that may be, with a tone very much set from the top by the new president, a little bit more civil, a little bit more polite to one another. I mean, so that may all be over by the time debate starts again tomorrow, but it's a pretty good start tonight.
Let's hope not. Garrett, I can't speak for Mark because he is so youthful, but I just want you to know you're not alone. I am also far older than Jon Ossoff, so you're not on your own there by any stretch. So let's talk about the situation in the Senate.
I'm flattered, Allison, but Garrett is like the...
All right, so we are the senior senators, if you will, here. So let's talk about the Senate, Garrett. Democrats are in control, but it's a 50-50 split. New Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Senate Minority Leader now Mitch McConnell are discussing a power-sharing agreement. Where are they on those talks right now? And could you explain to our viewers what something like that might look like? Because we certainly haven't had a power-sharing agreement over the last few years.
No, that's definitely true. Look, this is the kind of thing that will control a lot of the business of the Senate before things get to the floor. Chuck Schumer is still the majority leader. He still controls the floor. It'll still be Democrats who chair committees. But in a 50-50 Senate, that means all the committee memberships will be evenly divided. So what happens if there's a tie on a nomination? The power sharing agreement is the kind of thing that sets the rules around things like that, that if there's a tie, it essentially goes to the majority, that somebody who might be nominated in a committee can move forward to the floor. It controls issues like that, and I'm told that the discussions that started yesterday on that agreement did not get as far as Democrats would hope. One of the outstanding issues here is that Mitch McConnell wants to find a way to codify in some way the protection of the filibuster for legislation, the idea that it would take 60 votes to move something through the Senate. That's a Senate rule. In theory, it could be changed with just 50 votes. Now, in the past, there have been enough Democrats as well as Republicans who wanted to preserve that. McConnell wants to try to lock that in, essentially protection for the minority party in this case. So far, Leader Schumer has not been willing to do so, and so we remain at least a little bit stuck on that agreement.
Garrett, is Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer getting any kind of blowback from his caucus on this power sharing agreement? One of the conversations I've heard from a lot of the progressive left is, hey, if the shoe were on the other foot, it was 50-50 with the Republican Vice President casting a tie-breaking vote, there wouldn't be a power sharing agreement. It would just basically ensure that Republicans would be in control of almost everything. Has there been any kind of blowback from Democratic members?
Well, ironically, this was based on an agreement from the early 2000s when the shoe was on the other foot. And Senate Democrats have really stuck with Chuck Schumer on this, at least so far. I mean, he's done a really good job. He gets a lot of outside criticism, but Senate Democrats are quite loyal to him. They remain so even when it looked like, the 2018 midterms didn't go as well as they wanted it to. The 2020 election did not originally go as well as they hoped it would until those Georgia runoffs. Democrats have really stuck with Schumer. They've remained united, and that's been their strength in the minority, which is not always an easy thing to do. So I've not yet heard that criticism bubble up from inside the Senate Democratic caucus, and ultimately, that's Chuck Schumer's constituency, at least while he's trying to sort out all this kind of leadership and rule-making part of the job.
All right, Garrett Haake, the youthful Jon Ossoff of this trio. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Today, President Joe Biden took his oath of office on the same Capitol steps that rioters stormed exactly 2 weeks ago today. The FBI announcing several new arrests today, including a man accused of squeezing a police officer inside a Capitol doorway during those riots. NBC News investigations correspondent Tom Winter joining me now. Tom, before we get into these arrests, were there any security issues during the inauguration today? Because from our vantage point, things seem to go pretty smoothly, but you would know far better than we do.
Well, I don't know about that. From your vantage point, I see the same thing. So basically, Allison, no, there were no significant concerns today with respect to security. We had heard about the idea of protests at states' capitals. When we look at that, there were several people that showed up. That would be it in a number of states. In one case, I heard in one particular state, just one person showed up to protest the results of this election and today's inauguration. So, yeah, anything that we've heard about in D.C. has been very minor. Sometimes people are just taken into custody because they're being investigated for maybe statements that they make at a checkpoint. It turns out it's nothing. Sometimes somebody does try to do something acting on their own. But as far as any significant concerns with respect to the security at the Capitol today, there really were none, Allison.
Tom, hey, it's Mark Murray. Basically, you and Pete Williams have been reporting on people who've been getting arrested after the January 6th riot at the Capitol. How many more prosecutions do we end up expecting? Have they started to kind of hit a limit, or do we continue to see that you and Pete are going to report on 3 or 4 almost every single day for the next few weeks or so?
Yeah, Mark, it's really a lot more than that now. Every single day, we're starting to move beyond the 2 or 3 interesting arrests to 2 to 3 interesting arrests in each part of the country. I think it's definitely going to increase. We're pushing 350 individuals who are under investigation and pushing 120 arrests or so. I don't have definitive numbers for you at the moment because it is changing so quickly. And we're aware of other cases that may be going on where people may be coming forward and wanting to speak to the FBI, speak to federal prosecutors in advance of that knock on their door to see if they can provide further information that can assist investigations. Obviously, that could then help one day lead to a lighter sentence or perhaps a lesser charge in the form of a guilty plea. So I think this is very much going to keep on going. We're just starting today to see some arrests for some of the more violent activity, but I think you're going to see arrests going forward for more serious charges, sedition and conspiracy charges, perhaps murder charges in the death of the U.S. Capitol Police officer Brian Sicknick. So, yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more coming forward and a lot more serious type of arrests and charges. Just as an example for that, the FBI put out today a whole new series of photographs of people that they're interested in getting information about, Mark.
Tom, it's Ellison again. I want to ask you specifically about one of those arrests, the one that we mentioned earlier. We've got images of that Capitol Police officer stuck in the doorway, crying for help. I mean, he looks like he's absolutely being crushed there. Could you tell us, how did the FBI track down the person that they think is responsible for this assault, and what is he being charged with?
Right. So the officer there, Officer Daniel Hodges, is okay. He spoke to reporters last week and said that if it was up to him, he didn't even need to get paid to put down